Alright, ladies and gents, welcome back. It's another morning, another day of the CCT out here, and guess what? The playoffs have continued from the round of 16 onward, now toward the quarterfinals. I'm here with T-Time and Anders. They're going to be taking you guys through the action. I'm just here to yap in between and figure out what are we actually watching today, and how have we gotten here? That's another question that applies very well to one of these teams, but if Anders want to take this one, talk about some of these teams, or one specifically, perhaps, that we're watching.
I mean, I'm on the Fnatic hate watch train at the moment. I think this team is doing remarkably poor work considering the organization and just like the players that they have. They should be playing better, but I feel like every time I watch them right now, it's just really disappointing. Nine Pandas in many ways sort of the opposite for me. I think they're like a really fun team to watch. But yeah, you could see Fnatic down there, 2-1 against Eclot in not a convincing fashion necessarily. I'm honestly, I could have seen. I actually said this yesterday. I think they could lose to Eclot even, and they almost did. So it's crazy. It's truly crazy.
Yeah, Nine Pandas, on the other hand, is a little bit more of a fun time, right? Obviously, a team that is in some ways as cursed as Fnatic is, right? Fnatic, the ones who can't find success. Nine Panda, the ones who can't find visas. I know that pain. I've been there before. I understand, guys. I'm sorry I have to do it to you like that. But a fun time, because I think ever since then, they've really revamped their roster. We've got ourselves, obviously, Result headlining it. Big fan of his ever since the Aurora days. It always felt like he was one of the few young CIS riflers who felt like he was a little bit more social, a little bit more outgoing, could actually start calling his own shots in a team and take control of things, stop teams from tilting too heavily, which was always an issue for some of the younger tier 2 CIS teams. Chiron, on the other hand, from what I have seen, maybe the largest downfall of any career, who started off by saying, hey, I thought tier 1's pretty easy actually. Well, he is looking to rebound back over here, and I'm looking forward to it. Crowd obviously headlining everything out over there as well. It's a good time in Nine Pandas.
It's an interesting time, but there is a massive thing to be mentioned in this team, and that's the fact that they don't have an Opera at the moment. And despite that, and despite my insistence of this team not really supposed to be winning some of these games, they still have. They dealt with Bet Boom fairly effectively, and even before that, they've had a couple of shaky results, yeah, but what matters right now is the fact they've actually won their games. They've gotten here, and they've just still surprised me, which, fair enough. I mean, go for it if you can do it. 5 rifles, sometimes they can work. We've seen that in the past as well, but there's nothing else to say, really. It works. And they've got a fairly decent opposition as well. It's not like Fnatic are the best of the best at the moment. So, what do we really think about this one? What's the big issues here?
I honestly wish I knew. If you told me that, we're going to put, even just, I know this is obviously biased from being old as well, but Crim's, obviously a legend. I mean, he's not going to be superstar anymore, but just some halfway reliable performance. Blamef, on the other hand, obviously is a really, a critical piece, I think, and it should be a core piece. And somebody like Matters, I still think is a pretty good rifler, but there's something about this team that is just fundamentally not working. It's not just they're playing, sort of to the sum of their parts. They're playing way worse than the sum of their parts. Bermilov as an AWPer, I don't think has really impressed anyone yet. Maybe he could still. I don't know, but I haven't. I remember hearing about him before I saw him play, and since then I haven't seen him really do anything interesting. And Fear coming in obviously to try and lead the team as well. I think he was in higher standing before he joined Fnatic, and since then it must just have been all going downhill. So I don't know what's up with this team. They're barely scraping through against a team like Eclot, which I think it's unacceptable, to put it bluntly.
And the issue with Bermilov is also, it's not just about impressing in terms of numbers and everything. A lot of his opening style comes down to these late round defensive T-side peaks that are relying on re-peaks into him. You're looking at success on maps like Inferno, sure, but not so much in other maps in that regard. So it gets really confusing where I want to root for this guy, but you're not even seeing these flashes of individual brilliance. You can see good rounds from him, you can see multi-kills from him, but you're not going to see this guy getting like a sick entry kill, getting a quick little flick onto someone here or there. You don't see the potential that you hope for in like a tier 2, tier 3 AWPer coming up.
Yeah, that's kind of been my issue almost as well, where he's not that massive, but and sometimes he has a really good start to a game, and then the longer it goes on, it kind of slowly falls off during the game. But the one highlight is, right, at least we can say for him, despite the criticism maybe, he's really damn good in a clutch, I think, and that's something that does impact his decision-making as how the Fnatic will play, because you do have people who do take a little bit of space. So I think in terms of Mouse XT now, Bermilov, the 1-to-1 here, he doesn't have to change all too much. But the thing is, he kind of has to if he wants to make it at this level at the same time. So there is that sort of give and take and ask that you do want to see more from him as well at the same time. And a lot of eyes on him, I'd say.
Well, yeah, but there's a lot of eyes on BlameF as well, and as much as we might try and skirt around the topic, this is obviously the main man. I think Thorin mentioned this on a podcast recently. He said that BlameF is to Fnatic what Elige was to Complexity, and that is a ticking timer. You've got a limited window where you have a chance to make a run for being one of the top 15 teams in the world. BlameF is a talent who can enable that to happen, but until now it really does feel like Fnatic have not put the right pieces around him. And sure, BlameF's stock is not going to be affected too positively. There's still going to be the question about, hey, why can't he be on a successful team, this or that? But at the end of the day, he clicks heads, and he clicks them real fast.
Yeah, that's what he does. Now, we can go ahead and take a look at that Veto up next as well. We gotta decide the maps we're playing. Yesterday, we saw Fnatic play a fair few. Nuke was one of them. Mirage was another one, and I think Inferno as well. But for now, they're at least getting rid of the Drains and Dust 2s, which don't really seem to be popular. The two least played maps still for 2025, believe it or not. And for Fnatic, it's a repeat of yesterday. Just a flip of the order here for the Veto. So, should be comfortable maps at least in that regard.
Yeah, for 9 Pandas, the good thing for them against Fnatic is always that they're banning out Train, which is the one map that this Fnatic team is actually good on. Mirage as well, sure they're picking into it, but I'm always worried about this team on Mirage. I'm always worried about this team on Ancient as well. Mirage specifically, because if you look back to its last year, it was one of their worst maps. They were not picking it. I think they shifted from it being a permaban at one point to playing it and still losing every single time. They were going for these weird gimmick strats, sometimes switching out like Mattis and Crims on that B-bomb side as well. Now it's fair playing B short and B catwalk, leaving Mattis to A anchor. It becomes an awkward position for him too. Mirage, they pick it, but honestly, I actually kind of favor 9 Pandas on this one as well.
Yeah, I definitely do as well. And it is interesting, right? Because you're right, they don't have necessarily the AWP player that you would expect for 9 Pandas. I mean, some of them just kind of like they have maybe a couple of people who could do secondary AWPing, but it's obviously not the same as having somebody dedicated to it. But just from what I've seen on Fnatic, I'd go with 9 Pandas every single time. It would not even shock me if this was a 2 over 9 Pandas. I'm so happy to be wrong. If Fnatic end up playing well today, I'll take all of it back, or at least I will change my criticism in the future. But right now, definitely feels like they're in a super weird state. So anyway, good maps. I'm happy. Nuke, Mirage, Ancient. Let's go.
Yeah, there's something as well to be mentioned. Both these teams, by the way, despite the lack of whatever they might have or don't have at the moment, they are on these sort of winning streaks, right? Fnatic, they lost against NIP in, I think, Bucharest qualifiers like 2 days ago or something, but they've been winning pretty well beyond that. Same for 9 Pandas, they only lost to Heroic before that. They had a 6-win streak going on as well, so they've been both performing pretty much to their very best with what they have available at the moment, which is a huge part. And for Fnatic as well, it's really, really important, right? You've changed 3 players, which is the IGL, OP, and the coach, pretty much. That's the biggest change the team could probably make. Which, obviously, yeah, growing pains, sometimes you have honeymoon periods, but this is not one of them. And then they're, again, forced to play even more games. So, practice time, again, is slightly limited with so many official games. Like, they played their playoff game against Eclog yesterday, and then a couple hours later, they had to play against Leo in, I think that was against Bucharest qualifiers as well. So, they've been very action-packed as well. So there is this thing for people to consider as well with online Counter-Strike, especially at the moment. His teams just have a lot of games on their hands. There's not always time to practice.
No, listen, that's fine, but also at the same time, you're looking over towards this overall elevation of Tier 3 Counter-Strike and that Tier 2 Counter-Strike that we've seen, where everyone is so much better, and that's because of the grind. That's because they are playing so many matches and everything. And sure, on one end, you have to be sympathetic. It's a very difficult schedule to follow. But on the other end as well, you look at all of these diamonds that are coming out of that pressure. You're looking out towards Bait from last year, looking out towards Passion UA from last year. Obviously, a lot of these teams, Monty, once upon a time in Wonderland as well. Fnatic has just not proven to be one of those teams, and maybe that does come down to the fact that, you have always had a lot of veteran presence in this team before. Last year it was Knock, last year it was Body and Crims as well. Now with these younger players, you are kind of hoping that they can start to become one of these teams that can pug their way to glory, or maybe not pug their way to glory, but just get the raw number of games on board to get a system and structure together, and unfortunately they just haven't so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. There maybe isn't a lot of time, but this is just a new reality for a lot of teams. And I think you have to embrace it. Like, there's no other way. Yes, it's good. You're going to be playing a lot. Yes, it's going to be, you know, from one qualifier into the next, and all the rest of it is a bit of a grind. And I think, unfortunately, if you don't want to do that, if you can't find the fun and the passion and the joy in it, you have to I don't know, do something else, because that's the new way that we play Counter-Strike right now. And some teams are thriving in it. Some teams are, you know, they're coming out stronger. They're really sharp, like, every single day, and a lot of them are playing in CCT right now, and that's exciting. That's one of the reasons why I think following some of these CCT tournaments is worth it for its own sake, because some of them are, you know, they're adapting to this new reality. If you're not going to adapt, and if every day you wake up and, like, the kind of Fnatic, the kind of Counter-Strike that Fnatic are playing, it does look like this really tortured Counter-Strike where, like, there's no joy in it. There's nobody, like, I actually think these two teams are almost exactly opposite. Whereas 9 Pandas, they probably should be feeling sad about the general situation, just, you know, with not really sure what the, you know, the full lineup is. You know, it's like a bit of a confusing situation with Chiron being there, but they seem to be having a lot of fun. Like, you watch them play, you can tell that this is just a team. They're laughing their way through the round. They're having a great time. You know, win or lose, they're enjoying the game. And for Fnatic, it looks like the opposite sometimes. It looks like you're watching, you know, a group of people trying to solve a puzzle, and, like, nobody's talking to each other, and, like, nobody knows which pieces go where. It's such a mess. Again, I desperately hope I'm going to be wrong about this. Hope hope people are going to be laughing at me in Twitch chat. Or on Twitter if it wasn't down at the moment, but, you know, my feeling is that's what I've seen so far. It's a really painful kind of game from Fnatic.
Yeah, no, Fnatic's one thing, but we also do have a couple more games for today. Here's Who Asked the Cat.
Nice.
Yeah, but we've got a couple more games as well for today. We're going to figure out who's headed to the semi-finals and all of that, but I think we did get word as well. We should be ready to start off the series, so why don't you guys take it away? Let's actually see, are we wrong about Fnatic? All the criticism, is it correct? Is it not? Is it warranted? Let's find out.
Let's find out indeed. It'll be Fnatic starting off on the CT side of Nuke, exactly where they want to be. And Anders, I'm going to take this moment to get your opinion on this. Doesn't Resort look a little bit like a young Frodo Baggins?
Yeah, I can see what you mean. I think that's fair. You know, maybe somebody could AI him into it. We've got the technology now for it anyway, so I'd be down for that kind of experiment. Oh my god. Mats is with the first kill of the series, and it was literally just spamming through the smoke at random intervals. He does get the headshot, so no vent die being allowed for. Unfortunately here, Vermilov, he probably should be dead. I'm shocked that he got a double kill. He should have been dead right away, just stomping into the open. That's normally going to be a recipe for disaster, but instead somehow they're in a 2 versus 2 now. Strong kill coming in from Krad. He's up on the high ground here, fighting it with the USP. It's Shelfie to get the kill on Mattis, and Blamef is now alone.
Which is where he does some of his best work. He'll be given easy access out towards Heaven as well. Now, the problem is the lack of the kit. He will not have one. There's not one on the side as well, but as Shelfie turns away, Blamef had a chance. The chance is now gone and over. 3 kills for Shelfie in this round. All of the frags that Fnatic actually find, I mean, you're looking at that kill on the resort through the smoke. You're looking at the double kill from Bermilov down under. They're kind of awkward. I won't lie to you. I mean, look at this one. A fantastic double to get, but with the dualies at that range, with the spam while you're moving, it's asking for a lot.
Yeah, it definitely is. Bit of a shame for Fnatic, because it definitely seemed like there was a moment there where things were, you know, under control, 2v3. But good return for 9 Pandas. And we are going to see a force into the, I don't know, T-Time. How do you feel about these kind of force-ups? You know, we're on Nuke, 2 MP9s, 2 FAMAS, or sorry, 2 5.7s, and 1 Scout.
See, I'm of the opinion that as long as you're doing something with it, then it's okay, right? Because, ooh, there you go, that's doing something with it, all right. Now, this is a terrible set of smokes as well that 9 Pandas have thrown to deal with the force, because Zalidis is now going to be opened up to 2 players pushing up to stairs as well. You're really liable to deagles and scouts from up top of Heaven, so I don't like this triangle of smokes, but, you know, maybe more conversation about that later. Zalidis will be peeking forward. The MP9 swings out from the side. Blamef will kill him from Lonely, so maybe Fnatic are making this work.
Yeah, they're definitely have an impact here on the round. And yeah, the yard smokes are another topic of constant evolution. It's funny how there are just some areas on some maps where, you know, the metagame evolves in a very specific way. Interesting timing with the HE as well, but, you know. Okay, Blamef is dead. 40 seconds. Fnatic can still find a way to lose this. Fear walking into the shot, he's going to be instantly dead. I actually don't necessarily hate this from Fear. You could say maybe it's a bit risky, but at the same time, with the worst weapons and everything else, they probably do want to find some information here. It's going to be Crims going down last, so 9 Pandas calling a freeze in the middle of the round, and Fnatic, you know, again, it's not necessarily the worst play. They are going to feel the pressure to try and look for information.
I like what Fnatic did in the beginning, though. The fact that they're taking these two, using this sort of two-man unit to try and scout out and see whatever lurkers they can get. They do find some success off it, obviously. Bermilov's scout is a big factor in that as well. But it is a little bit awkward to see BlameF over there out on an island. Fnatic obviously respecting the freeze maybe a little bit too much when you've got those 2 mobile units back towards ramp. They were waiting for that information to be found, but while they did that, BlameF's position was known, so he's the one who ends up being isolated. Chiron quickly out towards ramp. There you go. In he goes, and should be a freebie. Crims taken down. Chiron looking good, and that's not just because of his beautiful black and blue striped t-shirt.
Yeah, I mean, he's another one of these players that you love to see play this kind of fast and just excited Counter-Strike, and I think he does it really well. Result as well as another one. Having 2 in 1 team, I mean, again, you could see how they're just having such a fun time. Getting rid of Mattis as well, leaving BlameF with the Deagle. So, again, a slow start here for Fnatic, which that doesn't have to be a problem. If I had a lot of faith in Fnatic's game on the whole, I would say, who cares if you lose a bit? It happens. Just bounce back really early on. That's got to be the dream right now. But I think you can already get a sense of how 9 Pandas are going to play this game if they're allowed to, and that is to, you know, jump around the corners with the Mac 10s and just kind of like, you know, you give them even half an opening, they are going to fully commit to it, and I think it's great. I love watching this kind of Counter-Strike. We'll see Fnatic have what it takes to take them down. Bermilov's going to have the AWP, and they'll have their first buy round actually coming up here for the Fnatic side, and a timeout into it. That's interesting.
The fun thing about 9 Pandas, just to pick up on the 5 rifle style, is that they actually then lean into the 5 rifle style as well, right? They don't just go and try and play this weird, let an AK serve an AWPing role and everything. No, they will play more aggressively. They will punish things more. They will take advantage of their economy being a little bit less volatile as well. But yeah, first gun round comes out for Fnatic. BlameF will be the only one with a kit. I'd be interested to see what Mattis is up to as well. After a timeout, this is ideal place to place expectations for a small play to be made, and you know, maybe a bit of a ramp lobby crunch, anything like it. Let's see what the plan is.
Yeah, super curious. The timeout into this round, you gotta wonder if it's to try and slow down 9 Pandas, or is it... It can't be the case that Fnatic have something to really talk about, right? Like, this is the first... Like, you must know what you're doing here, but... Very interesting situation. It's a instant vent dive coming in from Result. Now, they will know about this. Crims is already down below. He's going to be aware that somebody is down here. But still, I love the idea. It puts a lot of pressure on. Bermilov, not quite sure if someone's going to be walking through the smoke. It's a bit of a trade. I was going to say for Chiron, it's probably not worth it. You have so many people down here already. I think 9 Pandas, they're in a great position right now. They've got this 4-1 split where 4 people downstairs, a couple of people towards, or maybe just 1 person towards the lobby that can stop rotations. Oh, and they got Xiaofi outside. Okay, so I still think this is a sick position right now for 9 Pandas. 1 good kill down here, and they should be ready to go.
They're not ready for Crims to be this close by, though. They're completely expecting him still be back towards ramp. Mattis is the stray kill found, and while Crims will isolate the duel, he can't find the frag. Result gets the better of him. BlameF's refrags are going to be only useful for guaranteeing a save at this point. You can't go for this retake.
Yeah, definitely not. Very well played. Just executing the vent dive in a good fashion. That's always nice to be able to do that. And then, you know, just smoking outside, getting the rest of the people down. It's not necessarily that complicated for 9 Pandas, but again, they also keep it not complicated by sticking to the plan. They don't go back. They don't say, "Oh, let's try and go back up the vent" or anything crazy like that. They really just try to follow through, and I appreciate that. I think that's what you should be doing.
And when we're talking about the tactical timeout usage, Anders, I'm glad you brought it up, because I'll explain it to the viewers a little bit more in case, you know, you're not quite as clued in about it. All teams these days going into matches already have their first gun round planned out, right? Like before the game even starts, you know what that 3-0 round is going to look like. You've already planned out, okay, 9 Pandas likes to do X, Y, and Z. We're going to be going into this with, let's say, a standard default CT side, and we're going to wait for maybe like that descent. To call a tactical timeout this early is incredibly strange. And listen, maybe it works out, maybe they see something new, etc., etc. Maybe because Chiron is obviously playing in as a pseudo stand-in, there is merit to it, but it is awkward to see. Now, Fnatic are coming in with an equally awkward buy. Fair will be down to 1200. Matt is around thereabouts as well. Double MP9s and a deagle for Crims. This is not a buy without punch, but let's see what the Fnatic are actually swinging in the right direction.
They need a bit of a miracle around here, no question about it. The thing is, they have the players to be able to do it. We just know that already. Chiron, just that first smoke was fading. Like, I want to see somebody like a Blamer for a Crims be on the server. It's going to go down, unfortunately. Like, I want to see them just assert some more presence. It should be the case that if you run into somebody like Blamer really on any part of this map, and you're on the 9 Panda side, you should be at real fear that you're going to lose like a couple of players right away. And that just, even that hasn't been the case. Like I said in the intro, I feel like they're worse than the sum of their parts. Like even the individuals are not necessarily playing that great of a game. And that means for a team like 9 Pandas, they're having a great time. There's no fear here. They can just keep going. I mean, there is fear, but only in name. Sadly.
Yeah, Burmilov's likes to go for peaks like that in the mid-round, right? Like I mentioned before in the pre-game, he likes to punish re-peaks, but awkward angle, Nuke's not really the best for it and everything as well, so can't get it to work. So far, we have 2 players on Fnatic that have yet to break blood. Mattis has barely touched it, but Blame F right now, as he peeks out as the bomb is being planted, is just going to be traced out by Dalides. Fnatic right now are just not providing stopping power, and that's partially because they're not getting duels in their favorable positions, right? You know, you're saying that Blame F should always be able to dominate an area of the map if he's being run into. I think you're right. The problem is he's not being run into. 9 Pandas, as much as they are going for this Brownian motion kind of Counter-Strike, they are managing to avoid Big Man B every time. Fair. Now, trace out, isolated, a couple of early calories will be found, but none of them really significant.
Yeah, I mean, just... I don't even know what to say. It must be so weird coming into game after this, like, for Fnatic. Because obviously, I'm sure they're spending a lot of energy, right? Like, I'm sure they are spending a lot of time talking to each other as a team and getting, you know, everybody sort of ready for the matches and getting fired up and everything. And then you come in and you just, you know, nothing's really working. You're just not hitting the shots that you're expecting, and it's unfortunate. Going to be setting up the waterfall smoke there just to drop off Mini. Fairly easy to recognize from T-spawn, and they have a couple of more smokes to go with it. Nice early damage here. Blame F thinking about that HE might have actually been able to get the kill, but regardless, it's a bit of a start here at least.
Shalvi missed the jump, so he ends up taking even more damage on top of it. Now, he's low, Dalides is low, but Chiron is the one who's really putting a spanner in the work. Blame F's got no idea. He has no idea that this is a possibility, and although he won't be taken down, Chiron can still continue to move back and take control over Hell. This is a dead fear, and, well, maybe it's not a dead fear, it's a dead Crims. Crims is wondering where it all went wrong as soon as this kill takes place, and suddenly the map is in panic. What does the call? Burmilov stays his hand, tries to peek forward, tries to aggress through, but he's been spotted and he's missed his shot. That's an opportunity gone. And while Mattis will recover the duel, there's still another where that came from. So 9 Pandas aren't giving up any area of the map.
Yeah, they're putting a lot of time here into trying to find this one player. Oh my god, Blamef actually loses the fight. I don't even know how. Illidez, he should have surely been dead. They knew that he was back there, right? It's just a question of hunting him, and he get Mattis as well. This is unbelievable. It's Fear now in a 1 versus 3, and 2 of them are very low. Again, another hard round to sort of comprehend. You let go of one player, you're right, like that is such a powerful position to be able to sneak in. Could have gone heaven, could have gone really anywhere with that particular, but it was Crims that was a victim of it, and then the round just falls apart from there for Fnatic. Unable to contain it, so a 6-0 lead now for 9 Pandas is Fear, no way to get onto this bomb side, you have to assume.
And Krad is such an interesting player in the sense that obviously he gained a lot of his acclaim back in the controversial Hard Legion team going into Entropic. Then it was all Krad and Forrester, and it felt like he's playing second fiddle to Forrester consistently. Forrester was the one talked about being like this big fragger and everything, but ever since his pivot to IGLing, Krad's really taken a life of his own in sort of that tier 2 CIS scene. It feels like he can always call some of these interesting strats. A lot of his strengths come out towards, hey, making a window for a player to get map control and then letting his teammates take control. It's very antithetical to how the old school tier 2 Russian IGLs like Jerry and whatnot used to play, where it was a very self-centered approach. It's an interesting sort of second wind to his career that's been so fun to follow. Obviously, Chiron being able to sneak into heaven and get all of that control, all of the back of that nice little timing on the wall of smokes.
Fnatic. We need something else here. What is the thing that's going to dig them out of this one? Because I hope I'm wrong about Fnatic. I feel like so far everything I've said is turning out exactly this way. Flash around the corner, could incendiary grenade to slow them down, and Crims, very nicely done. That's good enough. You get a couple of kills here, you get a dink on a third player. They do run right for the Molotov. Bermilov, he's able to get the kill on the Risalt, and now it's just Chiron. 1 versus 3, good with the first headshot. Gotta be careful, because he's got the health and the time, most importantly, to try and get this job done. Oh, he does get jumped on there. Mattis peeking into it, and Chiron, you could see hard position for him to cover. So Fnatic win their first round, and you know what's just great job for Crims. Doesn't have to be complicated. A couple of kills there, nearly a triple. That's good to see. It's a start, if nothing else. I would say they need to win all the rest of the rounds here. Like, get this to a 6-6 scoreline.
Would you like fries with that, Anders?
Yeah, let's go. Put
it's
the rounds
asking
in
for
the
a
bag.
lot. Well, they need a lot. Obviously, 9Panda's own map pick has looked stellar for them so far, and they look to make sure Fnatic cannot regain any momentum. The CT side has struggled, but good to see that everyone is now formally killing people.
Yes.
Krad is up to antics again. Dalides could end up catching out a man with smokes in his hands. Fair trying to jiggle, but Dalides has taken him down. Lamef will find the opposing IGL elsewhere while Shalfie is still hunting. Crim's aggression now punished, and it's going to be a quick turn back onto the remaining man, Bermilov. Out in the open, out in the ether pretty soon.
How sick is that? You know, that's one player on 9Pandas who said, "Hey, I'm just gonna go look in towards this hut position," and he finds an opening. And look at the timing here. As soon as he does, this is really sick. Like, he gets this, he's instantly moving forward. Right? He knows I've got an opportunity right now. Nobody else is going to be covering hut because the player that I'm peeking is holding a Molotov or an incendiary in his hand to try and shut down the hut push. So as soon as I get the kill, I'm ready to go. He makes the decision instantly. It's such dynamic and responsive Counter-Strike. And again, I hate to say it, but it's so far from what Fnatic are able to do right now. I think this 9Pandas team is actually... It is so much fun to watch. Even if it's... The only thing that sucks about it is you don't know what the future looks like, right? I don't know if this 9Pandas team will even exist in 3 months, or if they're going to be, you know, roster moves or whatever else is happening. That's the only thing that's a little bit sad, because watching them play is actually sick.
Mattis, a man who's had many highlight moments in years past. It feels like right now these have been a little bit more difficult to come by. Just as rounds, I think, Fnatic, to be fair. No, but you're right. It is always one of those specters that looms, but listen, at the end of the day, this is the quarterfinals of a CCT event. These are the kinds of events that guarantee you VRS points.
Yes.
9Pandas right now are doing all right, actually, in the Valve ranking. They're number 38 in the world for that. You get to a finals of a couple of these, you win a couple of these, you're in contention for making the major. The MRQ invite is almost guaranteed, and all of these players have done pretty well for themselves in like studio lands and the like, right? So there's a world where 9Pandas are still able to flip everything around, be able to find that perfect 5, make it look oh so good, and I hope to live in that world.
Yeah, right. I mean, right now, if you throw 9Pandas into, you know, into some of these qualifiers or even into some of these tournaments, I think they could definitely upset some teams. They just have this style about them. Now, it's true to say, though, that this style does potentially have an expiration date, because again, the problem is a lot of the, you know, really sort of top tier teams are going to be able to slow down your games. It's a lot harder to do what 9 Pandas are doing right now. But Fnatic, they don't have the quality to be able to really slow down the game enough so that 9 Pandas start to feel uncomfortable, or, you know, they're not allowed to play this explosive kind of Counter-Strike. And if you can't do that, then why should they stop doing it? Like, they might as well just keep running the same idea. Like, but what's cool about this, as opposed to like some of the really early, let's say like CSGO stuff, where we also had these kind of really explosive teams, is that 9 Pandas actually, if they want to, we saw it in the earlier round where it's a 3-on-3, they can slow the game down in the middle of it. So they weirdly have a pause button that allows them to say, okay, let's just wait. And that's unbelievably hard to play against if you're Fnatic, because it's not just about endless aggression. They are a smarter opponent than that. And again, like, I've seen nothing yet that suggests that Fnatic have any way to deal with this.
Well, maybe they can prove us wrong. Bermalov, an opportunity that he's not even aware about, miss. It is Mattis who'll have to cover for Krad's push forward. Mattis, so he's found, dropping down. The timing could not be better. Still a man up top on Mustang. Now he's down below. You see that corpse falling. That's the loss you'll see of Fair in this round. Bermalov and outside, now caught between two mines. It's Blame F to flank and Bermalov to not be able to find that mini player. Krad nestles away, and as he will be maybe even thinking about the repeak, it's Bermalov who has to contend it with him behind the smoke. It'll be fading. Blame F is finding Krad, and maybe the retake is still on. I'm lying to you. Never mind. I can't believe they're saving here. This is absurd.
Yeah, I think they just, one, they're probably pretty demotivated themselves right now, but also, like, they just, unfortunately, they're pretty far away, so what a rough scenario. Nice move for the smoke outside. That's obviously incredibly well timed, as they had one player rotating towards mini, and then as soon as that kill happens, it's Fear alone on the bomb side. I think even at that point in time, you could have made a strong case that the round was pretty close to being completely lost here. Yeah, the timing for Krad is just absolutely sickening. You could just see that they are not even close to ready. So shocking stuff here. 9-1 in favor of 9 Pandas, as they... Now we're seeing another tactical time for Fnatic. It makes sense, but again, yeah, this is unfortunately super depressing. It is. I know I kind of seem like a dick if I keep talking about it, but at the same time, what else can we do? Like, we have to criticize this. It's not good enough.
One of the cool things that 9 Pandas have been doing, to just give them some flowers while we can maybe put those flowers in Fnatic's grave, is that they've been throwing this mini smoke plus yard smokes combination consistently from the start. And Krad has had teammates now go through that twice, including himself in the pistol round. That's how they recovered it. This time they don't throw it. That's one of the reasons why Mattis gets caught off guard so much, because he's not expecting a push through the standard diagonals, and then Krad finds him over there regardless. So nice little bit of training all across, but you're absolutely right, Anders. Criticism needs to be levied, and sometimes you've got to be a dick. Now, I'll let you be that. I'll be on the sidelines. I don't have your pedigree. Fnatic, I love you.
Nice. Well played, T-Time. I like it. Yeah. You know, there needs to be a balance. You know, maybe we switch for map number 2. You know, you can take a new role. You know, we'll
all right.
We'll switch it around a little bit.
I will try to embrace my phallic nature.
There we go. There we go. Well, they have the best they can do 9-3 right now is Fnatic, and I know it seems like pure copium, but that's what you have to guess. You have to tell the story in your team. It's going to be like 9-3, we win the pistol in the second half, and we're making the comeback. Like, we all know it. We've all said it before in our own games. You have to try and believe it. Hard to, however, when Dillades gets that kind of an entry, and that was it. That was the V defense. That was it.
Dude, I mean, he's so ridiculously good. It's insane. Result as well just gets a perfect flank, and now you're just wondering, you know, like, hey, you have any more of those tactical timeouts out here, guys?
Yeah, we need more of them. Krad's gonna die, but again, the bomb is already planted. You're not gonna try to do this. And if you did, and you lost the rifles, then you would have nothing for the final round anyway. So it's unfortunately gonna be another round for 9 Pandas. But yeah, I mean, it is also the fact that you know, it literally is the perfect clash, I think, of like two different teams when you just look at the energy of the team and how, you know, how much they enjoy playing Counter-Strike. Like, even if I can't hear their comms or anything, I can tell. If you watch Counter-Strike, you can tell when a team is having a decent time and kind of just enjoying the game. And yeah, that's what you're seeing with 9 Pandas right now. It's sick.
For sure, man. And the interesting thing is when you talk about like the matchups, like both of these teams are actually very closely in contention in the VRS standings as well, right? Fnatic is 37, 9 Pandas is 38. And they've both been getting success recently. You know, that's what Nexus was talking about. They do actually, Fnatic are good at taking down teams that are clearly worse than them. But the second they come up against this, you know, sort of sporadic, different style that 9 Pandas is bringing, you can see the holes in this ship, and it is sinking on Nuke. They have one more chance. One more round that they can maybe take, and Fear is the one to get aggressive, find the early kill for it. Looking for a hope and a dream, but maybe a prayer is what they need. Krad behind the smokes is hoping to penetrate them again. It's something he's done so many times. Another timing where Mattis isn't aware, but it's a second man who Krad isn't expecting.
Yeah, that was, I think, might have almost been a 4x3. So I don't think Blamef saw him the first time around that he entered the screen from our point of view, so might have been a bit of a resolution challenge there. Imagine if that's how they lost the outside fight. But it's all in the past here. And look at it. Crims on 2 kills. Mattis on 4. Again, I've been following Crims, I think, his entire career. So it's hard for me to be critical of him. But on it, we obviously have to say this is not good enough. Like, just on an individual, you're holding the ramp as well. It's a super important position. It has to work better than this. Shalfie. Gonna get the kill on Crims. Don't think it really matters. Again, it's the 12th round, so 1 versus 5 here for Shalfie. Assume they don't just give him a bunch of fights. It's gonna be absolutely fine here. So a second round for Fnatic. They do pick 1 up. You just can't really celebrate it. But you still have to try and again tell that story of the second round comeback, because they do happen, and even though it sounds like it's a bit ridiculous, you've got to find a way to get there. But yeah, what a start here for 9 Pandas. Very impressive, fun Counter-Strike to watch.
Now, Crims has gotten a kill in every round they've won. So on ESEA, he'd have sick RWS right now.
True. Okay. Yeah. That's a fair point.
You know, hit him with the skybox stats, baby.
Yeah. There's always a way with statistics to make somebody look good, right?
Yep.
You know, there always is. So yeah, that's what we use them for. We'll see how this one plays out. Second half is coming up. No delays. We've got a couple of flashbangs. I'm not seeing any defuse kits either. So, yeah, just a lot of firepower on 9 Pandas in terms of the pistols and the armor. But our retake might be very tricky.
Shalfie's going to be called to order. He wants to take that first heal, but he's caught in a difficult position. Still fights his way out. Not ready for number 2. It's Berman off to punish. Not once, but twice. 9 Pandas left with Chiron and Result, and look, if there was ever a way to get that second round wonder comeback going, this would be it. The pistol round necessary, but still not achieved.
Chiron may be missing a bit of an opportunity there. The window kind of was in the way. It's Result to take down Crims. I don't know if Chiron gets a kill out here, and he certainly will. Takes down Fear. This is suddenly, 2-on-4 into a 2 versus 2. Chiron's freebie. I don't know why you would do that. That seems so dangerous. Dooley's coming in. Blamef goes down. Burmalot's out there, and they have absolutely no respect for him. I think this is a problem again. If you're a player, if you don't command that kind of respect, then they're just gonna have no fear. They're just gonna fight you, and that could be a real problem there. But what a comeback into the round. 9 Pandas up to 11.
Brother, what the hell are Fnatic doing?
I tried to warn you guys. I tried. You know what? I hate being in this role. This is where we need like a Maui Snake or a Duncan.
Don't worry, I got you. I've got you. This is a travesty. You have full outside control. You know where Chiron is. You have information. You're not playing isolate on that duel. You're not trying to move away from it either. You're completely caught outside. So very lost. I mean, that's such a ridiculous round to lose. 4v2s can be lost, I understand, but that when you have time, you have position, you have info.
Truth is, Fnatic should be losing the RS points for this. Like, they should be subtracted from the kind of, like, they're doing damage to the Counter-Strike property by playing this way. It's unbelievable.
Just the League of Legends fan petition to get them out.
Yeah, it is actually shocking to witness. You know what's even also kind of weird? Like, I can't even tell what is happening here. You know, I wish there was a statement where they said, we are actually trying to reinvent the game of Counter-Strike. You know, we're all coming in Finnish, like we've all learned Finnish, and we're going to try and do that because we think it's the best language for Counter-Strike or something like that. Like, I just wish there was some crazy way that we could sort of say, oh, okay, listen, it's not working because they're, you know, they're building it from the ground up. You know, they're using some brand new AI that nobody knows about that, you know, is playing the game for them or something. Like, you're like, I just wish there was anything going on, but right now it just feels like there's no discernible plan. I haven't heard anything about how, you know, what are they trying to do or whatever. It just looks very, very weird and confusing, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know, man. 9 Pandas are taking advantage of a dying tiger right now. And they're making it look silly. They're making it look foolish. Doing tricks in a circus right now. Oh, jump through that ring of fire. Oh no, you're burnt. Well, 2-12 down. Fnatic have been plenty burnt by Nuke so far. This is their last chance to gain some momentum before Mirage. And at this point, that's what this game is all about. This is all about, listen, can we get to 6 rounds, 7 rounds, make it so that we have maybe something to smile about going into the map number 2? Or will the only humor and laughter be Gallows humor? It is the guillotine down on Krad's head. Matt is the one to deliver. I didn't know he had a French bone in him. He's got 2 of them, in fact, before Dalades does fight back. Now, Fair is still ahead of trade, so Fnatic have got themselves a comfortable enough round of 4 versus 2, and something tells me this one should go their way, but the bomb is not with them, actually. Never mind.
Okay. That's not bad, you know. And I think you're right. I agree. That is what this is about now. Just try and get up to a couple of more rounds. You know, like you said, you start to feel a little bit better, and you can tell a story for the team about, you know, it's a slow start or whatever. I think it's going to be a really unconvincing story because this is like the 10th time that Fnatic have been through this. So at some point, it is very hard to keep saying, oh, we'll get better, you know, soon. But hopefully they can find a way to get that up and running a little bit here. They do have the better weaponry, and we'll see how much momentum they can get before 9 Pandas do win their 13th round, because you've got to assume that, you know, like obviously if it's a full-on comeback, I'll eat all these words, but we're talking about another 9 rounds from here.
Well, right now, again, the other thing is making sure that you're winning these rounds somewhat convincingly. Oh, timing matters. Giving Krad a little bit of the business, but Krad has recognized it, calls it out as well. Shalfie, position reveal. Fair brings out the AK, but not in time. Not able to get the adjustment. Krad as well will isolate Mattis, and if disaster has ever struck harder, I wouldn't know about it.
Okay, well, they do get one. Losing a couple here. I mean, you're not wrong. Like, if they lose this round to just the MP9s and a couple of M4s, probably is one of the worst feelings. Crims, who's going to see who first here? Assault is right up there. Not thinking about that forward position just yet, but he will, and he catches the perfect timing for it. Crims even worse as he was, you know, slowly backing away. He's going to end up going down. I don't know, tea time. This is starting to look really dreadful. 30 seconds for a 2-on-4. I don't know if I believe in this.
Maybe we just put an end to their misery on Nuke over here. Bermalov, I'm sorry, buddy.
Oh.
That's not the way you wanted to go out, but it's 13-3. 9 Pandas looking absolutely fantastic. You're seeing Dalades come out with these beautiful entries. You're seeing Shelfie get all of these mid-round decisions as well. This is a great time, and 9 Pandas are hoping it's a short time as we look over towards Mirage as well. Nexus, I think you're up for this one. Let's take it away.
Alright, there's nothing here. I feel like the best comment I could make that actually has anything to say before we move on to the Fnatic is Anders mentioning Finnish is a good language for Counter-Strike. That's just out there, you know, as out there as what Fnatic were trying to do here. If you're thinking Finnish is a good language for Counter-Strike, you're kind of right, but only in the swearing part of the game. Being very tilted. That's the only good thing about the Finnish language. For Fnatic, you had one good round and that was it. That was the ramp defense where Crims initially finds 2 on the MP9. But that's not the actually interesting part of that round. It's the way that the trade was forced down by both Burmilov and Fear coming through heaven and hell at that point. The only good round Fnatic played. Besides that, it was 9 Pandas who more or less just, as T-Time also didn't mention it, condition outside, and as soon as they changed that up even a little bit, there was Krad, I think, who immediately called out Matty's falling from top of credit, and the round was just done immediately even so. They used all the round as well. This is the one I mentioned, where Fnatic have that one good hold on ramp, because they had quick rotations, they had good play on that one, but either way, after that, there was nothing. Every other round, pretty much, 75% actually, they played in a 4 versus 5 for the side of Fnatic. They lost entries and rounds to Diledes and Shalfie, pretty much. Diledes was the biggest part of this, I think. He had like 2 rounds he steals by himself alone, just walking toward the sites. One quite literally walking out of hut and finding a double entry. That was mentioned as ridiculous and something you couldn't really even, or shouldn't even do. It was just way too crazy in terms of actually how it goes that it doesn't feel real, almost. Considering we kind of did mention it, and we've been saying it all over and over again. Fnatic's not performing to the sum of their parts. And again, it's just highlighted here against the team that it comes out with a decent enough game plan. It's nothing crazy. You have outside smokes conditioning, yeah, that's fine. But beyond that, it's just aiming. It's quite literally just aiming. And 9 Pandas, they won't lose even a sweat job here. It's just that easy for them. It is the easiest game they've played in a good while, and it is looking very much like their map pick, which then sends us toward that second one. Now, that's going to be Mirage, and seen yesterday, Fnatic, I know they have that dog in them, I really do, but at the same time, you almost lost a 11-2 lead yesterday. They had that in the bag, they lost to a force buy, and we were saying, surely that's not what actually kickstarts the comeback, and guess what it was? The only reason they even closed out that game against Ecolot was because Blamef gets a ridiculous 1 versus 2 with a jumping Glock to secure 12, to get them to overtime. If not for that RNG, Fnatic lose yesterday 2-0 against Ecolot. We're looking at 9 Pandas Ecolot instead here, which probably would have been a bit more interesting, seeing just how things have been played here. So I am a little bit hesitant and scared about that second map, but if Fnatic can clean up and if they kind of perform even to a slightly similar degree than yesterday on Mirage, which I'm hopeful about, considering that's been a map that they've just been put to trial by fire, essentially, being forced to play it over and over again. It's become their second most played map, or actually the most played map. Nuke was that second most played map, so I know they have what it takes on Mirage. They've got a decent game or two on it. David beat Leo yesterday after the game against Equal 13-5, so they've got a comfortable lead going on it. They've got a 7-win streak. They have what it takes to make Mirage a good map. And I can only hope that they do show that right now as well. But if not, well, it just kind of adds on top the stresses and issues that we've been kind of pointing out potentially for Fnatic, where it just doesn't feel like they're performing to the best that they should. And sometimes that's an unlikely situation, or unfortunate situation. Also somewhat unlikely, but it is what it is. Nonetheless, that Mirage, we do hope for a better game, but it's still a map where 9 Pandas are pretty damn decent on as well. The only loss they have recently is against Ecolot on it. Before that, they've been looking pretty damn decent. They've had comfortable scorelines, you know, around 13-5 to 13-9, anywhere in between. They know ball. 9 Pandas, they know ball. Here as well, they showed that they can have one man do the difference in a round, or two in this case, with Rad and Diletus kind of working very well in tandem with outside, inside always, wherever they kind of went. So I really hope that we get to see some good Counter-Strike, but it's on to Fnatic to prove that. If not, we'll see you later. 9 Pandas, they're off to the semi-finals if Fnatic don't perform. So we'll see you guys on Mirage, see how that actually goes. So don't go too far. We'll be right back with that second map. Alright, welcome back, ladies and gents. A first map that 9 Pandas decided to dominate, and our fears for Fnatic yet to be really proven wrong. They played that game 4 versus 5, what can we say? What else can we say? Nothing.
Yeah, I don't know. Like we said, there's only so many ways to describe how terrible Fnatic look, and I you know, in the back of my mind, I wish like I'd be super wrong about the pregame, but unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. And yeah, this is just it's painful to watch. We have to laugh, otherwise we're gonna cry. You know, that's how it is.
Yeah, going into Mirage is going to be interesting though, because obviously I think one of the big changes this year to last year's Fnatic is that they put Mattis on a slightly more passive role in the A-side anchoring position rather than catwalk, and you're going to be keeping an eye out on that one, because against a team like 9 Pandas, what you might end up seeing, you know, what Dilated was doing on Nuke, it was trying to really limit test anchors, trying to go out and just see if he can out-aim him. Mattis actually does a very good job against players like that, against teams like this. So if there's going to be a win condition, it's that Mattis can hopefully make sure that there can't be early aggression, and at the very least we shouldn't see what was happening on Nuke, which is, as Anders pointed out, the round would kind of end before any respect was given. So Fnatic should at least be able to fight for respect. Can they fight for the win? I'm not going to go that far.
I mean, I'll say this. Yesterday's game against Echelon feels like a blip that should not have been. They were on a 7-win streak. They've been pretty comfortable. They've beaten real good teams on this map, so I'm hoping that this one will be different. And for the sake of Fnatic and the future of this team, and perhaps are we going to clown on them or not, I hope that they will perform better. So let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I hope so too. I'd love to see a revitalized Fnatic here. We'll try and erase our memory from that first one and just kind of like come in here with a clear mind and see what they're actually going to be doing. They're on the T side to begin with. It's a P250 in the middle, and it is a nice shot for Matters. And BlameF will go down next, and they're going to lose Matters right afterwards. So sort of relentlessly peeking back into the fight here, 9 Pandas, which is what we come to expect. They're not going to be scared to fight Fnatic at all.
Crims has a timing where he can start to pressure out onto Result as well. The question is, can he start moving back rotations? The kill is necessary. Result playing it nicely will be able to win the duel. And funnily enough, rotations are still coming over, but they're decided against this starts to move back and take control over CT, and Fnatic haven't been able to pressure fast enough. It's Burmalov and Fair, the Ukrainian duo, recently added to this team. Can they make this 2 versus 4 work with the flank that is impending?
They're going to be really careful. I actually like the idea that they're trying to go aggressive towards this position just to try and see if they can fight their way out. So they're just on the bomb side waiting, because that's never a position you want to be in. Burmalov, he's going to get the one here, but Diladez, nice shot to follow it up. And it was probably always going to be very hard. Like, that's a 2-on-4, and I think the right move is to try and push out and not just sit on the bomb site. So I think they had the right idea. Yeah, it's a close enough round that it's certainly interesting. But it will be 9 Pandas to pick it up, and obviously that's a great beginning for them onto the second map here, which is picked by Fnatic.
Of course. And where I was talking all about their CT side, their T side is going to be the one that is actually put to the task. Crims is going to be seen playing that sort of dedicated B side play fairly often, underpass and apartments lock as well. And this is where he has to make sure he has a better game than he did in Nuke, right? You cannot be a lurking player, a little bit more of a defensive style player on either one of the bomb sides and be pushed in, be punished. So we pause this discussion as we go back to an A-side hit from Fnatic and their Galils. Fair and Mattis try to scale up. The flashes are good, but Fair, while blind, will still collect on the kill.
Okay, so Matt is going down next. Bit of a shame that they couldn't put more pressure on from behind that opening. Burmalov's going to get one. It's not that bad, you know. At least they're trading evenly. 3 versus 3 is probably going to be helpful. And look at where BlameF is. He's actually holding the market already. So, assuming that they can rotate all the way back here with the bomb and everything else, they might be in a good position. I do wonder, 9 Pandas making this jump up here. If they are aware that BlameF could be that far up, or if it's something that occurs to them, then going this way would be kind of the perfect move right now. Honestly, they might be beating the timing in an absolutely ridiculous way. Ooh, he sees the gun barrel there. Going to be able to call it out. So now they have the information. They know that Diladez is down here.
They need to double swing this out with the balcony player as well. BlameF is not able to do so because Diladez has got backup. It's Result behind him who makes it so the balcony will not be a quick double peek into him. That's fantastic play out from 9 Pandas. Like you mentioned, clearly recognizing the fact that BlameF could be in that aggressive position over there, and then immediately afterwards as well protecting from the double swing. That's just so nicely played.
Yeah, that would be an interesting round to look back on and see how, how Nine Pandas, if they would have moved into the market instead and run into that Mac 10, who knows if they even can get close to retaking the bomb side, but they actually denied the bomb plant. It's going to be a third round here. Some pistols in the middle. Okay, Shalfie, but not the most rock-solid aim necessarily, but we'll get the job done anyway. And Matt is going to get caught with a knife in hand. Oh my, how did he win that fight?
I don't know, Andy. But I will ask you your opinion. You asked me about what I thought about the buys in Nuke. What do you think about the random Deagle, P250, etc. buys in a round like this one on the T side?
I mean, I think the issue is like it's hard to argue against. Maybe Deagles are. I mean, that's obviously a little bit of a bigger investment, but I guess the thing is you're just always trying to make it more dangerous and keep the pressure on. The truth is, obviously, Fnatic aren't really doing that. But in theory, the challenge should be that the CTs never really have a round of rest. Like, if you can make that happen so that every round is a bit of a struggle, like, oh, you're always losing 2 or 3 players. It's always, like, tricky, even though all they have is unarmored pistols. That is a really good position. I kind of do like it for the most part.
Domination loves his position right now, and he's got a flank out on one. Why not make it a triple? Well, maybe that's why. Blame F is on the other side. He'll stop him in just 2. Oh, no. Poor guy. He's really picking out of the bargain bin right now, while Mattis will trade away onto Shelby. Back to a 3-on-3. Fnatic have got some pretty good control over the map right now. Crims is the one to keep an eye out for, though, back in A main.
Questionable spray coming out from Mattis there. That could have gone horribly wrong. Crim's going to get shot at the back as well. He's not... Oh! He kind of was, but... Feels like if he wanted to check that, then it would have to be with a lot more commitment. Mattis is going to be going down. Again, from my point of view, it just looks at the crosshair placement, the reaction time. Like, there are just like a bunch of small things that we're seeing, even just on the individual level here for Fnatic, that's just looking very, very awkward.
I thought you were going to complete the full meme. Just like, oh, the map awareness, the aim, this.
I know. Yeah, they're doing pretty good outside of the aim and the crosshair placement and the tactics and also the teamwork and but outside of all these things, T-Time, it's actually sick.
Nice. I'm glad to hear that. No, but this is just this is just one of those kills that had to go the way of Crims, unfortunately. If you wanted to win that round, Fnatic put themselves in a very good position in the mid round. Right, like let's not make any mistake about that. But that one lost kill just causes everything to unravel. That's a late Woxic boost.
Okay. Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Okay, they are just gonna... I like this. Straightforward. Yeah, you've got an AK. Why not try? And it's on BlameF. I do like this. Try and feed him some kills. It should be doable. Bomb plant looks like it's going to be going down. They're looking to lose a couple of players. But still, I think so far so good. This is already kind of a successful round for Fnatic, right? They've got a couple of kills. They get one more here on Result and turn it into a 2-on-3. Good job so far. They are going to lose the AK, and now it's just Spermalov 1 versus 3 with the Deagle down on the ramp. He's going to go down. But you know what? I don't hate this for Fnatic. Just, decent plan. You got a couple. If you got one more kill in here, maybe it would have been a round.
Yeah, it's awkward from BlameF over there because I think he was expecting that it would be a rotation back through CT because of how long the 9 Pandas players were taking after blowing open the initial jungle stair smokes. I would imagine that's why he nestles into Under Palace and hoping for just a 1v1 with the jungle player before he takes further duels. But still, you're right. Good look. And again, Fnatic are giving us good looks. This is very different to Nuke even if the scoreline looks the same.
Hopefully they can make a breakthrough here. If they lose this round, Fnatic, we're going to be worried once again. Bermalov with a bit of a jump. That's actually kind of scary to me, to be honest. I feel like if you jump at the back behind the cart there's so many ways that you're going to die before you even touch the ground. But he did give it a bit of a shot. The bomb has dropped pretty far back. They're going to be running right through the smoke into Result, and it's a good trade. That's well worth it. They lose Mattis, but it makes it a 4-on-4. And forcing out a couple of early grenades as well for that B defense, so... I think Chiron was a bit worried that someone was going to be pushing behind it, but they have a lot of time. I do think Bermalov was spotted in the middle, so I just don't think anyone's going to be peeking him anytime soon.
Who's going to make a move over here is the question, because it can't be Bermilov. It seems like Crims is really your only option, but you're looking at him lean forward into potentially 2 players, and you're wondering, is this a fight that he's going to win? With the smoke in front of him, surely not even a fight that he can take. It's in fact 9 Pandas who are re-aggressing through into middle.
No.
Fear is disconnected. I was wondering what the plan was over there. Unfortunately, though, that does mean that
just so
Fnatic, even though they go
devastating.
1 for 1, that is a round that doesn't feel like it can fall in their favor.
Even the game of Counter-Strike don't want Fnatic to win. Well, Gaben is against them too. Krad goes down. Blamef trying to fight his way back and actually doing an insane job. I don't even know what's happening. That shouldn't be the case. Obviously, 2v3 with no time at all. And I'm Pandas. If we are going to criticize them a little bit, I think kind of falling asleep.
Oh.
Imagine if he had had that spray like a second earlier and actually stopped the bomb. That would have been the round lost. Blamef on the other side here, out in the open, bit of an off angle, and Xiaofi is not ready for it. So Blamef with a quad kill to win the round after the disconnect. That's really, it's good round for Blamef. You don't want to have to rely on it, obviously, but a good recovery.
So, we've got a disconnect, so I'll go on an interesting tangent right here for you, Anders. I think you'll enjoy this one. We have a national poet in Pakistan. He's called Allama Iqbal, and one of his very famous verses is "Khudi ko kar buland itna ki har takdeer se pehle," which basically sort of means, and I'll summarize this, is that make yourself so great that before every decision, God himself will ask you that, what do you desire?
Ooh, okay.
Is that what Blamef just did right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, fair disconnects. Gaben is saying, absolutely not. You're not supposed to win this round. And Blamef comes out, guns blazing, muscles flaring, showing them all off. 4K right there. Iqbal would be proud.
I like it. I like it a lot. Yes, that's beautiful. You have to teach me more of this stuff. I'm interested. I'm bought in. Not a Pakistani poet. One of my favorite poets is a Persian poet instead. So I do know
Which
a
one?
little bit. It's a little bit further away, obviously, but still, I'll take it. So I think Fnatic, they do need, like, if they can summon up any kind of divine intervention or anything like that, I'd search for it. I'd get the Ouija board. I'd get like any kind of thing. I would do anything right now if I was Fnatic to try and make this work, because obviously things are in a tough position at the moment. We've got grenades. We've got a straight on execute here. Let's see if they can channel something. Maybe the higher powers will come down and help them out. It's not going to be for Blamef. He does get taken down, but you know what? It's a good trade for Crims. And again, it's simple stuff. This is just a normal A execute. Everybody can do these, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. It's still a good idea. The power of it is that it is simple, and that you just need 1 kill, and then you're probably going to be good for a bomb plant. So here we go, 4 and 4 in the after plant. And if 9 Pandas lose this round, I mean, they're going to lose a lot of money behind it too.
It's going to be a straight-up brawl into CT, though. Grenades being exchanged. Fnatic, the ones to take more damage. And while they wait for flashes, 9 Panda are just going to push forward, lining up one, but it's Xiaofi with the second. Mattis transfers back over and makes sure there can't be any more questions where that came from. Nice little tertiary peek, making sure that he can get the win out there. Fnatic do make that A execute work. They obviously found some success with it before as well on that half by force by Hero AK. And although Blamef isn't able to find the entry, nice position from Crowd over there. Crims is the one who actually traded out, gets 2 kills. And maybe that was the divine intervention we needed all along.
Yeah, I'm for it. I don't think this has to be complicated. Especially because when you look at the pieces that you have on the board, somebody like a Blamef or even a Crims or whatever, you should be able to trade these kills out. It doesn't have to be difficult. Just, set it up, throw down the smokes, get a couple of flashes going over the wall, and then just trust the fact that you're going to be able to win a straight-up fight versus some of these 9 Pandas players. And if you can make the basics work, we can always talk about the more elaborate sort of, now we're faking and we're doing all this next level stuff. That's fine, but you have to be able to do this simple stuff. And so far so good. That's fine. I think if you just drop me into this game right now and you told me, it's a 5-2 in favor of 9 Pandas, what do you think about this for Fnatic? I would say, especially looking at the money, I would say, you know what, actually, this is not a bad position to be in. They can definitely make a comeback from here.
Absolutely. This is the kind of stuff that CT side nightmares are made of. 9 Panda want to make sure that they're not counting pennies. But they could still be picking pockets right here if Fnatic are not careful. He sold. And they're very lonely over here on this A bomb site, using all of his utility early on. Will Fnatic have the read of it? It looks like it's going to be another straightforward round, one where they will pull the trigger out towards a B bomb site, but will it be too late? Nine Pandas have already explored the map. They've already found out there's no one nearby, and the refresh from the connector smoke makes me think that maybe this B site will be reinforced very soon.
I hope so. Does look like it's maybe a little bit lighter in defense, and also Nine Pandas. It's fine to not have that many people close to the B bomb site, but I wish they were a little bit closer to the middle at least, just to see what was going on. Like, they have very little mid information at this point in time. This crossfire is weirdly very effective. Partly because nobody can actually Molotov this position that Xiaofi is in. Now, you can do it. People just don't know how to throw that Molotov, but it's definitely possible to land grenades down here from up in the hallways. So if they were interested, they could put some pressure on. But if they just try and jump out, there is a chance that they're going to get crossfired instead. 35 seconds. Jump out is there. That's a very strong opening kill. That's sick from Fear. I'd love to. He gets the second one too. But I would even say just getting one of those 2 kills that early is probably enough to clear the bomb site. So, well done.
This is a great round from Fnatic overall, just being called, right? They recognize that utility should be pretty low for Nine Pandas after the last few rounds where you're looking towards how many people are staying alive and whatnot. Nine Pandas are using all of their util sets early on out of the B bomb side. You don't need to overcomplicate it. Fair does not need to be trying to be a hero and be playing in through middle, trying to get an entry in through short. It's 5 men out towards apartments, and that's all you really needed. Now, Chiron is on making sure they feel sad about this duty, and he's pretty good at that, actually.
Oh yeah, just, I mean, you might as well make it expensive if you can. Blame F. Oh, that was enough. You make it that tea time. How was that?
That's so absurd. Fnatic, they thought they'd be building up their economy. They thought they'd be putting the CTs in the awkward position, but now Nine Pandas going to the next round with 2 AKs, an M4, and weapons to drop. And again, I go back to the point that obviously we haven't needed to discuss too much. This is not a team with an upper, so they don't care. Like, this is a much more robust CT side economy than you're going to see normally. So they're fine with this buy. Let's see what they can do with it.
Man, this is scary position for Fnatic. They win a couple of rounds, but that last one, you're happy you win it, but it's not a full-on celebration. You know that you've still got your backs to the wall, and if Nine Pandas win this next round, there's a very good chance that they're gonna go from 5 up to 7, and at that point, it's starting to look a little bit tricky once again. No real mid information for Nine Pandas in this round, but this time they do have this really forward position for Chiron, which I do kind of like it. So that means they can rotate more people over to the A bomb side, and that's going to be absolutely fine here. Xiaofi is going to grenade this open to take a bit of a peek. Ooh, yeah, I was going to say don't repeat it. Definitely not worth it. What? Whoa. An insane shot from BlameF. That should never be happening. I can't believe he did that.
And Veto is down crowd as well, who's playing back in Sandwich. Mattis' explosion into the site. We'll find them a second, but are they ready for number 3? Dilated, the man of many entries, is hoping to find a few in the mid-round. 40 seconds is certainly a timing where this could all go wrong, and maybe he's found it. 1 and 2 should be free, but he can't even find the first one. It's Dilated who still gets 2. Xiaofi will recover, and there's no one to pick up this bomb. Fair was in mid, they know it as well. BlameF's position known. Xiaofi has every bit of information that he needs for this clutch to materialize.
Yeah, see if he could do anything about it. 20 seconds. Oh, what a Molotov to push him forward there. They can hear the burning as well. He actually nearly gets the spray down. That might have been possible, to be honest there. But a good job for Fnatic. They get the round, and obviously that early kill for BlameF was out of this world. This is like, the first shot of the round was a ridiculous kill to pick up.
And it's really important to see how he got it as well, which is that because Nine Pandas started off 3 towards the B bomb site, I think BlameF heard them rotating back while he was playing aggressive and underpass. So he moves back over and he's relying on the idea that, hey, maybe there's a chance that they're pushing forward. Nine Pandas are the kind of team who like to do that. Let's see whether I can move back and punish. I've got plenty of time in the round to do so. And it's that sort of foresight combined with the sick aim that BlameF has always had that make him such a deadly player. This is why he's such an analyst's favorite to watch out for. This is why everyone's saying, please Fnatic, be good. Because I'll be honest, no one would care about this team if not for BlameF, other than maybe you, and obviously you've still got a soft spot for Crims out here.
Yeah, exactly. Just the bias of watching for like. Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you just said. I think that is probably one of the reasons why some analysts are excited and hopeful for the future of you know, probably any Blame F team. But man, whatever excitement you have, it's not working out right now for sure. Looks like there's going to be a bit of a timing here in the middle. Flash thrown over, and then I'm guessing they're all going to try and peek on the T side or CT side, but they actually get flashed instead. They get countered. I think they were ready to set up something here, and then instead they just get completely bombed on. That's rough, and obviously they lost the B bomb side at the same time. Oh, that's such a shame. I wish I could have seen how that worked for 9 Pandas with a flashbang, because that would have been really fun.
Listen, I just got to see 2 people at Inside Connected be completely blind for a peek as well. That's fun enough for me.
It's a really good, like, it's rare you get a flashbang that's that accurate, right? So yeah, we'll take it for sure. Not bad.
9 Pandas have been locked into a very dangerous position for this half. This could very well be Fnatic being able to strive for 7 in a position like this, and considering that this started off being 5-0, this started off with, you know, Fnatic even getting that, I think it was the first round where Blame F willed it into existence with a quad kill after fair disconnects as well. Not what you wanted to see if you are a fan of the Russian side at all.
No, definitely not. It's starting to get a little bit more curious.
Sorry, Anders, I just absolutely hate the force buy over here from 9 Pandas.
Yeah, not a big fan.
Yeah, Kyron gets punished immediately as well.
This could be the other side of it for 9 Pandas, though, and that probably is the case, that if you are playing a style where you're just, it's all confidence, it's all about trying to take the fights, you know, if you run into trouble like this, who knows if, you know, like, when is it time to sort of, you know, pull the brakes and try to play a different kind of Counter-Strike, and if they're not able to, then maybe they could run into some trouble here. But yeah, either way, the force-up definitely not working, so I think you're right to be concerned. And that gives Fnatic here a 6th round, maybe even a chance for a 7th, like a 7-5 half. That'd be very nice.
At least the farms got buffed, right? You're saving something that's a little bit better.
That's true, although I still don't trust it. But maybe that's just me. I gave up on that weapon a long time ago. So
have you accepted that you are now formally like just a Counter-Strike boomer if you don't trust the farmers?
Yeah, but I think that was sort of, I think I felt that way already in, like, you know, in 1.6. I even thought like, nah, you know, like the Galil I can play with, you know, the FAMAS is somehow, it's just too alien for me. I don't know what I'm getting out of it. I would just always rather buy a scout, even just for my own amusement, you know. It's more fun.
True.
I'm having a better time with it, you know. But I will say objectively, like, obviously when I look at the pros play, and I'm not taking my own terrible game into account, it's clear that people are very good at using it now, and they're getting a lot out of it. So yeah, it's obviously found a good spot in the game right now, I think.
What is going on over here? Interesting. So it's going to be a late window presence shown off. They have a grenade for that one? They don't. So flashbang feed forward. Kyron's going to be man number 2. Burbilov misses his shot. And with Krad getting an AWP kill elsewhere on the map, my worries for 7 are suddenly maybe not quite so worrying.
Well, that's the kind of round that they wanted to do the other round, where they got flashed instead in connector, right? They wanted to flash their way over to take these kind of fights, and it kind of proves that it would work. Blame F goes down. Just Crims. Probably nothing that he could do in this one. Again, you know, you don't really win rounds like these unless you get helped out an enormous amount by the enemy team. You know, they have to volunteer to try and fight you one at a time, and even then they're rare. So, yeah, 6-6. I mean, honestly, for Fnatic, pretty good. I think 6 rounds, you're happy with that. I think they spotted Crims. Yeah, they're all moving. They definitely know. Okay, nice start for Fnatic nonetheless.
They get 6 in a row. You can't ask for anything more than that.
Yeah, it's acceptable. You know, it's like it's just like I'm still feeling a little bit sort of, you know, nervous about what was happening in that first half. But the truth is, or in the first map, truth is though, if they keep going like this, they're going to be getting a chance at least to play a 3rd map, which
absolutely.
You know, hopefully, I kind of hope that they will, just because again, you want to see this project work out better, and you know, maybe they can warm up into this game.
A lot of that will come out of the pistol round, which is a infamously cliched saying that everyone does say, but it's true. It really is. Shalfie is going to be starting things out with Ye Old Faithful. Smoke flash, flash, baby, let's rush B.
Yeah, I like it. Let's do it. No breaks on this one. Flash not really doing anything here, unfortunately, the Crims, but he's only hitting the one headshot there. Gets traded rather quickly, and there's nobody else on the site, so the bomb is surely going to get planted. It's actually the last to go in here, so it's taking a really long time for the bomb plant, and that's going to give Fnatic more time to figure things out. Although, can't really negotiate with the Glock, unfortunately. So Result getting a couple of kills, and any chance for a retake, I think, are probably dead already.
It's insane that Result just pushes through the market window smoke because he doesn't see anyone in B. He just immediately, you know what? They're in mid window. I will take that deal. Whatever. Such a confident player. Fnatic, though, they're not confident at all. They'd rather have their Kevlar moving into the next round. I don't blame them. I really don't.
Yeah, yeah, it makes sense, right? We all love to see crazy, attempts to clutch rounds, but realistically, it's probably the better choice here. So, well done. 9 Pandas with the pistol on the second half, and it puts them a step closer. Dillades and Shalfie, look at this, 15 and 13 kills. They're doing really well right now. Chiron at 4, though, we know he can play better than this. So hopefully here on the T side, he's going to have a chance to show that. And it could be, a better position as well for 9 Pandas. And plus, like we said, the style of Counter-Strike that they play, I think is generally going to be more suited for T sides anyway. I think they are generally going to have a more fun time with it there.
I'm in full agreement with you. Fnatic are going to be going into this with the force spy. They do trust the pharmacists, and I say pharmacists because there's 2 of them. BlameF and Bermalov both will be able to pull out 1 apiece with that saved Kevlar, becoming a little bit more meta these days, but you do like to see something to enable them with. Will there be any flash plays out towards mid? That does seem to be the plan with the way they're positioned, but there's not really too many targets to take care of. Krad will connect with Mattis, but instead, it's Crims who's contested. BlameF good for 1. Crims will find the same. Make it 2, not 3. But it's enough. It's enough to make the blood rush to Anders' veins, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, still barely breathing. It's Dillades on the other side. Unfortunately, not going to be for long. It's Bermalov to manage to spray him down. That's a potentially a close round there. A couple of chances to maybe overpower them, but you know what? That's well done. Good defense. Crims absolutely landing some sickening deal shots, and Dillades, as much as he wanted to, couldn't quite get the ace there. Well, that's again, for the Fnatic fans that are out there, this is the kind of round you're really hoping for. And this is where they have a really good chance of asserting a huge amount of control in the game, right? Like, they've tied up the game now 7-7. They've got the money on their side. They've installed an AK. There's no reason they should be losing a round like this one. And assuming that they don't, they'll probably bounce all the way up to 9 rounds before 9 Pandas can really make a good buy of it. So this is a really big opportunity for them to just power on through.
Bermalov on the jump spot has to be incredibly careful. And that's why, buddy.
Oh.
Dillades finds him, takes him down, introduces him to Mr. D. Last name Eagle.
Oh, that's just absolutely brutal, isn't it? You're trying to be real careful and real sneaky with it, and it just doesn't work out, unfortunately. So, 50 seconds here. They are gearing up for a bit of a B hit. And we do have Crims here with the FAMAS. No utility at all. And I wonder if Fear is going to be able to get there in time. They don't have any smokes to block off Fear, so all they really have is this 1 flashbang. And I think they're throwing that for that little cubby position under that wallbang spot. So they're going to try and make sure that no one's holding, that close angle. Just from the looks of it as well, I think Dillades is far enough back for that to be the flash. Okay, it goes actually much, much higher than that. Doesn't do anything to that back line. So far, so good on the defense. And Crims, that's all he needed. I think that's good enough to hold the site now. 15 seconds here. Ooh, they're going to find Fear right afterwards. And look at the rest, they're very low. I might have to retract some of those words. I can't believe it. But somehow, it's going to be a bomb plant. And the health advantage actually heavily with 9 Pandas.
Mattis is going to be able to find the kill, though. No head armor on Dillades will help out with that. Leaves Shalfie alone. Obviously, Dillades and Shalfie, the players who you pointed out, have been doing fantastically well all series long, but this needs to be a big, big moment for them. Peek forward, Mattis is gone. Blame it from behind will be spotted out. Misses his first chance. Second one will go much better. You can see that sigh of relief. And he heaves immediately afterwards. Blame F will bring it back together. But boy, that was going far too wrong.
Yeah, what a scary round. But at the end of the day, we do manage to put it together. And this is an awful position for Fnatic to be in many ways, that rounds like these ends up being that scary. Like this is where I think it's worth pointing out, even if you win a round like this one, they're the kind of rounds that it's hard to celebrate. Like you're not going to be walking away from a round of this saying, yeah, let's go. You're going to be thinking, my God, like every single thing that's happening here is a struggle. No matter what's going on, it's always hard to do.
Chalfie pulls out the hero AK immediately afterwards, and he recognizes the struggle. He hopes to add more to it. Mattis is isolated on the bomb site right now. He needs to take these fights. We'll find the first. Blame F now comes in. There's plenty of backup. And that first fight was all him.
Yeah, quick round. We like that. Let's move it out the way and see if we can't get something more interesting on the table here. Fnatic Pandas, weird amount of money that they have at the moment. We'll see what they come up with, but either way, it's probably not going to be that easy to figure out. So, yeah, an AK on Result, and is that all they're going to get, the hero? All right, man, they're buying a little bit more behind it. Okay, they do want to invest more into it. Fair play, but a 9-7 scoreline. Again, I mean, it's not bad for Fnatic. It's hard for me to have a lot of deep trust in this, but they are winning some of these rounds. They are starting to take the lead. Maybe we can see a third map. I think it's on Ancient as well, so who doesn't love that? Diladez survives the first encounter here. Bermilov finds himself very much without any kind of support, which is weird. I don't know why you end up pushing that with an AWP where there's nobody there behind you either.
Fair is trying to hand out for Crad, reveals his position as he does so. I have also noticed Crims is on the A-bomb site right now. It's interesting.
Yeah.
And Fnatic
switch up.
Yeah, and Fnatic are really just going to end up heavily reinforcing B. The problem is that if Mattis goes down over here, you reveal the fact that it's a B lean on the CT side, because Mattis doesn't like to play over here normally. This could just be a connector hit that fully isolates out Crims from the duel. MP9 coming in from main is never fun, so Mattis has to repeat back in the middle.
Nice shot. Fear goes down. Mattis wants to push on up. He's going to get the first one there, and if not for the flashbang, to be honest, there might have been a chance that he could have swung really wide and just sprayed them all down. It looked like that was what was being set up for. Chalfie's moving forward. He's not quite sure where they are, so he's taking a bit of time once again to get that bomb planted. But Crims and BlameF, question is if they can even afford to really go for this. They do have a kit on BlameF, so I guess if Crims moves in and finds this kill on Chiron, there is a way to do it. Like, it's a 2v2. They might want to move a bit closer. It is the AWP picked up here on Crims. Okay, he's taking an even deeper look. So you can see BlameF is not committed to anything. I think probably the logic here was to see what can Crims do. He finds one. I guess that wasn't enough. Maybe he finds a quick second one. Then they immediately pounce on it. But it will be the round for 9 Pandas here. It's going to be a 9-8. And, oh no, that's the AWP gone. If you already made the call to save, I feel like it's better to walk away from that one.
Oh, this is disastrous, especially when you consider the last few rounds where they've been losing so many players in positions where they probably should have won it. You see the CT economy is still good enough to pull together a buy, but it will be just slightly worse in terms of utility over here as well. Very curious round from Fnatic over there, actually, because They see the player outside of apartments, and then they feel like they have to get information in mid, but instead of doing like sort of the boost from behind the bricks to peek out over towards short, they actually boost onto the bricks, lose a player immediately when they know there is going to be mid presence, considering A is basically cleared out by Crims. So yeah, kind of awkward, but still, they are in a position where this is the round that basically decides the fate of the game. If you win it from Fnatic, 9 Pandas will have their money pushed back down to naught. They also are on Galil's heavily in this one. But if 9 Pandas wins this, Fnatic are on $1,900 loss bonus with nothing to speak of.
Yeah, I think that's definitely right. Crims playing a dangerous game. Yeah, slightly. gets more fire added to the pool here, but they can just fall back and play it a bit safe here. Shalfie taking a fair bit of damage at top mid. We'll throw back the bomb. Okay, it's a lot of time wasted for 9 Pandas, right? So Fnatic so far, even though they haven't really got any kills yet, at least they're winning on that front. 50 seconds here. It's going to be what looks like an A split. They've got a guy in Palace now mid for Chiron, and the rest are going to be going up the ramp. So this could be pretty good, honestly, for them. If they get one good opening kill here, it might be on.
Bermelov's in the perfect position over here to intercept. Dalidas gets taken down. That's Mr. Danger already away, and the bomb is inside the site. Isolated out. Fair gone. Matt is dinked, but not taken down. And with Bermelov still not flashed off, this is very poor timing from 9 Pandas to be hitting the execute. Maybe Krad can beat the clock, though. And the clock is very much his enemy. Mattis as well. Crims comes through, puts Result to bed, and the round will be as well. Fnatic finding winning ways.
Yeah, huge. Very good defense. Like we said, it's going to be one of the most pivotal rounds off Mirage here because it does put Fnatic in a driving position here. It's going to be 10-8, and they are denying pretty much everything. It's a good defense being set up, and split not quite working out.
Look at the timing on these flashes. This is so ridiculous.
You're right. Like it's actually funny. You could see it in the replay, right? Yeah. Ooh, did it? Krad, is he okay? Are we all right? They're all jumping around. I'm not sure what he's doing, but he's certainly not playing the game any longer.
Existence round?
It could be, yeah. Maybe it is just a bit of a conversation. Just trying to figure out what's next. But, yeah, tough position to be in here for 9 Pandas. And maybe it just will require Ancient to settle the matter. But yeah, again, we should give a little bit of credit to Fnatic just because we've been so harsh on them. And, you know, this is definitely a big improvement. And it's nice to see that they're turning it around. Like, Blameth with 16, Bermelov with 13, Crims on 12, and Mattis too. Like, that's a worlds apart from what we saw on Nuke.
Yeah, it's respectful. Absolutely. And have there been missteps? Sure, but we don't care as long as the destination is reached. And destination is 13 for Fnatic. Why don't we take this chance for you to tell me about your Persian point? Oh, actually, it isn't a disconnect. Never mind. We're not talking about that.
They are back instead. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean it's kind of you know it's kind of obscure anyway, isn't it? So but yeah, maybe in the future I'll try and see. There are a lot of different translations. Obviously, I can't read Persian, unfortunately. So you know I have to go with some of the different translations. Okay, some kills in the middle. It's going to be a second one from Shalfie. Funnily enough, these kills actually can go on to make a really big difference here. I think a third one would absolutely be it. And Bermelov, I think, is right to disconnect from that fight. It is not worth it. Time is going to be running out, so Shalfie, he'll have the M4. I think Crims actually wanted to chase him, but not going to be allowed to. All right, well, it's a guy called Omar Khayyam, if you heard about this guy. But,
yeah, I think I have, actually.
Okay, well, he wrote something called the Rubaiyat, which I'm probably butchering the pronunciation of, but so it's an interesting, you know, it's interesting. Like, it's pretty long, but I would recommend it for if anyone. If you guys were sat here thinking, you know what, I love Counter-Strike, but I'm also in the market for Persian poetry, then you've somehow found the right stream, you know. It's the weird intersect that you weren't expecting.
There you go. I think it's pronounced Rubaiyat.
There we go. Nice.
Yeah.
Perfect. I love it. Yeah, that's exactly what I needed. Okay, Chiron's here.
Oh,
it's Kran actually, sorry. Yeah, that position, I think that angle taken, it could not have been any better. Gonna get that kill. Fear, he did see him just a slip of his feet there, jumping into the window, and that'll be enough. So 4 and 3 on this one. Bomb is in the middle. Looks like they do want to end up at the B bomb site, which it could be dangerous. If they get the one kill here, because they have a player still at top connector 9 Pandas that they can use to stop any rotation, so in theory, if they can overpower the B defense, it might work out.
Chiron. Now, this is... What? Sorry, we are getting word that this is potentially a technical timeout, but I'm not sure whether the round will still be counted. I think it should be counted because Crad probably got the kill earlier on. So we're going to continue on. It's all about that bomb in short right now, Anders, isn't it? Because you can't really proceed forward without feeling like you want to take that initial duel. Waiting for Fair to be taking contact, but the bomb's been dropped, and with that, the round might be gone. 2 versus 3, now 1 versus 2. Crad is one who opened this round, and he wants to be the one to close it as well. Put on his best lane map impression. Molotov out towards short, waits for the peak to come through, but Mattis has read it well. Moving back over, he will get the bomb plant.
Yeah, nice that he picked up the Molotov just to try and buy himself a little bit more time. By the way, he would be having to try and get an ace in this one. He's got the first 3 kills. Is it doable? Absolutely. We'll see if he can actually find a way. Unfortunately, he does get to look just the wrong way at the wrong time there. Ends up going down. So we are going to be seeing Fnatic up to 12 rounds after this one. Third map looking very likely at the moment. We'll see if we have every player back on the server once we're done here. But yeah, that's a nice little lead building here for the Fnatic side.
12 and 8 Fnatic. They are going to be put into a position that maybe they themselves did not believe they'd find after Nuke.
Yeah,
I certainly didn't.
Nope, I had 0 faith. I'm going to be honest. I just didn't look like there was any chance. But you know, so much the more interesting that they are actually managing to find a way here. There was a little bit of typing back and forth. It does look like everyone's on the server, so maybe just, you know, last couple of adjustments and we'll be good to go. I'm curious to see what Ancient is going to be like, assuming that we do get a third map, which again is looking more likely than ever at the moment. So very, very interested to see how it could play out. If this is, you know, something more serious for Fnatic, if there is actually something interesting happening here, or if it's just sort of like a, you know, we're getting a bit, but it's not going to last. I hope that this is, you know, a slow start on the first map. They wake up for the second map and they kind of keep going into the third map. I want to see some consistency on that front. I think that'd be very nice.
Nine Pandas would like to break that consistency. Nine Panda would like to make sure the third map isn't even seen. Overtime is their requisite destination. I don't know if the flight goes that far, but Chiron is certainly hoping to give them wings. Fair to fall.
Yeah, nicely done. The only problem is the bomb is miles away. Guys, you're going to have the bomb side. You get the kill on Crims. Still nobody has the bomb.
Just kill them.
This is so silly. They're going to get the kill on Result, but now you get Crad. He has to backtrack all the way here. Just knife out, which by the way is also crazy. There could be somebody here. You don't know if anyone's pushed Palace in T-spawn. So having to run back that far, knife out, just to kind of pick it up, and confusing for Fnatic as well. They're like, you guys have already won the round. Why are you not planting the bomb yet? But the answer is they didn't have them. So,
guys, they're hunting us. Be careful.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't lose guns. This is one of the things Fair does actually do very often. And funnily enough, I was just, you know, looking up Fnatic on the 2D demo viewer on the CT side of Mirage before this one, and I saw that Fair really likes to throw that smoke around that 130, 125 mark and just climb up on the signboards very consistently. It's something that I'm surprised isn't punished more, but he does play very deep into short, even if he isn't on the signboard. He just plays deep into short around this time, almost always. So you do see Crim sometimes left on the island, but obviously you're relying on his veterancy and the like to be able to bail him out. Unfortunately, this time, both of those situations are punished, and that's all the 9 Pandas needed to win the round.
Looking to take this one into overtime now with, you know, 3 in a row from now. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of doable, though. Money for Fnatic obviously not going to be great if they start losing more rounds, and there is a path here to get the job done, which again, I think would be very, very painful news for the Fnatic side, just because of, you know, do they really have the energy to make sure that they can actually do this? I would you know, lean towards doubting that, but we'll see if it gets that far. Right now, they do have some weapons on board. Blame if doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
They also have tactical timeouts, so there we go. Let's see what they do with it.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad time to have that last conversation. You know, how do we get this over the line? how do we make sure that we can actually work it? We've seen a little bit of aggression on the Fnatic side. I'd love to see some more tricks, you know. I know maybe it requires a little bit more than they have at the moment, but it'd be sick to see them try and have a more coordinated push here in some fashion. You know, maybe like a 3-man mid push or something interesting to kind of throw 9 Pandas off. This is a great start, though. Brad not expecting Bermilov in that position, and he just goes straight down.
Very nice. Now, this is also where I keep... Obviously, we have full information of the map, right? I keep thinking, oh my god, Crimson alone, Crimson alone. You've got 3 people in apartments, just push the smoke. But that's why he's used all of that utility early on as well. Smoke Incendiary already expended, now takes the anti-flash position back towards Bench, just looking down the short in case there's anyone peeking through late round. 9 Pandas are going for a very straightforward execute. They've got a Molotov for the back of the bomb site. That's going to be disrupting Fair as well. And as Delades goes in, he's hoping for a few more of those magical entries. Instead, it's trades, and Blame F is going to be sidelined as well. Not expecting Chiron to re-peak, while Fair will be cordoned off into isolated duels, and he keeps on winning. Fnatic take it away on Mirage. They bring it up to 13.
It's not bad at all. Very impressive work here. It's a huge return from Nuke, which looked really miserable. But this is their map pick, and they do a much better job. So that's exciting to see. We'll see if they do the same on Ancient for a third map. It's coming up after this. But first, we've got Nexus breaking some of this down for us.
All right. To all of you who wanted Fnatic to win this one, I'm very happy for you. I 5-0 for 9 Pandas when they had that initial lead. I said it was done. I really thought that would have been it. Delades had an insane start at the first half alone. Has 5 multi-kills. He goes like back-to-back 2k, 2k, 3k to start things off. It looks so damn good for 9 Pandas. And then suddenly it's Fnatic who has kind of come back into the game. You have some mistakes still to be done, yeah, but as soon as Blame F puts up that first 4k, Fnatic don't really look back. They instead take this game by storm. They start playing really damn well. But you have still a couple of very close calls, to the point that this game could have been a completely different sort of story as well. One of those things, of course, being where Fnatic lose their economy almost completely when they're trying to exit from the B apartments. You have these situations where the game could have been completely different. Blame F here, his 4k, Fear disconnected as well, keep that in mind, so, you know, play that as a 4vs4 from there on out. You have a couple of very close calls, but very effective D-side coming out from Fnatic, which yesterday, when you compare against Eclot, that's where they struggled. They put up more rounds in overtime than they actually put in regulation for those D-side rounds itself, which is insanity. And here as well today, that instead, they gotta show a little bit of a different side of them. They play a very good game to come back into it. You have everyone getting active as the game kind of continues to go on. And as pointed out as well a little bit, like Nita mentioned, you have these rounds and situations as well where it is just one alone. You have gambles for Fnatic almost as well to set themselves up in better positions. Grim's offer to play alone toward the B side. Sometimes you had him play toward the A side at the start of this game as well. It's Fnatic played a very dynamic setup that kind of goes from what they used to, or what sort of setups and positions they played before as well, where you do now have Matties on the A side as well. They've shifted around, so everyone kind of does know where to play and how to play these situations and positions, even if it's not the normal one that they've been to. But as the game continues to go here, Fnatic the second half, it looks pretty damn good. Fear and Crims, they play a very, very damn good game. But the man at the hour, the one who actually did conquer the Delades in this one is still Blame F. Even if Fnatic still have a couple of issues nonetheless. But they play a good game. That's exactly what we wanted. They have, again, another close round exactly like this, where Blame F's pretty much 1 HP here. One bullet hits him, he's dead. Another changing point of the game. This is an insane round for Bermilov. Goes alone in mid, I don't know what that was all about. You have so many situations where Fnatic nearly lose control of the game, but they hang on by the smallest of margins, and 9 Pandas just didn't really get into the game. Not again. Again, it's different situations. Everyone gets wiped out here. You have 2 times where Fnatic are at the point of being completely spent with their economy. And both times they still bounce back. They still retain this sort of game, coming back stronger in the next one. So insanely impressive for Fnatic to actually hang on to this, just barely. If one of these rounds goes the other way, I still do very much think so. 9 Pandas do take this one as a 2-0. But unfortunately for them, this T side, it left a little bit lacking, right? CT side, first half, you had the initial rounds being delivered, I'd say, mostly by Diledes. Still kept that up for that second half as well. You have good moments, Crowd with the near ace here as well. But they just kind of lacked that extra 5 to 10% when it came to the rest of 9 Pandas, unfortunately, for this one. So, you've got something here for 9 Pandas that did show weakness, but one thing that still keeps up for Fnatic, which is the fact that they still keep up their win streak on Mirage. It was 7, now it's 8. They've still continued dominating on this one after their initial struggles on the map. And for Fnatic, good asides for the future, Mirage still proves to be pretty damn decent for them. And turning our sights toward Ancient. This I don't really know enough about. And that's my biggest issue, because it's been a bit up and down for Fnatic. For 9 Pandas as well, maybe not the absolute greatest, so this definitely could be a little bit scrappy. And for that sake as well, I do hope that one team at least cleans up their act, right? 9 Pandas, they just be heroic on this in overtime, 16-14, sure. But there's not really any consistency for either team on this map, which currently is a bit of an issue, and 9 Pandas, overall, their CT sides could be cleaner as well, which is another thing to note. Exact same thing for Fnatic as well, by the way, because their CT side on Ancient, as we're going to go into it, I'm sure it'll be mentioned, but those are really damn weak, about 38% win rates, and they played this map more than once or twice. They've got 13 reps under their belt. That's not a good result if you look at a CT side on Ancient, really ever. Even if you want to narrow that down to just the last month, that's still 40%. They have had issues. And, I mean, sure, you can maybe say that could be the entirety of Fnatic as well, to summarize. They've had issues for the moment. So, to me, that pistol and knife round probably will matter a lot for this second or third and final map for the series here. But we could just as well say the individuals will matter. And for this, or for that sake as well, Fnatic, they obviously have their individuals waking up a little bit. Blame F, Burnmilov toward the end powers up a little bit as well. So I hope that Fnatic will keep up. This is just a prelude. We've been saying it. We hope that we get to see the team actually play a good brand of Counter-Strike. Then all the concerns we have for them are just that, concerns. Not reasons to start dissing the team all too much, but for now, I'm not all too convinced about that Ancient. Obviously, they can still change that and decide how they want to play it. Maybe today they'll show us a good CT half, show us a good game nonetheless, but we are going to hop over toward that third map of Ancient. You know, in a little bit, we've got a couple more minutes to take over here with the break, so don't go too far. We will be right back, and we'll see who takes this series, who gets their spot in the semi-finals, so don't go too far. We'll see you in a bit. Alright, hello and welcome back. We got one more map to go here. Fnatic, we asked them to step it up, and that they did. And thankfully they did, because we don't want a cloud on this team. It's just an unfortunate thing that currently we kind of do, but they gotta step it up, they did. Now headed toward that Ancient, which I do have fears of. No puns intended. Because Fnatic's, their CT sides just have not been great at all. And I really am worried. I don't know about you guys.
I think the question is, will Delita still continue to be the demon that he has been, right? Will Shalfie still continue to be the mid-round monster that he has been? And if the answer to that is yes, then obviously eyebrows will still be raised from Fnatic. Questions will still be asked, and realistically, there's probably, you know, boss Sam Matthews sitting in a corner somewhere in an office being like, oh no, what's coming my way? But fortunately for them, they had a performance from Lame F, they had a performance from Fear as well in a lot of those situations, and some interesting calls on the CT side of Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna take a lot for me to forget about some of the Fnatic performances, but I am glad that they played better. Like, I think we should give them credit when they are improving, and that's definitely nice. But you know, that feeling in the back of your mind, it doesn't just go away immediately. If they turn out to be playing better on this, then I'm happy to say, yeah, maybe, you know, you start on your opponent's map pick, you don't have the best start. It's kind of a, you know, you don't get warmed up quick enough. Like, I'm happy to tell that story. I think that's absolutely fine. But if they don't, if they go into the third map and it just all falls apart again, it's gonna be a rough day for them, isn't it?
Yes, it will. But while we are getting word that the game is live, Knife Round's been played, I said I will place a little bit of you know, effort on that Knife Round and who wins, who gets to start which side. So let's find out together, shall we?
Ooh, suspense.
Ooh, okay.
It will be Fnatic starting off of the T side, so I'm assuming they won the Knife Round.
Yeah, I think that does make sense. We'll see if they can actually put something together here. We've got 2 smokes, 1 Molotov, 2 flashbangs. Going to be very, very heavy on the execute, and we'll see. 9 Pandas, they already know. They've seen enough that they feel like this is going to be a V attack, so pretty quick rotation. They're already almost 5 people at the bomb site, which is actually pretty sick. Crad here, going to get pushed into, but he takes 2 of them down already. They're pushing down the B ramp on the other side. This is such a great counter. Yeah, absolutely rocked here, our Fnatic. It's just Blame F left in a 1 versus 4. They knew everything they needed to. I don't exactly know how, but 9 Pandas, once they saw nobody in middle and nobody in the hallways, they just immediately all rotated to the B bomb site. They already had 3 people there, and they were just to go. That is really sick.
That was the one opportunity that maybe Blame F had over there to maybe claw back something in this round, but now with 3 players spotted out, all trying to gun him down, jumping across, hearing the reload. The knife denied, I suppose, but maybe more by accident than anything else. Cool round from 9 Pandas. One of the things that you have to respect about them is that they have a giant red button in the middle of their boot camp. If they had a boot camp, figuratively speaking. And anyone can press it, and the second it gets pressed, everyone commits hard. This is not a team which second guesses themselves. This is not a team that says, oh, are you sure? Oh, maybe I should wait. Oh, maybe there's a... No. There's a call, I'm picking up the phone, and sometimes that doesn't work, right? We saw in Mirage a couple of times where that didn't work. But when it does, it is fierce.
I think that's really... Yeah, I agree, and that is something that I think is kind of underestimated for a lot of teams. You can see it in certain teams where, yeah, they just go for it, and there's no hesitation or anything. I love that too, and I agree. 9 Pandas, that is a really, really big strength. So good defense here. No bomb plant being allowed for. They lose 1 player in result. That's not a problem. They're gonna be okay with it. But also from Fnatic's point of view, fine. You get that round out of the way, get it gone quickly, and then let's move into the next one here, which is going to be the 3rd round, where Fnatic will have some more rifles to play with. I'm super curious about the mid attacks here for Fnatic. There are a lot of protocols that people know how to do, and I'm just going to be seeing if Fnatic are, you know, up to date with those at the moment, or if they're playing an older version of the... Already I could see Fierce ready to flash on over, so, you know, they've got that set up if they wanted to. Now Blame F isn't quite going to go for it yet. Okay, here we go. He blows open the smoke. Flashes are coming in from Fear in T-spawn, so I like it. He hasn't found anyone yet, but it's kind of the right move.
Matt is caught out with a Molotov in his hand, but manages to stay alive. Now, this could still be an isolate. You can see Crad trying to initiate a little bit more presence. A flashbang or a smoke, and could just be well on his way through. Matt is down to 23. Nine Pandas will vacate middle as well. They've got full information courtesy of Chiron, and they start to prop up for a 3-0-2 setup. Obviously, you still do have Crad nearby to be able to peek back in if there is going to be a late round retake attempt made by Fnatic.
So far, they've been denied quite a bit here towards the middle. They are finally going to start to get there, and I mean, one way you can usually get middle on the T side anyway is by waiting, because the CTs, when they run out of grenades, they typically don't stay around forever.
Results on the flank, Anders.
Yeah, you're right about that. That is a huge position. He takes the first kill right away. I mean, you could argue maybe he could try and set up for more than that. Gets fear as well. I was gonna say, I don't really hate it necessarily. You're still doing a lot by just being alive back there. And sometimes when you try and overplay your hand and you try and set up for those multi-kills, that's when you actually do get killed suddenly and you're just not ready for it here. Matis is already low. And Bermilov and Blamef, they're at the A-bomb side. Now, weirdly, they actually can't get the bomb plant here. So there might be a way. Result goes down. This is a winnable round again.
It all comes down to patience, whether you take the fights early or not. Bermilov will have a 1 versus 1 into Donut. This is ideal time to strike, and a Shalfi's shadow will be shown off. It is his head that is taken off. Crad is next on the list of victims. And despite looking like a lost round with Resol's push, it's now up to Dalades to be a hero. And Bermilov makes a crossover, damage into him as well. This could be a lost round regardless, and it will be. Dalades even moves back, recovers the AK and the kit, and he'll have time to go for the defuse, easy peasy.
Wow, okay, I think without the kit, he might have been in a little bit of trouble. I'm not actually sure, but yeah, with the kit as well, that's really well done. Ice cold from Dalades, that's a hard clutch to win. There's a lot of conversation, I guess, to be had about should that have been that close, but honestly, Fnatic just found some really incredible timing and the path to that A-bomb site from that 2-on-4, and they managed to nearly turn it around. So very, very close. That's the kind of round. If Fnatic lost more rounds like this, I would say, okay, that's pretty good, you know. You can probably win some of these rounds. You can certainly celebrate it if you're on Fnatic, because even if you lost it, you still got to think, well, okay, we got flanked in the middle, we had almost no chance to do anything, and we nearly won the round. And we did a lot of damage to 9 Pandas' economy, so I'm okay with losing rounds like that. Let's see if they can find some more strength in these upcoming rounds. Round number 4 is in. Going to be attacked towards the B bomb site. Just a straight kill onto Crad in the corner. Chiron's hiding, but they are going to be... Oh, it takes a minute there, but they should be able to trade Dalades out, no problem. Unfortunately, Shalfi was already in position, so... still, I must say, this is not bad for Fnatic. We'll see what Crims could do on his own.
Saw some Deagle magic from him in Mirage. This is a slightly different position, and as he starts to fade back over, it is fading away and fading out. 9 Pandas, once again, do not keep too many players alive, but they will be able to win the round regardless. 2 on the board is not the worst, and Fnatic will be right back into sort of buying territory. Sure, the good thing for Fnatic is that it's very similar to Mirage, where 9 Pandas was always on the cusp of having their money reset and falling into these overarching force buy habits that were what ended up punishing them. So Fnatic will still have that window, but as much as you highlighted middle, Anders, for me, the spotlight has to be shown onto Matis out towards the B bomb side. He is 0-4 right now. He is such an incredibly important player, and as an aggressive player who's forced to lurk, it's Blamef, in fact, right now in middle, as I'm going to be distracted by the kill. Chiron taken down. Matis has to find a lot, and this is his chance.
Careful now. Nearly gets spammed down through the smoke, and that would have been a bad end to the whole thing, but looks like they want to put some pressure on the A-bomb site. There is nobody defending it. Closest by is Result, who's playing in that donut position. If he can come back and do some damage, sure, that's fine, and might be able to because they're walking up on him. I don't hate it for Fnatic. They were trying to do this silently without throwing any grenades. It's not a bad idea. Unfortunately, this time it does get them killed. Result going to be going down to Matis. I'm not sure why, because I feel like Result actually had the jump on him there. Going to be another interesting 2v3. Again, very winnable here for Fnatic in the afterplant. Bermilov fighting now on his own. Dalades gets that one. Coming for the smoke, and it's Crad to take the kill. And it's another very, very close round. That's 3 in a row or something like that for Fnatic that they end up losing, where it's been down to this kind of 1v2 situation. It's doing so much damage to the economy on the CT side, but unfortunately for Fnatic, of course, they're just not quite winning the rounds. But they should obviously be able to keep up the pressure here and just keep buying.
mean, it's a 5 versus 4 where they have full control out towards Cheetah as well. Maybe they just misread it because obviously, you know, you do have the 2 smokes being thrown, or maybe even 3 smokes being thrown into Cheetah from 9 Pandas, so potentially just not having the greatest call over there. But then peeking like that into Resol, not being able to get the refrag, Bermalov not committing to the second swing after Crims has died, that really is what ends up costing them. It takes too much time. Mattis can be flanked as well. Now Chiron in middle is not going to be taking the contest. He lost it out in the last round, does not want to be tempting fate too much.
Good mid fight here though for Fnatic. If you can get mid control, there's just such a bigger playbook that opens when you're playing Ancient. Whereas if you're on the T side and you're struggling to do that, then a lot of things are going to be denied to you pretty early on. Shelfie though, this walk down is unbelievably risky. But if he can keep going like this, I mean, he might be able to help out Krad. Unfortunately, it's going to be a second too late there. Krad goes down, and Shelfie, because he wanted to avenge that kill, he gets shot in the back by Blamef, who was lurking around this mid position. So, a couple of great early kills here for Fnatic. And I feel like 9 Pandas, I'd probably put everybody in one bomb site. Just all go B or A. I don't really care which, but just staying split up is probably not the way to do it. Nice wallbang, too.
Does have a chance of a head to pick up 2, and he will! Beautiful frags! HP is completely irrelevant. Still a disadvantage for 9 Pandas, now extended as Blamef's flank will find him 2. That is 3 kills for him in this round, 2 of them on the players who turn around. His grasp on timings really is impeccable, the T side of Ancient.
Yeah, and that's one of those things that really historically has made Blamef such a scary player, is that he's, you know, hard to find, very elusive, very hard to play in clutch situations as well. So not surprised to see Blamef come up with kills like these. 5-1. And Fnatic, now they can start to build on all of the damage that they did earlier on, right? It sort of all comes back now. They can reap what they've been sowing in a positive sense, and that's really huge here. There's a good chance here this game is right back on. From Fnatic's point of view, I know it looks dire. It's a 5-0 situation. You're thinking, oh no, this has all gone horribly wrong, but not necessarily so.
Yeah, I saw Mirage.
Yeah, exactly.
Could be a lot more of the same. Look at where Blamef is.
Yeah, just deep in enemy territory, or at least about to be.
My friend, you are not doing any favors to yourself about your reputation on the ecos.
Well, listen, he's got to make a living somehow, you know? Get the stats up, keep them up. Oh, wow. It seemed like Mats is setting up for such a long time where nothing happened. That's actually a dink as well on Fear. They should still be able to recover this, but it's a bit scary. And look at Chiron pushing out from that A hallway. So there's a chance that he could catch somebody like Fear. Oh, he's going to go back instead. Okay. I like this position. If he can sneak in at the right time now. It's Blamef, like you mentioned already. He was in the red room earlier when we talked about it. Now, hanging around in CT spawn for a free kill. And that might just be the end of the round, unfortunately. That's a shame. I almost would have loved to have seen 9 Pandas try to go for this more, but I guess they're going to try and see if they can pick up the rifles down here and just, keep those alive.
Even damage onto Fnatic is incredibly valuable over here. But obviously 3 rifles taken forward, even more so on the CT side. What more do you ever want?
Yeah, I mean, if they can keep all 3 alive, that's going to be huge for them.
Yeah, Fnatic don't want to contest this.
Yeah, but I mean, he's going to die to the bomb, right? Feel like?
Is he? No.
Maybe not.
You
Not
HP.
Yeah, sorry. I was... my eyes just... Never mind. My brain went...
It's all good.
It went offline for a second. It's good. It's back. More importantly, is Twitter back? It was down earlier in the day. It is back.
More importantly, I cannot believe you just said it's more important that your brain is down or Twitter is down. And have some self-respect, goddammit.
Listen, we're in 2025. No, I actually don't spend any time on Twitter. I think it's the worst place in the world right now. I just, every time I go on, I immediately regret it. So, but it was, I wanted to tweet that we were doing games earlier, and I couldn't because the site went offline. So, but yeah, brain probably, at least for the minute until AI really comes online, I still appreciate the brain pod,
It's true. It's nice for a while.
5-2. This is again, secretly could be a bit of a dangerous position here for 9 Pandas to be in. Even if 5 rounds is pretty decent, won't rule out that Fnatic can make a bit of a swift comeback into this game. They did steal an AK, and that's nice. Actually, 2 AKs. We'll see if they can make something of it. But sneakily, I am a little bit optimistic about Fnatic's position at the moment.
I would love to see another B lane crunch out from 9 Pandas and not go for the early mid fight in the same way that they have been so far. They just look to isolate another duel, maybe not give the man with the hot hand a chance to spank your bottom. That is Blame F, of course. Double donut, in fact, to start things off, and Fnatic decided to turn their hands elsewhere. The B bomb site is where maybe they're a little bit more curious. They'll leave Blame F to lurk in A.
That's a very interesting defense. You have one player on B, and that player isn't even looking towards the ramp. I hate absolutely everything about this Crad. Oh my god, he's going to find that he doesn't get the lineup. I don't even know why. So many questions about this round. I don't know why he's alone. But once he showed up at that spot, I feel like the double kill was just right there for the taking. He might have just been so surprised that he just didn't even think about what he was doing. Insanely weird round that we're watching right now in so many different ways. Result going to be going down. It's BlameF lurking around the other side of the map, and that means they just can't really go for this retake. But the problem is they might even be able to escape either. Crims certainly going to catch this kill on Chiron, and yeah, they're hunting them down. One of the more bizarre rounds of Ancient I've seen in a minute here.
I mean, you can see where 9 Pandas are just so scared of that mid-side bush, right? They try and fight into it with double donuts. They're hoping for a wide swing if BlameF is going to be alone. And then what they're relying on the B bomb side is the fact that Mattis hasn't actually gotten aggressive a single time. And this is something that I'm actually quite critical of in general for Fnatic, right? It does feel like in 2025, Mattis' aggression has been curbed. But when Fnatic recognize that, it's a great call from Fair after all the training out towards middle. They rerun back towards the B bomb side, and they're able to find that timing window. Crad was only ever concerned about Cheetah because, like I said, it's only ever been one player outside of the pistol round coming over to the B bomb site. Even then, it could have gone disastrously wrong. If Bermilov dies there, you probably lose that round.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. Here we go. Aggression pushing out, trying to see if they can take the fight. Both directions, really. Shalfie. He's reloading, and Mats he's biting on that. He's thinking that's got to be it. You know, I'm hearing that. I know he's used most of the bullets. I'm going for it. Doesn't really work out. Vermilov spray is actually really good. He hits the headshot on Crowd as well. He should have been dead 10 different times, but that is really well done. Not with the AWP this time, but you know, we'll take it anyway. And a 1 versus 2 for Shalfie.
Would you argue that is inhuman spray action?
It's not, you know, we could almost go that far. I feel like if you just kept on spraying and hit all of them, maybe that would have been it, you know? Not necessarily, it's not a bad twist.
I don't think there's a kit anywhere nearby. Of course, 9 Pandas not buying into this one, so Shalfie is going to have to go for this the old classic way. 1-on-2, needs to get both kills and Raw Dog to defuse, never fun. But maybe that first flank can be coming out in his favor. Fair nestles away back towards Temple. Bermilov does not want any part of this fight at all. It'll be 2 1v1s, and that is at least a big advantage, but the shadow will be what gives him up. Fair starts shooting before Shalfie's body's even shown. And you've got Fnatic with another one.
Yeah, again, I think they're capitalizing in a really nice way. This is really good to see. In a way, it's what I would expect as like a baseline level for a team like Fnatic, but they keep fighting through some of the early losses. They know that they keep doing enough damage. It doesn't really matter if they go down 5 rounds. Like, it's not that important as long as they're doing the damage. And then when they get the opportunity, they bounce back, and now they are, you know, they're up to a 5-4 scoreline with the pressure in some ways, you know, still being a little bit on the 9 Pandas team to not lose any more rounds or try and get back into this half a little bit more, which again, if they lose this one, they're going to be out of money, and Fnatic probably bounce up to about 6 rounds. So I would say it's looking better. It's also looking, you know, less stressful in many ways. I do wish that it wasn't just Bermilov and BlameF right now. Obviously, Matsis, Crims, and Fear have hardly any kills, so that might be, if I had to be a little bit critical anyway, that might be something to point out.
It does help when you got Bermilov winning out, you know, the 2v4 for you like that.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Minute on the clock, and Fnatic have found nothing. And we'll be exploring right back in the middle, hoping that this will not be an occupied donut. Shelfie flashes. That's a decoy. Okay, we got decoy action in here. Resol trying to get the duels back into donut. Lines up 3. Takes up Shelfie's burden and puts it down. Easy peasy. Back to a 2-on-3. Fnatic have got to hold on to this side again.
Chiron sneaking in here. I don't think he's going to be able to spot Crims immediately. And they don't have any grenades for the retake either. So 9 Pandas super awkward position. If they get Blame If, it's fine. And they will. Leaves Crims. And now even without the grenades, they should be able to trade him out. Just one guy get on that defuse to put some pressure on it. Chiron hits the shot right then and there. Remember, they don't really have a primary AWPer on this 9 Pandas side. So they make do with it anyway. And it's a good retake. It is. That's it. Again, even the 2v3, super scary, no kits, no grenades or anything. If Blameth gets even 1 kill at the start there, I think it's probably Fnatic walking away with a victory. But for 9 Pandas, this is an absolutely critical round, and they do end up winning it in the clutch here, so good job.
That's all on Result, but you have to give him so many plaudits from that one. He was relying on Shelfie to be able to pick up that first kill and be, you know, the man who's not watched out for if it is going to be a smoke push or something like it. So, yeah. Nicely done. Mattis still 2-9, unfortunately, still yet to really add too much to the conversation out of the one round where he's able to push into B. He's not been feeling the most comfortable. Flame spots out a blind man. Shelfie's now a dead man.
Oh, yeah. Taken out. Blameth again doing great work towards the middle of the map, whether it's early on, like in this round, or lurking around later on.
Shelfie just got domed through the head. Through the wall, rather, into his head.
Yeah, and I wonder if they timed the grenade, because so they wallbang on the T side, then when he goes back... Oh!
That also gives away so much information, because Fair is the one who dies over here. That, you can see 9 Pandas are so much more committed out towards that B-side stack now.
Yeah, that is a good point. You definitely know that. Oh, man. Okay, well... Can they do anything with this one? 4v4, but like you said... 9 Pandas a very, very good read, and they have Chiron hanging around the donut with the AWP, so they're happy with that. They're saying, okay, if they want to go back through the middle, at least they'll probably get a kill. If they commit to this, they're walking into a pretty big stack, so not easy. But that'll get the job done. What an opening. Crad goes down. Illida's not expecting a quick second repeat. Crim's coming in for it. 30 seconds left on the clock. There's still a player on the site, but Result... He's going to get a bullet and go down. So in spite of the stack and the setup here, it's not enough. And that's disappointing for 9 Pandas. You got to say, you know, you wish they could have done more. And I'll be honest, a lot of teams right now in the current meta, if they had that many people at the bomb side, they would have tried to push that B ramp. It's one of the most popular things on the CT side is, you know, not just necessarily in rounds like these, but just in general, people love pushing down that B ramp to catch the Ts as they're setting up.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're not pushing out towards B ramp, what you will sometimes very often see is maybe your cave player or crowd in this position playing playing default plant, and then you have someone playing towards the right side, over towards B long, who's just watching out for cave. So you can always have default swing back over to peek back into cave. Crowd being isolated over there still gives himself a good chance. He's generally been good on that angle. He's been able to get 2 double kills, I believe, so far in the game from there. So you understand it, but this time it's a fantastic shot from Matisse that really just puts it down. Crims has got the follow-ups as well. And Fnatic with that get 5 in position to, again, fight for the equalization.
Well, round number 12 coming up now. At least we got some more action here, T-Town. I think at the beginning of the day, everyone was feeling a bit sad. It was just Fnatic not really doing anything interesting. But I feel like we're getting into a more fun position here. So let's see how far this keeps going. We do have Crims. Look at him sneaking all the way through the middle. Just diving around those smokes. Matses going in on the other side. Wow, they're getting away with so much. There's nobody in Donut. There is nobody on the A-bomb site. CT spawn, sure. But the bomb is going to get planted here, and they can't really stop it. And I don't know what it would take to retake this. Probably a smoke on the bomb and just trying to defuse it really quickly. I don't think you're going to be finding all the kills and then isolating, you know, the bomb and defusing it like that. I think it's going to have to be a lot faster than that, and they might not even get close here.
9 Pandas already down to 3, and all of them are all together. And that's a terrible tale to tell, but Fair is happy to pull open that book and read away. Fnatic find 6, and maybe that's their storybook ending with there's no happily ever after, not until that second half at least.
You know, it's not a bad start. Again, remember they were down 5-0, so and then they come back into the 6-6 scoreline. I think that paints an interesting picture. Is it enough to win the game? We don't necessarily know yet, but certainly it's a better position than the one that they were in. So hopefully we can we can see Fnatic rise once again. I think winning the pistol round here is going to be super important. I think 9 Pandas are probably going to be a little bit stronger on the T side. So very curious how this plays out.
Bermalov had a fantastic T-side half, by the way, and he's not the kind of player who I normally attribute that to. He's much more on the CT side of things, where I do still see him perform pretty well. So that's obviously great to have, but you still do need... it sucks to say, but you need Batiste, Scrims, and Fear to now start showing up. You can't be relying on these single-man carry performances, and the pistol round is where... For now, Fnatic are stacking up towards the B-bomb site, but it is A where they will be contested. Not to say that A is empty or light on the defense.
No, they are here for this, and the dualies up front as well. I mean, it's very hard to stop. You could see all their attention. Oh my god,
wow.
There's some beautiful clips coming out, just making sure he can get as much as possible. Hasn't even reloaded yet. But yeah, that was mechanically very crisp, and they should be able to close this one out, and they will. BlameF shows up for a couple of headshots himself. Very nice round. That's what you like to see.
BlameF is very competitive, you know. So when he sees that Crims gets those 2 headshots, he has to get 3. The problem is he's got a USP, so he just gets one on his teammate instead. You know what? Just for the hell of it. Great defense from Fnatic coming out on that A-bomb side. Good to see. Especially considering that, you know, like I said, Crims is one of the players who probably will be questioned a lot in this lineup and in any given matchup. Just, you know, the nature of the beast, right? Everyone is always out to see legends fall. And we obviously don't want to be there when that happens, and neither does Crims.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can't just rely on the fact that you were a legend at one point, and you know, you've got to prove it still. That is just the truth of it. So it's true for anybody, really. So yeah, I think Crims, he's going to be criticized just as much as anybody else in this team, especially when they're losing a lot of really wacky games. So this one, though, is looking a little bit more winnable now all of a sudden. I must say, 8-6, and just... It's a really good recovery for the Fnatic squad. I got to give them some credit here. I still wish that the recovery was more than the 2 players that are playing really well at the moment. But if this is how it has to be done, then that's okay. Certainly better than whatever madness is going on the opening map.
We are also going to see Bermalov have the op pretty early on and over here as well, because obviously he still has the MP9, likely going to get at least 1 kill over here, and even if he doesn't, he'll have the money the next round as long as Fnatic don't massively fumble the bag. The bag, however, seems fairly secured, in fact, with the Tech 9 on his side. Bermalov is set up for success, and he's set up for an ace. That is the most success you can get. You know what? He deserves it. He deserves it. He's had a great game. Why not?
Yeah, I agree. You know, he has had a really good game, and he's also been criticized a lot. So I bet this is one of those things that just feels really good. You know, you're finally getting a chance to shine a little bit, even if it's just up against the pistols. You know, who cares? It's gonna feel pretty strong anyway. 9-6. Here we go. I mean, Fnatic within striking distance. 9 Pandas. Their first real chance at it here on the second half. Curious to see what they come up with, if they have something strong planned. It's a little bit of aggression on the mid control, and you can see they throw that Molotov that's meant to stop anyone from the CT side from jumping up to help out, which means they can take B lane control on the other side. So that Molotov is super important to recognize and to know if you're watching the game and you don't know why they're throwing it. It is so that they can try and make sure that the rest of the T squad can actually take some control outside of that cheetah cave. And they also get the kill in the middle, and they find Bermalov. That's crazy.
Okay, this is insane. Result was actually fighting into Fair by pushing the CT smoke first, then he backs off. Fair decides to push back over for information. Now, I get that, you know, you're down a few men, so maybe it makes sense in that situation, I suppose, but still, fantastic round from 9 Pandas, predominantly coming down to Dillades, and it's good to see that on the Steve side of things, he's been able to get back to what was giving them so much success in the first 2 maps as well.
huge stuff here. Crims, very obviously not much he could do. Hope to save the rifle, maybe do a little bit of damage here. Somehow, Result, I don't know, it's an interesting kind of peak coming out. Gonna be a good trade coming into it as well. Not much Crims could do, maybe a little bit of frustration as well, but it is gonna be 9 Pandas to pick up the round, no question, and I mean, they have some money. That's the good side here for Fnatic. They actually are in a decent position when it comes to that. But we'll see if they lose this next round. We're gonna have to be worried once again. Tactical timeout for Fnatic. I like this though. Something that's missing in a lot of the teams that we see on CCT is that they don't really use the timeouts until it's almost too late. So this is probably a good time for it here.
They will not obviously have the AWP going into the next round. Pamela, unfortunately, not able to get anything done with his Wonder Banger. Was very excited for that. I got the ace, guys. I got the money. I got the op. And it's gone.
Yeah, instantly. I feel like, honestly, he's been having most of the impact without it anyway. So, you know, maybe it's like a blessing in disguise.
It is true. 9 Pandas are probably comfortable playing against a rifle compared to the op, though. As much as we might call it a blessing. Fnatic are going to start things off in a fairly straightforward manner. 2 down middle, 3 over back to B, and let's see what we can get going on over here in middle. In fact, it's 3. Now just a 2. Bermanov gets taken down immediately.
It's an interesting round. Yelides was just, he stood in the middle and just got grenaded all the way down, and then once the flash came in for him, he just stepped out into the angle and did his job. Sort of proving, yeah, I might be low on health, but we have a plan, and I'll follow the plan no matter what. And that's sometimes all you need, even if you're low on health or whatever. Just getting that one kill in the middle puts a lot of pressure on. It means there's only one player at the B bomb site, and he got taken out very quickly. So super well done, great calling here for 9 Pandas. Just again, it's that swift style, it's that really aggressive counter strike, and it's hard to stop.
Yeah, big red and button. CS is fun to watch and hard to stop, no doubt about that. Result is also doing exactly what I was hoping Mattis would be doing, funnily enough, where he is just abusing the big bomb site, making sure he's going for dry peaks, showing off that impeccable aim of his and everything as well. And if that continues to be a threat, what you're going to see happen eventually, if there is enough time in the game for that, is that Fair will start having to not go aggressive into Cheetah anymore, or hard committing to that aggression with Mattis playing from the back of the bomb site. So I'm curious to see what Fnatic's call is going to be to adjust with this. This is now the 2nd round in a row where Result has tried to put pressure onto the bomb site like that. I would be surprised if it stops anytime soon.
Yeah, you might as well. I mean, I think in a funny way, both these bomb sites are just so weak to fast plays. For the B bomb site, the issue is that very often you really only have one person that's sort of holding that ramp, and if that person dies early on, it's, you know, it's on. And for the A-bomb side, you very often have 0 people that are holding it, because the rest of the CT side is they're all busy fighting in middle. So in a weird kind of way, you can commit to a lot of it.
Wow.
What is this? They flashed him, and you could see Shalfie, he was going to take that peek in that angle, like before the flash was even thrown. That's sickening.
Dude, that is crazy. 9 Pandas looking like a team with Skybox Edge Premium. They've got the preparation down.
Yeah, that's the kind of stuff you do if you've been studying a little bit. That's absolutely well played. But somehow still 4-3, in spite of a fantastic beginning kill here. There's nobody at the A-bomb site, so wow, and they're running right through. Again, they have a very good read. They're going to be coming out onto the CT spawn position. Fear, maybe a little bit late, and yeah, I think they might just have settled already. Fnatic saying, we're not going to win this round. Let's just save the guns and go into the next one. And I don't know. I mean, maybe that is a reasonable situation for them, all things considered. But it's also tough, right? Well, it means we're back to a tied game.
One of the most important things on the T side these days in the modern day of Tier 2 / Tier 3 Counter-Strike is, like all jokes aside, it is reading into what will teams do when they have 2 weapons saved, when they have 3 weapons saved, right? How will they change their positioning up? What are the small pocket plays that they can go for? Okay, for Fnatic, obviously, the man you're expecting to make a play is either going to be Mattis or Blame F. Mattis hasn't been doing that so much in this game, so we maybe just focused on the Blame F, right? What can we do for a late round where we could just be flanked by him, we could be stabbed by him? Okay, let's just clear out this part, get a good flashbang out, just program for that one peak. And it won't always look that good, but you can see just how effective it is when it does.
Yeah, I mean, this is super sick. What a way to get peek if you're Blameth. You just... Like, he might not even actually know what happened. He might have to go look at the demo to even find out. From his point of view, he's just blind, and then he's dead. And that's the end of it, so... Crazy scenes.
And 9 Panda, with that, they have equalized. 9-9, and well on their way towards the semi-final appearance. Fnatic would like to stop them here and now.
Oh yeah, I think actually really important for Fnatic to put an end to the madness. There is a team kill in the middle of all of the craziness. Chiron gets one through the smoke. Again, it's just it's more crazy Counter-Strike coming our way. 3 versus 3 all of a sudden. Crim's ready for Dilladez. He's got the right... Ooh, he's not quite visible. Dilladez a little bit further behind than I thought. He's going to see the shadows here. Instant peek coming out, and Dilladez will just murder both of them. And I think he spots Blameth back here. He's going to take him down. Blameth, he must have been expecting that there would have been a peek onto the bomb side, and he wanted to take that fight first, but visible from middle, he dies, and it's a 10-9 with all of the Fnatic economy wiped out here. 9 Pandas, they're right back in action. This is going to be a serious issue all of a sudden.
This could be the last relevant round of the game. Here and now.
It's not impossible.
Mattis and Fair on this B bomb site have continued to stick out like a sore thumb, and we need to see something from them. Bermalov on the AWP as well. He has gone from 21-9 to 21-12 these last 3 rounds. He's not had too much impact, and although you don't want to criticize him given how much he's done throughout the rest of the game, unfortunately you need the numbers to come from someone, and if it isn't him, I'm not sure who it could be. Crims on this A bomb site. He's got a lot of question marks around him. I don't know if he has all the answers.
Yeah. I mean, he's been playing much better this game for sure. And he'll find the kill on Dilladez right then and there, so that's a bit of a start.
The smoke.
Ooh, yeah, maybe. That's a bizarre fight coming in there. Blameth with a bit of a lineup. He's going to get both of them killed, so 2 versus 4 now.
With this, you still have to keep an eye out for the potential flank to come out from Krad. Krad is coming in from behind. Blameth is a dead man. No, he's not. I am lying to you. He is, he's got eyes at the back of his head, ears on the side of his mouth, and Result as the last man he has to face down. Result spotted out, taken down. It is a great round from Fnatic, despite what looked like could have been disastrous when Bermalov missed that first option. I thought he'd be backing off, but the fact that he stays in donut and takes that second position to get the kill, that really does make such a difference. Even Crims staying alive behind inside the smoke that he's thrown, even if he does get taken down, gives Blameth time to come in before Temple is taken over. Great defenses from Fnatic.
Yeah, that is super, super interesting. I thought when they got this kill on Crims, there was a chance that it could have sort of spiral, and maybe if not for Blameth, that could have been the case, but he just found the absolute perfect bit of timing there. Huge round, 10-10. This game is really, now it's close once again, and who knows, at this stage we could be going into overtime. Why not? It's the 3rd map, so we need to find a winner, and they're both fighting really hard for it at the moment. 21st round.
Will 9 Pandas have a set play? Anything interesting after that tactical? What is the call going to be? Could we see Resort look to limit test out the B bomb site again? Could we see that exploited? The bomb's been dropped behind him, and he is certainly thinking about it. The incendiaries exchanged. He's more worried about Fnatic being the ones to get aggressive. Mattis making no secret of his position. But it will be silent early on into the round.
Yeah, they're setting up some of the early pressure to the A-bomb side, right? Molotov here. Ooh, Crims burning alive. You hate to see that. It was pressure. I meant the smoke behind as well towards CT spawn, but Crims just unable to escape in any way whatsoever, and that's a bit disappointing. Mats is here. He's got the right idea, but again, this is so dangerous. Even if you get the first one, he gets a second too, ready for a third, and that is insanely well played from Mats. Very often when you see this kind of defense, what happens instead is that you get one, and then the second person kills you, sort of almost running out the smoke, and then, that's the bomb site gone, and you at least have to, try and retake the bomb site with the bomb plant and everything. But very well played. 11 to 10. And, you know, for Nine Pandas, it is a bit of a worry. They're going to have enough money to buy in this round, but all the time we're getting close to a point here where you could end up losing just based on not having enough rifles if you're on the Nine Panda side, and that'd be a sad way to go out.
I am so disappointed in that last round from Nine Pandas. It really looked like they were setting up for so much success, but at the end of the day, when Result is obviously not going to want to throw utility out towards Cave or anything like that to distract Mattis is just given these duels one by one. Fantastic positioning for him. Really can't take anything away from him at all, but look at where Result is. He's all the way through. You just wish that there'd been either a piece of utility or maybe you're just swinging out wide together rather than trying to trade each other, just going for a standard double swing and relying on Result to be the one to trade. But yeah, Nine Pandas might be looking back and regretting that one.
Yeah, not impossible. See if they have any more gas in the tank here. It's going to be 3 people setting up on that B ramp. Again, it's very powerful.
Whoa.
Since he's just... It doesn't even look like he's ready to take those fights. It sort of looked like he was halfway stumbling into it, you know, quick switching the weapon a little bit there, but it works out anyway, so who am I to criticize that? But I have to reiterate, if he dies, you know, walking onto that ramp or getting close to it, it's on. We know Nine Pandas are really quick to make those decisions. They've got Diladez towards the red room, so it might still make sense to try and go onto the B bomb site and hope to catch anyone if he can here, Diladez. He was on the other side last time. This time, good position once again, but he's surely going to be dead. I think they're pushing up behind him as well, so he should never be allowed to live through this, and indeed they're going to find him.
If there's B-bomb, so that could make a break, and right now it feels like Fnatic are looking like made men fair. Will find Shelfie's head. BlameF does the same to Krat, and Chiron on that AWP that he never really wanted is going to be losing it pretty swiftly. With that, Nine Pandas might just be losing the match. They are out of money.
Yeah, really, really interesting here. 12 to 10, and in general, I must say, good strength being shown here from Fnatic. The kind of stuff that I feel like I haven't seen. We're seeing it now a little bit more. And BlameF, sure, I kind of expect him to be playing this well. Bermalov up to 24. That's very nice. And I think he individually, whatever happens to the future of this team or whatever else is going on, I think we need to see somebody like Bermalov with, you know, a lot more games like this one. Maybe not necessarily 24 kills, but just having this kind of an impact. Because, again, there's been a lot of criticism of him, and I feel like he needs to prove that he's worth the pickup, which I don't think he's been yet, but that can change, you know. 12 to 10. Just critical 2 rounds here for Nine Pandas. That's what they need. You've got some Tech 9s, Mac 10 started with. Should be a classic kind of thing if you wanted to go for a really fast B play. Instead, they're going to be going towards the cave and hoping to crunch the middle, but there's nobody there for Fnatic. They're not anywhere nearby to be fought that early. And that in itself might be kind of a good setup for the Fnatic side early on, just to make sure that, you know, you're not in a position where you can get fought right away.
That's going to be up for Nine Pandas to see what they can find to exploit. Putting Diladez still out towards the mid area of the map. They really do want to at least threaten it, right? But the problem is, I mean, you have 3 players to move past. Once Scrim starts to move in to reinforce as well. BlameF still playing rotate between everywhere, but now they've turned. They're going back over towards the A-bomb set, and Fnatic a bit. There's only 2 defenders over here, and maybe that's going to be enough. Crim's cornered in, still fighting back. Bergalov covers off his cross, and now back to A main he goes. Bergalov is getting it all, and although Crims will be taken down, it feels like Nine Pandas have got nothing to do when Burma is on the other side. 13 for Fnatic. They will be our first semi-finalists.
Honestly, well done. This is the kind of stuff you want to see. Bermalov really coming up with the firepower. Fnatic looking a bit more confident and surviving, I would say, the bit of a scare that it was for Nine Pandas, because again, they started off the series incredibly hot. You could see 13 to 3 on the opening map there, but even for the second one, I still think Fnatic, you know, they looked like they were struggling at times. It wasn't necessarily a smooth ride, even if they ended up winning it 13 to 9. So yeah, finally a bit of a better showing for Fnatic. I'm not sad about this. I think that's very nice.
Absolutely. And what else is very nice is our Finnish fantasy fanfiction man. We've got Nexus joining us.
How you guys doing? How you doing? A pretty good game, actually. I was debating the ending here on who should be the Fnatic's best player, but then I looked at my notes and I just had a real good epiphany. And thankfully that last round kind of also echoes that. We're going to reveal that. It should be Burmilov. Because guess what? On Ancient, he only lost one opening duel. He was part of like 7 or 8 of them. He was the man making things happen for Fnatic here. And this last round as well kind of shows that. You almost had Blame F kind of slip into there almost for me. But this is a very good game, I think, not just for Fnatic, but for Burmilov. Like, kind of like you guys put it as well. To make him known to be a good pickup here. To show what he can do, to show off his potential. And I'm very happy for this, right? For all the doubts and criticism we have of Fnatic, really good game for them. Obviously not Nuke, but we forget about that one, hopefully. But really good, really well played for Fnatic. And I'm very happy to see this.
Yeah, I think it's important for them to be able to have these kind of games. You know, whatever the project is they're building and however far away they are from something that looks like closer to 100%, I really don't know, but I think showing the team and showing the players that, okay, if we stick to the plan, you know, we're going to be able to build up some more maps that we're good on, and we have some of these individuals that, you know, that are really, that can have a bit of an impact. So I'm not sad about this. I think it's good. It's a good showing. It's still not a lot of data, I would say, in general for the team as a whole, but definitely an encouraging victory. And again, 9 Pandas, they have been a very hard team to take down in CCT, like not just now, but like a couple of weeks, even like a month ago. They're just a hard team to defeat. So so I think it's really sick. Nicely done.
Yeah, especially when you consider that Burmilov, obviously, probably a player who has some of the most question marks around him. You know, Fear is always going to be given a bit of a pass, right? And IGL coming into a team where he's speaking his non-native language for the first time as well. Burmilov is forever going to be held up to be compared to, you know, people like Nock, who are doing very well over in, for example, BC Game right now. People like Afro, who obviously have done very well in Tier 2 in the past as well. This is the exact kind of performance that you're really hoping to see if you are a fan of Fnatic, and this is the exact kind of performance that you need if you're Burmilov.
Yeah, it really is. I will quickly correct you. There was actually a fear with the Witchers, you know, Smooya and Co. for that, you know, couple of months. Did actually call it English, you know, that was kind of what people were like, okay, this guy's actually doing something pretty good, and Smooya was very vocal about him being a very good IGL as well, and he kind of proved that on Passion. But yeah, like I say, that's kind of just in the past, but nonetheless, it is a very good game out of 9 Pandas and Fnatic. I did not expect this good of a game for either side, honestly, because 9 Pandas, they have that uncertainty of not having an AWPer, and for, just to put this out there were 2 rounds on Mirage where 9 Pandas had an AWP, and there were 3 players who used those AWPs. Once in the same round, they had a double AWP setup as well, so they just never really had that moment where they really felt comfortable with it, and if that's the way it is right now, that's fine, because it still looks pretty damn good here. But then for the third map here, it is 1 round in specific that I kind of had, which was Blame F kind of goes Demon to respond to Delightus' 3k from Red Room heal finds, and then next round Blame F just turns around in Temple and walks out A, finds 3 himself, and Fnatic don't even look back. It is a really sick game of back and forth here. And also answers my huge doubts of Fnatic and their CT-side capabilities just by having those individuals coming online to make that difference in Burmilov and Blamef and Mattis, all having difference and time to be in the spotlight here. So, well-earned victory. I like the game I saw here, and Fnatic, again, they continue their win streak here. Now it's on to 4 wins in a row. But their day's not over either, because they've got a game in about like 15 minutes against NIP to try to make their run to Bucharest as well. They've got more games to go for the day, but so do we. T-Time, we mentioned it. BC Games coming up next, and that's going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's going to be a good time.
It should. Everyone's loving it at the moment. But I mean, Passion UA, again, another one of these teams that you can't really overlook, even if BC Game should be coming into this one the favorites. You just can't look past these teams. So I think it'll be fun to see.
I think so too. But we are going to take a small break. In about, I'll say 8-10 minutes. I don't know exactly when. We're going to come back to talk about that. We're going to take a very small break. So, ladies and gents, get yourself some water, coffee, whatever else you might need. We'll be back in a little bit with BC Game at Passion UA, our second semi-finalist to be decided. So don't go too far. We'll see you in a bit.
Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
Alright, hello and welcome back, ladies and gents. We've got our next match ready for you guys, and we are going to take a look at, yet again, the quarterfinals here. We just had the first one ending it just in time for this one. We had a small break, and we'll continue with what should be a very interesting match, and in my eyes, an even better one than what we just had. Now, Anders, time had a small break. You guys ready for a little bit of Passion UA that looking to prove themselves without fear? Let's go to Anders first. What do you got here?
Yeah, I mean, I'm always ready for it. I think probably the story for me here is really for BC Game to prove that you know that they are as good as sort of the rumors say, and that they're not going to fall victim to some of these teams that they probably should be beating. But like I said at the end of the last game, you know, Passion UA, they are one of those teams, even without fear, that can just upset and that just has that potential. So I think a lot of these CIS teams in general, they shoot hard. You know, they can shock you. So it should be a victory for BC Game, but nothing is guaranteed at this level of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, the rise of Ukrainian Tier 2 has been a very pleasant surprise, even with Kvem's addition. I think Kvem was one of the players who, when you looked at towards the Drillas projects, was one of the big shining lights out over there as well. Everyone was very pleasantly surprised by him. Glad to see that he's been able to continue some of that form going into this project. Whether or not they can actually still succeed is a big question mark. Feels like Fair is struggling to succeed without them, and they're struggling to succeed without him as well. This is... it's a bit of a bad rom-com situation. Let's hope it doesn't end up as a Hallmark movie where the only way they find happiness is if they find each other again.
Yeah, no, we flirt a little bit with the Passion. We talk about fear. So let's actually see what the roster is currently, right? Kvem's been at it. He's been a pretty damn good addition so far. But they've also had to fill in the shoes of a new IGL for this roster, and that is Topa. Coming in from Ikla. So shares a little bit of time there with Kvem as well, of course, but what do we really now say about this team? You have the really, really good player in Jambo, Jakasmo, who's been a very stable and solid player. Last year, I think he was the most underrated player on this team, and if not, you know, in one of the most underrated players for like the tier 2 and 3 scene as well, in my eyes. But you have a bit more firepower added with Kvem that I think is maybe taking away some space as well from Jakasmo, but I don't know about you guys, if you've had a chance to watch Passion a little bit more.
I think I've only been watching like a couple of their games, and you know, there wasn't like, I don't think I have like a very, very good sense of like the exact flavor of the team. It just seems to be like, you know, again, I think a lot of these teams in the past, maybe what would have been the case is that they wouldn't have really had like a very good tactical grasp of Counter-Strike, and then they would have had like one or two players that maybe shoot hard, and that's it, and that's the real danger. I feel like it's true for a lot of these teams now. Even the baseline tactical understanding is high. Like they know a lot about what's going on. They can do executes. They can do all these different things. Like they understand what the sort of the meta of the game currently is. And they probably all like, you know, in terms of the raw mechanics alone, they're probably all going to be pretty decent at that too. So I that's why I think it's so scary right now. And it's why it's hard to play a lot of this online Counter-Strike, because you can't just show up and assume really anything. But yeah, I mean, I think obviously most of the conversations about Jambo these days, I must say last time I saw them, he wasn't even really the star of the show, which is kind of interesting. So I haven't seen the real Jambo yet, I feel like.
Now, it is interesting to me that Passion UA is a team who I think Anders has actually suffered because of their increase in ranking. Because this team's kind of like a cricket fast bowler, which is to say you need to have a pretty big run up before you can really launch that, you know, ball forward the way you want it to. This team has suffered because they've not been getting invited to the play-on stages. They've been getting invited directly into the round of 16s for the CCTs, very often are into the playoffs, very often into close qualifiers for events as well, rather than the open qualifiers. They've literally not been able to get the number of matches they want to with this new 5-man lineup, and they've suffered because of it. And it's not every day that you say that a team is worse off because they were higher ranked and getting more invites, but funnily enough, I think Passion UA might be.
Very interesting point, actually. Yeah, I'm kind of seeing the vision here of what you're cooking. Yeah, I kind of see it, yeah. I do see that, yeah. But let's continue as well here. We talk about Passion. Let's talk a little bit about BC Game as well, because they have been on a bit of a tear. Have they not been? A really good team.
They definitely are a strong team. I mean, again, they're running into some teams every once in a while. I mean, I think they actually did lose to Passion UA once before. In sort of a close game, right? But they are beating, they beat Big earlier on, took down Partisan as well. Like in general, this is a team that can do a lot. We just know that, and it seems like even with the addition of somebody like Prime Taps, they've got a lot going on for them here. Nuke is playing better than he was in the past. Nexa, I think, still as a fragging IGL, doing a great job. Jacob, somehow, even though he's been around since forever and ever, is still a really valuable player. Cypher, I think we talked about this last time. He's probably playing some different roles than he was back when he was playing with Into the Breach and all the rest of it. But I really feel like he hasn't been the same superstar that I used to see. But maybe he doesn't need to be. Like maybe it isn't just the Cypher show. He's still a good player. It just doesn't seem like he's being put in a position to sort of shine as much as he was in the past. So yeah, that's what I was expecting when I saw them play in the beginning. And I think now I'm coming into these games with probably a little bit of a less different expectation. So yeah, just overall, I think a really strong lineup, and if nothing else, a really fun project to follow.
I've been incredibly surprised by how good Prime Taps is, to be honest, because for me, he is the standout player of this current roster. Not necessarily in the sense that he's going to be giving you your biggest numbers or anything like it, but he's so complete. He just has great late round reads on everything. He'll play situations really effectively. On T side, you know how I was praising Blame F in that previous match, that he just knows how to get that perfect timing. It really does feel like Prime Taps has some of that. Now obviously he doesn't have the same superstar aim that maybe someone like a Blame F does, but he's a surprising addition to an already interesting roster where there was a lot of players to maybe raise some eyebrows on, but they've been very synergistic. They've been covering each other's flaws very well, and obviously it's even more fun when you consider the urban legend about this team, which is that every time they win a round, Kassad DMs another Redditor telling them that he told him so.
Yeah, I actually, before we continue here as well, I kind of want you guys' opinion on something, and that is something very different from what we're actually discussing here. The amount of games some of these teams actually end up playing, and, comparing to, like, Tier 1 teams, let's say, like, averaging around 30 to 40 for the last couple of months. Then you have the likes of BC Game, who are now, invited or qualified to Dallas, trying to make it to Bucharest, or actually might have actually been eliminated, I can't remember. But making their way toward that same sort of level, currently at 100 games played for the last couple of months. They've been absolutely tearing it up in the server, so I just think it's something to keep in mind as well, and to note that it is incredibly impressive how consistent BC games specifically in that regard have been as well. And, then you have other teams. I will say I'll clown on them a little bit, saying, oh, we can't handle 2 best of 3s a day. You couldn't handle a day in CCT, buddy.
Yeah, I think that's worth bringing up here, for sure. And I think it is just a new thing that you have to adjust to, and you can come up with a couple of different approaches, right? Like you can either think, oh, this is really a lot, and it's a hard life, and we never have time to think or practice or anything like that. But on the other side of it, you can also show up and say we're gonna be sharper than anybody else, because we're living inside of the game, and that's our strength. So hopefully that's what more teams will start to feel like.
Is it really that hard of a life, Anders? Right, you're the ranked 32 team in the world, right? Like let's be realistic over here. A lot of these teams are ranked between like 25 and 40. You're getting a chance to play in 2 $50,000 tournaments per month. You're getting a chance to practice. Because of these tournaments, you're getting enough viewership to have organizations sponsoring you. You probably know this much better than I do, but I remember a time when if you're ranked 35 in the world, you're not getting a salary, you're getting scammed for t-shirts.
Sure. Yeah, you're right. Like, but it's interesting how life works out, isn't it? Because I think if you're a player and you adjust to, oh, we're playing video games for money, you're like, it can still seem like a hard life. Even you're right. I'll take your point, T-Time. You're absolutely right. No, it's not a hard life at all. Even if you have to grind a lot of Counter-Strike, but that's the job of the coach, I think, and the management. I actually think this is where a lot of the future of Counter-Strike lies, is in setting the right atmosphere and expectation for some of these teams so that they can actually survive this stage of it. Because obviously I'll say this, it is a hard life if you spend 10 hours a day playing Counter-Strike with other people, and everyone is sad, and it's just really not a good time. Like, if you can make it fun, then it's great, but if it's just like a horrible experience, obviously it's not going to be that cool. We got maps. Let's go, guys.
Let's not go. I don't like that
Dust
first
2.
one.
We got Nexus's favorite map, actually.
Yeah, as
Funnily
soon
enough,
as
you guys don't know this, but
So-
off air, Nexus was telling us about how Dust 2 is his favorite map ever since ENCE won on it versus Liquid back in Katowice. So
I
he
remember
says that he
LXGB all I'm saying.
he dedicates his life to Dust 2.
So here's my dilemma, because my 2 favorite games I've ever seen have been on Dust 2, or 2 favorite maps, and both, like, they were both, I'll say, incredible teams and incredible games, right? FaZe versus Spirit at Antwerp, and FaZe versus Spirit at Shanghai. Those were 2 of my favorite maps I've ever seen of Counter-Strike, I think. But it's on Dust 2, I'm so upset about it!
Well, you're about to see your 3rd favorite map of Counter-Strike ever over here on Dust 2 as well, because BC Game are going to be giving you a very good time. They have been fantastic on this so far. It is really one of the staples of their map pool, reminding everyone of the kind of firepower that they do actually have. Nuke has been able to come back to some of his previous form over here as well. And unfortunately for Passion UA, as much as we might be like, oh my god, Jambo's great. They've got firepower behind them as well. They're fantastic. There's a difference, guys. There's a difference. And BC Game are here to show us that difference.
Yeah, we're gonna find out what that actually then does start to look. Now, I've got one thing. Just 2. It's never a middle of the pack. It's either triple overtimes or one-sided show. And currently, I'm leaning towards BC Game one-sided, but let's actually see if I'm right or not. Take it away here, boys.
Yeah, thinking Nexus. I'm curious as well. I feel like this should be BC Game, you know, picking it up. But like I said, I think one of the cool things about a lot of CIS teams is that they do play this no fear kind of Counter-Strike. So I want to see, you know, Passion UA coming in here and just, you know, rocking up like it's any other game and just kind of bring it to them. They're already doing that. Look at this push into lower dark. They're ready for this one. Prime Tabs getting close with the Glock, but he's not expecting it. They do have Jacob there. Otherwise, I think it could have been a really early kill. Nicely done. Zero Fix on the other side. It's actually doing wonderful work with the dualies, getting a chance to reload even if it takes a long time. He's got the bomb in front of him, so he's going to stick around and fight. He's got Copper with him behind, so they're going to be battling it out. Oh, the headshots are so good. Zero Fix looking for the ace here if he can find it, and he can. Dualies and 5 kills.
That's perfect. Absolutely perfect. I mean, Zerofix has given every opportunity to re-peek back over as well. Initially, it looked like BC Game was going to be able to come out on top with those initial frags, but then using that pillar to perfection. And the fact of the matter is that with Jacob and Prime Tabs having already trying to descend down to the lower tunnels, there was no way to actually back up for the upper tunnels players either. So what probably should have been a 2-on-1 or a 3-on-1 ends up being great isolated duels taken by Zerofix.
Okay, fine. No, sir. All right. It's good to know. Here we go. Scout kill in the middle. Fem does go down. Got to be careful here. You don't want to give up too much. Just the Deagles on the other side. You don't really have to fight them in the middle at all if you don't want to.
But they do. They want it bad.
Right. I'm not gonna talk them out of it. Just saying.
Yeah.
You do have a choice.
Well, they choose violence and they will be rewarded for it.
Fair enough.
Now, I am curious to see sort of that Jambo versus Nock matchup also shaping out, right? Nock is maybe not quite the same Oppa that we saw in Apex at once upon a time, not anymore, but he's still very serviceable, still highest rated player on this team, still coming through with a lot of great picks on maps like Dust 2. Especially on the T side, it is interesting to see him sort of get that work done. Great nade, by the way. BC Game have had their juice squeezed.
Yeah, it's really, really painful. I don't know what it is about Nork that's making it different. He's found some good middle ground where he's sometimes aggressive enough to have an impact, but a lot of the times I feel like he's just playing fairly smart, like not giving up, not losing the AWP too many times. Unfortunately, here they do run into a very close MP9, and that actually cost them a couple of players. 2 versus 4, and for BC Game, this early buy round is looking pretty questionable right now. Going to be throwing up the smoke for the cross, but they've got a minute left, and they've been spotted. So 2-on-4 now all of a sudden, and everyone started to rotate on over. Passion UA, they have everyone in position to try and win this bomb site. They should be able to. They're going to get that kill on Prime Taps, and Nork is going to get traded out no matter what here. So great defense.
Dude, what does Zerofix have for breakfast? He just peeks out from behind the smoke, takes that duel as well. And keep in mind, by the way, this is the guy who is the outlier on Passion UA, and not in a good way, because, you know, you're looking at the numbers, hey, about a 110 average across pretty much everyone who is in an IGL, and then bang, 0.88 for Zerofix. Starts off with all guns blazing over here, and good to see that confidence paying off.
Well, yeah, right now it's looking very decent. 8-1. I mean, obviously, starting with a pistol like that, you know you're in for a decent game, or at least you're hoping so. Not much to work with. They have one smoke and one flashbang. So actually, not second smoke, sorry. So they can set a bit of a wall here if they really want to. See if they get into position deep enough to actually do it. Just a bomb plant right now would be very nice. Like maybe a bomb plant and a couple of kills to go with it. Nice shot from Topa though. That's so clean. That's exactly what you want to see. Don't panic yet. You've got backup here with you. Be shamed if they lost many more players, and they will. Jacasmo going down 3 versus 2 all of a sudden as they do finally try to stabilize this round a little bit here. Kvem fighting, I think, way past the mark. Again, bomb isn't even planted yet. They're doing way too much here, unfortunately, on the CT side. Zerofix now, and he's going to go down. Prime Tabs hits him in BC game. They should have never even been close to winning this round. Honestly, unfortunately, this is Passion UA's own fault. They did not need to do this. Once they get the second kill here from Topa, just disengage. Leave them alone. It's a 5-on-3. Why do you care if they run under the bomb site? It doesn't matter.
I mean, that's wild. Even though BC Game don't even just fully swarm this, by the way, right? Jacob isn't accompanied by Knock, isn't accompanied by Prime Tabs. Even BC Game aren't expecting there to be so many isolated duels given to them. They're probably thinking it's going to be like a triple ram setup, something like it. But no, nothing of the sort. A round found too early, and Passion UA will immediately respond back with double ops. This means that they are really going to be putting a lot on this one. This is a gamble of their own money.
Well, this is... Unfortunately for Passion UA, it's turned what could have been a flying start into a much more difficult affair now. They do have the double AWP setup, which is, you know, how often do you see this double AWP and double MP9 and then one M4? Kind of interesting to see, but regardless, it does mean if they lose this round, they're going to be completely broke, and BC Game will probably just say, oh, that's it, you know, good, fine, good for us. It's even more upsetting because, to be honest, a lot of the rounds that are hard to win on this map are on the CT side, so they could have had a 4-0 lead. They should have had a 4-0 lead. I'm a little bit upset with Passion UA. I'm not going to let go of that round so easily. I'll hold a bit of a grudge here, T-Time. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I'll forgive you. Let's see whether Passion can forgive themselves over here. It'll all come down to this round. Will you be kicking yourself or just laughing it off? Nice smoke to interrupt the ascent onto the bomb site. It is going to be late presence into lower tunnels from Prime Taps. He's hoping to cut off rotations, and Jambo will be primary point of defense. So flashes means it's easy pickings. And unless there's going to be a quick double swing, maybe more to be found. No, Topa will not be able to connect onto Jacob. Jacob drops down, will find one more, and as he's looking for heads, he will be rewarded. Still a 2 versus 2. Jacasmo yet to reveal. The long-range MP9 will bring it back down to just Knock, who gets a chance but isn't staying his ground. What is going on? Does Jacasmo just have Harry Potter's invisibility cloak or something?
Yeah, you know, if you could do that, you know, maybe even I could become a pro player. But yeah, that's another wacky round. Okay, we're off to a great start here for the Counter-Strike. Jacob's nice kill, obviously. The double AWP setup actually doing so much for them in this round, and they managed to save both the AWPs as well. Just crouches on it. It's a sick burst, to be honest. You love to see it. 4-1, okay. You know what? Maybe I won't hold that much of a grudge. If they can win that round back here, I'll be okay with it.
You're quick to forgive, Anders. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, you know, we've got to move on. We've got to move on. I can't be
It's the benefit of having children.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they screw up a lot. You've got to find a way to say, all right, it's fine. Here we go. 4-1. They have the money. Or at least they have the orbs. Some of the MP9s have been upgraded into the FAMASas now, so there is that. And we'll see. No Molotov here to block this position. It's so risky when you're on the T side not to Molotov off that corner, because it's lucky that Nuke lives and doesn't just straight die. But they're on the bomb side, and you know what? This is totally winnable if you're a BC game. Especially if they get a quick bomb plant here. They actually have a fair few grenades to... Oh, they throw all of them, just as I said it. Never mind. They had a lot of grenades. They've thrown all of them away now.
Well, taking back control over this bomb site is suddenly looking a little bit difficult, funnily enough. Prime taps. Looks to take the B forward, spots out Zero Fix, but Zero will win it out with the farmers. Jacasmo as well pushes forward, knocks the one to find blood in this post plant. And while Nex is still hunting for the same, it's a quick collection as he starts to swing back over. They're hoping that this will not be a double up, and Quem is the one to save the day. There's barely enough time for the defuse. He's lucky that he has a kit.
Crazy round again. It's way too close. I'm happy for Passion because it's hard to get fire rounds, I think, sometimes on the CT side. There are some teams that do it, but the fact that they're up here, I would say, is a good sign. But this should have been more of a lockdown. There should have been more of a protocol to stop this from happening. They knew it was going to be a catwalk hit. They had the setup for it. They knew right away. And somehow BC game, you know, they get close enough to bring it into a 1 versus 1. That's just so scary. Okay. Down to the pit we go, and they're actually back for double B and mid control. This is an unusual amount of CTs to find on this part of the map. Okay, they're dialing it back to be closer to catwalk and A-bomb site. A little bit more usual, but still, having this double B setup is pretty sick right now. As long as it's not a mid-split, that would be the killer move right now for BC game. If they somehow could sort of split through middle, then I think they're in a winning position. If they just try and come through this one hallway, I don't know. That could go horribly wrong.
You can't split mid without flashes, and unfortunately that's where BC Game are right now. They're going to be able to force out a lot more utility from the CT side, but at the end of the day, wherever you go, it is going to be dry. Goes out the smoke, and with the nade blowing open, the lurk smoke, Quem is happily picking up 3. Only one is a trade away. Zero Fix happy to sacrifice his life, and with an overhead flashbang, Quem peeks out. It's still Nexa. Mack in a 1 versus 2 with a bomb to be planted will guarantee the money. Decides to maybe fight for the round. No, Nexa, buddy. Is it where you wanted to be? And now with a jumping AK shot on the descent will get the kill. Waits for Jacasmo to make a move, looking for the replant over a safer sightline perhaps, but Nexa is patient. Nexa is so patient. Jacasmo not ready. Nexa gets it done with a full 1-on-3.
That should have been no way. Oh, that is sickening to watch. This is obviously an insane start to the defense. Such a spray down here for Quem with the help from his teammate at the back of the site. I do think actually he probably shouldn't. So he smokes himself because in case there's a Molotov, and then he throws a flashbang into the sky. I think Quem should have probably, you know, hid in the back of the bomb side there. That's not the reason that they really lose. I just think it would have made it even easier for them to try and win it. But that clutch from Nexa is just absolutely crazy. That probably shouldn't have happened. And he peeked him with a Molotov in his hand to begin with. And then pulled out the AK and I think hit him while he was almost sort of falling off the ledge. Just a wacky, wacky beginning to this game. It's 5-2, so the scoreline is pretty pedestrian. But how we got here is... yeah, hard to explain.
Yes, it is. And for Passion UA right now, they immediately force buy back up, hoping to be able to find some of the success that BC Game did earlier on. One of the things I do like about Passion UA is they do get cute. And right now, it's 5 players. They're all in long. They're waiting for the peaks. They're waiting for the flashes. And Jambo's getting up in their face. He will be spotted out, taken low early on. 5-on-5 out on A-Long will not be favoring the CTs too much. Jacasmo shows them why. It can still come out in their favor, though. Back to a 2-on-2. This is getting dangerous. Nox being cornered in. It is a no-scope to end it. But that is spicy.
Very near disaster in that round. Just everybody fighting and getting pushed into the corner there. Pretty scary stuff, but it's all good. BC Game 5-3. I actually think BC Game need to come back and make this a 7-5 first half in there. I think they should win all the rounds from here on out. And even then, I would say Passionate probably still in a decent position with 5 rounds. So see how this goes. All right, they're spotted. Even if he doesn't get the kill, it's pretty nice.
Do you believe?
No.
Do you believe in the God of Lightning? Legs spotted, crouched through. Jacob is the real Norse god, not the Zeus.
Yeah, I think because they already got seen, it would have been disappointing if someone would repeat that corner in a close fashion. But yeah. Oh, it's sad because the Zeus is so much fun and we don't get to see it nearly often enough.
Anders, give me your best Zeus death impression.
I want to go with sort of like a something like that.
Not bad. Not bad. Okay. I need someone who could do a very good, perfect copy. I can't remember which caster it was. I feel bad calling it out now.
I think weirdly Chad at one point was
maybe
I don't know what the reason was, but
was he practicing it?
Yeah, I think so. You
know, that's the thing about Machine and Sponge. They really do know how to pioneer casting with no casting rounds and Zeus sounds.
Hey,
none of.
It's a rare kind of skill, so I appreciate that. We should all have like a little party trick like that up our sleeve, if you're at a party. I bet people would be impressed. Like,
I don't get invited to parties.
No. We'll try. We'll fix
no,
the visa.
You wouldn't. Of course you don't.
We'll get the visas first, and then we'll get to the parties later.
There you go. Salt in the wounds with Passion. You are hoping that they can maybe heal some of their own wounds right now as they aggress into lower tunnels. It's Jambo to be found out. Tangoing with 3, and Jacob back in the B bomb site is watching out for another potential push.
Scary mission to be on if you're Jambo alone there, but I do kind of like it. They've actually boosted up on the catwalk, so they don't have the AWP, but you don't really have to. I guess you could do this boost without just fine. People just kind of forget about it, but I like the idea of doing it even if you don't necessarily have the AWP, because it's still quite deadly. Very slow round.
Dismantled. Passion have run out of utility, by the way. They don't have any HEs down underground or in CT either. Meanwhile, BC Game have smokes, they have flashes, they have a Molotov, and they have nades. Right now, Passion have to aggress. BC Game know it as well, and they have read it very well. Still a 3-on-2. Possibilities are present. Topa has to be the one to actually exploit them.
It's a very hard round here to get up onto the bomb site itself. Prime taps in a very, very nice position. Nuke obviously low on health, so if they can find him quickly, they can turn it into a bit of a 2v2, but it's risky to try and go for it as well. It's not like they have money on the CT side, and yeah, that's probably the reason why you could see them already slipping away, just slowly should try and get their way out of this position, as they're not going to be able to win the round any longer. So, it's going to tie up the game, 5-5. Again, some of these rounds are very scary. I'm really impressed with Passion UA so far. I feel like they've done a much better job on the CT side than a lot of better teams are able to do. Okay, that's unfortunate.
Now, something else that is quite reassuring is that Passion UA have a 29% CT side win percentage in the last 3 months of play on Dust 2. So, you know what? Already bucking the trend pretty well. 62 on T side. Now, I'm not a big stats man, but that is that's a nice and reassuring. What's your party trick, Anders? We've got a disconnection. Not a disconnection. We've got Cypher maybe walking back into it, so never mind. We're fine. No party tricks over here.
Yeah. What's my party trick? Yeah, that's a good question, actually. I brought it up. I should have had something ready, for this kind of a thing. I don't know. If there happens to be a piano at the party, I now can play a little bit of piano, something like that, I'm slowly improving.
Just bust a beat out on the piano.
Yeah, it's less mobile than obviously having a guitar or something you can actually bring with you somewhere. So it's kind of hard to bring a piano, but
It's hard to burst into Wonderwall on a piano.
yeah, true. There is that. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like maybe that should be like my, my plan for the year is actually maybe that's like something you could evolve, like get a party trick. There's got to be a list of like, best party tricks available, Just something.
Okay, I didn't realize we're purchasing them.
Yeah, we got to improve all the time,
Passion UA would like this to be their party trick. Watch what I can do with a deagle, says Topa. I'm watching. I'm waiting.
Flash into the middle here. Speaking of Cypher, he's 1-9.
Well, now he's 2-9.
There we go. Gotta call him out some more. Yeah, like I said, I feel like when I've been seeing Cypher so far in this team, it's just not been the same kind of Cypher, but I'm not necessarily convinced it's because he's necessarily that much worse. It could just be that the role he's playing is a bit different on this team, and that's kind of the results. But see if he can find some more traction, I think it would obviously make the team even stronger, because his ceiling is obviously very high.
If you get Cypher back to, Hobgoblin Cypher Demon mode, this is going to be a top 12 team. No doubt about it in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, they have the players, right? They got the lead, they got the captain for it in Nexa. Nork seems like I agree with what you said earlier. Prime Taps is a really wonderful surprise, and Jacob, even though he seems to have played way past, his career sort of length is really long, and a lot of players end up falling off or retiring at this stage, but not Jacob. He's still doing a really fine job. Nexa, unfortunately, does go down here, and Jambo, clicking away, finds Jacob. I may have oversold it here. He's actually trying to get an ace. We already have one in the pistol round for Zero Fix, and now the question is, could they get another one here? Flash over the corner. A lot of noise being made by Prime Taps, but he's got the right read. I think he almost guessed it there. 19 seconds, though. He can't walk the whole way. He eventually has to run, and that's going to be heard.
He's got utility if he wants to make this work out. When he uses smoke, it feels like he has to... He's worried about there being a player inside the bomb site already. The Molotov out towards the back of tunnels, but really the concern is Jacasmo. Jacasmo's only got a deagle, so maybe not the most concerning. Both players coming in from the same angle is hardly ideal, but they're hoping that Prime Taps will not be expecting it. Prime Taps still worried about a push through the smoke, but the push is coming in from the side of it instead. The ace attempt from Jambo is going to be put to test. A grenade as well, right to the back, and the HE is going to finish off what the flashbang started. Prime Taps saves the day.
What a crazy round. We've had so many of them. Just this one, as soon as Jambo gets the kills in the middle, you think that's it. They've won the round. But then somehow they clawed back anyway. BC game, 6 rounds on their side now. This is this is, I don't know how to explain. There's been so many rounds almost from the start of it. It started crazy with the ace with the dualies, and then it just kept on being crazy for all the rounds since. Cypher here, I'm just surprised by Jambo. He just finds him in the middle. He's like, what's he doing there? What's little bro doing in the middle of the map?
That's what they ask for Cypher very often. Now he's in the middle of in the middle of flames, and he's on fire in many ways. Jacob waits for the push, kissing in the dark, and he is happy to collect.
Yeah, shocking round from Cypher. Obviously, no chance here. Topa not really hitting the clicks. He's going to end up going down. BC game, they will get to that 7-5 scoreline after losing a bunch of rounds. Remember, this is worth pointing out again, not holding any grudges, but Passionate should have won that 4th round. That 4th round there's no reason. So this could have been at a very minimum 6-6. Maybe even should have been. I still think 5 rounds is not necessarily bad. I have no way to know who's going to win this game right now. It feels like it's all over the place.
And that's exactly what you want to have at the end of that first half.
What a beginning. Okay. We're getting to see a bunch of the... It was nice to see Cypher at the end here step it up. Like I said, feels like we haven't been a lot of Cypher highlights going out for a while here. Even if the team as a whole is playing well, which is probably more important.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those teams where you always feel like you're waiting for all 5 players to come alive, somewhat at the same time. And right now, it is a chance is given over to Prime Taps, and he might be called Prime Taps, but this is where you can see it really come through. Jacob missing a couple of bullets here and there, but at the end of the day, it's a 1-tap, right? That's what matters, right?
Yes. Even if it's a little bit labored, we love it. Jacob pushing in. The flash is absolutely exceptional. Look at how much it pushes them back. Now, he will get taken down eventually, but the USP clicks just keep on coming. Nuke will get the last two there. Really nice pressure being applied for BC Game. That, yeah, unfortunately for Passion UA, they kind of got stuck in a very flashable position, and they just can't make it on. So, winning the pistol here. Now, I would say BC Game probably favored to win this first map.
I do wonder whether the Norwegians have just got like some sort of devilish back that, hey, we're not going to produce more than like 2 top players every decade, but then they're going to play for 3 decades.
Yeah, that's true. That's like it's like R versus K or something, you know. It's like, you know, for biology. We're just going to invest all of our skill into like a couple of players and just make them play for a really long time.
BC Game would really like to be given a magical few kills with the MP9s, farm up some money, be able to go into that double op early on if they want to go for that.
When I just look at the minimap now, I instantly think, oh, I'm worried about that B defense. Like, this is... I wish they had a smoke for CT spawn, but even without it, the truth is, if you push the button and just run right now to that B bomb side, all it takes is 1 kill. Like, 1 slip up of that B defense, and they're good to go. And look at it, nobody's looking. Gambo, somebody make the call right now. I feel like this is an ideal position for a round like this. It's everything you want. Just don't stop thinking about it. Put some speed behind it. Weird
Prime tap.
incendiary coming out. Prime taps. He's going to be going down inside of the bomb site. 1 player left. It's Cypher to get traded out. Unfortunately, the bomb is stuck in the middle here. It's such a shame. There definitely was a way to win this. Now it's going to be down to Topa, 1 versus 3, and he's already been found. So, yeah, definitely a lot more potential in this round.
It's actually a cool round as well, because when you consider that Jambo is revealing his position in mid with a scout for absolutely no reason, right? That's what people are probably thinking. He's just firing out. No, it's actually being done specifically so that Nock knows that he shouldn't be peeking in from ramp. Because if Nock isn't peeking in from ramp, then the lack of a CT smoke is suddenly a lot less deadly unless there's someone inside CT spawn. So because of that, you don't see that early peek coming out. So it's a cute little thing. Now an incendiary to the mouth of A long, where Quem will immediately punish it not landing appropriately.
Yeah, they missed the incendiary, and he just got rocked through the smoke. And Cypher, what is this? How much do you expect to get out? He does have a teammate behind him. They're all here. I guess they could work. Serofix getting a kill. They know that there's a player back there. They have Molotov, so it's just a question of time. Molotov landing. Nuke. Oh, he's feeling the pressure now, but somehow escapes. How is he alive? Anything touches him through the smoke there, he's going to be dead. Now sneaking up. Oh, it's Prime taps. Thought he was going to get caught off guard there, but he isn't. And now back with the AWP. 1 misstep here, and Nuke could get a kill for free. He's going to get it on Quem and leaves 1 player in against 2. Serofek's going to be going down, and somehow BC Game to defend the bomb site. That initial setup over at Long is so crazy, but they somehow make it work.
What a round coming up from Prime Taps over here, though. I mean, immediately flashing for Nock to be able to come through. Nock as well waits it out on the Molotov and actually knows that he can take some damage because he wasn't tagged up earlier on. Then starts coming out when the reloads are likely going to be coming forward as well. Combined with a flashbang, stays alive like that. Prime Taps then gets the adjustment onto the first play. He wasn't ready for someone to have pushed into car already. Then afterwards, so he has an easier time battling out the A-long players. He uses an incendiary onto car, which he knows is empty, because he just doesn't want another player to push out, swing into car, and take a 2 versus 1 against him. That's really, really smart microplay.
Yeah, it's worked out for them. And they sort of needed this to work out too. Even if BC Game, you know, a bit of a lead here, but they've taken a lot of damage in some of these rounds that they've been winning. You can see in terms of the money, they don't have that much in the bank. I think Passion UA, they kind of know that, and probably why they're going for this half buy. Just they want to keep the pressure on. They want to make sure that that BC Game don't build a big economy. So even if they can get, like, you know, a couple of kills here, they can keep the hope alive of still making the comeback, even if they're starting to drift pretty far behind in this game.
Yeah, if you're down 5-11, it's hard to care much about the money over anything else. And they're, of course, hoping that it'll be 6-10. Couple of Tech 9 kills. Maybe a Deagle from Dopa. Kvem lurks out in the middle. But right now, that's all sounding a lot like a teenage fan fiction. Poorly written, unlikely to come true, and not taking into account any of what an antagonist can do. BC game are, however, leaving middle very empty, and Anders, if your spidey senses are tingling, they might be for good reason.
Yeah, I mean, this could be real interesting for Prime Taps. We'll see how good his senses are. Sometimes you just get that, 1 second early shot as the smoke is fading. He is back here. Nice position. Great flashbangs, though. Oh, dear. The Tech-9's getting close, and Cypher is already dead. In the backline, just ducking down. They don't even know that he's here yet. Nobody spotted it. Oh, and he misses the first spray. It's really awkward. Does get one there. Lines up for a second headshot. And now the backup's going to be there. Chaos on the bomb site. Jacob drops off, gets the kill, and leaves just one player with a Tech-9, Jacasimo, already low on health. They don't really know that he's up this close, but it shouldn't make... Oh, they're actually reloading. Jacob, I think, was reloading as the Tech-9 swung. But it will be a good defense. I can't believe it. That actually almost worked there for Passion UA. That would have been so sick.
That is the second round where BC game win on the B bomb site because of a falling headshot from a rifle. And look, it's not that absurd. Falling accuracy is not the worst on an M4A1. Honestly, it's all right. But BC game, you're right. This could have gone very, very wrong. Passion UA are happy with the damage that they dealt, of course, but damage is really... it doesn't matter. At this stage in the game, it does not matter. Jambo needs to be set up for it. Jambo wants to be able to find some success, maybe out towards a pick in mid, anything like it. He doesn't have the spawn for anything else, unfortunately, so you're losing out on what are your normal, easy avenues of attack.
Well, this is... I don't know. It's unfortunate, isn't it? Because honestly, at this stage, like, I do think Passion have been playing a better game than the scoreline would suggest. I think this 11-5 scoreline is a bit deceptive, but they might be running out of chances to really prove that I'm right about that. Jacob, probably not necessarily stick around. I think once you get that first kill, you should be happy with it. It's going to be Cypher in the middle, taking out Serofix, and instantly traded out, unfortunately. Still, 2 versus 3 as Nexa got involved in the battle, and they have the bomb really far back. Easy and free kill coming in for Prime Taps, and now that leaves Topa 1 versus 3. So a lot of mid aggression for BC game, and it pays off in the end. It's very well played.
If you've ever looked for a hero, this would be the time you'd hope that they'd show up.
Yeah, just win a casual 1 versus 3 if you can do that. I mean, it would be very nice, wouldn't it?
Get a 4K in total. Unfortunately, many people who have hoped for heroes are very often left disappointed and dead in Counter-Strike.
It's an inspiring story, Tea Time. I'm glad you're keeping us close to reality.
I'm glad too. You never know which way I'm swinging. Is it the hopium or is it the poisonous fumes?
If you're hoping for a hero, you're not gonna get any. They're all dead. Oh, now on with the Counter-Strike.
Potentially last chance of a hair for Passion UABC game. Note that they've got a cushion, a trampoline to bounce back on should they fall. Should they fall is a separate question though. Knock straight down middle, straight onto Jambo's head. Gives him a little reminder. Topa, nice little shot to the head. Really wanted a bit more of that in the last round, but he'll settle for having it now. And as the flank is spotted out, Cypher is going to be the only one to reveal. Prime Taps does so as well later on, but can't find the kill. And with that, the bomb will climb on to the site. Nading open, the smoke, they're pushing in with it as well. Prime Taps brings it back to a 2-on-2.
Pretty nice timing there. Grenade, and then a headshot on top, and he's going to be super dead here. Nork, you could kind of tell that was coming. Jacasimo with 3 nice kills. A lot of speed behind this Passion UA push, and it's kind of about time. It does feel like, unfortunately, it might be a bit too late, as they are trying to win 7 in a row to get into overtime. They've won the first one. That's a start. I think Prime Taps could have got the kill there on the player on Xbox if he peeked right away, but I guess he was worried that he was going to get was going to get held in that position. But I actually don't think they were expecting for there to be 2 in lower dark, so it was maybe an opportunity. Regardless, let's see what they get here. 6 in a row now needed for Passion UA to get this one into overtime. The first one going to be pretty simple, I think. It's 1 M4. Surely T-time, they're not going to give up this round.
Surely. A grenade will be making the case even easier. Oh, they lost the M4.
Yeah, they're playing this one pretty measured. I think it's good to see, you know, you don't want to see them rush into anything mad in this round. Just maybe not the most exciting Counter-Strike to watch, but they should be very careful here that they don't slip up and lose this round stupidly.
Are you kidding me? I love this kind of Counter-Strike. It's the best.
Sitting and waiting.
No, I mean, genuinely, dude, do you know how triggered I get when people are running into pistols on like a CT side, which aren't even stacked or anything like it?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is as well, when you lose rounds like those, it's also, yeah, it does so much damage to the mental of the team, you know? So,
yeah.
Just don't do it. Just don't do it, guys. Be
like,
reasonable.
it's excusable if you're against like a Nico who's just done something all on his own and said, all right, like I want to see some highlights, don't get me wrong. But I want to see the best of them.
Oh, don't we all? Next, he's found a Galil. It's not super inspiring, but you might as well keep a hold of it. It's pretty decent. We'll see what
could do some damage if they're hunting out towards him, and that wouldn't be insignificant at this stage.
Yeah, it's actually true. Even like some of them are low enough that it actually can hurt their economy still. So doesn't look like they're going to be getting anywhere near close. So 12-7 instead. Yeah, I think this does too. For all the wacky rounds, it's shown a lot of good things, mostly on those CT sides, which is kind of the primary thing that I'm looking for in a lot of these games now for Dust 2, because I feel like most teams have figured out how to play a pretty decent T side. And not to say that nobody couldn't invent new things, but right now it feels like the current meta is very well established on this map. So I'm less surprised if people know how to play T side Dust 2. I'm always in the market to find out if somebody has some cool tricks for the CT side, because a lot of teams just don't, and just, you know, keep sort of losing the map in the same way over and over again.
Funnily enough, Michael and I think that this is one of the sleeper heavy tactical maps in Counter-Strike right now.
Yeah, I think you could make that argument. Like I said, for me at least, I just feel like, yeah, the CT side is so badly figured out, but the T side definitely is very interesting.
CT side as well, obviously, the clear-cut biggest beneficiary of the drop grenades meta that obviously was developed initially. Something that BC game have not really been able to pull off. Neither have Passion UA. You need a lot more money to make that work, and that's why sometimes it feels like that if you're losing on the CT side, you just do keep losing.
Yeah. When the economy starts to drop low. This is a classic round where you're setting up for a catwalk attack, but really it's a B-split instead. Now, funnily enough, they haven't actually thrown the grenade for the B-split, so Cypher, he could have been very nearly caught off guard there. He's going to try and flash his way over. It's an absolutely wonderful flashbang. I think Prime taps through one as well, so far so good, but Cypher is still alone in here. He's down to 3 bullets, and that is not enough. Going to end up going down. The bomb is going to be planted here. Passion UA. It truly is an absolutely classic round. You know, but even then, just to back up your point about the sort of the depth of the different strategies, what's not classic about this round is the lack of the smoke for CT spawn, and that's an interesting variation.
Yeah, they have very good recognition that no one's actually been playing inside CT spawn in the late rounds from BC game. So what they do instead is to counter the 3-0-2, and BC game have been relying on a late A-ramp peek in, right? Or just pushing in from your A-ramp players. They just smoke out CT from the A side of things instead. And they block it off completely, so making it an isolated B fight without having to expend that smoke to CT spawn. It also keeps the threat of someone dropping down into spawn or just going into spawn in the first place, which was why BC game had to reroute all the way back through catwalk and push in from middle in that way. It's definitely a cool outline.
'21st round here. And again, the money problem really starting to haunt BC game just a little bit. It's still a while away, I think, before they start to feel the pressure of that situation where you start to get real worried about it. But honestly, not that many more rounds. Once you get up to 12-10, I think you start to see, yeah, maybe they will make the comeback here. And I'm curious what BC Game will try and do. If they have, you know, a round up their sleeve here where they can do something really fun and interesting, maybe soon is the time to do it here.
I believe in the A stack.
It could work out. They've got literally everybody here. Does look like the bomb, unfortunately, is making its way down the middle, so maybe a bit less likely that they actually will go for it. Oh, maybe. Are they going to go catwalk? It's hard to know if they're just clearing it or if they actually want to commit to the split. With the AWP down in the pit, although it is fairly tempting to actually go for it here. They run into Nexa. Great work. Nuke with the AWP shot. Your faith in this A-stack might have been very well placed, in fact. The USP will take down Serafix, and now it's up to Jambo. 1 versus 3, and with an AWP, they already know he's coming. They already got the right read on it. The shadow's been shown, and it's Nuke to get the kill. And it's BC Game to pick up the map here on Dust 2 in a very, very fashion. That's a wild map that we saw here at the beginning, but not a boring one.
Absolutely fantastic stuff coming through. Bastion UA fighting back on their T side as well. And like you mentioned, maybe some of it can go back to that grudge round that you have been holding on to, and for good reason. It was a nice edge that could have gone either way, but BC Game are happy that the knife has ended up in their hands and into the back of Bastion. The question is, what will Ancient hold? Maybe that question can be answered by our 6'5", 195-pound hunk of a man, Nexus.
We'll see about that one, because this is one where, you know, it does actually somehow end up being in the middle of the pack here, but it still suffers from the same issues that a lot of Dust 2s actually do, which is CT's run out of money, you're done for. That first half, as soon as Passion kind of did run out of the initial money, which, granted, does come from an insane round from Nexa. Until then, Passion, they were still dominating here, having a very good start to the game. 5-1, everything looks really damn good. They haven't fallen into any traps. They've got a chance to build up their economy. Great stuff at the early parts of Dust 2 as always. And the one thing that I do agree with as well, now that I've said, teams know how to play the T side. You don't need to do anything insane there. As long as you get rid of CT side money, you can run rampant. That's exactly what happens here toward the end of the half as well. And then it very quickly all falls away. It falls apart here because Nexa decides to get a 1 versus 3 going on, despite what Kvem cooked up this round as well, which was that triple hold. A pretty damn good round out of BC Game there. And from there, they go on a streak of, I think, like 11 rounds in a row. So it definitely tells you exactly how the game goes. 5-1, 5-12, and then a couple of rounds toward the end for Bastion UA. But simply put, it was that bomb or no bomb plan in that second half for Passion UA. If they get a good start going on instead, if they pick up that pistol, we're here for a longer time instead. But the fact that it goes like this, it's just a Dust 2 and one of the Dust 2s of all time. But it wasn't without mistakes. You absolutely did have chances for Passion to come back into this one. One of them was the force buy route they went toward the B site with where Prime Dabs is hiding at the back of the site. The Tech 9s is exactly this one. Almost whiffs here, but he buys time, he stays alive, and then Jacob comes in, supports second jumping shot again. That does save BC Game. First one was in Nexus 1 versus 3. He gets one falling off. So BC Game, a little bit lucky maybe, but it definitely isn't a game that they don't deserve. They play an insane game here, again, proving Dust 2 is a map they're very damn good at. And thus, earning themselves a very well-earned Dust 2. Some good chances, though, for Passion UA, can't take that away. But one thing I do notice that Jambo didn't really have much to say on that AWP. A lot of his kills were still coming out of those rifles at the early part of the game. Still kept that up until the end, 17 kills deep. The only individual I kind of would say Passion were lacking was Kvem, but even so, he had his own chances and opportunities as well. He was involved in a fair few opening duels. He had that very good B-hold that unfortunately they were unable to convert to an actual round itself still. But you have, nonetheless, rounds where Passion did show they're more than capable of fighting for the game itself. But actually taking this one, it just ends up being BC game a little bit too strong, and for a reason, because they show themselves to be that favorite. Their Dust 2 has been very, very strong. They're on a 5-win streak on it now, or make it actually 6 and 7, sorry. 7-win streak on it now. And for Passion, we've kind of already known that this is a slightly weaker weaker map for them as well. They've now won 1 out of the 4 games they played on it, 2 of the losses to BC game. So they already kind of knew what that game was going to be like on both sides. But whoever had the better preparation, that was the question. And for now, it definitely does seem like BC Game still come out victorious for map number 1. Which then leads us toward that Ancient, where we will have to find out what a BC Game have been cooking up here. And here's the thing. It's not their greatest map. A couple of losses recently, Alliance and Ends have bested them. But the thing is, it's one where they still have been put through the ringer. It's, for a reason, the most played map in, well, the history of this year at least, and maybe even the last one. Not actually 100% sure on that. Ancient is the most played map for this year at least. For BC Game, while it's not their map pick, it's still also their most played map. 21 times they've played it, meaning they've been put through the ringer, they've been put through the test once, 2, 3, 4, 21 times all together here. Everyone knows how to play it. You have to know how to play it. If you don't really deserve to be at this level that we kind of tout BC Game to almost be at. So, they know exactly what to do. And in that same series as well, by the way, just to go back to it, that they previously played against each other, that Passion did come out victorious in. They played Dust 2 and Ancient both. They also played Mirage, which, believe it or not, is our next map, or final map if we go there. Passion did come out victorious, 13-9. The Dust 2 game they played was 13-5 of BC Game then as well, so improvement in Passion's regard for map number 1. For that second, we're still looking at BC Game to kind of step up their own game from the previous one, and since then as well, since like 2-3 days ago, they've already had like 3 more games to be played on it, so they're still cooking. But I'm hoping and expecting Passion nonetheless to play a good game here. They did show their individuals are online here on Dust 2, and that's what matters the most headed toward that second map of Ancient. So, to see if they can still convert that to a victory, get us the third map of Mirage, which I do think we will see. But will we actually get there or not? It's going to be left on the players to figure that one out, answer on the server, and to that we go to a small break, come back with that second map of Ancient, so don't go too far. We'll be right back with Ancient. Alright, we return for our next map of the series. We're going to see if Passion UA can actually take this towards their third map. Now, here's my proposition. A simple yes, I think they will. They already played this map even, previously, though. This is the exact same Veto pretty much that they did have in their last game a couple of days ago as well. I feel like we are going to see that same thing. And considering Passion did fight back, they weren't, a no-show on Dust 2. It's just a good lead-up to that second map of Ancient, where they are going to be fighting back. And we hope to see the best side of them as well here. So, any takeaways that we didn't really have time to mention here? What are we expecting for Ancient?
I mean, I hope so, right? I think this is a really good showing for Passion UA. In many ways, like, better than I think even the scoreline suggests. If they hadn't lost that fourth round, it would have been very, very different. And yeah, again, like, just a lot of great fights coming out for them. Not at all bad, I would say. BC Game are a hard opponent, so I think it's pretty sick. I hope to see a third map.
It's interesting because, Ancient used to be one of the best maps for Nexus calling with this bleed core back, in last year. But a lot of it relied on Jacob and Cypher showing up and stepping up. And like Anders said, I don't know if Cypher's taken a back foot in terms of roles. He has it in terms of positioning. He still has a lot of the same positions. But it does feel like maybe in the communications, he's not really necessarily the loudest voice in comparison to where he was before. Maybe he's not able to be heard as much because obviously, Prime Tap's coming in doing a lot more of that late round calling as well. There's a lot of carryover round to round, and if Cypher can't get activated early on, then I think you might be right. Passion UA should be able to take this one home.
Now, what do we actually feel about the Passion and the individuals, right? Because I think everyone did have the good moments here, but one thing I'm actually missing, despite Jambo being top of the server for his side, I don't think it was that impactful on the AWP. It was a lot of just rifling at the start of the game.
Listen, I'll be honest. Sorry to jump in this one before you, Anders, but I do think Jambo's been a little bit overrated by everyone, and I don't mean overrated in the sense that he's not a great player. He is a fantastic player, but everyone after the end of last year is painting him out to be this incredible talent. Like, this guy's going to be, maybe like the next Wrinkle. I wouldn't say the next Monty, but like the next Wrinkle or something like it. And he's obviously very good, but he's still bounded by the same team. He's still set up by a similar structure, and he's still not necessarily the biggest rookie of the year kind of candidate or anything like that coming forward. He's a great player. I think he belongs in like a top 20 team or whatnot, but you're not going to see him popping off every single time, especially when it's against opponents like BC Game, who I think undoubtedly right now would be top 20 if not for the fact that they have maybe a couple more matches to play to catch up to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think also sometimes it can be fine if you're an AWPer to if you're having a day where shots aren't quite hitting or whatever, like if you can sense that and you just say, okay, I'm just going to do most of the work with the rifle, that can be okay. Like, there obviously are some matchups or some maps where you if you have a really hard role where you say, well, you are going to be anchoring this bomb site with the AWP and we need to do that every time. It's unlikely, really, but if your team relies on you, if you need something like that, then maybe it can be an absolute must. But I would rather see somebody buy an AK or buy an M4 instead if it's just not that kind of a day, as opposed to just like sinking round after round into it. So I don't really mind the idea of stepping away as long as you're having some good impact. But yeah, I mean, this is one of the better Jambo games that I've seen personally. So I don't know. I don't have a personal read on him yet. I'm gonna delay my opinion of Jambo into the future a little bit. Well, just remember this much: when he does pop off, he's called the Jamboni. So take it away, because I'm sure he's gonna get something going on here. Nice. Okay, I'm ready to see. Let's see what kind of music he ended up playing here. It's gonna be a Ancient game coming up as a second map here. We've got BC Game starting on the CT side. We've got Passion UA on that T side. So welcome once again, everybody. We've got the CCT here. Second best of 3 of the day. We've got 2 more after this one even.
And let's see what this one is going to go to a map number 3. Passion UA over here are going to be looking to maybe start things off, then execute over to the B bomb site. BC Game have got themselves a double defender push. Classic DDP as Cypher will peek forward. The Recession is a little bit confused, isn't able to back off too easily. Noxman caught it away by the smoke. This will be very fast assembly of CT line of defense over here.
Just trying to land those shots with the smoke, and honestly it looked like some of them are very, very close. Bomb kind of being attempted while they are also fighting towards the cave position. Nork, he was backpedaling, hitting that headshot. It's absolutely disgusting. Nice shot from Cypher though. Takes down Jambo, leaves one person alive and only for a second. A very clean retake. And Yeah, it kind of proves you don't necessarily have to fight to the death. If you're not going to be having a good position early on, defending really either A or B here, why not just wait, get everybody in line, and then do the retake afterwards?
You remember how I said Cypher being a big man on Ancient is going to be very important over half a BC game? I think Cypher's ready to be a big man on Ancient.
Let's go. That would be sick, wouldn't it? If they could really step it up with him. Yeah, I'd be down for a nice Cypher game. It's been too long.
I'd love to see it. Obviously, one of the most fun players to watch. I mean, we talked so much about that sort of Russian style of Counter-Strike that 9Pandas was playing. It does feel like Cypher might have some Tsarist blood or something in him. He does like to bull rush forward sometimes. And it makes it look good.
Yeah, and it's also something that, I think, he built a name for himself really quickly based on that kind of thing. Because I think fans recognize it. People watch the game and they can recognize how much fun it is to watch someone who's playing that style. So it would be a shame if we lost it, forever. But yeah, so far it's been a bit different for everyone. If you skipped a beat and you kind of came back and watched Counter-Strike now and you're like, why Cypher on this team? What happened to British Counter-Strike? It's dead.
Well, it's been dead for like 12 years or something. British Counter-Strike has been dead for longer than I've been in Counter-Strike, Anders.
Yeah, it's even deader now. Somehow it's even more like it's true. It has been dead for 12 years, but now somehow it fell even lower. Hard as that is to imagine. All right, there we go. That's a nice little crouch in. Put some pressure on. Jacob, he knows that he's run out here. So he would have been able to guess or even hear that, but what does he actually do about it? They're holding it from two different angles. So, like, you can see Nexa is up on the boost. He knows that someone could be showing up. Jacob is well aware. He's going to go investigate, but flashes towards the donut position. See if Jacob is going to continue on here. Nice shot from Nexa. That's exactly what you want to see. Incendiary to slow them down. It's actually so well played right now. It's Cypher to step up to the mark, and he spins around. Quick 180 to take down Decasimo, and suddenly it's just one player left. That is a shockingly good defense for what was actually on that A-bomb side.
Yeah, I thought this round was over, I'll be honest, but really good recognition from Nexa as well. It's a very hard audio cue to read because they actually throw 3 flashes into Donut that pop off very close to each other, so sometimes it can be confusing to be able to keep track of that and comms and everything. But he knows that there's basically everyone coming in from Donut after he's able to isolate that Temple Duel. Nice Incendiary down to cause even more of a delay, and then Cypher as well. Here's that Red Room hit coming through. Great job once again on defense. Second round on the board for BC game. They make it look easy. And they continue to do just that.
Yeah, cleaning it up very nicely. Getting some extra kills with the MP9. I mean, it all adds up in the end. Ooh. Hold on. Hold the phone. Do it again. Oh, he's not going to be able to. That would have been sick for Jambo. If he had hit one more headshot there, I think it would have been on. Bomb is dropped, unfortunately, far back here. So Serafix, how sick would it have been if he'd actually had the bomb and just still unlikely to win the round, but it gives them some more cash to work with and, puts a little bit more pressure on. So this is a surprisingly expensive round. We're just praising BC game, but they actually lost a bit too much in this one.
On the bright side, they did get a lot in the last one and this one in the way of kill bonus. So why? Oh, okay. So Knock actually had enough money to be able to buy an AWP and a utility for himself. I thought Nexa would be dropping it over because he had 7,100. So apparently it turns out everyone's just flush for cash. Goddamn. Passion UA will be facing down an AWP and basically full belts of utility on the CT side from round number 1. It's not how you want things to go on the T side, but they will not really be having a choice in the matter.
Definitely not. Ooh. Okay, careful now. Flash around. Still has 6 bullets left. You can see how he's really trying to bait somebody into a peek there. He's expecting it. Timing on the smoke is super well played. He's alone, however, so there's nobody with Cypher here. I think they just checked to see if Nexa was going to be pushing out of the A side of the map there. Oh. Damn. He got a lot more than he dished out there.
Spam battles aren't always fun. Look at how defensive this line from BC game is outside of Nexa, right? So they need to re-aggress somewhere, and it's going to be into middle. But that could be Passion UA's timing to start committing onto the B-bomb side. Molotov comes out towards the back of Mapilla. Just trying to see if Cypher's still nearby. Cypher will not be naded. He should be fine to interrupt this bomb plant. There are no smokes available to prevent anything like it, so if Cypher can just buy a little bit more time, this would go a long way. Incendiary now going to be used. Jambo can commit to it, but Zero Fix will punish Cypher's position. Cypher tries to strafe back out towards the back of the bomb site, and BC Game, who were very heavily relying on that Incendiary, are now suddenly in a difficult position. I don't know if you can justify trying to commit to this round.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it any longer. Better be careful you don't lose this AWP. Nice shot from Nuke, but it probably is time to escape. Anytime you have to rely on an incendiary grenade, you know you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. Like I've been telling people, incendiaries aren't real. Stop throwing them. They don't do anything. They don't matter. Unless you pair them with another grenade, it's, I feel like, generally somewhat useless. There are obviously cases where it's fine, where you kind of, you know, you have some pre-lineup or there's a really tight choke point, but a lot of the time the effect just isn't what you're expecting at all. So bit of a
You need
shame.
the Incendiary before the bomb starts to be dialed in.
Yeah, basically, right? Which is very hard, right? Because if you do that, they can probably just, and it takes up such a small spot, right? They can just say, "Oh, we'll just move the bomb plant a little bit, and then it's all good again." But yeah, I mean, it was a good idea, right? You might as well try and do it. Maybe you can get a kill or something. Who knows?
BC Game will be left with the 2 rifles that they were able to save up from the last round. All of those spoils of war now spent. Cute smoke on the T side. I do quite like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is about being careful if you're on the Passion UA side. They already lost a bit of a sad round on Dust 2, and there's no reason to do it again. You have the manpower, you have the time, you have all the utility. You don't have to really walk into any kind of crazy stack here. And you can see they're spending that time really well right now. They're checking everything. If you find nobody in middle, nobody in donut, there's nobody in the A hallways, that is so suspicious already. Like, if this was a default setup from BC Game, you would have found people there. And now you actually see that smoke going across from CT spawn onto the, like, that A opening. That probably tells you something too. Like, that does feel like maybe that was the only person there. And they're not wrong.
Jacob could still find a kill or two if they're going to be pushing forward into Temple, but no. Nothing of the sort. Passion UA will not be overextending. They will be fine with just getting the bomb plant down and biding their time.
Find
Some
Cypher
freebies to collect.
Yeah, I mean, you might as well, you know, get some extra stats on there. The Eagles are showing up. It's an uncomfortable battle for everybody involved. Nobody's hitting anything. Oh dear. I'm just gonna say, you know what? I'm not feeling it right now. I can appreciate that. Torpa is saying, okay, there we go. That's how you do it. He showed us. That's nice.
Terrorists win.
Well, now comes out the real round for Bastion UA to see if they can punish one more time. Last time over, of course, it was a nice early kill, and then BC Game vacated out most of middle, only to be forced to retake it. Passion are hoping for a little bit more of the same. RBC Game saving again? No, they're pulling out an MP9, a couple of Deagles and Kevlar, so they're going into this with a half-pipe. Passion UA might not read this effectively. Let's see whether there's an adjustment or they are playing as if it is against an anti-eco, anti-force spy situation.
I mean, they can do some damage with something like this, right? AWP, AK, it's definitely possible here.
Oh. Pandas is the one spamming away, and then Cypher is the one to take the damage. Ugh.
Yeah, he's got tricked into it a little bit there. Nice flash.
Nice!
Pushing through the Molotov as well. Topper just absolutely wrecked on this one. Okay, they are going to be pushing into it, and they don't quite catch Cypher. They know that there's someone back here as well. They don't know that there's double setup, so that could be very tricky. Smoke is going to be going up, but another great headshot coming out here. BC Game doing remarkable work at the start of this round to try and defend with. Now, can they get the lineup as well? Smoke's down, and the bomb's being planted in front. Casmo, he's going to get the bomb planted, but they are dropping very low on health here. Again, it's a very losable round here for Passion UA, especially when it starts like that.
Nex has been hidden away all this time. It's his time to strike. It should be the last one collected, but turns out he just stays hidden. Cypher does it all. That is such a great round between Cypher and Prime Taps. Obviously, the flashbang the Eagle play is nice. The interception from Prime Taps on his as well is great. But the fact of the matter is, both of these players were trying to set up for Nexa to succeed, and they don't even need it in the end. It's so nicely played. Nexa doesn't even have to reveal himself at any point.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he was just there the whole time, just kind of keeping an eye on the troops. That's a huge victory. I don't know, for Passion UA, would we criticize them a lot for that round? I feel like they kind of had the right idea. The first setup with the flashbang is just so sick, and then there's one more Deagle headshot after that. Like, what can you do? Sometimes you're gonna get shot down by the Deagles, right? I guess it happens. I don't want to be too critical about that.
I mean, if you wanted to criticize, really nitpick it, maybe you don't want to throw that smoke down over there, right? Maybe you want to molly, nade, all of those things because you've heard the Deagles and whatnot. But again, that's a if you want a nitpick situation. That is just a really well played round from BC Game.
Yeah, I think so. I'll go with that.
I'm glad.
Well, smoke in the middle. Classic stuff, really. Incendiary comes out as well behind that smoke thrown. Not a lot of mid prisons, though. It looks like they want to be pushing outside of the B-bomb side and from the temple behind, but or from the Cheetah Cave, but that doesn't work at all. Got absolutely shut down. Cypher trying to get the reload in.
Okay.
Oh, he was not ready for that.
Look, if you wanted to criticize, I think you've got plenty of a hair. Have at it, man.
Yeah, I mean, I think for one thing, right, if you're going to be doing that down the B ramp push on the CT side, which is absolutely fine, again, it's a very meta thing at the moment, you've got to have more focus from the middle, right? Jacob was in middle in the red room. Obviously, Cypher was in that Cheetah Cave, but he can't do anything to help. He's not in a position to help anybody. So I would say that's definitely not the way to try and do it. I think it's too one-sided of a push. There's not enough of a distraction or anything else like that, and it just doesn't work out. Nor going to be going down. Ouch.
Ouch indeed. 4 alive for Passion UA, as they will be rebounding very effectively. Now, BC Games will have enough money to be able to buy up over here, and you, in the back of your mind, do have the question to ask, which is that, well, it is CT side ancient. You are kind of happy if you get to like that 5 or 6 round mark regardless, but obviously BC Game are hoping to maybe front load some of the performance. Jambo has started off somewhat quiet, 1 and 5. If he starts to come alive later on, that would be a potential death sentence for BC Games Ancient. Meanwhile, Nades are really getting the work done, and more so beyond that, Cypher gets a punish, and Nuke will do the same.
Yeah, a couple of good kills coming in on the side of BC Game. An absolutely pivotal round. Look at the money here for BC Game. If they end up losing this round, it could be a really nice run for Passion UA. Luckily for the Ukrainians, they still have money to buy even after this round, but there was a really big opportunity for them right now to shut down a large part of the first half here. They actually could have had such an insane run, so unless they can convert this 5 versus 3, they kill one and they still check the corner? How unlikely is that? Very nicely done, though. Krem able to pick it up. Jacob back here, smoked off. He's just holding his position and trying to wait it out. See if he can, you know, hear something, find a good timing. They're going to be planting the bomb in front, and he's already very low on health. So again, he's just waiting, hoping that they forget about him later on. Oh, the grenade.
Oh, it goes too far deep. It goes into the corner, so he doesn't take any damage from it at all. Nuke's now come through as well with an incendiary and a grenade. It's going to be Nexa to take first contact. Gets the first kill. Flash overhead. Topa's not going to be blind to that, so it should be a freebie. Should not continue pushing through. That's why Nexa and Jacob decide to wide swing instead, and Nexa's done it all. 3 kills on the retake. No kit needed. BC Game will find number 5.
Wow. Okay, then. That's actually really, really well done. Jacob just staying alive, and even if he didn't get the kill, he actually did play a role towards the end of it. It did make a difference that he was there just to be a bit of a distraction. But yeah, that's a it ended up a little bit closer than I was expecting. This peak here for Krem is very, very nicely done. It's so easy to overlook and just, you know, just kind of get that one kill and say, okay, that's it. Like, I got the guy. There's surely not going to be anyone in the corner. Those kind of mistakes can cost you a lot.
And even when you don't make those mistakes, it can still cost you a lot when Nex is having the game that he is. On these retakes, Nex and Cypher really front running with how effective they've been. 7-3 for Nexa, 11-4 for Cypher. Molotov's out. Prime Taps and Cypher are hoping to get up to some sneaky business one more time. But they can't get the sneak on. They will be sorely disappointed. Prime Taps wants to push through. MP9 at the ready. Spots at number 1. It will be 0 to punish.
It's really nicely done. Nuke here. Oh, they barely lined up. Could you imagine if he'd hit that double shot? But instead, it's Jamba with a very clean headshot. And the round is definitely sealed here. Passion UA. We did say that there was a decent chance we could go on to a third map. I must say, Passion UA, they're playing the kind of Counter-Strike that's going to take them to a third map if it keeps going. Remember, VC game, very pressured on the economy all the time. The fact that after 5 rounds, I think it's probably a bit of a relief for them that they have this little buffer to play with, because it feels to me like if one more thing goes wrong here for BC game, they run out of money completely, and then Passion UA could probably get up to like 7 rounds in this first half. I feel like they're playing a really strong game at the moment.
Yeah, the B ramp pushes from BC game have been a bit lackluster, and this time it is more of a response where they're hoping that maybe, you know, it's just one player, maybe you can get a backstab, something like it, no flashes used, nothing like it. Even if you can't get the kill, just get information and back off, all of that good stuff. And yeah, forced buy from BC game. Now I know they didn't have much of a loss bonus to speak of, but it's still somewhat surprising. Topa, in he goes, Mac 10 to farm it up. He's having a good time.
Oh, nicely done. Nuke gonna get blown up as well. Just the speed alone behind this push is overwhelming. Topper taking a look in at what CT spawn. Normally I would say don't do that, but he did only have an MP9. Even if he dies, it changes nothing about the round. So it's one of the few times where I say, yeah, whatever, you can do it if you want to. Nice headshot. He'd love to go back and pick it up, but unfortunately they know that, and they're gonna be able to find him.
Every single one of Prime Taps' kills has been on a deagle so far.
Is that true? Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn. That's a bit alarming, right? That shouldn't be happening, even though
Very.
we love deagle kills, but
Okay, it's great for a highlight reel where you can't see the KD. Unfortunately, he's 3 and 7. The first kill we found was on the clutch that him and Cypher were able to pull together on the deagle cross where he's protecting Nexa. Now 2 kills over here. Prime Taps has not been quite the stalwart defender that he was painted out to be in the pregame.
Five. We're all tied up here, T-Time. This is very, very interesting. The problem is I think PC Game's still done a pretty decent job even getting the 5 rounds here, and it certainly will be enough to keep it competitive in the second half. But Passion UA are going to be shooting for 7, and if they can get there, then, I mean, again, that third map could definitely be in the cards. PC Game getting tested on this second map. It was picked by Passion UA, so just it's worth keeping in mind. Nice shot. They will get another kill in the middle as well. Swing here with the deagle. Gotta be careful. Oh, the lineup is so good. Prime Taps. You said he only gets kills with the deagles, but, you know, maybe it's enough. My God, that's 3 in the middle. Never mind. I take it. Let him keep the deagle. I take all my criticism back. Keep going.
I'm glad that he's made my stat look impressive where before it was depressive.
No, it's great.
Jacasmo still has a chance in this one, though, as he will be able to spot out Prime Taps. Prime Taps will chase past his smoke and look to box him in. Now, with the bomb being planted, he knows he can take the peak. He's worried about a reface back over, and as he continues to threaten the jiggle, Jacasmo will soon realize that time is being bought. Now a one-on-one. Knock on the other side with the AWP. Jacasmo is worried, but Nox missed the shot. A Molotov to the back of the side, a flashbang as well. The molly spreads now, and it could be too late. Jacasmo is cooking, but he's got some respite. Nock closing the distance, but Nock will be closing his life. Now Molotov does not go quite deep enough. It is face in his hands. Nock knows he might have just flubbed that line.
That's so crazy. The fact that he ended up in a corner like that with a Molotov burning in front of him and he still found a way out, that looked like he should have been instantly dead. Yeah, he could have even just panicked a bit and stepped into the Molotov one too many times, but didn't work out that way. Yeah, what a way to end it here. And definitely not. He's feeling it. Oh, so frustrating. I can understand that. Anyway, they didn't have a lot going into the round. So honestly, if not for prime taps and his deagle shots, they wouldn't have had a chance in this round anyway. So this is the real round where BC Game have a chance to kind of bring things back and just end on a high note. It sucks if you end up losing so many rounds on the road to end the map with, but that could happen here. Passion UA. Great stuff. Prime taps deleted. Cypher, though, he'll get the kill back.
What? You have no mid control, Jacasmo. And Nock. Guys, guns. Oh my god. Jacob's turned around. At least he knows where Zero fixes as well. He'll have a fair fight that he'll lose, and that's fine. That's okay. Someone's got to win it.
2v2 here. Yeah, coming through the smoke with a grenade in hand. Definitely high-risk kind of play. Obviously wanted to bank it off against Cypher and hope to do some damage, but probably not worth it. 50 seconds for a 2-on-2. Next up close in this corner, that every time someone's been here so far for BC Game, they've been smoked off, and then they've just waited it out, you know, just you know, taking a long break, and then it usually works out for some reason. So we'll see if that smoke's going to be landing. It doesn't seem like it. If they go for the... okay. They might just leave it here and go for middle, in fact. They're eyeing it out, yeah. Throw the Molotov and run for it.
Cypher rotated back over as well because he was worried about it being a light B hit. Thought that it might be more likely, but no. Passion UA go for the straightforward execute over towards it. They say, well, Cypher's alive, Nexa's alive. They both like to play B in the late rounds, right? So let's go A. And their intuition has paid off. Now, there is a smoke and a kit across the two of these players. The problem is Jambo, who spotted out. Jambo doesn't know these players are going to have the jump on him. They both are completely clued in. And his head's been taken right off. Smoke could be used in the corner. Zero fix will be revealed. Now position known. It has to be Nexa. And it is one more time on these retakes. Nexa comes alive and makes it work.
Yeah, damn, that's... you could see Serofix there. He did have 3 kills, but he's still really not happy with himself. He really wanted to win that. Don't know if we can blame him on this one. 6-6, all tied up at the end of the half. Wild beginning to this one, I must say. But again, I feel like a lot of people have kind of got the memo of BC Game and what they can do. Cool to see Passion really stepping up here and saying, you know what, we're going to be very competitive with these guys. That's a nice storyline, just as an isolated kind of thing.
It's also nice to see that Jambo starts to come alive a little bit more towards the end of that half. Obviously, he started off incredibly poorly, was just not getting the numbers down, and maybe on the CT side can be more of a difference maker. BC Game will be very fortunate that they have Cypher on their side and a very alive and kicking Cypher. Jambo, there's that gun shot that you needed to see ringing through their heads. Nexa's trying to close the distance. Jacasmo will be spotted out. Nexa is going to be refacing back over. There's a lot of duels to take, and the CTs are ready for them all. Brings it back to a 3 versus 2, and as BC Game are eternally worried about that donut flank, Prime Taps pushes through over there instead. Knock, another opportunity now given up, but remember, the lack of the bomb means that this round was always difficult. Now it is impossible. Yeah. Triple swing from the CTs. You can say goodbye to Prime Taps.
Really should be. I love the way he's trying to throw out these bullets. I guess he doesn't have a lot of time left, so if he really wants to, he could run all the way back to T-spawn and go to the B-bomb side and try and you know, flank in from behind. Might as well spend the time. I mean, if you're ever going to win these rounds, that's typically how you're going to end up doing it, is by just playing it late and then hoping that they make some sort of a big mistake. He's going to go in towards the red room instead. And that's already being held here. A little bit of a jiggle. It'll be the dualies to finish it off. Very well done. I must say, Jacasmo was hiding. He was like wedged into that corner. And I think he just looked so vulnerable that they wanted to keep fighting him there. And I understand why. They feel like he can't escape. All we need is like one mistake. Like, look at this one. But that shot is where everything changes. I think Cypher's like, oh no. And then it just all falls apart from there on out.
Passion have a chance over here to try and, maybe pick up a quick 3-4 rounds. Exactly how you want to start off the CT side. Next has got a flashbang. I like this. I'm a big fan, and there are simple things that I absolutely love to see. One of them is flashes on eco rounds.
Yeah. Always a good idea. This thing's very hard to argue against. You look at the incredible result. 2 kills and a bomb plant. You've just made the money back so many times already, and can't get more than that, but it's pretty close to being a 3rd kill. Absolutely worth it for a $200 investment.
Investment bankers hate this one small trick.
Yeah. What is that like? It's like it's going to be like a like a 1,300% return on investment or something absolutely insane. If you calculate all the money lost and gained, and like it's so much. It's pretty good. We're hitting crypto levels of return,
Yeah, I mean it's $4,200 back on 200 spent. So that's what, 700%, I think.
I have a rule. I don't do math on stream because it's so easy to screw it up for me. It's just one little mistake,
See,
and everyone's
the trick
laughing.
is that you have to remember everyone watching probably can't do maths on stream either.
Yeah, but they can hide in the Twitch chat, can't they? Like that's the difference,
The goblins of Twitch.
Yeah, but listen, if I was watching a Twitch stream and somebody else did the math wrong, I'd be laughing at them too. That's how it is.
Oh.
So what we do. Oh no! Yeah, the lineup. He was so ready for it. Now, unfortunately, they will have lost the A bomb site. So it's 3 versus 4, and with that Jacob mid fight going their way, I was gonna say it's almost done. Maybe not. Jambo, can he turn the tides here? Zerofix walking into the middle. I don't know how he's done that. How is he? Okay, he's not got away with it. That's the answer. He did not get away with it.
Jacob is the one they're just not ready for. Prime Taps is worried though. He could end up losing his life. Will not do so. Only the one left. It is Jambo. It's all about waiting for Jacob. Jambo's position. Last seen in donor. Prime Taps continues to jiggle up inside of A. Jacob wasn't needed. All that was needed was his belief in the young German player.
What a crazy round from Prime Taps. That feels like a terrible position to have to fight from. You're standing at the corner where you can get snuck up on from the CT spawn area, and if you swing too wide, you've got your back turned to that weird angle at Donut, so you can get shot in the back instead. It just, in every way, it feels like that was never going to be a great place to mess around, but somehow it all works out. Super well played for him individually, and now not just with a deagle, now he's actually killing people with other weapons too. So that's an advantage.
Yeah. That'll help. Jacob, however, would have liked some help. Will instead have his AK stolen back away from him. Jambo's got the quick jump up, but no one to punish with it. Smoke now runs out. He'll be taking the peek forward. Nexus missed the possibility of someone being inside Cubby, but at the same time, I'm not sure whether the call would have been made that there could be anyone in the corner right now either.
Yeah, I think you're right though. They don't think about Jambo at all, which is a bit interesting. There is a chance. I do like this choice from Passion UA just to say, okay, we're going to save the AK and then we're going to make it very expensive. Although BC Game actually see it coming. They realized that was going to be the setup down there at the bottom of the ramp. So really smartly played. Oh, they lose too much. They're not going to get the AKs here because obviously the bomb is going to get them. But that's super nicely played. Okay, they throw one back. Could he get it? Zerofix?
No, because it was mid-air.
Oh.
When the bomb blew up, so the trajectory was weird. I actually think it went towards the cave side.
Okay, unfortunate.
Good idea, though. You like to see it. 8-8. Gun round time. Jambo's got the AWP. This is everything we could have asked for. Jambo, by the way, has gone from 1-5 to 12-9. And let's see whether he can continue that form.
Early grenades into the middle. Classic utility from inside of the B bomb site to try and control that lane outside of B. They are walking it though. BC Game saying, you know, we're not going to get there quickly, but we are going to get there into the middle to try and assist Jacob. Grenade comes out, and they are all the way past. Them instantly shutting it down. Didn't wait for more. Could have been fun to see what could have happened if he was going to try and pick up the multi-kill there. Oh, but the nade. Oh. How does it go that deep?
Primetap is still able to find Sarcasm, and that leaves Topa alone. He's more than happy to be on an island. This man's got his sunglasses. He's got his swimming trunks. He's underneath a palm tree. It's a vacation. He loves islands.
I mean, maybe a bit of a rough vacation if you have to try and bring, if you're bringing your AK on vacation. You know, it's gonna be a hard life, you know.
Like a wilderness survival hunting vacation?
I mean, some people probably would, you know.
Yeah.
Well, didn't work out, unfortunately. After vacation's over. Nice round from Topa, though. 3 kills. Yeah, this is turning very interesting once again, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing to see Jacob not being able to clear that one out. Obviously not what you'd expect from a player like him. In terms of normally very meticulous about every single possibility, but within that silence, within that slowness from BC Game, they themselves are taken aback. Now, this is a, dare I say it, bad buy from BC Game. You have no utility beyond 2 flashbangs. You're going to have to go through the CT side incendiary if you want to go for a rush. They decide against it, still late flashes to come through, flying forward. This will not be affecting these backside player too much, but Cypher's bullets will. Zero Fix is here to stop them in their tracks still. Jacob fights back with Jambo low. This bomb will be planted just as soon as Jacob decides to dial the digits.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jambo had to really backtrack there so he didn't get grenaded down. Nice flank coming in from Krem, but he does get shut down. Galil finds the headshot. Just one player left in Nexa who's just so low on health already. He's going to end up going down. Good retake, good round. The Passionary up to 10 here. Now, again, the silver lining here for BC Game is the fact that they're making it expensive. They get 3 kills, they get the bomb plant. They can keep the pressure on. I would say, even if they can't necessarily do a full buy in this next round, I still would like to see them invest into something here, just to keep doing damage. I think it's worth it. Passion UA, they're getting close to winning the map right now, but their economy is low enough that you can stop them.
I just wish there had been another Tech 9 with a bit more utility in there, right? Late round, you've got another smoke down, you get something like it. Just completely changes what that post plan could look like. Still fantastic entries in that last one. And Cypher decides that he's not done yet. Prime taps as well all the way into the B-bomb side. They're not ready for him! They're not ready for the Deagle!
That's just so crazy. What a kill to come out. He does get taken care of. Prime taps. Oh, there's Nexa. Okay, trying to follow up in his footsteps. Topper goes down. And Jambo here, this close, he doesn't know about Jacob. He's going to walk right into it. Get the Deagle out, Jacob. He does actually land the shot, but he stays alive just barely. And now going in for the middle, they don't know the Nexus there.
Oh.
Noise being made. He's going to surely sneak up behind him. It should be the round-winning play coming out right now. And another Deagle, this time not a headshot, but what a devastating round to lose here. If you're on the Passion UA side, you're going to be regretting this round.
Call a tactical timeout right this instant. My god, Prime Taps has been unreal with the Deagle. It is such a callback to a bygone era, it feels like, where you can have Deagle rounds like this, where, hey, every single player comes out with a little bit of extra firepower. Oh, you've got 1 kill. Oh, everything just sort of falling apart. One by one, the dominoes go. Next has also always been a sleeper great Deagle as well. Just always. It's not something he's remembered for.
Yeah, I mean, I do remember seeing a couple of good Nexa rounds like that in the past. So that's very cool. An unlikely way to get back into the game, but you know, you'll definitely take it. 10-9, and like I said earlier, they've done so much damage already in some of the previous rounds that this is a really, really big issue right now for Passion UA. It'd be a shame if they get denied that third map, you know, based on a round like this one. That could very well happen. Economy is looking rough at the moment.
What are we on? $1,900 loss bonus, if I'm not wrong. So even in the next round, unless Jambo gets a kill of a hay, he will not have the AWP. Or they can kill Knock and save it.
True. That would be a way to do it. Prime taps here. Smart movement. Understands the potential threat. Going to be disengaging from that fight almost immediately. I mean, there's not much else to really do in this one here. One player left on the sites. Surely going to get overwhelmed. Jambo. He was hoping for some Deagle luck of his own.
It's funny because when I see how Prime Taps plays anti-ecos, sometimes I can just smell the big academy from him. Hey guys, I've got 1 kill, I've got an information and more. I'm gonna back off before, you know, someone screams at me in German.
True. Yeah, the one thing we all dread. Being yelled at in German.
Poor buy, very poor buy coming out from Passion UA right now. I mean, the M4 on Jambo is one thing, the lack of utility another. This is the kind of round where you would love to see just a fast A-side execute to come through, go in for the straight commitment, use that entry pack to your advantage. The PC game have other plans. They will have to contend with a very fast boost up. Command good for one. Cypher trades, waits for second, and his wait has been rewarded. Bomb plan will need someone to move back and collect it, but Nock, who's found the lurking Zero, might be the one to do it.
Oh, PC game. I can't believe they've snuck in these rounds right at the end. It really was on tracks for Passion UA. You could see the whole story unfolding for them. Winning great rounds, doing a lot of work, and the only thing was the potential danger of running out of cash, and that's the way that it happened too, with the Deagle showing up. It's just so devastating. One player left here. Now, he might find the bomb, but I don't think it really matters. A minute on the clock. BC game, eventually they're going to find their way here. You can even see that they're kind of aware of the potential danger, so they're not just going to run and try and pick up the bomb, you know, one at a time here. They are going to get everybody, and then they're going to go for it together, which is how you want to play this. AK picked up now for top of that. Does make it a little bit more fun, and if they line up here, there is obviously a way to get this kind of a spray down, but they do look like they're so ready. Yeah, you could see the thinking on the BC game side. It's really smart, and yeah, even if they lose Cypher, who cares?
Well, that is an AWP, so you ideally would like to defend it. I don't know if he's necessarily realized that. We'll be backing off to save the AK. Passion UA in the next round will be solely reliant on this one rifle. They will not have the money to buy any more, unless there's going to be some dropped pharmacies to, you know, maybe try and get a raid boss pharma setup going.
Yeah, that might be.
He has to save this.
I agree. It's so sad that it's come down to this for them, unfortunately, because they did really do an amazing job getting into this lead that they were just in, but now it could all slip away right at the end here. Oh, and it's just nothing is saved here, tea time. Just what a peak from Nuke coming out. The BC game getting up to 11 and leaving Passion UA in a very, very weak spot.
I mean, they'll put their faith in the very weapons that have gotten them to this hole in the first place. Passion UA buy into the Eagles. Op boosts it up as Nock will take that first shot, reveals position. There are 3 players out towards lane. They could look to push him down.
Oh, 5-7s. We talked a little about the Deagles, and obviously the Deagles are good. They've been really good in this series for some reason. 5/7s are considered by a lot of people to be kind of overpowered. I understand why. Zerofix in the exact kind of position where you can get a couple of kills with them really quickly. Unfortunately, Nexa is everywhere. I don't know why it was Nexa getting that kill and not Cypher, who was technically holding the smoke. But who cares? They get the job done. They've already got them locked in because I think Jacob's already pushing in the middle. So, yeah, this round is in the bag.
Nothing to save here either. And suddenly those miniature Deagle investments that you've gone for might be something you ruminate on and regret. Now, Jambo has recovered an AK. He does have Kevlar. He does not have a kit. The Passion UA don't feel like they have much hope if not for this round.
I mean, they need a couple of miracles right now. They've been playing good enough that I would say it's definitely possible that they can find a way to get this one into overtime, and they're gonna at least they're gonna have a little bit of money going into the next one. So it's not completely devastating in that sense. 2 rounds in a row, I would say it's doable. But BC Game have really stepped up. I look at Cypher, 20 kills, Nexa with 17, and the rest are doing absolutely fine as well. So yeah, this is once again definitely a scary team. Looking to make this a 2-0 in their favor. They did get the AK, so they're going to have that to play with. No AWP on the CT side, though.
AK means they have extra utility.
True.
They've got a kit on them. They have a few more cheerleaders on their side, but everyone knows it is ball that wins game. It is kills that win rounds. Nock will take an aggressive line, and he is rewarded for it.
That's the only defense of the B-bomb side. The other player is towards Cheetah. Now they're going to be rotating in, sure, but that is such a devastating opening. Deep grenade on the Krem as well. He does drop very low. The bomb is really far back, so weirdly here we're seeing a missed shot from Nock. That could have been another kill. Might be anyway here as they run out of bullets and Prime Tap's coming through with the flank, and this whole time Zerofix was just hanging around in Cheetah, hoping to do something. They still never even picked up the bomb, and it won't even matter at the end. Easy game to win the series in a 2-0 fashion. That's a very weird round, but well played to them.
I think it's a telling way of how the entire map went, to be perfectly fair. A couple of times when the bomb's been left behind, a couple of times when Passion UA have been left behind because of the Deagles. I'm sure there's a lot to go back and revisit, but why don't we have Nexus do the revisiting and reminiscing for us?
Yeah, I'll do a little bit of that, because, believe it or not, this Ancient, I think, is the most active map we've had today. I've got more notes than I've had probably for the last map and series combined, which is crazy, because there's so much that actually goes on here, from the very start, right? I was gonna mention this, right, because it did feel like it was gonna go map 3. BC Game had a really good start to it, and then Passion UA kind of take over. But there's a thing, if Topa doesn't have like 1 or 2 rounds at the very start of that map, if BC Game are just a little bit more reserved, you guys did mention it as well, the B and ramp takes for BC, they were just kinda poor. It was Topa who stopped, I think, both of those rounds and attempts they went for as well. If he doesn't find those openings, if BC Game are allowed to just get like a slippery round in there with a very lacking attempt even, that game doesn't even entertain the sort of almost overtime we have here. It was Topa who was keeping this game going for Passion UA in my eyes. But there is a lot that actually goes here, and I honestly wish we could just go ahead and take a look at some of the replays, because there are so many things that are crazy. One thing is Prime Taps just doesn't get a M4 kill until around 20. He was Deagle only for like the entire first 17 rounds, which is insane. There's so much here. There's so goddamn much here. Chikasmo, 1 versus 2, Burning. What even is this game?
That's always the question to ask.
Just hard to believe. There was a really unusual amount of wild rounds in this one. I think even on Dust 2 we saw it. You know, the Dust 2 game started with an ace in the pistol round with the dualies, right? And then it just kind of kept on getting crazier and crazier from there on out. So Yeah, I don't know. It was a very fun game to watch, I'm going to be honest. And, even in a 2-0 loss, I think Pasha, you actually walk away from this looking really competent. Like a couple of more things going right for them, and they probably get a little bit closer on Dust 2. And honestly, they probably win this the second map here on Ancient. So I would say in totality, I'm pretty pleased with what they've shown us here today.
Here's the thing. You can walk away looking competent or you can walk away the victor. And BC Game do the latter.
True.
It doesn't matter if you look like you're maybe struggling in a few places. Maybe you need a couple of these Deagle wins. If anyone asks who looked better, it doesn't really... No one cares that BC Game had to rely on Deagles. They don't care that it had to have a lot of retakes. They had to have Cypher have some crazy entries and some crazy mid-rounding. BC Game CT side was fantastic. They were doing a very good job of playing sort of off of each other. Anders talked about how so many times that one spot in the B bomb site was just seemed like the key to success that was never even needed to unlock the doors to victory. So yeah, it's a good looking lineup. I love the fact that we actually saw Cypher coming alive and taking control of Ancient like he used to once upon a time. What a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, I also like one more thing, that being BC Game, their insistence on that B side, whether it is T or CT side. Because you kinda did mention this way back on Nuke in the first series we had, which is a team knows that first gun round they're already gonna pull off. BC Game knew the first gun round they were gonna pull and the last one they had for the T, so it was just both go B, there's one defender, kill him. And that is just something very, very good that they actually managed to get away with. Despite, some rounds again like that B round push CT side, that doesn't work. T side, it did work. They had a goal in mind and it worked out really damn well. Of course, assisted by Cypher and Nexa having insane games and Brian taps as well with a couple of Deagles and such, making it a very, very good game. But no one could escape Nexa. Not this time. He's the one who actually got things started on Dust 2 as well, if you go back to it all the way back in the 1 vs 3 he has, and then never look back, pretty much.
That's the thing about Nexa that I think a lot of people have... This is why a lot of people had a hard time believing that Nexa actually wanted to become the IGL, that he wasn't necessarily forced into it in an awkward position. It's because he's always been a strangely good fragger on like this tier 1.5 level. It's only when he's going up against like the top 5 teams that he'll struggle a little bit more so. And when you see now BC Game assembled and when you see, all of the tertiary situations not on them the way that they were back in Team Unpaid and the like, Nexa's really coming into his own.
It's a bit crazy as well to say, right? Considering the sort of career he's had. From Crazy, where he was already that kind of guy, then to G2, he was still that kind of guy from the very first day they played it, pretty much. But it really is nice to see him in this roster as well, this iteration that he is almost taking a bit more space than, let's say, 3 months ago on Bleed. It feels different, and it feels really good, and for PC Game, it's all thumbs up, but it's looking great.
Yeah, I mean, they're on the right track. There's no question about it. Just like, maybe a couple of small things to iron out. Obviously, building the map pool deeper, and then probably in the future gaining more confidence against, higher level opponents. Like, those are tough things to do and accomplish. But they've got all the right things for it at the moment, and it just continues to be a really fun project to follow, no question about it.
Yeah. There's one little thing as well, right? We talked about this as well earlier. VRS, BC Game, they've got their Dallas invite. They're already at that border of getting invites to Tier 1. If they do well at Dallas, if they, now they look pretty good here as well, manage to take this as well. We may not see them for a while, actually, because they are at that level of they may just be getting straight invites to Tier 1 events.
I mean, BC Game right now, the favorites to win the entire CCT. You're looking over towards the remaining teams. Fnatic, we already talked about how they're kind of a mess right now. Namiga and Metasport, obviously, teams with a lot of great young talent, but you're realistically not favoring them versus BC Game. Same with Nexus and Navi Jr. This is a team right now on, rank 31 in the Valve rankings. If you win this CCT, you could end up being on like that 27-ish area. Let's maybe chalk in a couple of the other matches you're going to be having across the board as well. You're right. BC Game are creeping in on the edge of Tier 1, and the second they get there, I think they could be a bit of a shocking team in some of those early matchups.
A perfect example of how the Tier 1 or Tier 2 scene kind of just quickly builds up as well, the talent, and the fact that BC Game, no matter if they actually get there or not, the grind is paying off for them, right? The 100 maps or whatever they played in the last couple of months, it's paying off dividends.
Yeah.
and they're just making a very, very good run. But while we talk about them, still, good game for Passion nonetheless. But we won't be seeing any more of them here today in this edition of the CCT at least. But this is the next game we have for today. Nemiga Metasport, an interesting one, because I don't know what to make of this game.
Yeah, I won't lie to you. I'm going to let Anders cover this one more so, because I didn't even remember who's the fifth player on Metasport.
Yeah, I mean, I think I must be honest as well. Like, for me, Metasport not the team that I have the most sort of clear picture of. But you know, Nemiga, I've definitely casted a couple of times now, and I wasn't that impressed. But I feel like they're slowly, they're still building up. I do think Shui and Khan are two really fun players to watch. Unsure about the rest of them. But I mean, yeah, for Metasport, definitely, your Plopsky and Hampus and the guys, they've taken some interesting results too. So I think it's going to be a fun game.
I'll say this about Metasport: if there's one thing I'm certain of, it's that they've got a great IGL, they've got some decent semi-veteran players who still have some fragging power left in them, and they've got a staff behind them that just keeps on finding the next big thing coming out of Sweden. And that's saying something, because Sweden's been trying to find the next big thing from Sweden for a long time now. They've not done a good job of it.
Very true.
No, they've not done the best, but we are gonna let this one go, however, because we've got the next pair of casters not actually ready just yet. We've got an hour's break or so until that game, so Nemiga and Metasports, that'll be coming up in a little bit, but for us, for the morning shift of the day, we just have enjoyed, and we'll be seeing you guys back in a little bit with more CCT, so don't go anywhere, or do, but make sure you do come back for more quarterfinals here, so we'll see you then.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Series 19 quarterfinals. We've already put 2 teams in the semi-finals, and now we have some more scintillating, I would say riveting Counter-Strike on offer. My name is Freddie Ogrimirana. I'll be guiding you through the last 2 games of the day, but I got to introduce, before we go into this Counter-Strike, the 2 men of the hour. I've got Hayes and Atro joining me. They'll be casting the game. Boys, how are you doing today?
Good. I mean, I feel like I've got my 2 children with me today, which is always lovely. You know, I can just keep them in check and keep a close eye on them when they're alongside me here, which I just enjoy. I feel like I'm, okay, I think Tio's a bit older than me, but other than that, I'm probably like the dad of the CCT group. So I'm just embracing that role, honestly, man.
Okay, I mean, someone's got to do it at this point. We've got, I do think Tio is a little bit older. Ted is there as well, right? He's like around.
Ted's like
I'll never
21.
forget.
No?
I'll never forget. I was with
Sorry.
Sneaky once, and we were
Oh,
talking
Sneaky.
about like the CCT contracted. Of course, Sneaky. We were talking about the contracted casters, and he was like, I think Pop's the oldest, isn't he? Like 31 or something, and Pop's actually like 26 or
Yeah.
27.
Yeah.
That was one of the funniest moments
Still
ever.
that old.
And now I never let Sneaky live that one down, man.
Because Tom's also I love Tom, but he looks like he's like a middle-aged man. But he's
Yeah, he's like
a year
23 as
older
well
than me.
or something.
Yeah, he's like the same age as me. But you know what, Hayes? It is good that you're here because you know I need to be kept in line, and sometimes I even enjoy it when you keep me in line. But enough of the tomfoolery, because we've got Counter-Strike to do the speaking for us. As I mentioned, we've already had 2 games in the quarterfinals. So we had BC Game beat Passion UA, and we had Fnatic in a very exciting 3-mapper against 9 Pandas. We've got 2 teams in semi-finals, and for the penultimate CCT series of this season, we are coming to a close. We've got 2 more quarterfinal games. Our first one is Namiga versus Metasport, 2 teams that were invited straight to the round of 16, and then Na'Vi Junior and Nexus on the other side. And Na'Vi Junior, one of the 4 teams that we're going to see today that wasn't invited. They actually grinded their way through the main Swiss. They went 3-0, but that is a game and a conversation we will come to in due course, because now we are focusing on Namiga and Metasport. And like, kind of overarching question, boys, what are we thinking of this series? Hayes, like, give me some of your like first thoughts when you look at this matchup.
I mean, I think it's fairly evenly poised between these 2 teams. I think they've got contrasting strengths as well. Namiga having a bit of return to form is actually just really good to see. They were very good throughout like the second half of last year, but just haven't really gotten off to the start they would have wanted here in 2025. But it seems like they are finding their footing once again. Xanta, he really just dropped off a cliff individually. And Metasport, to just, you know, highlight the points I was making about contrasting strengths, I feel like whereas Namiga's maybe like they're individuals that pop off and they have really strong players across the board. Metasport's obviously got the systems, they've got that, they've got a lot of really good protocols, they've got Hampus and illustrious IGL. So I'm keen to see how these 2 systems and different styles are going to match up against each other.
Any other thoughts on that, Atro?
I have not been enjoying the current iteration of Metasport, at least like their current form right now. It's so up and down, it's so everywhere. Someone save my boy Adam here. I mean, he's doing quite a lot. I guess that's a nice little segue we can do into the rosters, because you mentioned Hampus. Yeah, IGL is still just as great as always. Plopsky's still there to kind of save the day away sometime here, but I feel like it's been going quite up and down, Freddie. I think you might be of the same opinion, maybe.
I don't care about any opinions anymore. Hampus has stolen.
I know,
my
right?
love. Like, dude, this
Lord.
is tough. This is sick. Like, you got all these other boys doing the esports pose. It was Rare Atom that broke the mold. I don't know if you guys remember them last year. They had some wicked photos. And Hampus, he's aggressive on the server, and he's outgoing in the photos. But enough of my bromance. Hayes, we had Atro on one side saying, not a massive fan of Metasport of this iteration, saying, save my boy Adam. Are you in a similar mindset, or are you a little bit more of a fan of this national squad?
I am a fan of them, but I also do think that they're not in a great place at the moment. For me, it's just like who's the star player. Adam B is kind of filling that role right now, but I don't know if he has actually like star player positions, because obviously with the changes that have happened, Hampus coming into the team, Isaac not too long ago either. Maybe Adam B has been shifted into more of those like star player roles and positions where he wasn't really previously, when Nyla was on the roster in particular. Plopsky was the guy that everyone was looking at and thinking he's also kind of reestablishing the style that he brings to a team. He's not just like the solid, reliable guy anymore. He's now making more plays as well, taking more resources. Lumi for me is a concern, because I was actually really excited about him as a prospect before he joined this team with Lil Mix. I thought he was actually quite an exciting AWPer, but the numbers, I mean, I haven't seen this team recently, so I'm not going to act like I've watched them play Counter-Strike, but the numbers just aren't looking great for Lumi, and they kind of coincide with this Dipolfin form. I think they've got the pieces here to work with, but it's just about finding a way to make them work.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think what's an interesting part with Metasport is that you've both kind of mentioned a little bit, saying how, like, we haven't really seen them play much, and that is a fact, because Metasport just aren't playing much Counter-Strike. Like, you look at Fnatic, they've played like 7 best of 3s in the last viz or whatever. Metasport are a team that if they do get invited, they aren't making deep runs, and they're not, like, it seems accepting all these offers. So I feel like I'm quite excited to see maybe what this team can produce. But Namiga, their opposition, certainly a team that, well, you know, we know what they're about. This is a team that came in this new year with, like, off the back of a very exciting 2024. And look, they were just at Pro League. They honestly did pretty well, I think. You know, they held their own. Atro, what are we thinking about Namiga coming into this best of 3?
Namiga, not only their current run of form, but also the opponents they've been taking down has been looking really, really nice for them. They take down Heroic 2-1. They find Mindfreak on ESL, as you mentioned. And I feel like even now here towards the PGL qualifier, or even towards the CCT, they've been taking teams down that were trying to get to their momentum phase, and I feel like they've been the stop blockers. They've been the ones who are kind of that next step up that you have to get through, and that's why for Spirit Academy, for GTZ, for Z10, right now, all of these teams who have been having a slower period and trying to break through have not really managed to do that up against Namiga, because they are currently way more consistent than they were before. Back when Khan first joined out here with the roster like a year ago, we were talking about Namiga and was like, oh yeah, Khan is great. We love seeing Khan, and we still do. But now Zwei was the latest addition 8 months ago. It doesn't really feel like 8 months to me, but maybe I guess I'm just delusional like that because they've already played like 200 maps together. So they've been quite established together. They've been getting used to each other as a team, and I do feel like they can still keep this momentum going. But I don't know. I feel like they should be definitely the favorites coming into this best of 3.
Yeah, that's an interesting point I want to pick up on going to you, Hayes, of, like, for me, Namiga come out of 2024 as, like, the team that I expect to see at a lot of these events contending, you know, in the same trajectory that they were. I don't necessarily think they've hit that same trajectory. So do you feel like coming into an online tournament like this, they have, you know, the favorites kind of around them, but also with pressure to be like, yeah, we might need to see a result from Namiga that's, like, gonna push them above the rest in this tier 2 circuit?
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like it's good pressure for Thea, because they kind of hit the ground running. When they lost Flamus, everyone was like, cool, well, their stocks have just gone down massively. And then they found Zwei, and Zwei was actually this really exciting prospect who's done really well with the Namiga team and didn't really seem like they took many steps backwards. I'm framey as hell right now. I don't know if that's just on my side or you okay, all right. But point I'm making is that they hit ground running after Zwei joined the team and replaced Flamus. And now this is the first time we're starting to kind of see these deficiencies, see these struggles, and every team will come across these hurdles. It's about whether or not they can overcome them, and I think that they can, and I think they'll be better off for it if they do manage to get through that bit of like rough period of form. I think the run they had at Pro League, although they didn't make the second stage, some favorable results there will certainly just like boost the confidence once again, and that'll probably be the catalyst for them to get back to that sort of form we saw at the end of last year. Yeah,
like, to look, you know, GDC first round, I'm not even going to amuse that. I think GZ making playoffs by themselves was a great, like, that was really impressive. But I think that was like a nice little taste, a nice warm-up to get back online. They're doing very well at PGL Bucharest. I think you mentioned, Adra, like, a winner of Spirit Academy is very, very, very legit. So, coming into this series, maybe pressure is a little bit on them. And the Veto, this is an interesting veto when we take a look at this, because both teams have very, very favored maps, right? Like, we're looking at probably the first 2 maps of this series just being like okay, well, Dust 2 for Namiga, Metasport awful, like, Namiga amazing. Mirage for Metasport, not amazing, but Namiga are really quite bad on it right now.
Yeah, maybe, but I mean, sure, they haven't had great results, but they still feel like a team that can just pitch up on a map like Mirage and run over their opponents because of their individuals, right, Afro?
Yeah, 100%. I was just going to say about the individuals out here for Namiga. I was going to ask you to, like, yeah, Zwei is back in, Khan is still playing like the usual Khan, but do you feel like there's enough X-Factor power out of Namiga to push them even further beyond what they're doing right now? Like, they're still fighting these tier 2 opponents. Do they have enough firepower, you reckon?
Absolutely. Like, I think that's something that they have in heaps. I think their cup runneth over with firepower for this Namiga team. I don't think that's a problem at all. I think it's for just finding a way to balance it out and get everyone comfortable. Maybe they've got too many players who want space, right? Khan, Zwei, and Xanta all love making plays and being at the forefront of the action, love being set up. So Risky Bob and Leah, obviously kind of those supporting acts, and just about, like I said, finding the balance for Namiga, I reckon.
Yeah, I agree. I think Xanta definitely feels like, well, for me as well, like, Xanta not only, like, you know, let's not forget how much he stepped up post Flamus. Like, I think you hit the nail on the head. If we're rolling back 8 months, Hayes, you were like, Flamus went and everyone was like, well, Namiga, you know, that was pretty cool that you made I Am Chengdu, but like, that's going to be your time in the limelight. And Xanta just steps up out of nowhere in this, have this individual level that we didn't see before the departure of Flamus. And I think Khan, like, look at some of the statistics and how he's playing this year. That was not the same Khan last year. He's doing a lot better from my perspective, a lot more consistent. So I wasn't a massive fan of his, truth be told, last year. But I'm a big fan of Namiga. I'm a big fan of international rosters. I like the games we have on offer. Metasport, I feel like they've got a lot to show. Amiga, they've got a lot to show, but in the different way. They've got to prove it, right? They've got to be like, we're the favorites, let's play like the favorites. And with that in mind, it's been a very quick pre-show, but I feel like we've gone over everything. Dust 2 is going to be your first map. It's the map pick of Namiga, and as touched on slightly, I think this might be a bit of a one-sided first map, but I'm going to stop rambling. I'm going to send it over to you boys. Enjoy yourself.
Okay, thank you,
very
Brandon.
much.
Brandon, God.
Brandon.
Freddy.
Thank you, Brandon. We love you, Brandon.
I don't know what you heard.
Wait.
I didn't say it.
That's okay, don't worry. He's not that memorable, Atro. Anyway, here we go. This is going to be a memorable pistol round because it's just all-out war from the word go. Metasport just sending their troops out along, and it's going to be Namiga who have their players on the correct side of the map. Nice shot there from Risky Bob, and he'll finish off the job as well.
I felt like I just watched the tower defense round go by. Yeah, they literally just play the smoke, they run it down. That was a long push. Ambitious there from Metasport. And yeah, as Brandon faded away from us, aka Freddy, we are into map number 1 here. Dust 2 indeed, a favorable, very favorable side out here for Namiga. They know why they picked into it. And so now we get ourselves straight into attack pause because, yeah, of course we do. Attack pause. But hopefully it won't be too long. Just a PC restart out here for Zwei, which gives us a little bit more time out here, Hayes, to kind of maybe get a couple of different ideas once Freddy is going to be back on broadcast and is going to be back with us to kind of talk about, because they take down Spirit Academy, right? They're going to have maybe another academy to try to face if they manage to win this game. So that's also another quite exciting prospect to look forward to if they get there. Also, that point he made about Namiga not being complacent, playing like the favorites, I feel like that is very, very important right now, because if they jump into this one thinking, okay, the Swedes are going to have a tough time, they're going to be slower on the uptake, we're going to be able to you know, have a little bit of space, and don't fully respect them, then this could very easily turn on its head. Okay. Well.
Oh, my mic's been muted. Okay,
there we
all right.
go.
Well, I've just been rambling on.
Sorry.
I was saying, no. Well, that's completely my fault.
Your
I do it all
internet
the time, Atro, because after we go into the game, I have to turn my lights off and I've got to like roll around from side to side on my table. So I just mute my mic and then I sit back down and then just like I carry on talking when I'm muted.
Yeah.
But what I was saying is for Metasport is they haven't actually played a huge amount of Counter-Strike over the past couple of weeks. I mean, they played 3 best of 3s in the past, like, 3-4 weeks kind of thing. But you got to imagine that means they've been grinding on the practice server, they've been scrimming, they've been working on just defining the roles a bit better and getting Hampus completely blooded into this team, Isaac as well. I mean, they've had time, but now we can really start to expect results from this team. There has to be a level of expectation around Metasport now at this point.
Okay, I mean, I feel like that's pretty fair. There's always kind of been a level of expectations with the names on Metasport, especially Hampus coming through, Plopsky as well. But now we do just have ourselves Isaac also being on the scene, which I feel like we haven't really touched on Isaac too much. Is there really a lot to touch on for Isaac, though? I mean, he joins up in the team out here, not necessarily out of the blue. He joined up with Hampus at the same time, but as a prospect himself, as a 23-year-old coming in from NIP, I feel like a lot of people were expecting so much more than what he's currently showing.
So, yeah, the problem is he's an anchor player, and like the anchor player is just not going to be putting up good numbers if the team is struggling. You know, think about like if he's playing B-bomb side on Dust 2 and the A side's hemorrhaging and mid's hemorrhaging, then he's always going to end up in like unwinnable rounds and these impossible clutches. So I feel like, yeah, for someone like Isaac to thrive, the team needs to be playing well. I think he's very solid, and I think he's a player that Metasport need right now. I think he brings stability and balance to a team that has like Plopsky, who's now evolved and is trying to be like more active as a player, go for a lot more opening duels, particularly on the T side. I think Isaac was incredible on Game Legion. I mean, NIP, there was just not really anything to get excited about with that team, so you can't really like put that down to him. But I mean, yeah, I think that Isaac's very important here for Metasport.
The only reason I brought it up was because I was taking a look at his average rating throughout these teams, and back on Gamer Legion, he had like a 099 rating, even as an anchor player. NIP 096. Out here on Metasport, even though it's been since January and there hasn't been that many maps, it's 0.90. You know, so the stats don't tell you everything, but overarching, you know, there can be some conversations made. Either way, we take a fight down long, and a bomb pushing in with Lumi, as it is going to be a great headshot from Plopsky to make this one a 2-on-3. It comes down to Isaac, after we've talked about him now, to try to find an easy frag on the offer. He's down to low HP, and the MP9 tries to burst him down. Isaac, great headshot, and now Lear gives that information away. Smoke's going to go down, and Risky Bob just has to save. It's the first round on the board for Metasport, and now we're playing the real game.
A good activation there from Isaac, actually just making his way up short into the A-bomb site there after the attention had been taken towards long. He recognized that was his moment to then get into the gunfight and finds a kill that basically locks in the round. Was a bit messy there from Leah, but MP9 at range can be fairly challenging sometimes. We've seen Namiga contesting middle in a number of these rounds. I know it's still very early days as Risky Bob's not going to be able to carry the AWP, but I wonder if this is going to be a theme here for the CT side. I mean, this was just Hampus waiting, posted up patiently, and gets that first kill. And yeah, both teams alive and underway here on Dust 2.
Maybe Khan's position there a bit too overambitious, overzealous maybe. He was playing like right on top of the Xbox off the beginning of the round. Didn't really have any cover either, so maybe was just hoping to be able to at least get out with one. Didn't even happen. So kind of gives the opening frag away. But we do go into round number 4 on a force investment out here from Namiga, and they match Medic immediately. I'm pretty sure they're going to be going for the same force after all, but still.
Like a one-player missed portal, they kind of like regretted their decision to go for an investment, so they just have a disconnect and then they have to reset the round, and then you just see a completely different investment altogether. Not going to be the case here though. Xanta, I actually almost would have liked to have seen Xanta go for like a glass cannon AWP here.
Oh, there it is.
Risky Bob, actually, yeah, he's got one. Okay. The reason I like this is because in a force buy like this, where you really don't have much going for you, if you have that AWP, that can completely be the difference maker. But you have to try to find a way to get into the round here with this AWP. You can't just like sit back passively and hope they come to you.
I like the option to go for this even more, knowing that the AWP was picked up from the previous round, so Lumi's going to have it. He's going to take these peeks. And somehow, no one died in middle in that engage. Triple peek down mid and no one gone by. Speaking of taps though, speaking of kills, it's Plopsky to steal away the first. That kind of looked like Isaac was going to take it, but his name didn't pop up on the kill feed. And now that's one of the rifles gone. Who's going to get to pick it up? Behind him is Risky Bob, and oh, Lear, okay. unfortunate there on the timing of the smoke. Plopsky finds the upper too, and that is just Plopsky clearing out middle like a vacuum.
Yeah, this is a very good approach coming through from Metasport, just keeping things simple, keeping things direct against the force fire as well. Hasn't been any concerns. Khan, the last player left alive, they now know exactly where he is. You can bet the top dollar they're going to make sure that he doesn't carry the FAMAS into the next. The best he can do is try to take a couple players to the grave with him, and it will just be the one kill. Metasport level up the scoreline. Now they play against an eco and a chance for them to get a lead. This is Namiga's map pick.
Yeah.
And it's a map that Freddie highlighted that's been an incredible map for them, man. They played it 13 times in the past 3 months. They've only lost it twice. One of those times was to Pain, 13-11, and the other time was to Bait, back at the start of Feb, where they lost in double OT. So, you just never see this team not being almost great on Dust 2, like, relatively speaking, for this level.
Yeah, 100%. But they almost beat G2 on D2 as well. Freddy just kindly relayed that information to us. But
yeah, that was Bates. I
Bates,
guess,
my bad.
contextualizing how good Namiga are as well. That
Yeah.
they, pushed Bates so far.
But coming into it, for the previous round, Force Buy, they only take one gun down. So Metisport will have now a lot of residual cash, especially since Hampus was on that Mac 10. He finds one. Xanter, some really nice taps away with the USP. Metisport too, though, on this map, on this D2, they went against some tough opposition, right? They battled Vitality like 2 months ago on it. They lost 13-9. They fought Heroic on it, on IEM Dallas in the qualifiers there, and they did lose, but again, the 13-4, that was their worst result on the map. And then just 3 days ago, in the PGL Bucharest qualifier, they went 13-11 up against Leo, which Leo have been on a roll, man. They have been taking some teams down. So, pushing them that distance, I'd say is okay, is nice. It's not the greatest, but it's the closest they could have pushed them to.
Yeah, but I mean, still, I don't even know a single name of a player on the Leo roster. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I know that they did get that upset win yesterday, I think, or the day before against 500. That was,
Yeah, 2-0.
yesterday. And then they won the first map against Fnatic as well. So I guess there has to be some, exciting pieces to that team. But yeah, Metasport, like I said earlier on, like we need to start to see results from them. We need to have a level of expectation. It's no longer the case of, okay, well, Isaac and Hampus have joined this team recently. It's going to take time to bring things together and start to expect consistent results. Now it is that time. It's been 2 months. They had some time off as well to just, theory craft and practice and get everybody on the same page. And now it's about delivering.
We're just taking a look down. Leo beat the best team around. They beat Hesta 2-0 a month ago. So, I don't know, man. Maybe they're the next big thing. Either way. Oh, and Leo apparently just went 13-1 in advance too. Thank you, Freddy. Damn. So yeah, they are a scary opponent overall. Scary. Okay, it's a broad term, but still having that good of a track record in advanced and managing to take down some big names definitely is gonna attract some eyes to them. So they hold a little weight. Still though, in our game right now, Metisport need to hold the weight into this T side because Namiga just buy again. And it will be a 2-3 setup with long control on house. And Khan spotted first in from CT. Will Risky Bob pick this? I don't believe he has to.
Yeah, Metasport have actually just shown presence. They've pressured middle, and now they're going to pivot. They're going to shift. They've got so much utility. They've used 2 pieces of util throughout the first 40 seconds of the round. On doesn't have an AWP on A either, but he does have a nice little bait and switch setup with Lear in towards Goose right now, and you have Xanta long. So Namiga are very well set up over towards the A bomb site, and yeah, Metasport don't really have any ideas to what the setup looks like here for the T side, so they're just pressuring to try and force rotations and draw attention elsewhere before it looks like what will be an inevitable commitment through middle. It's going to be a split, but there's far more emphasis on the mid play coming through here.
Okay. Speaking of that mid play, here it comes. The smoke is still down on CT. Risky Bob deciding to play right in front of the smoke there. Gonna be waiting for the pop flash to come through, and he does manage to take down one, but it's a little bit late. He could have taken down two. Zwei keeps it going, stays alive for just enough. 25 seconds on the clock, and Isaac on 3 HP still manages to find Khan. So we're left down on a 2v2. You could say equal, but Isaac is a breath's way away from dying, and Plopsky, he's got to be the main man on the anchor here. The post plan coming through, and the problem here for Nemiga, no defuse kit, no flash in. And they're just dry picking Xanter. What is that? Isaac's still alive. One bullet's gonna make the difference down here. Xanter just needs to connect, and Isaac is playing with fire. He's trying to tap him down, and Xanter takes the right approach, sidearm in hand. Had the information, could have been an Isaac ace, but it came down very close.
Great attempt from him there, and he decides to commit to the big wide swing. I thought he might try to play time for a little bit longer there, but it's a solid retake coming through from Nemiga. I did have a 15-second disconnect there where I could just hear you and I couldn't see anything going on, but yeah, good work from Nemiga. We know how difficult this B-bomb site is to retake in general, and they make it work to level up the scoreline here. Don't allow for Metsport to build up too much momentum. Also did notice Nemiga on boot camp, by the way, which is, you always get like a boot camp buff when your opponents are all playing from home and you're on boot camp, so that's something important and worth keeping in mind.
I think that's also very important, is the fact that not only are they on boot camp, but they managed to win that round in a 1v1. So their economy is still going to be okay. They did lose a lot of pieces. They did lose 4 players, so they'll have to reinvest. It's not going to be looking too pretty. But at the very least, Metesport are going to take a hit economically, a little bit. They'll still have money for the next round, even if they lose this one, but after that comes in the real play. So keeping this one close is Nemiga's game plan until they can start picking up a couple of extra rounds, until a little bit of tempo sways their way. From a T-Sport, they're not just going to roll over and take that. So let's see what they're cooking up for this round, as it is going to be Lumi not taking a peek down mid yet, setting up utility instead, and it's going to be the AK from Hampus trying to go in first, and I think Khan was hurt in that incendiary. Gonna be holding it for him.
Fully committed. Ah, man, I mean, to remain that committed without anybody holding top mid or any idea how far forward the T side have progressed is just really brave from him, and ultimately a gamble that completely gets punished. And Metasport has still got so much time in util here, they don't have to make any decisions. They know they moved the AWP from the equation. They know that with the finances that Nemiga have, there's almost zero chance of there being a double AWP. So the A-bomb side is certainly looking favorable, knowing that they're not going to have to try and get past an AWP posted on long or something like that.
Short push ready. 3-man setup on A. Zwei ready to flank around as well if need be. It looks like Nemiga do have a fair bit of information. And Metesport haven't really dropped down towards tunnels, haven't really made any noise. Here comes the utility, and it's going to be up to the FAMAS to try to take them down through a smoke. Rispy good for one. Flash comes through. Xanter, oh, he fully blinds them. Isaac and Adam B don't even know what hit him, and the AWP is going to fall as well. What an MP9 multi-frag out of Xanter here to win out the round for Nemiga and completely get the momentum on their side again.
Yeah, I guess Nemiga were thinking the exact same thing I was, that Metsport know the AWP is down, so they're probably going to try and go A here. And Leah and Xanter play off of each other incredibly well. They're risky Bob as well. That transfer there from Xanter is beautiful, and then he just continues to just duck and dive from cover and taking the fights. Almost impossible for Metsport to get the trade with so much going on. And I mean, that was not a very convincing investment for Nemiga. So the fact they win that round is a great boost for them. And now they themselves have a chance here to reset this T-side economy.
Ooh, somehow Zwei doesn't die. Lumi was on the angle, yet he doesn't pull the trigger. And that did happen one round ago as well when he had a good weapon, so Lumi maybe not feeling a little bit too confident here at the beginning. Hopefully things are going to change. Xanter on an AUG. And Lear escaping death as well. A lot of information has been relayed though. They saw that bomb in lower tunnels, and Hampus just finds a great kill on long. Will force the rotation out of risky bomb down through CT. The smoke is already there, but he doesn't know about it, so he hasn't peeked yet. And the people moving in through short right now are making a lot of ruckus. The AWP should have fallen first, but instead it's Lear in from the bomb site. Khan running away, and that is the round. Nemiga pulling the plug on it, as they haven't found any kills. Not even that one. The T-Sport take a clean slate.
Yeah, normally the plan is, okay, let's take long, go A, and then maybe you have someone lurk up short, or vice versa, a late long player coming through while you go through short into A. Metasport just completely collapsed on that A bomb site with unanimous pressure from both, or simultaneous pressure from both short and long at the exact same time. And that's why the Namiga players are in such an awful position. It's so uncomfortable. There's no way to try and take cover and then have like decent fights where you can take on your own terms. You're just having fights forced on you from every single angle. And that was a very convincing take there from Metasport, well constructed. And we're just trading blows here, back and forth between these two teams.
It starts off from Hampus's deagle shot as well, because you did get to see Xander trying to back out, and he just takes one last peek in to see how many people there's actually coming through long to relay that information, and boom. Lose your head, lose control, and then a well-timed push from a T-Sport 2. Round number 9. First half. I don't know, I feel like it's been going by quite quickly. The rounds have been striking blood really, really fast.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's been a lot of warfare going on here. It's certainly been an action-packed game so far. And with Metasport winning that round so convincingly, keeping 5 players alive, it's a really big boost to them here in this half. Look at their finances. Namiga have just kind of always had their backs against the wall financially. Always had some sort of like deficiency in the weaponry, or in a position where if they lose a round, they're just going to get straight up reset. And that is the case here once again. He playing with fire, and yeah, he thought on the jump peak he hadn't seen anybody, so maybe it would have been safe for him to swing out like that. Risky Bob's gone searching, and all of a sudden it's a 5v3.
Yeah, he hit a great timing on Hampus. Here comes the FlyQuest smoke as well. So, Metisport are going to be kept at bay for a long time. And Zwei, he's working on that very long rotation. I don't think he's going to do too much with it, though. There might be a minute on the clock, but he's not really pushing past soccer, so... just gonna stay there. Opski scaling up the wall here, going into long, smoke on down CT, and it's a double FAMAS hold. Players into CT2. A nade. Oh, it completely blows it open. A little bit more team damage than enemy damage, but that's okay. That's fine. They're moving back. T-Sport, they hit a flawless round in the previous. Now Namiga are going to do the exact same. Let's see if Lumi gets out with his life here, or with enough kills to make it worth. And Lumi, he does take down 2. They're pushing into him. Zwei finally manages to take him down.
Yeah, that's a great round from Namiga. I love the way that Risky Bob just pushes through tunnels like that. He gets so much information for his team, and then they know for a certainty that Metasport aren't rotating back away from long, so they're just able to remain rooted in position, just waiting patiently for Metasport to eventually commit, and they've got all eyes in that direction. They catch them on the cross as well. And at least a little bit of extra damage from Lumi. Some nice shots connecting, but ultimately no impact on the round itself.
Really dark in Sweden, apparently. Playing what looked like a very dark room from his basement.
Yeah, I always remember learning, like, it's bad for your eyes. You just gotta, like, have some
yeah.
sort of source of light in the room around you.
And everyone says that. Parents say that, especially. Like, oh, don't stay so close to the
Well,
water.
I'm the dad of the group here, so I guess that's where
You
it's
have
coming
to.
from, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's your job, man.
yeah, looking out for the kids out there. There's a little bit of a change up in direction for Metasport. Haven't seen them go for this take into the B-bomb side with most of their players coming through tunnels. And in fact, it looks like it could be all 5 players. It's going to be an all-in play. If they lose this, 6-4, no money, 7-4. So there's a lot hinging on this round, and Namiga have got the read. They've got 2 players on the bomb side itself, and the third that's rotating through. Hampus is going to be the first one to commit into the bomb side. Flashes and counter flashes will eventually take effect, and it's going to be kills going back and forth. Can Zwei stay alive? No. Trades will favor the T side. Despite the fact they needed 3 kills to get side control, they've managed to make it work.
Zwei didn't have to peek that so off the angle, off the timer, right? Could have just waited a little bit more for Khan and Xander to make their way through CT and made that round approachable. Now, 2 flashes, diffuse gets sure, but you're fighting on a man deficit, so there's just no way you're going to be attempting to be retake. And that's it. They're going to be saving. Metisport take the gamble with the Mac-10, and just a flying Plopsky later. We get a round win here for Metisport. So they keep it very competitive here in the first half, and this is their T side as well. So, the more they can rack up the rounds here, punish Namiga on the positions, manage to take them by surprise a little bit, the better off their CT side is going to be looking when they'll need those extra rounds to kind of figure out what Nemiga are trying to pull, what their stunts are on that T side, and how to respond accordingly. So we shall see. But until then, Matt, it's round number 11, 2 remaining of the first half.
Yeah, what a back and forth map this has been, and with this being Nemiga's trump card, Dust 2, Metasport will be very happy with how they've been able to go toe-to-toe with Nemiga so far. And again, now Nemiga in a position to lose this, then 7-5 feels inevitable. So let's see if Metasport can separate themselves here from Nemiga and build up a bit of a buffer.
So far, we do see Isaac kind of taking the same angle Adam was before, and we know how that went. Khan is still holding in from long, but he's very open. That smoke goes away. He's just playing car, and he's going to get mollied off as well. Here comes the smoke. And Popsy's going to be looking out for him. On, pop flash in, and the op wanted to hit a shot, couldn't, misses, and now it's a complete dogfight. Xanter takes 2 down, but that's still not going to be enough. In from CT, Risky Bob and Zoe have got to outplay themselves on this one to be able to make it out alive, and Hampus, well, he just makes sure that won't happen. There it is, Metisport take away the advantage, take away the economy for the CT side, and will take away the half as well. There it is. Enemy's not picking off to a strong start. Yeah.
I must say, the trading has been incredible for Metasport on this map so far. They've been really good at just working as a unit, combining, not getting overwhelmed, keeping their composure. And that is going to be now, like you said, the red carpet rolled out for them to get a lead now going into the second half.
Well, they'll have to remember who's casting them, because this is an eco round. This is like a half buy coming through from the Nemiga, and we know how that goes, Hayes, don't we? So, you know, never say never. Always be something interesting at play. But they're going to be hitting a lone 5-7. Okay, there's just no way he gets away with more than 1 here. Not even. Okay. Great entry from Plopsky. That's the bomb site. Good luck, have fun on the retake. No defuse kit either. There it is.
Simple and direct. The theme of this T side for Metasport, actually.
Not a bad one.
Yeah, it's worked well for them so far. And, well, there should be no way for Nemiga to get back into the bomb site from here.
They're just fighting down on the soccer ball. There it is. So 7-5 in T-Sport. Taking this one away, moving into their CT side. They take this still round here. They're going to be in a really advantageous position.
Yeah, like I said, just coming into the map with us knowing how incredibly good the map has been for Nemiga, the fact that Metasport get a 7-5 on the half against a team on bootcamp currently is a very good return for them. I mean, Nemiga have a 58% win rate on their CT side of this map, so yeah, Metasport coming away with the lead. Let's see if they can pick up the pistol here to continue to extend this good position.
Remember, last time Metisport managed to win a map of D2, it was back in 2024, so, you know, I try to phrase that like it's been a really long time. It's been 3 months. 3 months is not a short time. Almost 4. So, we'll be very happy if they can get away with an advantage. That's all I'll say. Don't want to jinx them too quickly. Push down from Risky Bob in from Plopsky. Down in towards lower tunnels. Lumi looking after him. Plopsky, Lumi ready. Shadow advantage taken. Spams them down. Gets away with 1. Lumi tries to help out and will be successful in a double kill.
Mate.
Very nice taps from the USP. Oh, but Xanter, that turnaround. Crosshair placement was good. Just the Glock not spamming on the head. Now,
I thought that Lumi had kind of given up all the hard work he had done, though, by just hanging around unnecessarily, and I thought Xanter's about to get the kill at range with the player in mid doors as well, but It is going to be Adam B, who is now caught a glimpse. Doesn't need the headshot, but he'll finish off in style anyway. And Metasport, for the first time in the map, I'm pretty sure we've seen a team win 3 consecutive rounds. I think the most we've seen a team win in a row here is 2 rounds. If I'm not mistaken. Okay, no, I lie. Metasport won 3 at the start of the first half, but
Yeah.
obviously these 3 way more important as we start to get to the business end of the map here.
Exactly. Really, really important. And remember who's the team with the momentum here. Remember who's the team who's been feeling really, really good. It's Nemiga, right? So if there's anyone who can make a comeback here, it is them. The solo scout buy, we've seen it before. He does actually sell it back. I think he took a pot shot and then just went back. Oh. Bad. Nade lands on its mark, and it's going to be 9-5 because they're only fighting locks. And every single time I see Adam B, I just have like the split-second thought. Ooh, very nice shot. The split-second thought of just calling him Adam S. Just Adam. It keeps popping up in my head. I'll be missing my boy.
I always go with Adam S. Feels a little bit lazy to just say Adam. Adam. I don't know at that point. I've never been a huge fan of people just straight up using their government name as their in-game name, and that's ironic because my co-caster is Trav. But I think you can get a little bit more creative than that, guys. Come on.
Some of them do sound cool. Like some of them have like their actual like family name, and it depends because like Ivan Mihai, like he just used his initials. There's a lot of players like that actually, who just take away their family name because it sounds cool, and it does ring. Still their government name though.
Yeah, fair. This is a big bonus round here for Metasport, man. A Scout, 3 MP9s, and a FAMAS. If the Nemiga don't win this round here, then it's just write the map off at that point.
Well, let's see it. It's a close resemblance to a Furia buy. Yeah, it's still the bonus coming out here from a T-Sport. 3 MP9s could have been 4. A Scout onto Lumi. Moss onto Plopsky. I appreciate the diffuse kit, Hampus. Definitely gotta pay respect. Not only is he dapper in the photo, he's also gonna be dapper out here on the server, so always love to see it. And an 11-5 Isaac, by the way. This has been a great performance out of him.
Yeah, that's true. Isaac has looked the part. Everybody has for Metasport, to be fair. I mean, Adam B, the guy who's been the most consistent as of late, is the one guy who hasn't had to do all that much so far. But Metasport and they mean business. Like I said, this round here, this has to just be a guaranteed round for Nemiga. You cannot lose this. AK's utility down 9-5. And able to get some control of middle, making their way up through short right now. No resistance at all. And I don't even know if Metasport, I mean, they'll attempt the retake surely just because they don't really want to carry these weapons into the next round, but they're just really hoping and praying that Nemiga head B, which is not the case.
Yeah, I think that smoke down mid should have told them a little bit here. Maybe they think it's a fake out with the positions they're already, you know, kind of went for. It's a little bit tough to swallow that pill that Nemiga have gone A, slink their way through short, have planted that bomb down. So let's see. Lives out. They should be going. They're going away. Hampus is pushing in through T-spawn. They're going to save this. They were too far away, sure, but surely you don't want to save anything that you have going into the next round. Besides, like, the full armor. And they're maybe not going to. Okay.
Okay, well, successful for Nemiga. Really, not much resistance put up in the round at all. He should get this kill. Nope, not even. I thought it was way only having 7 health. That would have been a free frag, but evidently not. And remember, I mean, I did say that this is a bonus round, but Metasport only get $1,400 when they lose this round. Look at Adam B's money. Look at Plopsky's money. They may even be inclined to just go for a half buy here. So a good chance here for Nemiga to just claw their way back and close the gap a little bit further.
That does feel tough, doesn't it, though? You get into that bonus round feeling confident, you take away pistol, you had 3 in a row, which you mentioned were very important, very impactful rounds, and now they will fully invest. They don't go for the half, it's 3 MP9s, an AWP, and an A1S. It's They're going all out. They're hoping that this time, Matesport are going to be in the right place at the right time. Amiga, though, playing kind of the same approach to the round, just taking B tunnels control, clearing out middle, and then probably heading up into short. And Matesport are doing the same thing. They don't have a single player there. Finally, Lumi does move back around, though.
This is a big roll of the dice for Matesport. I honestly would have preferred to have just seen them settle for a save here, get the full buy in the next. The 3 MP9s on CT side of Dust 2 can be really difficult to make work. 1, I can probably get behind, but 3? Oh man, like, Lumi is going to have to go nuclear here in this round.
Well, he is in a position where he could. He also could have waited that elbow smoke to go away before he threw his, because now Nemiga do have a real chance at approaching A with this timing. There's going to be more than 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Long players still being held up by House. And you've got a player into CT as well that's currently faking presence and poised to try to fake onto B. No one's peeking him though, and the moment I say that, Hampus just goes and dies. Adam pushing in behind. Do they know there's 2? Yes, they do, but Zwei takes care of 1.5. Lobsky picks up the AK with 20 seconds left. Lumi moves his way back into long, back into pit, tries to stay alive, and will attempt the retake in a 3v3. AK picked up by Isaac, and that makes noise, so Risky Bob is ready for him, and he is going to take him down. Very unfortunate there for Isaac, not having the information, and again, Matesport have to save.
Yeah, that's I mean, again, another pretty solid take here from Nemiga. Fairly simplistic as well. Zwei is the main hero of that round, just posted on window, out of mid doors, gets that kill quickly, then snaps back to get the frag on the player flanking, even keeps the second player busy for a little bit longer. And Lumi had to get something done on the long cross. He didn't even get a single kill. And like I said, he was the really important player coming into the round here for Matesport with the Yorp. He was in position, but couldn't connect on a shot. He was forced all the way back. And Nemiga are fighting their way back here into this map.
Yes, sir. Yes, they are. For how long, though, can they keep it up? At some point, the CT side should be getting around. After the performance we got to see on the first half, there's no question about it. Oh, nice kill out here from Khan. It's just a nice highlight, because the round itself isn't really that much. There's not really that much going on. They don't really invest. They just keep the guns they had from the previous, the 2, which Plopsky already drops 1, and there's no one there to pick it up. So Luki just backs himself away, plays towards A. And it's either got to be a firing squad out here, Lumi, from you, or Nemiga taking 8 without really too much resistance.
Well, saving the AWP might even be important, right? Because he's going to get $2,900 if he goes down here and they lose the round. That's last cannon AWP. You know where Risky Bob is. Should be able to force the frag here on him, and he's just staying cooped in the corner. But look at how much attention he's taken here, man. He has kept all of the focus on him, and yeah, I'm glad that Lumi's not hanging around just to try and get a parting kill. Carrying the AWP across is way more important. Isaac has an AK as well. And the Nemiga will draw within 1, and my concern is that these 3 frags have been so, these 3 rounds rather, have been so easy for Nemiga that they've been able to rack up back here. Hasn't really been much of a contest, and like you say, they are hunting right now, and I reckon they're going to find what they're hunting for.
Oh yeah, they've cornered them. They're stuck right now. Trying to get to it. Lumi has got to go mental indeed, and he misses out the first shot. Back turned away. Oh, collateral, sure, but you got to check behind. You see another one, and you do take him down. Lumi, do you expect a second? You heard him now. Khan going after you. Spotted out the pixel. Spotted out the head. Lumi, no. There you go. Block takes him down. Good exit frags there, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Look at how much cash Nemiga do have. Want to be friends with those guys for sure.
Yeah, they are balling out as things stand. And it's now going to be the half investment round from Matesport that I was thinking should have been the option a couple rounds ago. So now we could have 4 rounds in a row for Nemiga where there hasn't really been much of a contest. There hasn't been a full gun round for Matesport yet in the second half. How ridiculous is that? I think there's just been some like economic mismanagement here from the CT side, honestly.
Yeah, because there's been a lot of saving going on in Warhead. Why has there been a lot of saving going on? Because Matesport have been really playing on those extremities, and they've been kind of overplaying those extremities. They've hit the bad side of the coin almost every single time Namiga have been pushing, and they just haven't had too much pressure in towards short. So now they try to mitigate that by going mid and short, and now look, when you do take a couple of extra fights, but still it's Namiga to win out all of those duels. So they get out with the man advantage. And even though Risky Bob dies there, it's got to be a big play from Plopsky. We're going to get taken down on the timing, my bad. And Xanter, well, that is definitely a way to clean up.
Again, another very easy round for Namigas. They're now going to level up the scoreline at 9-all, and Metasport will finally get a full buy with 4 M4s and an AWP. But it's taken so much longer than it ever should have for a team who won the pistol and converted it as well. Lumi will certainly die here to the player coming through from top mid. Xanter finishes off the job. And this is with Khan 7 for 10, with Leah 3 for 14. And it's 9-all right now. So things can only go, get better and improve for Namiga if those players do come online.
Yeah.
And if Metasport loses gun round here, then the optics of the map start to shift quite drastically.
Okay. Well, so far, we have no information on who is going to be able to take this. It is 9-all. It is close. It's a full buy on either side. Huge economy here for Namiga. Matesport not looking too grand if they lose this. Again, always fighting on that CT side economy is going to be rough. 2-player push down from Matesport onto short. They're trying to make sure that this time nobody is going to just take space for free. In the meanwhile, all 5 of Namiga's players heading towards Adam B. Surely he gets overwhelmed here. Question is, does he get a supporting flash? Does he have any help? Smoke comes through. Lumi has got to send one out, and there it is. But he's not going to peek through it. Risky Bob hit right on it. And he peeks down short. DWP doesn't fall. Instead, Plopsky does. And Xanter takes a second shot. It's so easy for Namiga to entry into these bomb sites. It feels like Matesport are not even contesting. They don't lose a single player, and it is double digits for Namiga. 5 in a row here. Matt.
And 5 super convincing rounds. I mean, how many kills have Metasport been even getting in these rounds that they've been losing? I don't think many at all. I mean, outside of the time Lumi gets 3 exit frags, I don't think they've gotten more than 2 kills in a round.
Yeah.
So this has just been a complete collapse for Metasport, unfortunately, on the defensive half. Amiga looking super convincing.
I was not expecting that because, okay, CT side for this team, for Matesport, out here on D2, is not great, and that's putting it lightly 43.8% win rate on this map on the CT side. But still, you're expected to win 1 round by now, bar the pistol, which again, they won the pistol out here, Hayes. Like, that should have already been enough. You lose out against the 4 spot.
Well.
Oh yeah, they did.
Those are the only 2 rounds that they've won in the CT side so far, was the pistol and then the anti-eco. Ever since then, it's just been one-way traffic, and they're going to use another pause here. This is going to be another half investment for them. And Namiga have just stormed to 10, man.
Okay. Well, they stormed to 10. Is their castle gonna be stormed as well, though? Matesport, this is the time to do it. It's an eco coming through from the CTs, allowing 9 to 11 to happen. Lost bonus maxed out for them. They will have a full buy into the next. Let's see what a Hero Isaac can do here. I love the early molly as well. 2 times his presence down, and Namiga finds space in towards Longhouse. But he's still going.
I respect it because he's just trying to find a way to get himself into the round, recognizing he's got the 1 hero rifle here to work with. He knows that he has to try and do something. He's been spotted on the jump peak now, though, so that should be enough for him to just fall back all the way to the CT. Back through mid doors he goes with his tail between his legs. So just good protocols there from Namiga, just getting information in safe fashion. Now they have to figure out how they're going to construct this round.
Yeah, but good protocols, good fundamentals there from Isaac as well. Just trying to push up, get yourself into the round. You spot out one, he sends an A to you. Just go back, still try to play the hero rifle, but in a different position. And that position on ramp is a little bit passive because now, sure, Matisse-Sport don't really have any information, so they'd like to have the M4 saved to the next round. But they still could have attempted it. Maybe that's CT smoke. That basically calls the round done. Because there's no way they're going to be retaking this. And, oh, a little bit of team damage. Nothing's going to go bad from it, though. And Amiga up to 11.
Good mid-rounding. Not like anything was offered up to them in that round either. They had to find those entry kills. And they do so successfully. 11-9, man. And this has been all of the rounds coming in a row for Namiga as well. Matisse-Sport are going to have one last roll of the dice here before Dust 2 has been won by Namiga. And yeah, I don't really know even what they could try and change up. They haven't been like very active on their CT side where they're trying to force early fights. Obviously in this round where they have a hero rifle, it's a different complexion. But we do see teams like, you know, trying to get 2 players in tunnels and the all posted on top mid kind of thing. Maybe a double push through lowers. Maybe that could be the option here for Matisse-Sport, because them just kind of hanging around and prioritizing defending the bomb sites themselves is giving up a lot of control to Namiga, and that's working really well for them.
It is indeed. Now, Lumi back on the scope. Maybe he gets another 3K.
Well, let's have a 3K that impacts the round, not just executes. That's what we need from him.
Anything at this point, man. Matisse-Sport have not been finding absolutely anything from that round you mentioned in the anti-eco. And Adam, I think he found 1 kill in the entire of the second half here. So, Adam B. Need to find more. Amiga, still with their mid plays though. Always taking control, always playing it on the default. I mean, that is the way to approach D2 if you want to play the default. Just clear out B tunnels, have a little bit of presence in towards A house, and then into long house, and then just a short or mid to B. Doesn't really get too tactically in-depth here for D2 anymore. Never really did though.
Well, here we go. Good flash, good protocol. Xanta out first. Has his wits about him that there could be some further presence here towards long as well. Oh, and the shots are missed initially there, but Adam B will still be able to recover. I thought he had compromised his position and then died afterwards. And look at that nade.
Oh, yeah.
Plopsky just drops a nade on short, does a behemoth amount of damage, and that's going to force the Namiga to actually pivot. They're going to have to change up the plan on the fly. Do they have a smoke for CT? They do. It's been deployed. Risky Bob has another one as well. And there's no one to immediately actually disrupt them as they start to make their way through middle and towards the deep bomb side. Isaac is here. Good angle being taken behind the car, and he'll combine with Hampus wonderfully. Welcome back to the server, Matisse-Sport.
Welcome back on in, indeed. That was a nuke that the that the Ram player just threw down on short. Softens up 3 of them, and with that limited time remaining as well, they had to run through. The information was already relayed. So they just found it really easy to clean up after that grenade. Matisse-Sport up to double digits as well. We didn't know if it was going to happen or not. The T-side was kind of running away with the game. And now that it does, makes you wonder if it's going to happen again or if it was just a flash in the pan here for the CT side full buy. AK is going into the next round as well. They're going to be really good out here for the Swedes. But Khan's on the off. Khan's on the issue. Let's see if he gets to do anything with it. Bobski. Oh, he's just taking down 1 and looked for the second as well. Leaves him down to half. Risky Bob moves to blue. And now, with 4 bullets remaining, that nade could be a Kobe. Ooh, 2 HP. Fully blinded. Adam B still alive somehow. Still going. 3 now for him. And looking for the 4th. He's run away with it. Khan needs an ace clutch. And that's the way to start. But he's on 25 HP. And there's still grenades on Hampus and Isaac. Speaking of those two.
Kill coming through from Adam B, man, with the AK as well. Certainly did make a difference. Wonderful way for him to return to form here in this map as well, or get himself going really more than anything else. Should be no way for Khan to make this one work. He's been locked in, man. They know where he is. 25 health would require a masterclass. And look at the angle Lumi has posted on as well. This is as safe as it gets.
Yeah, the bigger problem here is that Khan doesn't have any utility. While he does have an NTA bomb site, he needs to make the cross here, and Lumi can just take the first shot from this angle, reposition, and still take the second by the time Khan is trying to get the ramp. And he's very aware about this, but he's scared about short, he's scared about side, he's cleared it out, and now the peak coming through. Oh my god, Khan hits it!
Wow.
Great awareness to check that, and now it's a 2v1. Khan could still play this. Flare coming in through long, timing is everything, the nade is gonna hit, and Hampus, great on the timing. They do connect together, great link-up play here from Isaac and Hampus to not let this round go astray by a very scary Khan hitting his shots. But still, the round was over before it really started. Khan just breathed a little bit of life into it, but this triple kill from Adam, yeah, it's amazing. Shuts down everything.
The problem for Metasport is that Khan gets 3 kills though, even after it being a 5 versus 1. So I don't think that they're going to have any residual money. Not much. As for Namiga, they've still got plenty cash because of how convincingly they were winning the rounds that they did in that streak of 5.
Yeah.
But it's game on. We're going to need the full 24 rounds here.
We are, remember though, that was a 3 AK round from Metisport coming through, so they did have a lot of guns saved away. Now they'll have a little bit of cash. They won't really have to worry about the end of this second half here, but they will have to worry about Khan continuously. He was down on 8 and 12, oh, 8 and 11 in the previous round. Now he's up 12 and 12. He is loving life as he's finally been allowed to shoot back, but Namiga, they need to be hitting map point here. They're not allowed to really just get up to 11-8 and then stop. Oh, and that is Plopsky, almost good for 2. Had the spray transfer there, but the sensitivity needs to be upped a little bit. Adam B, in and out, finds one. Hampus, timing, spots out his way as well. Gets a little bit of help from Isaac, and look at the raging player. Just gets out, gets a kill, and Isaac gets good for 2. Khan, last man standing again. Same position, same situation, 1v2. But this time, it's not Isaac and Hampus, it's Adam B and Hampus.
This is far more doable. This time he'll be guaranteed the bomb plant. He's even going to have a little bit of space to work with here. No pressure going to be coming through from long. Of course, he doesn't know that. But Adam B and Hampus going to be combining, both making their way through CT. They've got flashes, they've got utility, but generally you don't actually want to use your util in a situation like this. Khan is in no man's land right now. And the problem is, with the way that Metasport are playing this, it's almost impossible for him to multi. Sure, he gets that first kill great on Hampus, but he was always going to die immediately afterwards. And Metasport have gotten themselves up to map point. I can't believe the way the second half has played out, honestly, with the way they won the pistol and convert, then lose 5 rounds in a row where they just look abysmal. And now they've just strung 3 in a row together to get up to map point first.
Yeah, there it is. Trying to nitpick on that as well. Khan was scoping in and out a lot, so they knew he was actually up on the site rather than trying to slowly clear out on ramp, kind of going in one by one. Khan even hit that initial shot as well, so if he had just a bit of an off angle down towards the 1v2, could have at least attempted it a little bit differently, but again, he didn't really have the info that they were both pushing in from CT, so Khan overall still plays that great. But Khan shouldn't be left in these situations, shouldn't be left in the 1v3s, 1v2s out there all the time. It's already happened twice just in the past 2 rounds, so, you know, Namiga, they won 5 rounds in a row, now Metisport win 3, and they're 1 away from closing this one out before we hit overtime. How is this first map going to start out here, Hayes?
Your guess is as good as mine, Afro. I mean, just based on what we've seen so far in the second half, it's very difficult to predict the outcome because Metasport looked very fallible throughout most of the gun rounds. To be fair, most of them were like half investment force buys, and then now all of a sudden they've looked completely revitalized. Khan has been the only guy who's been able to come out the gate swinging in these past 2 rounds for Amiga. So it's been all over the shop, and well, surely overtime, right? That just seems like the likely outcome here.
I will say yes, because all of my games in the past week, all best of 3 started out with overtime map 1. So I don't know, man. Maybe Gaben just wants to give me that again out here for the CCT, and who am I to say against it? Who am I to say anything else? It is going to be round number 24. Let's see Who's going to start off the round? Who's going to start off first blood? And it will be Risky Ball pushing down middle. Khan trying to peel over him. And a push down short where Lumi gets caught out. But Plopsky trades it back.
Great position there for Plopsky, especially with the M4. That is a position that you can struggle with sometimes. Oh my goodness, this is a very bold approach from the CT side. Get out of there, Hampus. You're very fortunate to actually have an even numbers game right now. And Plopsky will still have his head intact, but only just Adam B has gone searching. This is what I was talking about. A little bit more activity from Metasport could go a long way.
Oh, speaking of activity. Oh, what a flash. What a kill. What an entry way. Oh, he gets us to OT, doesn't he? It's Adam B left in a 1v2. And sure, he's taken down the head of the IGL, but now he's got to do 2 more. And Zwei and Xanter buddying up out here, doing an amazing job at trying to close the round. It's Adam on mid, and he's pushing up in towards window. Great timing on the smoke as well. And they played the smoke just so that Adam B can't see anything when he's going through, so they've denied the possibility of a door push. 1 on car, 1 on Xbox. This couldn't be played any better, but it is going to be Adam getting double peaked, and we go overtime indeed out here, Hayes. Told you I'm a little bit cursed apparently for map 1s, so we do go for more rounds on D2.
I mean, it was a very brave approach there from Metasport, the way that they try and force the fights at the start of the round. And ultimately, one that doesn't work out for them. Zwei was the X factor here for Namiga, just pop flashing himself through the doors in such an important, in the crux of the map. And it will result in him getting that key frag that then allows him to go in towards the B-bomb site. And Namiga wipe the stake clean, and we run it back in overtime.
Yes, we do. So far, it's been a difference of the IGLs as well. Lear has been having a really tough individual day. And Hampus has not. So, everybody on Metisport being a problem. Everyone on 15 kills besides Hampus. Amiga, on the other hand, relying a little bit on that, you know, Risky Bob and Xanter, on that Zwei and Xanter combo, and then Risky Bob and Khan having a lot of space and presence on the map as well. It is a very interesting outcome to the game out here, though. Adam B is back. Probably was a quick toilet break after that attempt at the clutch. And now, overtime starts, baby. When does it end? We don't know. They don't know. But they're still playing. Back into D2 here.
Yes, sir. Previous 24 rounds rendered not useless, but just irrelevant, I guess, as we do now look to see who can get the job done here in overtime. Nice nade there from Hampus to chip down Risky Bob. Player cam just looks like he's permanently flashed IRL. I'd love to see what it looks like when he actually does get flashed.
Just the projector on his face. Plopsky as well. Very, very bright in their rooms, in their dark rooms.
He's been very active here, hasn't he, in these past few rounds? He's really been looking to try and make these plays again in a forward position, and oh man, there was a flash that comes through that blinds Plopsky up, and Leo wants to continue to take more ground. That's a great second frag found from him, but eventually he'll get cut down. Damage has been done though, and Adam B looking to inflict some of his own.
Okay, and he does a lot, actually. Remember, Risky Ball is down to 19 here, and Khan is the one pushing this. He's with the bomb, so if Adam just keeps the angle... Oh, does not manage to get seen. Here's the second player down on short, though. That's so much short pleasure from a T-Sport. That was 4 players there in this entire round. And now, as Isaac gets a very important anchor kill on B, the rotate's still going to come through, but it's going to be very delayed. And this gives the opportunity for Adam to actually trade this one back into 2v1. Oh, that's tough. On falls.
And low health here for Risky Bob as well. Job done. Metasport gonna get the lead here once again. They get up to 13, not when it matters the most though. Now the magic number that they're after is 16. And this is after they go down 5v3 for a brief moment. You can't really fault Leo for continuing to push forward. He never would have expected Adam B to be here as well. And Adam B then also pushes forward after he gets his kill. So just a lot of confidence on display from a couple of these players. And they recognize that they have to make plays in these moments to try and rescue the round for their team. And I just love to see the initiative and the confidence on display.
I'd love to see it too. But hopefully it just keeps on going. It keeps continuing like this. Because it can always just stop for whatever reason. It only takes his one big highlight play. And the entire kind of momentum of this game, the entire feel for it, starts swaying in the wind. Becoming a little bit unstable. Lopsky though, down on short. 2-man setup on long, 2-man setup on B. No one in towards mid. Lopsky. He's got to be the main line of defense. He's got to be the microphone here for Matisse Sport. Receive all that information and call it out. He's dropped on CT. Getting ready for this, but he's kind of let the A-bomb side. So Matisse Sport are also going to have to talk about that. While the pop flash comes through, it is Plopsky taking down one, and then the second finds him in the smoke. Hampus run. Hampus run. You're going to get overrun here. How many do you get? Oh, you do get one. Okay. At least trades himself out. Isaac, a lot of work to do.
Great first frag. Can he find a second? Surely not. Yeah, that would have been way too much ask at him. The fact that he even gets a kill before he goes down is a great return. And Lumi will connect on the shots on Khan. That's going to drop the bomb here. Oh, that makes matters so much worse because look at the time it buys here for Adam B to come through from tunnels. Risky Bob is just trying for that bomb right now, which he will recover and then go back into the bomb site. But hello, Adam B appears. And that's going to be a 2-round lead in overtime.
Muddy-chan. Indeed. There, Adam B. Makes Risky Bob's chance at winning that round 0. Okay. So Matisse Sport now have got the chance to go flawless in their CT side here for the overtime. And then they'll just try to pick up a single round on their T, which was great, by the way. It still ended off 7-5. And wow, Khan stays in that nade, keeps on the fight, but the flash coming through from Luby still like peels away for that possibility. And by the way, can we talk about Adam B for a second? He entered this half with 7 kills. He now has 20. Well, he finished the first half with 7 kills. That's what I meant.
Yeah, no, he's had a very good recovery here on the map, and it's certainly coincided with the fight back from Metasport. You know, think about that. It was a triple kill from him long. Oh man, Isaac, that was probably a little bit overzealous to go for the reface. This is going to put a lot of pressure on the B-bomb side. I love that Hampus has taken control of tunnels. In the meantime, though, Namiga are also going to shift themselves here. Metasport need to make sure they don't get sucked in too much to what was going on there on in the middle. Fresh smoke. And Plopsky flies in wait. Are they going to fade straight through this? They are. One player just peeks his head out inadvertently. Lumi is there, the supporting act, and that's a flawless first half of overtime for Metasport.
There you go. That's Matisse Sport on CT side when they've got momentum. They're managing to actually hold on to these angles, not overstep in their boundaries when they're trying to play the extremities. We don't get to see them being forced back by Namiga on a lot of fast plans. And that was the issue on this T side for overtime on the Amiga. They really struggled to find a winning formula. They were kind of getting scared, pressured into realizing that these rounds are so much more important than what they were in regulation. Because of that, kind of doubted themselves. And now, Matisse Sport, will they doubt themselves on this T side? Will they start taking slower approaches to the round? With this split, maybe, with his default. We shall see. One more round. Khan.
Oh my.
The molly hits him on the head. It bounces, so he gets to move back.
And he takes 1 damage. A single point of damage.
An entire point of damage.
Yeah. Might be the difference maker in the round here, mate.
Yeah, might be. Who knows? We've seen 1
Isaac
HP.
be the first player thrust in. This is not normal. It's not really normally Isaac who's going in first like this. They should know that he's gone through the smoke, and the nade used to break the smoke open will just straight up get the frag on Isaac. That is, yeah, that's ideal.
Unfortunate for Isaac, though. As Adam B pushes him through this, he does manage to trade out 1, looks back towards CT, and doesn't save his teammate fast enough. That will be Hampus doing the same thing that Adam B just did, is a second too late to help. And now it's Khan and Xanter versus Hampus. Let's see. We might now get to see what you were wishing for out here, Matt. Maybe he gets flashed. Let's see. Just a black and white camera.
Yeah, Xanta and Khan are just hedging their bets right now. They've got one player on either bomb side. Oh, Hampus, if he hits that shot there, then all of a sudden he has a great chance of making the round work, but it's going to be far more difficult now because the rotation has come through from Khan. At least there's a smoke here to somewhat enable the cross, but Hampus's aim is just not on the mark. So that means Namiga will leave a mark here in this first round in the second half of OT as they look to try and force OT2.
Okay. They need 2 more rounds to do it. We've gone the distance out here on D2. Matisse Sport surely will start formulating up some way of taking Namiga by surprise now. I haven't seen a bomb plant in a while though, from neither team. Ooh, that flash almost completely nulls Adam B's position, but still, he gets out alive because that was a bit of a team flash as well coming in from the CTs. Now Lear, trying to get out, will manage to do so. Hampus, calling to go back to B here. Risky Bob's already taken full control over tunnels. His way is right behind him. He checks and doesn't die. Would have been a great kill to find, but
they have to reroute here, though. They have to try and find a way to get back into the B bomb side because there's no one home. So they will just make their way back through tunnels and then back up the ramp into B. Thankfully, before Metasport have started to really put any significant pressure. Now, Metasport, they have a very good opportunity here because I think Namiga have a bit of a false sense of information in the sense that 2 players pushed through tunnels and kind of cleared out T-spawn, and they only know about 1 player. They're still worried about that long take that came through earlier. That's a great sort of double scope from Khan to guarantee the kill on Adam B. If they can get this frag on his way, though, quickly enough, then there's still a good chance of making something happen in the round, and Hampus is going to try and chase him down. Util remaining. Isaac is going to arrive. He's gotten the kill at range, and he's found the frag on Zway as well. That's now brought it back into an even numbers game, but the rotations come through thick and fast.
Isaac always getting those headshots, running and gunning, managing to actually get Matisse Sport so much more into the bomb side. That is going to be the nade and Molotov combo towards default, but it does actually fully extend, yet Isaac still stays there. Lear forced back from the opposing Molotov. And now Lumi, he's got to be the playmaker in from Car. He's allowed to go down with only a single frag, but he needs to find even that one. Isaac, his position is known. There's the flash, and here comes Isaac. That is gonna be the round and the map here for Matisse Sport. The Swedes do it on their enemy's map pick, and suddenly that's going to be their second win ever on this lineup on D2.
That was a brilliantly played little position there from Isaac behind the box. His timing is peaked to absolute perfection. Lear did everything he could to try and force the fight there from Isaac, and Isaac just didn't give it up until it was the opportune moment. Now, that was a very successful result for Metasport as they go up 1-0 in this quarterfinal matchup. Freddy, you've been sitting on the sidelines for a while, mate. What did you make of all of that?
Well, boys, thank you very much. It was a beautiful cast, and I did say this was going to be a scintillating, riveting game of Counter-Strike, and, well, I couldn't have been any closer to the fact. I don't know about you guys, and I feel like a lot of the fans at home would agree with me of the not anticipating an overtime there. Like, and on top of that, it's a Metasport victory where towards the end, they look like the better team. They look like the team that have won 11 out of their 13 outings on Dust 2. And also, if there was any criticism of Isaac, well, I feel like that final round kind of maybe shut some of that up. He had a really fantastic game. And that's actually the first point I want to touch upon. Not necessarily maybe about the game, but about Metasport in general, of that. Like, some of these guys, sure, they may not in recent history be big names and getting big results, but like Isaac was a major grand finalist 2 years ago. He's played he's played 3 majors. He's played at the top of Counter-Strike with Gamer Legion, and you know he's done that. And his stats probably aren't gonna be great because especially when you look at a roster with like Hampus and Plopsky and Adam B, you know Hampus will go jump and Lumi will already be jumping. Oh no, sorry, not Lumi. Isaac will already be jumping, and it was one of the big positives that came out of Gamer Legion with him and Kios was the use and the need of having someone in a roster like that who will just do whatever you ask of them, while also being a big part in winning a 2, or like basically single-handedly winning out a 2 versus 4 in the final round to close out the map. So Isaac not only having big big moments in the game, as we just saw, but also like the use he has in the team. It's so important, and it cannot be understated what how it is to have someone like that on the team. And then on top of that, speaking of big names, well, it's like, okay, Plopsky used to be one of the best riflers in the world. Hampus and him, not as an IGL rifler duo, but on NIP, they made back-to-back quarterfinals at a major. They made decent runs at Katowices and Colognes, with Plopsky doing very well. It's like, sure, maybe in recent time they've been playing more regional, especially for Plopsky. I feel like he kind of took a step back on like a godsend and ended up just being the best in Sweden. And now with Metasport, they've done that and they're going international. So it's like, you look at Metasport and it's obviously a very different lineup to the previous iteration that had a lot of success in 2024. But when Plopsky stood in with them at Get Rio, one of the main things he was talking about was the necessity of maybe some more experienced players within that roster. So Adam B has now just been joined by loads of this experience, while also still keeping that like new blood with Lumi, who, if I'm not mistaken, has only gone full-time CS since his addition to Metasport, which is not that long ago. So that's like a really interesting narrative with Lumi. And with Metasport, it's like a roster that now isn't youngsters, but it's experienced veterans who, from the Swedish scene, have not only just conquered Sweden, but also been prolific internationally. But aside from that, heading more back into the game, yeah, we got to have the conversation of what the hell just went wrong for Namiga. You guys spoke about it during the cast. They've won 11 out of their 13 games on Dust 2, only losing to Pain on LAN in a full 24 round, and a double overtime to Bait, who had taken Gamer Legion to overtime days previous. And then on top of that, they've beaten Bay, they beat Heroic on LAN. Like, for Namiga, Dust 2 is their map. It used to be Ancient, but it's kind of moved more into Dust 2. Like, this is supposed to be the best map for them. And for Metasport, it's sure that we haven't seen them play much Counter-Strike in general. I think this adds on to the conversation. They haven't played much Dust 2 because they haven't been playing much really at all. But when they have played Dust 2, it hasn't looked great. Regardless of the opponent, it hasn't been successful. And with the fourth time in this actual roster playing, they get their first victory on this map, and what a way to do so as well. It was a map where realistically it felt like they always had control, and then it slipped. It was, I think, like 11-9 to Namiga, and that was the really important changing ground for me, because I think, as Hayes put it, he was like, welcome Metasport to the second half. And it was like, yeah, because Metasport had gone from playing fantastic Counter-Strike to winning the second pistol round, and I was like, Metasport have closed us out in like a 13-5 way. But Namiga really fight back on their T side, and it was something that you guys were talking about a lot, was the aggression, the confidence. Adam B, it's easy to isolate him because he had this massive uptick when it mattered the most, and it was not necessarily like he was just getting kills. Like, he was pushing long, he was fighting for long, he was doing all of these very aggressive plays that seemingly was needed for Metasport. They needed that change in approach, they needed that little flare of aggression, and it felt like just that he didn't care. No one cared on Metasport. They just started playing super aggressive Counter-Strike, in-your-face CS on the CT side, and it worked. They took that over to the T side, and the same theory, well, it prevailed. And I think for Metasport, this is an incredibly fantastic result, where even though, like, Lear, I think, didn't have too great of a game, you still had Xanta, Risky Bob, Khan stepping up at the end of the T side, like Zway. The pieces were there for Namiga. The T side momentum was there. They had, 7 rounds in a row, and Metasport are not only able to break that off, but then push it into overtime and feel like they've had the lead the whole way. That was a superbly impressive game of Counter-Strike from the Swedish team, and as coming in from my perspective as a pretty heavy underdog, especially considering Namiga on bootcamp. Namiga have really good recent results on LAN, online. Like, you come into this matchup, you look at Dust 2 and you're like, this is going to be 13-5 in favor of Namiga, and instead it's an overtime victory for Metasport. And the implications this have for the rest of the series it means I'm completely wrong for starters, because I came in and at the very beginning with the Veto, I was saying, oh, this is quite clear, like, we're looking at a 3-mapper, both teams pick up their map picks. If there's going to be an availability for a 2-0, it probably would be an Amiga. No, it's the complete opposite for that. There's a very high chance we don't make it to Ancient anymore. There's a very high chance that Metasport close it off on Mirage. And look, they're not the best Mirage team. Like, truth be told, they don't have the best results on that map, but it's a lot better than Namiga. And sure, Namiga's results are against Bait, MIBR, Heroic, Pain. You know, some pretty decent opponents in the sphere of Counter-Strike, but they are getting absolutely bodied by them. I guarantee for Metasport, they're going to come into the second map swinging for the fences. Adam B has awoken. We've ignited some fire underneath him, and if the likes of Isaac and Plopsky, Hampus, Luke, like everyone was being consistent, and Adam B being at the forefront for that, it conjoins with a very interesting point that Hayes was making at the very start, and he was saying, like, you know, Adam B, it looks like he's kind of the star player, but he doesn't play star player roles. You know, like he was playing long anchor on that CT side, right? But that's almost the new meta at times, is to have your best individual player in an anchor position so they can just get, like, you know, it sets them up like a turret. And you have the nice disposition for Metasport of Isaac on one side, who's maybe more considered the consistent player, still very, very crisp, but maybe considered more of the smart, consistent player on B. And then you got Adam B over on A, who's like, I'm going to push long, I'm going to take all the jewels. And it's like, we've almost got this new, it's like I've been noticing a lot, we've almost got this new generation of a star player. Of, it's not necessarily someone who plays the normal star roles. Like, he's not playing maybe Shore or Rotate on CT side. He's actually playing towards anchor, and you see that a lot in teams that the anchors are actually individually the best players and tend to have the highest stats because they're set up for success in those anchor roles, and it's almost this new generation of what a star player is. And I think Adam B really embodies that perfectly. So as we go on to Mirage, I'm looking at a walking wounded Amiga, an Amiga that has another best of 3 to play off this and is playing a lot of Counter-Strike, seemingly not ready to throw the punches with Metasport, going on to arguably, actually not even arguably, going on to their worst map of Mirage, maybe rivaled by Train, but still, like Mirage Train, you know, worst map for them. And sure, Metasport haven't been doing great on it recently, but they do pick into it. They've got really impressive wins over Partisan and Guns, and some close losses to some very, very good teams, like, you know, taking Vitality to 24 rounds. Everyone at the start of the year saw that. Everyone was saying that Hampus's trade over to Metasport was maybe one of the best additions and maybe one of the best transfers in the last transfer window. And I feel like people have maybe forgotten that, and people, like, it's been a couple weeks, been a couple months. Classic Counter-Strike. People love to forget what happened 2 weeks ago. But Metasport came into this year looking like this super, super dangerous, exciting equity of a team. And yeah, maybe we haven't seen too much of them recently, both because they're not playing or not succeeding. But you've got to remember what happened only weeks ago and what these players are capable of. So as we go on to Mirage, this is a map where, okay, results haven't quite been there for Metasport, as in victories, but they've been doing so well. They've been doing everything but winning, it feels like. Getting super close against Vitality, Spirit Academy, like a NIP, etc. You know, they've been doing so well, but just not quite able to get it over the line. And I truly do feel we're going into this second map of this third quarterfinal, and I think we're going to have this really riveting upset where a lot of people would have assumed it'd be a BC game Namiga semi-final, but instead the Swedish super house that did very well against Guns is now looking to continue that same success against Namiga, and I think this would be a very, very good run for them, because realistically they came into this year with really high VRS from ISF, but it's kind of dropped off a little bit. Like, they did really well regionally, but just unfortunately haven't quite sustained that, and their VRS has been somewhat lacking. They're not playing in those maybe close qualifiers or the blast bounties like they were at the start of the year, and this is the type of tournament result they need to put them back into contention with the top dogs, because this is a group of players that strive to do so. And I think for Namiga, I have a lot of question marks around this team going into this year, and I voiced that in the pregame, and I think Pro League for me I looked at it and I went, oh, Namiga are back. Okay, they're back to the form that we knew from 2024. No, maybe not quite yet. And this would be a real wake-up call if that is the case. If Metasport are able to take us 2-0 and be your third semi-finalist and actually secure one of the semi-final games already, as we would have both teams. But this is a very exciting best of 3. I cannot say I anticipated to go this way. And as we go on to Mirage, if I'm a Namiga fan, I am seriously very scared. So make sure to come back and tune in for Mirage. It will be map 2 in this quarterfinal series. Remember, there's no lower bracket. It's single elimination. So if Namiga lose here, they are out of the tournament in the penultimate CCT of this season. So what that means is there's very limited chances, and currently Metasport are taking those chances by the horns and trying to push them into success. It's going to be a map 2 that you do not want to miss. So with that in mind, we'll be back very soon after this break, where I will be once again joined by Actor and Hayes, and we can give you the further rundown on Mirage.
Let's go.
So turns out that I rambled for way too long. So when I said I'll see you guys in a moment, I thought it'd be a few more minutes break, but no, it was classic, just like waffle from Freddy over here. I was just waffling out my ass. But basically, I think the kind of gist of it was Namiga, I'm scared for them, and I think Metasport, people are sleeping on them. If we remember what happened at the start of the year. Guys, Mirage is up next. I don't know if you share the same feelings as me when it comes to this kind of looking like a 2-0 now.
Yeah, I like the point that you make, because I kind of just had like one ear in what you were saying towards the tail end of your segment there about how we were all thinking, cool, Namiga are back, you know, great run of Pro League, relatively speaking, a return to form for them. But it's not like they were out of form that long ago, and it's not like they've had 2 or 3 weeks of great results here to kind of, you know, solidify their spot once again. So yeah, maybe there are still some of those deficiencies creeping in, and with them being on boot camp playing against the guys who are just chilling at home in their own rooms and all the rest, I think that's a pretty bleak result for them losing Dust 2 the way that they did.
Yeah, I will say though, Freddy, through the waffle, that was some great analytical segments you were bringing up.
I was in the rough. You gotta fish through it.
A lot of great conversation pointers you were bringing out as well was, you know, the kind of confidence you were bringing into the game out here. Metisport now going to Mirage, and I feel like what we didn't necessarily touch upon on the cast as well was the fact that Metisport was doing amazing on their CT side, not only because they managed to win out the half, but also because of that overtime effort. They get 3 rounds in a row, they managed to keep it together, they get it up to map point, which is usually the toughest part to do, and now if you'll continue that into Mirage, then I do feel like it's going to be a great start for them, because they're going to be the guys that picked into the map. They're going to start off on the T side to be expected. Namiga are going to have a little bit of a buffer period in the first half to try and get their stuff back together and try to get their game back together. But if that doesn't happen and Metisport bring around the same firepower and the same face they brought around on D2, then I do agree that Namiga should be scared and this could be a 2-0 affair. But usually what happens with teams that they lose on their own map pick and they lose on a map that they know they feel good on, the coach should come in here for Namiga and he should be like, yo guys, you got a little bit conceited out here. You saw Matisse4, you were thinking you were going to take them down on D2 at the very least. And now that didn't happen, we go Mirage, and I'm sure they'll have a completely different outlook on the entirety of Mirage now as they're going to be jumping into it.
Yeah, it's the classic, lads, what are we doing? Like, what's happening? But yeah, I think, you know, conversation as we get into Mirage, it seems to be revolving around the fact that maybe it's not the brightest in the Namiga camp, but they have all the possibility to turn it around now. As we enter Mirage, I'm going to cut the waffling, and it's down to you guys once again. Enjoy.
You often get waffle, a lot of waffle with no toppings, but I feel like Freddy's waffle was one of those, like, you know, artisanal
It was really nice, sprinkly
waffles
and...
that had, yeah, like really intriguing toppings as well. Something that, have a little taste. I like that. That's got some sustenance to it. So
a little citrus,
I love that.
A little spice.
Yeah, you can't hype him up too much. You got to keep him somewhat in check. Either way, Namiga looking to keep Metasports in check here on this B bomb side. They've got numbers. They've got the opening kill, and Metasports are struggling to even get out of apartments in the first place. There's a flurry of frags though to try and break their way back into this round.
Namiga might have a lot, but Matisse4 have a Hampus. And that is how they get themselves on the bomb side. Zwei is gonna fall. And yeah, that'd be my reaction too if I was Zwei. Man advantage up. You know, when you start up that retake, you have all of your players into the bomb side. Risky Bomb finds a tap here, and then nothing comes through in towards apartments. Hampus is just allowed to Hulk out here and find a 3K.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes that the most insane is normally that pistol strat only works when you can actually get a player out of apps initially, where the first frag was found, Metaport were kind of locked in apartments, Namiga's rotations came through, they had numbers on the bomb side as well, and then all of a sudden there were just like 3 super quick kills. That's an incredible recovery for Metasport, and Namiga are going to opt for the full save here immediately after, so that is yeah, pretty bleak way to kick off proceedings on the second map here for Namiga.
And that now translates into a 2-0 start, and the fact that Matisse4 are allowed to get away with that, and they've also managed to win all pistol rounds so far, I'm pretty sure. But they keep going on that angle. Oh boy, are Namiga gonna be in for a rough time. And here comes the turret. Here comes the setup. Hampus, oh! Was having Khan just stay on his head there for a second. Still somehow stays alive. He's bringing out the USP. He's trying to tap them down. Hampus got a Mac 10, but you gotta farm up. 5-0 already. Speaking of farming, that's exactly what Matisse4 are gonna do. Maybe Hampus would have liked to die there. Just went into them with the Mac 10, try to get out with them an extra frag. Try to spam up towards the AWP. It doesn't happen. He'll play the Mac 10 out here into this round too.
Normally, when the CT side lose the pistol full save in the second, you know there's going to be some deficiencies in the investment, and you can see there's no head armor on 3 players. So the Mac 10's actually pretty damn deadly, the Galils as well. I mean, players often even buy Mac 10s just out of, you know, by choice. So, yeah, we'll see if he can make it work here. Plopsky has taken a lot of damage on the cross through the smoke. Unconfirmed damage of cross, but he's going to struggle to now find further impact in the round, already being down to 16 health.
Does have utility though, don't forget that. He can get out of island here. Even without the support of Hampus, who's currently down in underpass just waiting for the call to get made. Matisse4 setting up towards A. And it's going to be up to Zwei and Khan to try to deny this. Khan attempts to block the smoke there, doesn't manage to do so, and Hampus 1v1's Khan on a Mac 10 and wins it. Oh, and there's the trade down on CT
as well.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is unfortunate. I mean, there's some chip damage done. Plopsky is super vulnerable as well. They're still trying to find a way to get side control. There we go. Plopsky's dead. Risky Bob from CT will find a frag back. That flips the script in the round. Man advantage now. Gonna tap the plant to try and force these players out, but that connector smoke is gonna fade. And Lumi, well, he has to try and find a way to get a kill on the CT player to then enable the bomb plant. And, well, Risky Bob's not giving him anything right now.
Yeah, Risky Bob is playing this so well. He realized he took the fight, he took the attention away, denied the bomb from going down, and now just plays in towards CT, waits for the connector players to do something. Hampus could put another nail in the coffin here, or could go down. So 1v3 coming through. Lumi, good luck, have fun. 20 seconds on the clock, and this is pretty unwinnable. There it is. Amiga take their first round here on the full buy.
Yeah, very solid work coming through from the Amiga, just keeping their composure despite the fact that Metasport were pressuring that A-bomb site there. I think Metasport actually took too long to even try and prioritize the bomb plant there. I thought after they got the kill on the A anchor, the plot would have came through soon afterwards, but maybe just fumbled around a little bit too much. And, well, now they're going to have AK's utility and an opportunity to answer back and reset the CT side. As for Namiga, this has to be the moment where they really get things going. They can't afford for that to just be a one round in isolation.
Oh, and it's not gonna start like that. Risky Bob takes down 2 in top mid, just pushing in through the smoke. That is amazing from him. Khan trades back on Zwei. And suddenly Matisport are left in a 2v4. Now do remember that 2v4 still used to work out there for Matisport in the previous map. So never say never to this round too, but it's a great round out here from Risky Bob to start things off. And now Hampus going to continue his good play out here on Mirage. Spotted.
He's been
So
spotted.
gained.
Yeah. Good util usage, just going to buy time here for the rotations. He's got supports as well, going to continue to dump the util into apartments, making life very awkward and uncomfortable here for the T side.
As long as he
No way
doesn't
back
peek.
in the 4v2.
Yeah. You know, as long as he didn't peek that, I think that would have been a perfect play. Xanter didn't need to get extra information, but now that he does, we'll take down Hampus along the way. So, there you go. No way back into the round. It's a 1v4. Popsky on 40 seconds. Does take the bomb. Maybe he tries to get off with the bomb plant here. An extra $300. You know, or would rather see him try to save the AK, but apparently he's got no information. So he is playing on the timer and playing scared. But two
Really
Namigas.
fault. Yeah, I was going to say, you can't really fault Metasport in this round because 3 kills that came through were through smoke.
Oh yeah. I mean, 2 of them started at the beginning of the round, so you already kind of wanted to pull the plug there. We just had to try it. Oh, okay. Popsky tries to go for something a little bit more extra out here. Goes in while there's 5 seconds on the clock. Try to take down an unsuspecting player. Almost manages to do so. Popsky stays alive though. That's the good part. Bad part is he's on $150. But Metisport had to force buy anyways into this round, so it doesn't really matter. Everyone should be following on his lead, right? Right? 2.4k loss bonus.
You full save here. You full save around the AK. That is the play because you're going to get a full buy in the next. Popsky will just have to use a Mac 10.
It
or
is
maybe
T-side
Hampus gets a Mac
economy.
10.
Yeah.
So I think this is the right option here for Metasport. See if Plopsky can find any way to actually impact the round. A little bit of util for them to work with as well. Smoke the flash from Plopsky, and well, he is dead. That's unfortunate. And Namiga, it's the second time in a row they've actually made the play here, ramp, where they've looked to try and be active on that side of the map, and it's worked out well for them.
Yeah, before it was a trade, and now it's just a clean. And, you know, right now, Risky Bob not playing badly at all in towards mid as well, being the off player too. Makes a lot of sense. But it'll be interesting to see once he does pick up that scope. Is he going to trade places with Khan? Is he going to be trying to stay down into connector a little bit more, playing a bit more passively the moment the smokes are actually going to be landing out here from a T-Sport? How is the role playing going to go here? No damage coming through from neither the AK nor the Deagles out here from the T side. So now that full buy you were talking about, is it going to have enough utility? It is. I guess I was worried for nothing.
Yeah, 3 in a row though from Amiga. Looking to answer back after Dust 2 slipped through their fingers, their map pick, their kingpin, their crown jewel of their map pool. And it is Isaac who has to settle for a deagle here so that Popsky can be enabled, their quote-unquote star player.
He had
Maybe
the
a lot of
spawn for
focus
mid
in
too.
towards mid. Yeah.
Yeah. Just wanted to be the first one in. Isaac, I don't think he's going to get his AK back though. Playing very far back, trying to set up that paw flash. Don't think it's needed anymore though. Smoke down, very aggressive off of connector. Don't know if that fails or just he wanted it there. I doubt Khan did. Very short now. There's the correct smoke. And that's the push. That's Xanter out of the fight. That's Matesport into Catwalk. Oh, great blowing open of the smoke, though. Finds one. Lear manages to hold on to the bomb site. Checks into apartments. Could find a second. Khan helps out. And it's about this timing. It's about this movement. Nemiga, great rotates. Great team play. And great round to take here, because Matesport are going to be left penniless.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal defense from Nemiga. Everything just going according to plan. Individuals are looking very convincing across the board here for the CT side as well in these rounds that they've won. Arriving on the scene just at the right moment there, playing off of each other. That was after the opening kill here from the T side.
It was well-relayed information as well, coming through right here from Nemiga to be able to get Khan into B, get the mid-crunch going on, get, again, Khan, he was very dynamic in this round, still playing in from connector, getting a little bit of help out there from Zway to try to spam through, opening up the smoke. Like, it's just those little things that Nemiga did play well into that round that I want to see way more of. Because they were there on Dust 2 as well, it just wasn't really panning out as well. One, because it was Dust 2, and two, because Nemiga were kind of taken by the wind that Matesport were just having in their backs. That wind can come back, though.
Yeah, but there's a few holes in the sails now for Matesport.
Yeah.
Gonna have to try and patch them up. Damage will certainly be welcomed here so that the CT economy doesn't get too far out of control. Wonderful shot there from Hampus. At least a frag is found. It's the Deagle spread here from the T side. Deags across the board. And Nemiga are really brimming with confidence, man. They are not at all afraid to force the fights on these upgraded pistols. And, well, clearly, there's a reason for them not to be concerned, because they're just mowing down everything that comes their way.
Well played there. Well played from both Matesport and Nemiga. Xanter just hitting some very good individual shots, but oh, that timing, guys, unfortunate. But also for the T side, playing the Deagles, knowing they had to take the fights, it was some great bait play coming through out there from in front of Chair. I believe that was Hampus, just trying to stay alive, buying time for the underpass players to push out. Isaac does manage to find the frag, but it's just Xanter taking so many down. And I don't think that round would have gone too different, even if Matesport did have AKs and stuff. If they were still fighting in the middle. She probably wouldn't have if they had AKs, because now we see this round. And clearly, a bit more presence in towards apartments.
Yeah, I feel like Matesport have to win this gun round here. You know, started off the map convincingly, winning the pistol and converting against the Nuke, but the gun rounds have been one-way traffic up until this point. And if Matesport lose this, then 6-2, probably 7-2 to follow. The fantastic start to the map here for Nemiga. They haven't had great results on Mirage, and in fact their losses have generally been fairly one-sided, but I did mention in the pregame that they have such strong players across the board on paper that they could just pitch up on the day and just kind of win out the gunfights and dominate anybody they go up against. I feel like this is a map that, once they do have a proper return to form, Mirage will absolutely be in their wheelhouse.
I think Box actually did just go, boys, what are we doing? There you go, Risky Bob. Peeks down on the timing in mid as well. It's a utility to help them out, and Adam B has no idea where an Assassin's Creed player is now coming in from. Xanter, he is just mowing them down in middle. 11 and 4, and he's gotten away with multiple, you know, multi-frags out here, time and time again. And this is 6 in a row for Nemiga. They're doing it back-to-back. Not really a stop being put in play here. Matesport doesn't necessarily feel like they're really shooting back, is it?
Yeah, not at all. I mean, this is being steamrolled right now. The middle is not working out for Matesport at all. They're constantly defaulting in that direction, constantly looking to get mid control, and the Nemiga aren't really contesting mid from the start of the round. They're more having like mid-round, mid-aggression kind of thing, combining from cat snipers and connector simultaneously, and it's looked very convincing. Matesport just getting overwhelmed every time the fights are being forced.
Well, that loss bonus isn't going anywhere, but Matesport still have to half invest. Galil here on Plopsky, with a couple of Deagles next to him. Not a bad pull. Now, playing the default with it. That's what I don't like. Is they're searching for an opening. They're searching for something to be found. With the current buy, though, that's going to be tough to actually get. And is that a missed smoke, or do they just want to cross from underpass in mid? It's the latter. And it fades, and Plopsky's dead. Lumi, let's get an upgrade, though. Does it go further from here? Oh, yes, it does. Hampus, great. Lumi keeps it going. And here's a momentum changer. Here's a train of the change of the train tracks. Lear,
I mean, potentially.
sees the bomb. Oh, still going on. Lear.
Lear was completely undetected. He was an unknown entity underneath balcony. And he's going to be the one to recover the round to a degree. Good frag back from Hampus. Unfortunately, he can't double down though. Zwei keeps himself alive. The rotation has come through as well. Hampus is so incredibly low that Zwei knows that. That's why he's so keen to just force the fight. And well, Isaac is now locked in. Palace, he will just go for a very big swing. And it is messy. Zwei with 1 health will survive. And Amiga are now up to 7. All of their rounds coming in a row. This is dominant.
That was everywhere though as well. The fact that the closest round we get out of Matisse-Sport in the past 7 has been that round, with Deagles only in a single Galil, is a little bit concerning, but also could be a nice little insight. If Matisse-Sport took a tag pause here, which I still don't see, you lose 7 rounds in a row, you were expecting one by now. Abdi could have told them, hey, you know what, guys? Maybe trying to play a bit more execute heavy instead of going in for defaults could be the play, could be the way that we find ourselves into these bomb sites. Yet, Matisse-Sport are still defaulting back, they're still searching for openings, and Amiga, well, they have been giving one here and there. Most of the time, it's come down to mid-fights, and we know full well how Xanter has been just denying those. Here's the execute now, Matt. Is it gonna go through?
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense that they're trying something different. It makes sense that they're going for a variation, but you'd imagine that Namiga have to be expecting something of this nature. Let's see. Let's see if they can change the result. Nice timing to keep him sandwiched out of Zwei, and he's not going to just tuck himself back in. He's going to fight forward. He knows he's done damage onto Lumi. That's a triple kill from Zwei. Even a quad added to the tally as well. And you know what? He could be on course for the ace here. What a wonderful little moment of individual brilliance here from Zwei as he will conclude the ace and gets himself or his team an 8th round on the board.
And that is not just any ace. That is an ace that completely destroys not only Matisse-Sport in the round, but their morale as well, right? Because now, what was supposed to be another chance at retribution, another chance back into this map, has now just gone away. A full buy down the drain, and it's only Zwei to take him out. So, it's a really tough pill to swallow here for Matisse-Sport, but if they don't have attack balls now, I don't think they'll have one ever. Because this momentum is just drilling them. It's killing them out here, Matt.
Yeah, there hasn't really even been much of a contest in these rounds that Matisse-Sport are losing. They've tried a few different options, but they're just getting banged out of the server. It's as simple as that. Who's going to revitalize this map here for Matisse-Sport? Who's going to be the one to be like, yeah, you know what, I can go toe-to-toe with either Xanter or Zwei, who are the powerhouse riflers for Namiga. They're the guys who we need to be at top form for Namiga to really be able to show us their best level. Hampus is actually behind enemy lines here. Kill comes through from Isaac Eagles. Still a bit of a half investment share from the T side. That's a bad miss there from Risky Bob on the double up. That'll cost him his life. And welcome back to the server Matisse-Sport in the round that we weren't necessarily expecting much from them. Looks like they'll finally be able to break the streak.
In the one round they go for the double up setup, man. There it is. I'm very surprised Risky Bob misses that shot, because that's what loses them the round, but still. Crazy that from an ace affair from Zwei on A, they just decide to change up the gears, go into B, and they get a flawless round now. So, I guess Counter-Strike can just be that unpredictable. We knew that already, though. And here it is. Flawless round right there. Let's figure out if it's too little too late, because I doubt it is. If you finish off on an 8-4 here, you still have a chance to come back CZ side.
Yeah, but it'd be really difficult, especially when you've got individuals looking as good as both Zwei and Xanter are, right? Like, how are you going to contain them when you're on the side if they're still putting up these sorts of kills and these sorts of performances? But having said that, you're right. 8-4 is recoverable for Metasport. 9-3, I don't have much faith in 9-3. And Risky Bob's going to persist with the second AWP as well, man.
Oh yeah. They keep on going. Lumi was the only one on the scope at the end of that round as Isaac opted in for the AK. I think he wishes he didn't do that now. The 4v5, and you need something like an AWP to break away this pace, find another opening frag just to get back the man advantage. Or even the equalization here. But it will be the Miga holding down to their angles, not trying to overplay this. It's a great paw flash into ramp though, and Zwe even takes a second to register Isaac, but it doesn't matter. Isaac was already wide-screened, and Risky Bob just saw God for a second. Adam B opens up, sees the player down on short, and takes his sweet time to kill him, finds 2, and on 2 HP, Hampus on 1. Can we get Plopsky on 3? Adam.
That would be comical. Oh. Now you've got 1 health and 100 health on the 2 remaining players. They make up 101 between the 2 of them. And the rotations have come through. Namiga have their players on the scene. Khan will hit a nice shot. And this is now impossible for Hampus. 25 seconds. The bomb has been dropped. They now know where he is. Sure, he gets the first kill. But that is the first of a lot of work required. A lot of objectives that have to be checked off the list. And Namiga are playing this by the book by just not giving anything away right now.
Yeah, you don't need to pick this. A 1 HP clutch would have been written in the books, would have been going down as one of Hampus's greatest clutches, but it's just not going to happen. You know why? Because the Amiga actually play Counter-Strike. And they play it by the book. Yeah.
Yeah, great work. Well, look at the round summary there at the top of the screen. Metasport don't win a single gun round throughout that entire half. They win
Not
the
a
pistol,
single
they convert against
defuse.
Eco, and they win a half investment as well. That is all that they managed.
Not a single defuse, not a single bomb exploded in this entire first half. That is crazy, the amount of fights that were just taken. That is something. Okay. Well then, I'm sure Freddy is going to be able to point out a couple of things that Matisse Sport haven't necessarily been doing great on that T side, but let's hope you have something nice to say about their CT side here. As we're jumping into the second half, Amiga could just send us into a fast third map, though, if they win the pistol here. And they convert, of course.
Yeah, that's true. That's basically the opportunity that they have presented to them right now, is win the pistol, win the map, take us to a third. Have a little bit of a tech intermission here before we do get into the second half, and apparently it's for a toilet break. Now, I struggle to condone this because we've been playing this map for like 10 minutes, guys. 15 minutes. We just had a lengthy break. Why have you not gone to the bathroom then?
See, that's why you're the dad of the group. It's like you're the teacher of the group as well, you know? That one teacher in class who's like, well, why didn't you go to the bathroom before? I didn't need to go before. You know? It happens.
Yeah, you're actually right. That's true. I understand my teachers a bit more now, I suppose.
I guess you do. I do just want to bring up this conversation point too, maybe before we get back into the game, is the fact that before, on map 1, on D2, everybody was piling on up, kind of besides Hampus. Hampus was also there, but he was having that IGLing battle with Lear, and Lear was definitely losing it. But Hampus pulled through in map number 1, now he's doing the same on map number 2, everybody else on his team is dead. Like, Plopsky 2 kills, unacceptable. Isaac and Lumi, like, you can get by with Lumi because that was T-side opping. He didn't really get to have it a lot of the time, and he was kind of poised to peek in first in a lot of angles. Isaac the same, trying to play the anti-fragger there, but was really struggling to do so. Where is everybody? What happened to T-Sport? That was 8 rounds in a row for an Amiga, and they still managed to pull another one through the hat out there at the end.
This is what can happen when you play against Amiga, though. They've just got such ridiculously good individuals that they can just steamroll you if they all pitch up. That's why they were so good last year, at the end of last year, where all 5 players were playing fantastic Counter-Strike. I really like Khan. I was convinced by Khan. I know Freddie said in the pregame that he had some questions over Khan last year. I was really excited by Khan as a player and an up-and-coming prospect, and I think he certainly has kind of tapered off along with the rest of the team here in 2025, but That's what you get from this Namiga team, man, is just a bundle of immense firepower. When they're on, at least.
Well, they've been on this map, and now it's time for Matesport to strike back. However, Lear's not going to allow that to happen too easily. Lumi in the bomb side, though. Those are some dualies, and man, are they scary. Quad kill out of Lumi. And that is a great way to start off the pistol. And by the way, Matesport, 4 out of 4 pistol rounds won already.
That's ridiculous. I mean, the fact that they've won both pistols, yeah, and they only have 4 rounds to their name is not a great look. But let's see if they can have a chance on the fight back here in the second half. I certainly wouldn't hold my breath. Not going to be any investments, at least not much of an investment here for Namiga. And now Metasport are going to be in a position where, yeah, sure, you win this round cleanly, but then you got 2 MP9s in the FAMAS going up against the AKs in a must-win round.
Who said anything about cleanly out here, Matt? We know.
Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself.
We know what can happen. It's Xanter to push through a smoke. Isaac gets baited a little bit, but he's just waiting. If you saw his eyes on the webcam as well, he was like wide-eyed, getting ready for someone to peek out. But there was no one. And then there was silence. And then Amiga up mid. Hampus, give me your best Xanter impression.
Okay, well, as effective, just not as clean, I'd say, but the results are there. And that's ultimately what matters the most. Kills come through, and it is going to be a good anti-eco coming through here from the CT side. Now, this is one of those rare situations where I'd actually probably advocate for at least one of the MP9s being upgraded. You know, I know it's always like a conversation of money management, but if you lose this round as Metasport, it's 510, you get $1,400. That's not going to be enough for a full investment across the board. So it's not even like there's any point in keeping money in the bank in this situation here. So I genuinely think that Metasport should kind of go against the grain and the standard way of approaching these sorts of situations and actually just upgrade one of those MP9s. But they're going to keep the same set of weapons from the previous round as they carry them into the gun round, and this is Namiga's prime opportunity to just basically win the map. You win this, then it's a broken by in the next. You win that, it's basically map over. It's kind of very reminiscent of the way that the second half of Plus 2 started off with Metasport's economy.
It is. At the same time, though, it's also another chance for Matesport to rectify what they did in the second half and get themselves back on track. As they win this one, it turns 9-7. They can upgrade those MP9s as well to have the residual cash for it, maybe an AWP, and then we actually get to have a talk about a comeback. So, it is an interesting Molotov that just flies, but it is also a point of talk that they will be kind of betting a couple of chips on. Let's see how well they go into this hand, though. Oh, they're walking up connector. Not even a smoke, just a single flash. Matesport don't have any idea about this. So Lumi peeks on it, but Adam's already dead, and it's up to Plopsky to deal a lot of this damage. Famas diminishes out with one, and now Lumi, he spotted out a lot of them, doesn't know the exact numbers, so he does rush back into CT, gets the safe space, 25 seconds, bomb still not down, and a trade out from Khan leaves us in a 2v2, but it's an MP9 on Isaac, and that's the problem here. As he moves up connector, he wishes he hadn't dropped it, because now it is Zwei to take them all down, 17-7, you don't fight this kid. And it is Namiga on another round.
And the gamble doesn't pay off. The gamble to keep those weapons from the round before doesn't pay off for them, because now they are in a situation. Do we save and let Namiga get up to 11? Do we get another broken buy? Good effort from Lumi. I like that he prioritized his life and falls back to CT, but Namiga's trades were just brilliant. And that's them now on double digits.
Okay. Maybe this is the one round where Matesport shouldn't have played correct Counter-Strike and should have just tried to keep on fighting, because at the point from CT there, if you want to trade, gotta make sure Zwei is gonna be in shooting range. He is 17-7, Xanter right behind him, 13-9. They are two fragging individuals right now, and they are going to be getting Namiga across the line if they keep going like this. Force investment though, out of the CT side, not a single defuse kit inside. And utility, really, really sparse. They gotta deal with this the good old-fashioned way, the good old killing way. You need to click heads out here with T-Sport.
Yeah, and they have to win this round. That is just the objective truth of the 16th round right now.
Yeah. A must do. However, if it doesn't happen, then the teams will be trading out maps here.
Yeah, which surely is going to be the outcome, even if it's not here, then soon Hampus, but a trigger discipline for him. I don't know how worth it is. Let's see. Okay, he's going to have 2 players offered up to him now. He should get traded. He does. So trigger discipline is a good option there. There's going to be Plopsky who gets in on the act as well. This is looking convincing, but the job's not done because the A bomb site's been opened up. Plants is for free and kind of just turns around on its head all of a sudden off the back of that kill.
And you know why? Guess who's left alive? It's Sway, baby. He's been an absolute monster, and he's playing up Tetris now. Plopsky and Isaac. Remember how I said no defuse kit? Yeah, that's gonna sting now. Lear down to 19, playing up the Ninja, almost to fall, and someone just got spotted. Plopsky plays up into Palm, and that is how he takes down Zway. That is how he finds the low HP Lear as well, and that is how he finds the round, the T-Sport. Another important round, this time going their way.
Okay, well that was a solid retake. Important kills coming through from Plopsky in particular, delivering the goods there to keep his team alive for a little bit longer. All backs against the walls financially. Hampus is the one guy who's actually been able to go blow for blow here with Namiga in the snap so far.
Oh yeah.
He's got like 18 or 19 kills, I think. He's gonna need his teammates to come to the party.
That's the problem here, right? Is that it's only Hampus. Zway does have Xanter behind him as well, who's really been helping him out. Hampus, he's sometimes got Lumi, I guess. Not enough times, though, to get Matisse back in the game here. So someone has to step up alongside him. And the important part here is that Hampus is not really allowed to stop this good performance. If he goes down or if he doesn't get away with enough, then suddenly Matisse are left thinking, okay, what do we do now? It's 10-7 though, and Hampus might just go blind in a couple of minutes, so... Needs to get this game back on quick.
Yeah. Indeed, that is the case. I will say... Mantisport win this, sure, 10-7. If they win the next gun round, 10-8. Remember, Namiga were in a position where it seemed like Dust 2 was in the bag. And then it kind of just fell apart all of a sudden. So we need to kind of keep in mind that they have already shown some vulnerabilities in that regard in terms of closing games out. Some deficiencies. Gonna have AKs across the board, all the util in the world, but if they lose this round here, then that very comfortable position that they were in at one point starts to, yeah, get brought into question, I'd say.
It might, but still, we are into round number 18 here. Nothing is certain. Everything is possible. We go again. A triple mid push out here from a T-Sport to try to take control, and now they're back into connector. Oh, this is aggressive!
Oh. Yeah, that was a really brave peek there coming through from Adam B. In all honesty, at least Lumi will be able to find the low health player, but that's not going to slow down the pressure. The one thing for Namiga is they've got Risky Bob who's outside of apartments, which means there's only 3 players on this A bomb site, so even though they have a man advantage, you wouldn't really say so. It's a 1 versus 1 here for Hampus on the site itself, and he's looking to try and force this fight. Smoke is faded, that's going to expose Khan, but Hampus is now looking for that second player. Doesn't know for a fact where he is. Khan is really fortunate to be alive, and Hampus is going to reposition here.
Oh, he played it very well, though. He realized he had to get out of that position, and the only way to do it was to run out. Didn't have any information on the second one, was expecting the flank to come through, and now needs to be expecting it again. Oh. Oh, risky ball.
All the info in the world. Yeah, there we go. That's, that should be round over. That's unfortunate if I'm with Mr. Hampus, I'm afraid.
The only way this changes is if he checks CT right now, but he won't. There it is. Easy. 11 on the board out here for an Amiga. Hampus indeed, a bit of a sigh. As it all comes down to him again.
Yeah, the way that round falls apart from Metasport is a bit unfortunate because it's looking okay on the A-bomb side at one point after the trade comes through here. Then they've got some rotations that come through as well. But Namiga are the ones who will get across the line. Now they're just 2 rounds away from getting the job done. It's not like it's a super convincing investment either. Lumi hasn't had an AWP yet in the second half. That's just indicative of how the finances have been here for the CT side.
Well, we are jumping into it now. Zwei into the bomb site. Oh, and another headshot. Zwei's been looking so crisp, man.
Yeah, he really has. He had some rounds on Dust too, despite the fact that they lost to them. He's been amazing here on Mirage as well, it must be said.
Yep.
Now, how on earth do Metasport get back into the bomb site with a single smoke grenade and no kit? I mean, I feel like the save call would have been the best option for them. Just kind of, you know, committing to death at this point.
Wow.
There we go. There will not be any prisoners taken. Namiga romp their way to map point. And at this point, a third map is inevitable.
I guess it is. Look at the buy. Look at the options. Not a lot of them out here, Matt. Ready. Get your yapping ready, because we've only got one more round remaining. Hello. Yeah. Ancient after this is going to be an interesting conversation to have as well, right? Because both teams trade out maps here. Then it's up to Ancient, and that jungle is looking good for both of these teams. So, will be fun. Until we get to talk about that, though, Hampus loses his head. Guillotine ready in the form of Xanter.
Yeah, should be easy pickings here for Namiga to finish off the job. Metasport probably going to be pretty annoyed here. I mean, Mirage is their map pick. They would have had some good plans. It's a map that I'm sure they've been working on the sidelines, considering their lack of time in the official server over the past couple of weeks. They just haven't delivered, especially after such a convincing performance on Dust 2. It's kind of bleak that they've followed that up by not even winning a single gun round. And a team led by Hampus, you'd imagine that, you know, T side is where they're going to be showing some fire, showing some cool different strats and some cool theory crafting. But, I mean, they just got forced out of the server. That's been a big theme in CS2 as well. Obviously, we've seen it with the Mouse change, replacing Shui with Spinks is just... And then making Brolin IGL means that they're just going all in on the firepower. Because strats don't mean shit if you're just getting clicked on the head every single round, right? So...
Yeah, and I mean, genuinely, there's not really a lot more of theory crafting to be done in CS2. You've kind of done it so much on CSGO, you're just trying to do anti-strats, and at some point, anti-strats won't work if you're just clicking better. So, yeah. Here it is. Lear, Khan, and Xanter looking to close this, and the lineup here for Lear gets out with a kill. 15 seconds, bomb still not down. Adam D can deny this entirely, actually. And he does. Wow. Okay. Well played, Adam.
Alright, well, just delays the inevitable for a little bit longer, assuming, yeah, Leah will be able to get away with his M4. That's going to be 12-8. Alright, I mean, I thought that round was dead in the water. Evidently not, though. And Mirage is going to be carried on for a little bit longer.
Yes, sir. It will be. That was a pretty bad buy out of T-Sport too, so now they've got A1S's, AKs.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, how many gun rounds have they actually won here on Mirage so far? Because I think it's just one. I think they won one. They've won both pistols. They've converted them both. They've won 2 half buys. Pretty sure it's just like one full gun round, man. And it's not even like you could call this a full gun round either with the FAMAS and the Scouts in play. Economy certainly has been the bane of Metasport's existence here on Mirage, and in particular the second half.
Wasn't that a problem back on D2 as well? It was Namiga just having a lot of cash, and then we turned overtime over.
Yeah, and once Metasport did actually get full buys on their CT side, they looked like a completely different team.
Yeah. So if only they just figured out that pesky economy, man. That's okay, though. Maybe not okay for Mirage, because Namiga just found 2 kills, and now are on their way to close map. It's a 3v5. And good luck working with this man disadvantage with T-Sport, especially when you've got Lumi on the scout. Now, and this is going to be an A hit. Just
yeah,
goes
and
from
they're
bad
going
to
for a
worse.
gamble on the defense. Exactly. You can't really fault them going for a bit of a gamble right now. They have to roll the dice in the 3 versus 5. They bet on red, and the ball is spinning around the board, and it's about to land on black. Metasport's hearts will sink into their stomach as they hear all this useful raining in on the A-bomb site. And MB is going to be the first one to get back. He needs to get like 2 kills and stay alive somehow miraculously. And he just... his sprays have just looked off on Mirage, honestly. You could say that about most of the Metasport players, but he's just looked a bit messy. Some of the gunfights here on this map so far, which is a problem, especially for the A anchor, who needs to be clinical as soon as the players start emerging and pressuring the bomb site. You need to hit that like instant headshot, get a kill, and then maybe get traded, but he just hasn't been precise and clinical enough, I'm afraid, and that's the job done for Namiga. There we go, we're going to a third.
We are going into a third. Sadly, though, instant headshots were needing out of Isaac. It was out of Isaac. It was not found on that T side, and I'm sure Freddy will have enough to tell us about that. So let's just jump to his beautiful face, and then we'll be back with the...
Hello guys, my beautiful face over here. This is just one of those classic games of Counter-Strike where we sit down and we give all the, let's say, logical, like, oh, okay, well, Metasport, you know, they did really well on Mirage at the start of the year. We would assume they probably played a lot more of Mirage since and have got a lot better. And then it's like those first 7 rounds. I think Hayes put it, like, it's so blunt and it's so crude, but sometimes that's just what it is. When it's like, I think I don't know exactly the word, but the paraphrasing of it is when you've got the individuals to step up, and they do step up, sometimes what can you do? And it's like those first few rounds, I think the first 2 gun rounds, wasn't one of them like 4 smoke kills in 1 round? I'm sitting there, I'm like, yeah, like, what did Metasport even do here? And then didn't Zway get an ace as well in like round 7? I'm looking at those gun rounds go around, and I'm like, Metasport, you know, look, they're not playing great Counter-Strike, but it's pretty hard to do so when you're not even seeing someone and dying, and then Zway just aces on A defense. Like, yeah, it's this round here, round 10, where he just kills everyone. And, you know, sure, there's always the conversation point where someone gets a really crazy clip, and you always have to talk about, sure, they've done well, but it's also the other team has made a mistake to allow for that to happen. I believe that is, in 95% of the case, normally what happens when it's like someone does really well. It's not always necessarily just because of them. Sometimes it is because the team makes a mistake, but in a lot of these situations, especially that Zway clip, I'm looking at Namiga and I'm like, they just can't do wrong. And, you know, this map, sure, there's a few cool rounds at the end, but let's be honest, this was all said and done when it was 9-3. Like, you win a 9-3 half and it's like, oh, okay, we're on Ancient. And they pick up the first gun rounds. Like, it's, you know, it's nice, I guess, but Namiga, they bounce back. A little bit ironic that they lose the penultimate round, which was just like against Eagles, and then instantly bounce back again and win against Rifles. I think also clutch-wise, there was a lot of different... There's actually a lot of rounds. It seemed to be hampers in a lot of them, where you can certainly look at them and be like, those were very winnable clutches, and if they had gone the other way, there's 100% a conversation of Mirage being maybe a little bit closer, or if anything, momentum being broken for Namiga. But Namiga won out every single clutch, they won out every 2vx, like they were just winning absolutely everything. And this throws this whole series into a really interesting conversation because, look, map 1, this should have been a 2-0 then. How is this not a 2-0? If Namiga are looking that good on Mirage, where were they on Dust 2? You have all the individuals stepping up to such a high degree. I would assume that Box had a big say in, you know, coming into that map. I assume he had some words, but especially Zway, like 21-11, 120 ADR, a very crucial ace against a gun round. Even though Hampers was doing very well, he definitely didn't have the necessary support from his teammates that Namiga did have with Zway. And Mirage, that was Metasports, that was low-hanging fruit. That was theirs for the taking, and they've fluffed it. They've missed their opportunity now, and I'm scared that they've just missed their whole opportunity in this series because Namiga on Ancient, I'm looking at their results, and I'm like, oh, these aren't that great. Lost to Cybershock 3 times in a row in the matter of a couple days, and on my birthday, actually. But I want to take a past 12 months kind of look at Namiga. One of my hot takes at the end of last year, or just during last year, was that Namiga are the best team on Ancient in the world. And I think they were just so fantastic. They were finding new utility. I think they utilized and normalized the donut smoke into elbow, and their mid control on CT side was so good. And okay, maybe in very, very recent times, their Ancient has been contested by Bait, who are a very good Ancient team, and apparently Cybershock is just their kryptonite. But I believe Namiga are still fantastic on Ancient, because you don't lose a map. You may definitely comes in waves of being like, okay, we used to be very good on this map, but it adapted, people adapted to us, we didn't necessarily adapt back. But you look at some of their results last year, and it's actually astounding how good they were on Ancient, on LAN, online, against some of the best teams in kind of like, I guess, tier 1.5, tier 1, tier 2. So Namiga, they've woken up. Without a shadow of doubt, individuals were there. Those first 10 rounds that were won, sure, good Counter-Strike, but it was just individual firepower that we were not able to contend with for Metasport. And going on to Ancient, if they bring that firepower, which I'm sure they will, I know they're going to bring that momentum over. And on top of that, you've got them just being utterly fantastic on this map, even though some of their recent results don't suggest that. I don't care. I think they are still amazing on this map, and they're going to prove it. This series has turned into a question mark for Namiga for me, of being like, ooh, actually, let's take away that. Let's kind of separate that conversation, because it was something that Hayes spoke about and I spoke about a little bit, was the question marks over Namiga coming this year because of how well they did in 2024. I think Counter-Strike is this very unforgiving furnace where a team has like one bad month, and as a pundit, we're very guilty of that, of just being like, oh, they're not up to their same standard, yada yada yada. Especially the fan base are very, very critical. One tournament and they're washed. Get the roster changes in. Realistically, when you look at this Namiga roster, still a lot of young players, especially Zway and Calm, still a lot of inexperience, and still haven't played much at a high level. Are we really expecting them to have the consistency of being one of the best teams in the world? It's hard to say. If they did, then it would have confirmed everything I thought about them and been like, this team is fantastic. They haven't come into that same form. They are still doing well. They are still putting up some really good numbers online and on LAN. And I think maybe we're sleeping a little bit on Namiga as a capacity, maybe thinking that they aren't as good as they once were, but realistically they still are. It's just the competition level has risen drastically, and they're playing a copious amount of Counter-Strike and have to perform at a very consistent level, which is very difficult to do so. And in this series, map 1, it was kind of confirming those fears I had of like, this is not the Namiga I know. This is supposed to be your best map, and you are getting like clowned on by Adam B pushing long. Like, how is this happening? The long takes on Dust 2 were abysmal. And then you go on to Mirage, it's like a completely different team. There's so much confidence, they're playing with so much conviction, and it's like, okay, this is the Namiga I like, and this is the Namiga I remember, and it's good to see that come back. So I do think they're going to bring this forward into map 3, and I do believe map 3 is just going to go in their favor. And I actually think this might be like a 13-5, to be honest. And that then brings in the other conversation of like, really, Metasport is a team I also have a lot of faith in this team. And it's, just you reverse the conversation that I was having with Namiga, and you say, oh, this is them looking great on map 1. This is them having some of those expectations and fulfilling those expectations, perhaps. Oh, guess what? We lose our map pick against a team that is notoriously not very good on Mirage. And it's like, damn it, we're back to square one for this squad. And I unfortunately don't necessarily have the faith in them to pull it back on Ancient. And so with that in mind, we're going on to map number 3. We're going on to Ancient. Statistically, it looks like a very even map, but I think those are thwarted and give maybe a little bit of a sense of, it almost feels like it's comfortable for Metasport as a decider. I don't think that's the case. And I think alongside the map, alongside the momentum, and this going so deep as because it should have been 2-0 for Metasport, but because it's gone to a third map, I think this is going to be an Amiga. I don't know how long we have until we go to the next map. I have gone on another 1,000,001 tangents, but with that in mind, guys, we've got 5 minutes. I haven't waffled the whole time. I've tried to condense it a little bit more, maybe speak a little bit quicker. But I did say we were going to have some scintillating Counter-Strike, and I think Namiga embodied that perfectly in map 2. Just it's fun Counter-Strike to watch, and you can't deny that. And I'm going to be expecting a few more aces from Zwei as he picks up his 130 ADR map 2, looks to bring that on to Ancient, and if they are able to continue that, they'll be facing BC Game in the semifinals tomorrow, or could Metasport pick up their boots and bring them into the semifinals? All of those questions will be answered in a few moments. as a Swedish Counter-Strike fan, not myself, more of a universal term, if you are a Swedish Counter-Strike fan, that must have been quite a hard watch on map number 2. Namiga just kind of trounced Metasport, and I don't know if there's really any other ways to put it. Like, we have been dwelling on a lot of the negatives. Are there any positives that you guys have taken out? Feel free just to say no.
I mean, if this was at high school where you get given a topic that you don't have a choice over, then I'd probably be like, okay, Hampus's fragging was a positive in itself. At least he was able to still keep things going. Outside of that, not really, man. Like, it just looked messy for Metasport. A stark contrast from what we saw on Dust 2 as well, which I think is probably like the biggest grievance that I have in such a short turnaround time, just looking like a completely different team. And you could say the same for Namiga as well. Like, if we could just like shift the focus to them instead, with their turnaround that they had from Dust 2 into Mirage was really impressive, and I'm going to back them to get the job done from here going into Ancients.
Do you have anything, Asher?
I mean, the only advantage is for us because we get the third map, and it gives Appy the possibility of now going, what are we doing, lads? You know, like, he can do it now too.
It goes both ways.
It can go both ways, and he didn't do it for the entirety of that second map. Not a single tack pause from a T-Sport, you know? So, it's like, so it's like, now you go on Ancient, and you're thinking, okay, that just happened. For Namiga, you go, okay, that just happened on Dust 2. And this map should at least prove somewhat a good learning experience for both of them to like figure out what's been going on throughout the entirety of the best of 3.
I think the issue that I see in this series is that Namiga, you know, like, they contested Dust 2 as more so like they should have won Dust 2 because they had, you know, they had this really good T-side with 7 rounds in a row. Mirage 13-8 makes this map look so much more competitive than it actually was. Like, this should have been and could have been very easily a 13-3. I think that's the issue with Metasport. Sure, they remembered how it was to win, and as Hayes said, some of the frags from Hampus, but they go on to Ancient after simply just being destroyed on Mirage. How do we feel about their chances on Mirage? How do we feel about their chances on Ancient? Because I've kind of brought up the talking point that I really feel like Namiga and are really good on this map. But Metasport, they have, you know, they have got good results on Ancient. Do you feel like they're going to be able to turn themselves around?
I think I mean, it's not going to be too difficult to improve on what we just saw on Mirage, but I'm still standing by what I said a couple moments ago, that I think Namiga will get the job done from here. When you combine what you saw on Dust 2, where there was more than just like moments and glimpses for Namiga, coupled with that really good performance on Mirage, with how good their individuals look, how active they were on their CT side, taking control of middle, I think we'll see a similar style here on Ancients as well, and that's why I think Metasport could really struggle, especially on their T side. Like, think about Namiga just taking control of middle, cave, contesting speedway kind of thing. I think Metasport could just get suffocated out of the server here.
You know
Is it
what?
all doom and gloom?
I got it. No. You know what? I'm playing devil's advocate. I gotta smoke my copium for the next game coming. I gotta back my boys Nexus up. So I'm praying for that underdog power. And I think that Metisport can do it out here on Ancient. As they've just been Gun 5. It's not the same thing. I know that also Namiga are looking amazing as far as Ancient goes. But at the end of the day, there can be that situation of they've just had a realization of what just happened on the second map, and now they're going to be going into the third feeling much better.
Okay, so do you think it's kind of like they needed that kick up the ass a little bit to be like, okay, you know, probably could have closed it out into disappointing result, but bring back like Adam B pushing X, Y, and Z and just getting a multi-kill?
Exactly, and I guess we'll see it right now as we do jump into this decider. Thank you, Freddy, for joining us here. You're going to join us after the map as well. Bye-bye indeed, as we are going to be jumping into the jungle out here, and indeed, maybe it's going to be Adam B, maybe it's going to be Hampus again, maybe it's going to be someone else taking in the reign, but someone from Metisport needs to be that main factor once more alongside Hampus like that previous map to make this map exciting, because it's Amiga starting T side, Metisport CT side, and we are going into the decider of this playoff battle with a kill on Tulumi.
Well, let's see if Metasport can go 5-for-5 in pistol rounds here in the series. They won both pistols and converted them both. They only got 8 rounds in the entire map. That's a problem, and they're down 5v3. Plopsky is in a forward position here, and Namiga have no idea that he's here. He's going to hear the footsteps back into Jag, so maybe he's thinking this could be my opportunity to pounce. At the same time, though, he is the only player that's stopping Namiga from being able to go back to A. So he doesn't actually want to overplay his hand. Util going to rain on into this B-bomb side, smoke short, smoke long. Completely isolate the site itself. Plopsky's flank is now going to gain some traction, but Namiga now have side control. So you'd imagine it's only a moment of time before they start to actually focus on Jag, and there we go. Trade onto Plopsky. That should be enough to just lock in the pistol. I mean, he was like the X factor in the round for Metasport, and, well, good luck Hampus and Adam B.
Yeah, good luck Hampus in trying to make the choice of actually saving that half armor, because I am not a favorite of saving any type of pistol, but away from this round, there's not really a lot of avenues to get back in. Hampus dies here. I'm sure Adam would love to find at least an extra $650 into the next round, and that's some kill bonuses as well. But he's not saving anything. That is the Miga with a quad kill out of Risky Bob, and with Adam leaving the chair again. So we won't know if this is another bathroom break.
Don't set me off like that, Asher. don't trigger me here, man. Surely not.
We shall
He's
see.
just gone to ask Sus what Sus thinks they should do coming into this next round.
Okay, that's
Joke is, Sus is just on the other side of the planet right now in North America, so... I don't know, a wildcard currently in Europe? I have no idea. Anyway, there we go. Force buy from Metasport in response. They want to try and answer back after losing the pistol here. Just deny Namiga building up early momentum. It's not like they've come into this with any major plans. It's a pretty standard setup. Having said that, they will just rotate Hampus in towards B and stack up the defense on that side of the map.
It's a good gamble to take for now. Yeah, Namiga can still always pull the plug, and that's exactly what they do. Back in through T-spawn, up towards A we go. And it is up to a single man to defend this. The headshot meister of D2, Isaac. Gotta get those running guns headshots once more, buddy. Good luck doing it with a 5.7. Maybe the best weapon for the job, actually, with the current buy.
Oh, yeah, this is unfortunate. They now know that Isaac is here. That's a really important kill coming through now for the T side, and I think Metasport should have committed to the save as soon as Isaac goes down there. What are your realistic chances of making the retake happen, especially with Adam B and Plopsky still on the B-bomb side? It's one of those instances again where they've kind of, we saw it happen on Mirage as well, where they've hung around for longer than they needed to, and sometimes you just have to be ruthless with the decision to commit to the save. Even 5v4, you know, when you're on the force, you can carry those weapons over into the next round, you save your money, you still have forced up weapons to work with, and at least Hampus will recover the scout here, but it's like Namiga are kind of keen to go hunting here, perhaps.
I think they are. At least the MAC-10s should be. Kill bonus is always needed. I'm the only one to find a kill with it. Extra 600 in the bank. Would never hurt to find more. At the same time, though, Namiga have heard what the buy of the CTs are, so staying on these MAC-10s for the bonus buy out here isn't maybe going to be the worst case scenario. Zumi's on a scout. If he gets overrun by the MAC-10s, that's extra kill bonuses to be had. And the T-Sport, of course, will save. Namiga should be up to 3 now. Unless Plopsky or Adam B do something wild.
Yeah, this is why I say there's value in just making that hard decision to commit to the save off the bat, so that you can have decent weapons to work with in this type of a round here. And I guess the best they could hope for, you know, realistically speaking, would be damage. Look at Sway just charging through. This is why I like to call it speedway. I know lane is the common term, but it's always just so fast and so pacey, especially in the early rounds over on that part of the map. It's like a highway, man.
It is a fun way to say it too, like speedway. They're going up speedway right now. I guess lane is like the layman's terms of it, because it's just pretty wide, it's pretty straight, easy to call out, figure out where it is on the map. But yeah, it's how it's ring. Either way though, MAC-10's still collecting kill bonuses like One Pieces. Well, not like One Pieces, like Dragon Balls. And they get them all though. Isaac and Lumi. Different parts of the map, trying to not get caught out by those SMGs as Namiga have an easy round of the bag here, but maybe overthinking it a little bit. Just trying to group up together and actually push B.
Yeah, just going through the motions and the processes without taking any unnecessary risks or taking anything for granted. They're not making any assumptions.
Yeah.
On, good jump across there. avoiding Lumi's scout. Now just going to keep him focused away from that B bomb site, and then eventually we'll just be able to force the frag. That's nice from Khan. SMGs are getting a lot of kills here in these past 3 rounds, including this one for Namiga, so that's certainly going to give them a good boost to their economy as we head into that first gun round. And with the way that Mirage fell apart, where Metasport didn't win a single gun round in the first half, I think they actually won 1 gun round throughout the entirety of the map. This next gun round's really important to make a statement, man, that they have what it takes to still actually contest Namiga in these important gun rounds. There will be an AWP here for Lumi. They'll have all the rifles they need outside of that. And at least it's not going to be a broken buy. Let's see if Metasports are going to be able to answer back. No AWP.
Namiga force. Namiga, come on. Up in hand, Khan. Up in hand. Drop the Mac 10 and MP9. You know what you're fighting. You know this is a full buy. Metesport, they don't have an AWP, sure, but they have Enforce.
I don't mind the decision for Namiga not to upgrade any of their guns here. I mean, I know I harped on about how I thought that Metasport should have done it on Mirage, so maybe it sounds a little bit contradictory, but I think in this context, it makes a lot of sense to just keep all the weapons that you have. And it's going to be... Yeah?
You just gave a free frag down middle because of that. Like, if he had an AK, he never would have gone for that. Now, Khan down to half HP as well, trying to get into the A bomb site. It's going to take up to a big risk, and they pull the plug of it. Yeah. They lure everyone in towards A, and they could try to double fake this. But I don't think they will. Or, maybe?
Could be a double pump. Go presence, kind of disappear for 30 seconds, and then re-emerge once again. Maybe rotate one player across the B to try and pressure that side of the map and really sell the fake. But they're just playing the situation here. I mean, even with the Mac 10 charging up middle, that's just because it's the gun that he had, and they know that they'll have full AKs and an AWP in the next round. So I think it's still a good option here. And if they did win this bonus round, then that would be devastating for Metasport. So I still think that not upgrading any of their guns was the right decision in this instance.
That's fair.
Now they're going to split in towards A. Oh man, Hampus is going to be forced to look away there for a moment. He's out in the open, pre-firing. He does a lot of damage, but none of it's fatal. Leah's very low, excuse me, not Leah. Isaac is very low here on the bomb side. Plopsky is going to be the one to have to lock it down, and he's actually finding the necessary multi. He's got supports as well. Xanta will force the trade, but never going to account for Adam B. Oh, he is accounting for it, but the problem is it's just a Galil. And Adam B will finish off the job. Good damage inflicted by Namiga, but the round will go the way of the Swedes.
Yeah, and that's because Hampus starts pre-firing there. Even though he doesn't take anyone down, he does leave them to low HP and makes that round unwinnable in the 1v2 there. The last remaining player. 3-1, Namiga. I still don't think it was the perfect decision to not go for at least one of the 2 SMGs going for an AK, because that could have turned very differently. But that is looking in retrospect, so I guess I am just pulling the cat by the tail right now. Will be the full buy round incoming though, and it will be an MP9 onto Plopsky. With T-Sport, they still felt the damage inflicted by that previous round. And Amiga, they walk up mid again. Second time they do this. Hampus down to 10 HP and Lumi just losing his head.
Yeah, but he does land the turn, or at least a good amount of damage onto his way, and they find the kill on Xanta, so it's not devastating here for Metasport.
Could
Lots
be.
of
Look at
pressure on Red Room and Donut. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to say, is with all the pressure that's been applied here from Namiga, they forced Metasport to shift their players in this direction. They will at least be able to get a kill, but that opens up this B bomb site. So even though the Metasports have a man advantage, it's not going to be the easiest retake. And that's a deep molly as well to get full side control in the plants as well, but there's no further useful for the T side to lock Metasport out.
Oh, and Risky Bob and Lear to deny this so fast. Adam peeking first, and the pre-fire has to come through. Risky Bob, good for another with a post-plant scenario. This is a 1v1. Khan, no information about Isaac, though, so he probably realizes he's going to be flanked around. In from ramp, in from cave. He's currently holding 4 shorts, taking a look on long, and is going to come down to a single bullet, and that is going to be Khan's AWP striking true and winning out the round. There you have it. Basically a 2v4 incoming there. Namiga managed to win it all out. I liked how Adam B played it because he instantly, the moment he sees one player in mid and takes him out, instantly calls for everybody from the T-Sport to start heading towards B. He realized that information really quickly, but they just get stuck right in front of Risky Bob. And yeah, that's how the round falls apart.
I also really like the approach there from Namiga in the post plant to fight deep into the back of the bomb site. They get the double kill there on the, or they get 2 frags initially, and they both get traded out, but then Khan gets that 3rd frag to bring it back into a 1v1. So all of the players combining there for the T side.
Ooh.
But you gotta be careful here as Namiga. Taking these fights in the middle early on has cost them. And that's gonna be some guns to be recovered as well. Mac 10 AK picked up man advantage for the CT side. Bomb plant shouldn't be much of an issue here. Molly's going to be forcing one forward. Khan realizes that, gets off the plant, but at least that buys a bit more time. There's a big flank from Plopsky here as well with the AK. That Molly is going to buy even more time. Plopsky, yeah, there, he found a frag. Okay, now it becomes really tough to find the plant all of a sudden.
Yeah, it does. And Khan is worried about CT, but the
No,
timing is good for
Plopsky.
Risky Bob. And there you
No.
go, Plopsky was just forced to run in. Matesport could have played this differently. They could have waited for the tap on the bomb to go again, and that's when they all three peak.
Plopsky had no business in continuing to push forward there because they knew he was there. He had already done a good job in finding a kill, and at that point, his presence alone is putting so much pressure on the bomb site that he should have just prioritized his life, maybe even rotated background through middle to join up in Donut. And now Namiga are going to depart the A-bomb site entirely. No, just going to be planting reverse default here. Clearing out CT. Hampus is in Donut. They're able to avoid him. Cert crack, but now they know he's here. Risky Bob will swing, get the job done. There's a good amount of economic damage dealt there by Metasport, but Namiga win the round and go up 4-1. 5-1, excuse me.
5-1, yeah. Gotta start getting out of hand. Remember, this is Matesport City side. They're gonna be playing with that bad economy once more. It's really been killing them, this BO3. As they will be going in for a full investment again. If they don't manage to take this one, Matt, it's gonna start looking really bleak. Already kinda is, but, you know, benefit of the doubt and all, Matesport can still bring it back.
Yeah, but again, it's just the concern of the gun rounds, which has been a big theme here. Look at this from Xanta. He's been able to make his way through that ramp smoke, and he's hugging the wall so as to not expose himself to anybody on short. Swayer's the one who's taking a lot of damage, but Xanta has found the opening frag. Khan is just there in and amongst the thick of things. Great change of pace and direction here from Namiga, and it's a 4v2 with full side control.
And Zoe and Xanter, they were a duo in the last map, and something I really enjoy watching them is their first bullet accuracy. It seems to ring so true. It's so nice to watch, and that's just how you find entries. Isaac, he was doing that back on Dust. Now, Risky Bob just shows us what's happened. 6-1 here, Hayes. 6-1. Should turn 7 as well, because Matesport, even though they're working on a maxed out loss bonus, you should be saving around this A1S. From 6 we go up 7, Namiga go up more. It's their T side as well, the Ancient, by the way. And I think everybody can agree, Namiga, when they were looking good on that CT side for this map when they were being experimental and being the guys in 2024 to make this map happen.
Yeah, they're just struggling to contain Namiga at this point, though, just on an individual level. Now they're going to have to half-buy again. That's why Xanta's decided to go for the Mac 10. This is a great display coming through from Namiga in this third map here, looking to secure themselves a spot in the semi-final against BC Game tomorrow. That is what they're in pursuit of right now. Series 19, the penultimate European series, penultimate CCT Season 2 European series. And again, it's just Xanta being thrust straight into this B-bomb site, head first.
Oh yeah. Here it is. Risky Bob.
Shadow advantage.
Takes the shadow advantage indeed. Lumi trades it back though in the 5-7. Upgrades to an AK. You're trying to find his own teammate there. His teammate is shooting back. Oh, what a kill.
All bang now? Yeah, nobody there though. I mean,
This is
lots of
still gonna
damage has been
sting,
done,
though.
but there's a man advantage. Yeah, you just want to try and inflict as much damage as you can. There might as well be a chance in the round as well here, you know. I love the way that they're combining with their pushback onto the speed bomb side. There's so much pressure here for Metasport and Amiga are actually struggling to kind of deal with it all. There's going to be a double peek coming through from long, and there we go. They've denied the defuse. There's no time left, and that's a clean shot from Khan to finish off the job. Not the first time that Namiga have actually had to keep their composure on the bomb site in the post plant, or even just before they plant the bomb when there's been a lot going on, which is just a good reflection of their composure, communication, and coordination.
And experience, right? Coming through from tier 1.5 that we were talking about before. It really does translate well into these situations because they're playing together, they're realizing Matesport are going to be all over the place, trying to take them down, trying to cover for that bomb, so they just double up and at least make sure that the bomb diffuser is going to go down. Still though, for Matesport, that was a half investment where they take all 5 down, so not bad either. Because now look at the buy for the T side. They lose this one. Matesport can find a little bit of momentum. However, why don't you clear into Ninja? That's Plopsky good for 2. And Zwei trading it back. A nade to the face. Will it make a difference? We're about to find out. Because the bomb again should be going down. Lacan is just taking a peek down lane again. Down Speedway. Ooh, and Lumi doesn't get out.
Oh man, I was thinking pretty lucky to get out with his life intact, and there's a reason that Khan hasn't just straight up gone for the bomb plant here. Down into a 1v1, it's him against Isaac again. This was the 1v1 on the B bomb side a couple rounds ago. Khan's gonna go searching. Oh, but he's misread it. He's misread it. Didn't expect Isaac to have slinked back in towards middle there. And that is gonna be what gets Isaac the kill. Khan hunting instead of going for the plant, and now we can actually see I mean, Metasport have been getting a lot of kills in these rounds that they've been losing, so even when Amiga are 7-1 up, they don't have any residual money coming into this next round. It's going to have to be a force buy. This is Metasport's opportunity, man.
That's what I was saying. After that 5-man killer on the previous round, and now they take all of them down again. That was already a full buy from Namiga twice, and now down to Tech 9s and a force. Attack pause out of the T side. And the T Sport, well, if there's a way back in, it's this one. But remember, the half won't really be getting better than a 7-5. Even still, though, a 7-5 from that position that they were just put in, 6-1, 7-1 actually, would be amazing. Let's not talk too fast, though. You never know what a good Tech 9 can do.
Yeah, can't take anything for granted here at your Metasport. Haven't seen nearly as much emphasis on middle here from the Amiga in these past couple of rounds. They're trying to pressure these bomb sites a lot earlier on. Lumi's AWP is peering in the right direction as things stand. Zanta's the one with the smoke nade. They're not actually going to smoke CT off. Instead, they're just going to try and force the fight. And Zwei is the one on entry duties. And while he does get a kill, there's been a lot of damage done in return here. Bomb plant will come through, but the retake is very doable for the CT side.
Nice position from Xanter there. Actually managed to get the bomb down without taking any damage. 2 rifles in play now for the T side. And Matesport are so far away. Late activation on the flank as well from Lear. They just gotta buy time. Oh, great grenade. Goodbye indeed, with a great time Molotov. Ooh, Adam. He mollies himself off here. Just an extra second. MP9 rushes, and Khan. Okay, well, never mind Khan. That's Zwei and Xanter falling, and Matesport winning the round.
Yeah, very good composure from them on the retake. They're covering all their bases, winning their important gunfights as well, and that is going to have to mean that Namiga surely going to eco in this next round. So 7-4, the likely scoreline. 7-5 would actually be a pretty damn good recovery for Metasport. They'd feel a lot better about their chances here on the map at large compared to what they would have a couple moments ago.
And now at least it's very possible. From a force buy round into a pistol round. 7-1 turns 7-4. Then you just need to win a gun round. But we know how tough gun rounds have been for Matesport. So even that's not a guarantee. As now Namiga are waiting for that one flash from Lear. How well will it hit its mark? Shadow advantage. And a kill. 2 kills. And almost 2 kills.
Easy as Metasport's easiest round of the map. I don't even think they had a full anti-eco outside of like the second round of the half, where they win the pistol and then the Amiga save. So that must be nice little bit of breathing room here for Metasport to play against the pistols and cleaning up the way that they do. 7-5. That's what they're in pursuit of right now. It's plausible. I'd like to see Namiga going back to a bit of a mid-take here, honestly. I mean, they're doing really well with those takes at the start of the half.
I think Lear would like to see that too. Yeah, Namiga playing for what has been working. What Has it been working? Trying to take over the B-bomb site. Not really in the retakes. Double nades, double flashes, Isaac loses his head, and Zwei takes down 2. Great start, and Xanter keeps it going with a blown open smoke. Jaguar empty.
Ball. Oh my god, what is that? Lumi's just been deleted. That's the Zwei peak, baby.
That's the
What do you
Zwei
mean? Put some respect on his name. Alright, well, Adam B, Mission Impossible here. 1v5. Know exactly where he is. Just gonna circumvent the rotations, rotate the bomb all the way back across to A. He's still hoping that they come in his direction, but gonna start to realize that is not the case.
Come on, Adam.
Nice shots
There
there
you
from
go.
Xanter to finish off the job, and I feel like it's quite important for Namiga that that half ends 8-4 just because of the fact they were up 7-1 at that point. So if it does end 7-5, then probably feel like they left a round or 2 on the table. So, yeah, good work from them to get an 8th.
But again, it's been such an action-packed game in this entire best of 3. There's been 2 little bomb plants going down, too few slow rounds coming throughout here from either Metisport or Namiga. You know, in that entire 12-round affair, on the first half, Namiga managed to plant the bomb only 3 times. So, while Metisport do indeed manage to do a great job of bringing it back from 7-1 down, and at least making it a possible 8-4 if they went out this pistol, could have been even worse out there for Metisport. So they're not in control is what I'm trying to say out here, Matt. They're still not in control.
Far from it. Let's see, Metasport have won 4 out of 5 pistols. They lost the one here on Ancient. Here we go. They start to make their way through middle. There's only one player on the safe bomb side right now. It's Khan who's at the front of A main. He's going to get all the steps coming through. Oh my god, I thought he might just actually think there's no pressure from A main. That's a brilliant kill. And now just staying alive is great because of the presence alone. And it's way out of Temple. Oh, it's not the cleanest, but the kill still comes through anyway. That's going to force the hand of Metasport. They've got no room to work with. They only had Donut, and you can't play a post plant out with only one position. That's why they try and fight into CT, but they've kind of been corralled in that direction, so Namiga were ready for it.
Damn. Welcome back, Zwei and Xanter. Talked about him for a little bit. Khan was like 8-1 at some point in this game before Metisport actually started bringing it back. So he was already looking insane. Risky Bob 2 was right up there with him. He was like 11-3 at some point. But Zwei and Xanter, towards the tail end of that first half, they bring that round back for Namiga, and now here on the pistol, they look very clean as well. It's exactly what you were saying, Hayes, in the pre-show. Before we started this best of 3. Namiga's full of firepower, and they're here to show it. They're here to play for it. T-Sport, on the other hand, well, they've got Hampus.
Good work.
And they don't have Hampus anymore.
Yeah, but they have got 2 kills to show for Hampus losing his life, and they're just going to ramp the pressure up onto the save bomb side as well. Risky Bob's going to be the first one here, but trades are fantastic. Man advantage persists. Adam B in a pivotal position now. Effectively a 2v2 on the A bomb side, because Blonsky is still trying to find a way to get into the round here. Oh, Leo with his FAMAS not looking too clean, and that will cost him his life.
Well, Xanter's still on Donut, though. Adam B, no idea about it. Easy frag found. There it is, 1. Now you've only got pistols left remaining, left to work with out here. Problem is, Xanter's 0 information. Lopsky in red room. Lumi making his way to the bomb site. Xanter, does he turn his back on this? He does not. We'll hear the bomb go down. He's got to attempt it, right? No cash here.
I mean, I don't think so. Yeah, but 1v2 so far away, it's a really difficult retake. Does look like he's going to roll the dice, but I was just thinking maybe saving the M4 because Namiga won't have any money going into the next round. He has got a kit. He has got a smoke grenade. So maybe that's what's kind of compelling him to have a look in. But I think if he doesn't find anything here, which he won't obviously in Jag or Cave, that's going to be enough for him to just accept it and call it a day. I wonder if Metasport are going to start to depart the bomb site here. Or Lumi is going to be the one to fall off. Not drop the smoke. He hasn't dropped the smoke. He wants to try and drop it while he was defusing. Lumi hangs around for long enough. And that will be Metasport winning such an important force buy. Because if they lose that force buy, then it's 11-4 before they can invest again. And surely that's just map over. And this is all
Should
about
have been
the
looking like
trades.
that. But there we are. They do manage to win it. And it comes down from Lear's hold there on mid. The FAMAS just wasn't hitting Adam B at all. Could have been a very different 2v2. But here we are. 9-5. East side gonna be buying back in. Amiga poised for the force, of course. Gotta reset economy. But Metisport, they felt the brunt of that previous round too, because they did lose 4 players, even with the bomb down. No body armors, no nothing, everyone's down to their last pens. Only Plopsky, who saved away the FAMAS, has a little bit of something to work with. So Namiga, damage is key. How much do you get?
Probably not much with only his way being on the safe bomb side right now. They've decided to just gamble stack B, which makes sense with this type of an investment. Way is just waiting for some sort of presence. He'll then drop a smoke grenade, but not like that's going to be able to buy much time for the rotations, especially with the pressure that's going to be coming through from Donut as well. Nicely banked Molly there off the stairs to clear out the boost. There are rotations coming through here. They may arrive just in time. Good kill from Plopsky. No head armor for Leah makes that a free frag. And now Metasport just have to do their due diligence. Oh, they're going to go back to B. That's a good decision there off the back of Plopsky getting those 2 frags.
It is. Risky Bob Khan his way. Now, could find Hampus with that Mac-10. And if they do, that's an SMG to pick up, and then you try to get some more kills to just be getting some kill bonus along the line, right? Surely you don't save the Mac-10 and 5.7, even though you don't have anything going into the next round. So something is better than nothing, I guess, but still. That's the round. 9-6. T-Sport. Well... Oh. Risky Bob. Did you not see him? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is going to be 9-7 though. And then we'll head into the first gun run of the second half. And I do still stand by what I was saying, that I think the Amiga on the CT side will be very difficult to beat because they've got really strong individuals in power positions like Cave and Donuts as well. I'd imagine that there's going to be a lot of a contest, or a big contest for middle and Speedway coming through from the Amiga. And Metasport can't just skate by alone on good systems and protocols. They're going to have to be able to also just show a decent individual level. Having said that, obviously util usage does play a very big role in taking that control, and that's where I'd imagine any campus-led team will thrive.
Well, you'd hope so, right? But still, that will come down to the question of how will this momentum be looking? Will it be even possible? USPs to take down Hampus, and Plopsky and Adam down to half HP. So, you know, still fighting for every single round. The bell has not rung. Lantern will fall. Soul's Way. That's the duo out of Jaguar. Now Risky Bob playing it risky and is not dropping his Mac-10 to Lear. Ooh, USP height. That's another thing.
And Mac-10 would love to get a kill here, a little bit of extra money. We did see Risky Bob go for the second AWP on both of the previous maps. It's a nice little $600 cash injection to his bank account, and it's also meant that Metasport are thinking, well, let's just go A. But Namiga have absolutely read into that. There's a Galileo on Leah, and this Mac-10, I don't expect there to be any trouble here for the T side to get the job done. But even damage will certainly be welcomed. And there we go, there's another frag. Do they now go back to B? Like, how do Metasport approach this? That's what Risky Bob is thinking, but unfortunately this time he has misread it.
No, I think he's perfectly read it. I think he just wants to save the Galil into the next round. He's taken down 2, and he just wants to save. He's already gone away with so much damage. A Galil, he just peeks way back. thinking that maybe they did go back to B. Or thinking that he just wants extra kills. And that is the round. 9-7. That is Amiga losing 3 rounds in a row. And now, finally, saved enough up for a force buy. Or a full buy. However, the Galil will be effective as there's not really a lot of head armor going into the CT side. And there's no defuse kit. So Matisse-Port, main objective, survive. Second objective, plant that bomb.
Yeah, well, here's the gun round that I was looking forward to. And not as direct as a contest in towards mid as I was expecting from the Amiga, honestly. It kind of been locked up by the smoke grenades, and they're fairly content to not force the issue. There are 2 players in Donut right now. Hampus has gotten himself into Jag. These are really good positions that Metasport have gotten themselves early into the round. And there's going to be a lot of pressure mounting on this B-bomb side as a result. Khan is in a really good position. That's such an important frag. That's the sole threat from middle. Now they can focus all their resources on both cave and ramp, and Metasport may even be inclined to just alter their or adjust their approach on the fly.
And there's a peek. Clear information gained. Still the 3-man stack on B here for an Amiga. 3 flashes and a nade out here for the T side. Do they use any of them? Well, Xanter makes sure Hampus is not allowed to. Now, down to the FAMAS. FAMAS never hitting. Gloomy still alive on 17. Now, it is up to Risky Ball again. Feeling like Superman for an Amiga. 19-9. Can he find his 20th? Gonna be stolen by Zwei.
Man. That's so unfortunate for Lumi. He's so low on health there. It's really tough to plant on the B-bomb side because of the wall-bangable wood on the right side from the CT's perspective there. But if you go in the opposite direction, then you expose yourself to long as the T trying to plant the bomb. So just really, such fine margins at that point. Great trades from Namiga. The fact that Xanta even gets a kill in the corner was really impressive. Surprised Metasport didn't double swing him. And I think that was maybe a bit of a costly mistake. We'll be able to afford AKs across the board here, but if they lose this gun round, then you can almost kiss the series away.
Okay. Well, we've had struggles on full buy rounds. We know this. But there's always the possibility there's an exception to the rule. Maybe that exception comes in this round for Matisse-Port. Limited utility to work with. I think Hampus could have bought in a smoke and a flash, but hasn't. Or not Hampus, Adam B. Here's a Molly. Here's Adam trying to peek through. And Zwei, the first man to defend this. Doesn't even need to. This is a great counter utility from Namiga, though. Buys up so much time. Here comes the rotate. 3 players in here, and Risky Bob pushes in front of it, so he loses his life. Great grenade, but it's not enough. And now Khan traded out as well. Namiga suddenly have lost the bomb site. Oh,
Dane, that was a great theme from Metasport. Is that there we go? Yeah, we'll dunk down, and he finds a second Xanta. One with the HE, one with the M4. Plopsky's on the platform. This is not an orthodox position at all. There is a catch on Xantas. They've kind of got the time to play with, and there's going to be a follow-up smoke dropped on the bomb. This could give Plopsky some room to play with, The smoke's going to start to fade. Both players become exposed. Oh my goodness. Plopsky shooting at Xanta, then spray transfers to the other player, and then goes back and finishes the first guy he was shooting at. That is an incredible clutch coming through from Plopsky.
Damn, Plopsky. Do more of that, please. That is beautiful. That's how Matisse-Port win the round. There's that exception to the rule we found out. Just switches in between targets mid-spray. Still gets it. Crazy. And now, look, the one man who was having a really bad game on Mirage, who was having a tough time on Dust 2 as well. Not a tough time, but not an amazing time either. Now here he is, Plopsky, 19-11. Saving the day. And it's Hampus to be the one struggling now. So they just balance each other out. It's a perfect balance.
Not really. I think they'd prefer to have the scales being tipped. I'm not sure if that's something that they'd like to balance out. Alright, fair enough. Lear is struggling. He had a tough time on Dust 2 as well. He hasn't really delivered here on Ancient. And Metasports have a great opportunity to draw within one. Namiga, they had an opportunity to basically put the snap in the series away if they could have won against that Force Spy in the second round of the half here. But unfortunately, they couldn't capitalize on that, and this T side is proving to be fruitful for Metasports.
Okay. Well, East side looking much better, sure. But the Amiga still haven't had any real momentum backing them up. It's been around here and there. They're still holding on to the advantage. And always turn it back around. They'll have a full gun round as well coming through into this one. But you never quite know where this could take them. And again, remember, Namiga were the ones winning out the pistol in this round too.
Yeah. Both pistol rounds here on the map. Topsky's delivering though. He is the guy who's just trying to fill that role as a star player on Metasport, especially since Nilo's departure. Even when he came into the team, he was taking up some more resources than we're used to seeing from him as a player in a team. And clearly with good reason, fully deserved. Khan is back. And he's got the AWP. And it's the first time we're going to see the AWP on the CT side here for Namiga.
Something that Freddy also kind of touched upon is the fact that Namiga have been playing so many games, so much Counter-Strike. It just kind of got reminded to me the moment Khan was like kind of wiping his eyes there for a little second. Because at some point, after 3 days of this in a row, you've got another BO3 lined up after this. The exhaustion's gotta set in, right? You're probably only thinking CS for 3 days straight, without a break. Going to sleep, eating CS. Going to sleep, eating CS.
Almost like they have a job.
It is their job, sure. But a job without any breaks is getting really impactful on their performance, you know?
Yeah, I hear you. But at the end of the day, it's what I remind myself as well when I'm feeling a bit fatigued or feeling like the job's tough. It's like you're talking about a video game for a living, you're playing a game for a living. You got to just have that perspective. I do get what you're saying. You're all human. We're all human at the end of the day. But you got to rationalize that sometimes.
They're not out in the construction yard, you know, doing physical labor. I get
Sway
it.
is dead. Sway has to be dead here. But they're not here to fix to the incendiary. Evidently not. Well, he will still end up dying, so at least they get that kill as a response to Risky Bob finding his frag. And Lopsky is playing around the smoke as well. Risky Bob decides to hang around. At least Leah's gotten a frag back, though, so that is a really important kill to recover.
And kaboom, Lumi out of the fight.
This could be a false sense of security, though. Look at Adam B. The fact that Khan gets that kill means they think that... Alright, no, Adam B's decided to smoke it off.
No, more like, look at Lear. He hasn't dropped his position in from Jaguar because he knows the bomb wasn't seen. This push from Isaac, he's on 11 HP. The FAMAS could really do work the moment the bomb is going to be tapped. Isaac needs to play this one very slowly and wait for Adam to actually help him out. Now, because they do this, Metisport are also going to have the thing in the back of their heads that maybe someone did rotate back to B, so we'll have to be wary of CT now. We don't have information towards Jaguar, we don't know anything about Cave. And there's 30 seconds remaining, so we gotta start getting a move on, and it's going to be up to Adam to try to find Lear.
Check for it. There we go. Great awareness there from Adam. As he does clear out Cave, it's going to be a deep smoke, a deep motley rather. That's going to shut off the rotations. There's a follow-up smoke. There's even an incendiary here for Adam B as well. This is going to be impossible. I think Metasport, have they just accepted it? No, Khan is lining up a flash. Khan is lining up a pop flash here for Xanta to try and fly through the smoke. And he's going to be throwing it from CT spawn. No, he's trying to figure out where he's going to throw this flash from. Is he even going to throw the flash? They don't have... Oh, they do have a kit. But here we go. Smoke fades. Both players become exposed. Trade is available. And now Isaac's low. And that will be good enough for Xanta. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, look at Isaac. He kind of just goes down with that death and kind of thinks, oh, why did I play that position? Why did I go there, try to take that flight? It got close. Gotta give it to him, right? He was in that position, couldn't really get out by the time his teammate had died. But still, Namiga, they win that round when Metisport played it so well into the 2v3. Isaac did everything right until that last sequence. He waited for Adam B to come through. Adam B checks into the tough corner to clear. He finds the enemy, takes him down. Bomb gets planted and they play towards CT. And they even take the fight down towards CT, right? They take up so much space. Deep Molotov, deep smoke to follow it up. And Khan, for a while there, didn't even know, like, he knew that he was really attempting the retake. But they do. They trade each other out. And at the end of the day, it is a round 1 out here for Namiga, and one that might just put quite a nail in the coffin here from a T-Sport if this round goes astray from the T side.
Yeah, but you could say a pretty similar point for Namiga. Not that the map is, going to slip away from them, but it would be a leveled up scoreline if Metasport can win this. And Metasport have been very good in these gun rounds in their first half. I was expecting a more dominant display from Namiga on their CT side, but they haven't been nearly as convincing in towards mid as I was expecting from them. In fact, Metasport have certainly bossed that part of the map here in the second half.
Okay. Because we've got a round going on. It is Risky Bob. Oh, pre-firing all the right angles. Adam B, not a lot to play. And Risky Bob, does he go for the peek again out here on Red Room? He knows he could be pushed. He's just jumping for info. He's playing with his life there. Lopsky takes it away from him if he doesn't want it. Now, push through the smoke into CT they go. They're being held for. But they're being held for by both of them. So with the back turned away, Khan is going to fall to the tech. And Isaac is good for 2. That's how T-Sport get to the bomb site. And that's the round surely, right?
I mean, that's a great combination there on the timing with the players coming through from A main just after all that pressure has been noticed in Red Room. Because the focus there for Namiga is CT spawn for both Zwei and Khan. Probably poor spatial awareness there from Khan with how he positions himself. Should have actually just been hugging the wall deeper into Temple. Probably just wants to give himself like a passage for exit if he does get swung from CT. But yeah, Isaac does a phenomenal job there because he spots out Zwei on the bomb site. He kills Khan and then he knows that Zwei is still behind the bomb. The box is down the site. So that's a very big round for Metasport to win. A very well-constructed round. Hampus is calling this T-side fantastically right now.
Okay. Well, that's T-Sport managing to find the round you were talking about, the talking point that they can bring it back up to 11. And then it's another 24-round game. Here, Matt. The second one of this best of 3. Difference is that Namiga were the ones with the advantage into this map, for almost the entirety of it. From a T-Sport to just bring it back here. Remember, it was 7-1 in the first half.
Yeah, true. Namiga were dominating at one point, and now we're behind schedule. One of the best of 3 to be played today. The last quarterfinal of the day, guys, is going to be Na'Vi Jr. against Nexus. Nexus with a very impressive win yesterday against Monty. Well, Metasport just got to make sure that they don't slip up here against the 2 rifles that have been carried over. Namiga have been stacking up the defense on their B-bomb site here more often than not when they've had these half investments or ecos, and hasn't really ever materialized. Metasport haven't ended the round in this direction. It could happen now, though. Both the rifles that are in play here for the CT side are both over towards B. Oh, Xantus decides to go searching there. You can't really fault him.
Oh, okay, Khan. Nice tap and kill there with the help of Lear. The AK to fall, but Khan's still alive somehow. Not for long. He re-peaks, and Zwei falls under the same bracket. T-Sport on 11. And it is an equaled out scoreline, and we do indeed need all 24 rounds here, maybe even overtime, to figure this best of 3 out.
Yeah, we could need overtime. Like you said, it's going to be all 24 rounds played on Ancients. If Metasport get this done in regulation, that would be one of the more impressive comebacks I've seen here, in all honesty. That would be one of the more impressive comebacks we've seen in Season 2, probably at large, in such an important game, a playoff matchup as well, being down 7-1 at one point. I think that stake could even close the market if I'm not mistaken. And then all of a sudden the odds started to reappear because Metasport have been able to fight their way back into the game. So that's how far gone it seemed at one point.
Yeah, it did. But here it is, back again. It's alive. It is alive. And it's starting to ring true as well, because round number 23 is on the deck, and it is a full buy versus a full buy. Lear has been having a tough time, but so has Hampus. IGL's rough go at it today. You know who hasn't been having a rough go at it though? Risky Bob, 21 and 13. Lopsky, 24 and 12. So, we know who the highest on the scoreboards are. We know who the lowest are, and they still.
This is such a good change-up.
Oh,
This
yeah.
is so smart. I mean, Namiga have committed much to middle throughout the half so far. This time they decide to put 3 players in that direction. Sway's going down through the smoke. Oh, this is a disaster. Namiga might just have to call it a day here, you know, because they don't have any money if they lose this round. Khan is going to get ahead of the smoke, and he does get a kill, but that might almost motivate them to go for the retake, which could ultimately cost them everybody that's left alive here. They have to accept their fate, Atro. They have to just give it up here and let Metasport get to map and series points, and that's precisely what they're going to
Oh
do.
my. Hampus might cost him everything though. If he gets one more frag out of this, if Risky Bulb falls, then it could have been the game. There's no buy back in from Namiga. And now, Plopsy's going to go down as well. They can afford to go for this hunt because they've got so much cash. They just got to run for it and hope they can take down these 2 A1Ss trying to save because they're low on HP. And if they do, no more cash to the buy, buddy. Even now, this is going to be a tough buy into the next round. But Lumi, oh, he took the different angle. If he continues Speedway, maybe there would have been a world in which he catches him off. But now, it'll be 4 A1Ss, an MP9 into a decent buy out here for Namiga. More than decent, actually. And we go to the last round of this Ancient in regulation. Matt, do we end it off in OT or do we end it off here? Let's find out.
Those are the 2 potential outcomes. This time Zway is on the A-bomb site behind the box. It's a neat little angle he holds right now, but that's a phenomenal trade from Isaac. First responder is going to be coming through from Temple. That's Risky Bob. Can't double down, but he's done a lot of damage. So Isaac, who has triple down? What a comeback to form here for Isaac, but oh my goodness, Lear with the MP9 is desperately trying to find the trade through the smoke.
Oh my god.
Put a full magazine into the smoke. Isaac is now going to try and hunt Lear down. And he's found Lear as well. What in God's name is this round from Isaac? It's only Xanta left, and the Molly's going to force him out into the open. Metasport have done it. They've won the map. They've won the series, and that is an incredible comeback.
Oh my lord, it doesn't go OT, even though the opening frag goes there for Namiga, and Isaac just becomes a headshot machine. We got to see him back from D2. He just spawned in from the last round here of Ancient, and that's how Metasport well, they don't reverse sweep, but take this last map away, and they manage to win out the BO3 and send themselves into the semis.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, so hopefully Freddy does.
I'm also as gobsmacked as you guys. I hope that's definitely aware. Like, Flamus gets, what was it, Xanta gets the 1 versus 2, and I was like, oh, that game's over. And yet, we still pull ourselves into it. Metasport, they were down and out. I was watching that first half. I was like, you know what, this has been a quick 3rd map, and it feels like we could show a repeat of Mirage. But no, that wasn't the case. And fair play. Fair play to Plopsky as well. Like, you know, they really stepped up, and even in those final rounds, like, it was kind of the chaos. It doesn't really necessarily make sense, but Metasport, they advanced through to the semifinals in our penultimate series of CCT in Season 2. The Swedish squad, who have had definitely a difficult year, now striving for probably their best result so far of 2025, and with a very well-earned victory against both Gun5 and now Namiga. They have their toughest opponent up tomorrow in the form of BC Game. I personally think that was a really exciting game of Counter-Strike, but guys, we're not over. And I think, Hayes, you mentioned it, we're a little bit behind schedule, aren't we, boys? So we've got another best of 3, and I'm already preparing. I'm preparing for the copium I think that's going to be coming out from you, Atro. I'm assuming, anyways.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be a lot of that. God was remaining yesterday, buddy. Is he gonna be again? Is he gonna go again?
Yesterday.
We're going back.
Did you back them though, Atro, at the start of the
Yes,
series?
I did. Look
you
at my
the
Twitter.
start of the
Okay, before the game
series?
started,
Yeah,
Nexus would win. Okay.
On the broadcast, in the pre-game,
Sitting
I
on
don't
two
know.
fences, I get it. Okay, so Twitter one thing, broadcast another thing. I get it. Well, I feel like you've definitely made your mind very clear. I think the second best of 3 is probably going to live up to the same as the one we've just seen. Big commiserations to Namiga. They've actually got another best of 3 against Spirit Academy to play, right? Or against Boom Spirit Academy, whoever it is. Basically, they've got another game to play. So, unfortunate for them, they've got a long night of Counter-Strike in store for them. We'll be seeing their support tomorrow in semi-finals, but we need to book in our final semi-finalist. Will it be Nexus? Will it be Navi Jr.? Find out after this break. The question on everyone's lips is, will God continue to be Romanian? I'm not too sure if that's going to be the case, but Na'Vi Jr. are playing their 10th best of 3 since Friday, and their 3rd of the day. So you know what? Romanian CS might actually... You guys might actually have been given, like, a silver spoon right now. Like, you've been offered up a semi-final on a silver platter. Actually, I'm assuming the copium's coming out of your ears, right?
Oh, I am unbearable right now. I am oozing with it right here because it is a very big possibility. And just you watch, yesterday, Adron was having an amazing day. Sound was saving everyone. Zello was hitting shots. I hope to see the old guard pull through as well. I think it's gonna work. I will sing the national anthem if we get to see Nexus in the grand final.
Okay. Hayes, are you gonna be as I'm assuming you're not as coped up.
No, not at all. I'm more grounded in reality here, Freddy. The one thing, like you said, they have played 2 best of 3s already, have Na'Vi Jr., but these guys are Zoomers. They're the kids, right? Like, they probably played 2 best of 3s in a day and then go play FPL later on in the day anyway. They have had, like, an hour and a half break here between their previous series and this one to just, like, eat some food, you know, spend some time outside, just chill a little bit or whatever it might be, just, like, recover. So... I still fully expect Na'Vi Jr. to win this series and get themselves into the semis.
Okay, well, let's go take a look at the bracket so we can contextualize what all of this means. Na'Vi Jr., they came through the main Swiss. They went 3-0 in the main Swiss, and it's actually right now more teams that have come through the main Swiss than have been invited, which is a really exciting prospect. Mesport got invited, Nexus got invited. So if Na'Vi Jr. win this, that means 3 out of the 4 teams in the semi-finals have all grinded their way through the group play. And as mentioned, Na'Vi Jr., look, they took down some big names to get here. Fnatic, Spirit Academy, Parivision with a 13-0 on the decider matchup, and they kept that electricity alive as they dominated Ents. Look, like, Na'Vi Jr. have taken down literally the biggest names in this tournament, just one by one, and it almost feels like as they come into this quarterfinal game, they're actually playing arguably their easiest opponent on paper for a spot in the semi-finals, and somehow it's like sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. And like, I feel like realistically Na'Vi Jr. should be the favorites, even though Acho, there's a lot of copium. Are you still probably in agreement that, like, if you're looking at this from an unbiased perspective, Na'Vi Jr. probably should be number 1?
Look, as an unbiased perspective, yes, Na'Vi Jr. should of course be winning this one. Makazi's been insane. Jugs is Jugs right now. And Krabeni has been having great games, even though he's the one calling. Demon and Sentry have always been really scary players. We can even bring up the roster right here. Like, in all reality, yes, it should be Na'Vi Juniors. Yes, they are Zoomers, and they play a lot of games. They don't care if they get like 14 hours of CS in every single day. They'll still keep doing it. But, again, it's been, as you mentioned, Freddy, 10 best of 3s ever since Friday. And ever since Friday or Saturday, either way, it's been a lot of CS, right? And at some point, it's not necessarily that exhaustion sets in, is that maybe being with the same people for 3 days non-stop could, especially for young guns, could inspire some unsavory situations in the sense of, hey, I want to take up space. Hey, why didn't you draw me that weapon? Hey, you remember that one play like 3 maps ago? Yeah, I'm still a little bit mad at you for that. Or it can be the complete other way around, and they're just hyped up and winning everything, and they're happy. And seeing as they've been ends twice in best of 3s, I would be happy too if I was them. But
yeah, I mean, like, they're getting good results that kind of counteract that point. Is like they're winning, like, they're actually doing really well. Unfortunately, losing to OG today, like, that was probably the big one. If Na'Vi Jr. had come out of that game with a victory and were able to go through to playoffs, I'd be sitting here and I'd be like, Na'Vi Jr., they're on smoke right now. No one can stop them, etc., etc., etc. Like, they're playing sick Counter-Strike right now, and I think it's just I always say this with Na'Vi Jr., when you've got 4 out of the 5 players at any given time within the top 150 on the Faceit ladder, like, that maybe at one stage was a bit of like a nothing. But honestly, for me right now, when I look at the Na'Vi roster, I'm just thinking like pure firepower, and it's very hard to contest against that.
that's what Monty were lacking against Nexus yesterday. I mean, listen, I can't take anything away from Nexus. They were actually shooting really hard. Adron on the first map was looking really convincing. Zelo had some great rounds on Dust 2 as well. But Monty just didn't pitch up the way that we know that they're capable of. And I don't at all expect that to happen here for Navi Jr. as well. So, sure, I mean, it's not like completely impossible for Nexus to win this series, but it's going to be a lot more challenging than what they had yesterday against Monty, because you know that Navi Jr. are going to be pitching up in the fragging department.
100%. And we can go take a look at the Nexus roster, and I feel like I'm just going to leave this to you, Atro. What should we expect? What's like the moving pieces that, if they're going to be able to combat Navi Jr.'s firepower, what's gonna happen?
Okay, so I'm glad we get to take over a little bit for here. For Nexus, there's a lot to talk about in the sense of we had yesterday's game, and again, without the copium, without the biasy, it was a tough game for Nexus, and one which they managed to win because of heroics, because of Adron actually feeling good on the day, which doesn't usually happen for him. So that's why I was very surprised to see him active on the server. Sound pulled through an amazing 1v4 at some point to kind of a 4K, not a 1v4, but a 4K to save the day there for Nexus and kind of get their momentum back into it. Zelo was connecting on every single clutch to end off the maps. Like, there was a bunch of moving pieces that felt unusual for Nexus to happen on the day, and that needs to happen again if they want to have a chance against Navi Jr. You need to take a look on down to Raga. He was having not that great of a performance yesterday, and usually he is one of the top fraggers. Zelo needs to continue being consistent. BTN had some amazing clutches yesterday, and not only did he have clutches, but as of recently, he's been relied upon a little bit more out of this roster, when usually you don't rely on BTN. BTN is here to call, BTN is here to outsmart. He's not here to be that fifth player that can frag out, which is something that Nexus have always had going on for them, right? They always knew that BTN, yes, he can shoot, yes, he can clutch, don't expect too much out of him though. And that's why Sound was coming in, that's why Adron was substituted after Chocardo left. Like, those entire moving pieces out here, Nexus do not have the firepower to combat Navi Jr. right now, and they need individual performances and individual players to step up here to be able to match that if they want to have a chance in this best of 3.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that yesterday we saw Nexus in like its full fruition. We saw exactly what needed to happen that hadn't happened previously. So we're once again asking the Romanians to see if they can come up to that same potential, which is going to be really exciting. And let's go take a look at the Veto. I wasn't obviously here. We got a head-to-head. I didn't know we had this. This is very exciting. Well, I guess the head-to-head brings in a very big topic of conversation, which is Makaze. That guy do I need to introduce? I feel like the stats speak for themselves, don't they, Hayes?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Makaze has been incredible. He's been a guy on a lot of people's lips lately. Thing is it's kind of like the same as the Kyosuke with Spirit Academy. There's a lot more to this team than just Makaze, than just Kyosuke. Those are the guys who normally get most of the attention, but for good reason as well. You know, he's like that star player, entry pack kind of guy who wants to go in first, but there's obviously a lot more resources for these entry fraggers than what there was 5+ years ago. It's actually the role you want to be playing as an up-and-coming star player at the moment, and Makaze is doing it brilliantly.
Do you think it was who was it on it? Was it Xelo or
Zelo was the other one, yeah.
Zelo, yeah.
I mean, I guess it's a little bit different with the head-to-head because it's obviously like AWPers, like AWP versus Rifler. But I guess the conversation of Xelo definitely does come in with Navi Jr. Symmetry AWPs. I'm going a blank. It is Symmetry.
Yes, Symmetry is the AWPer.
Yeah. Like, I feel like that's going to be difficult for Xelo, because he's always someone who's been really up and down, whereas Symmetry's just been on the rise right now. Like, when you just look at that isolation of AWP head-to-head, Outro, like, does Xelo have what it takes to bat up against this young gun who's just playing really well right now?
Does he have what it takes? 100%. I do think he does have what it takes. It's just exactly what you pointed out, consistency, right, coming through, and not only for him, but for the entire team as well. If Zelo shoots well, it doesn't matter if he shoots well enough. He can pull a 30 bomb if the rest of his team don't really back him up, if there's not supporting flashes, if there's not, like, follow-up play to all of that, then it doesn't really matter at the end of the day whether or not he can try to take Sentry down. I don't think that's going to be the main point of, you know, interest out here in this best of 3. The Alpers, I think it's going to be down to the calling, and if BTN manages to get in the heads of these young guns and to literally CT sides for Nexus. Can they deny this aggression and this just overall better mechanical play from Na'Vi Jr.? If they somehow manage to find a way to do so, then I will actually not smoke as much copium and start really believing that Nexus can take this one away.
Okay, well, look at the Veto. Nexus destroyed Monty on Nuke yesterday. They beat them Dust 2 kind of just about on their map pick. As we take a look at the Veto, unfortunately, if Nuke was going to be in the Veto in one way or another, it's not. It's the insta-ban for Na'Vi Jr., but also Ancient being an insta-ban for Nexus. I feel like both teams, I feel like, are very comfortable with that. Like, the insta-bans do... I feel like they hard counter both teams. So you've got an interesting, like, no Ancient for Na'Vi Jr., no Nuke, which Nexus looked really good on yesterday. So we come down to a very interesting late-game Veto, right, Hayes?
Yeah, I like the respect bans coming out through from both these teams, because neither team play train. It's their perma ban for both sides. And so they both think, all right, well, I mean, I'm going to give you the chance to pick train. Especially Nexus as the underdog. You want to try and go for a bit of a gamble in the Veto. But I like that Na'Vi Jr. also just respect ban Nuke, because Nexus did look very good on that map yesterday. It's obviously more like a technical map as well. Na'Vi Jr. are very good at just having explosive individuals who can just tear a team apart based on firepower alone. So I think banning Nuke was actually a very good decision there for Na'Vi Jr. instead of just straight up banning train like they normally would. And then we have Dust 2 and Mirage. Now, Nexus are going to have to be at their absolute best if there's going to be any chance of them winning either of those maps. I mean, I know that they had a good showing on Dust yesterday, but again, the caveat is that Monty's individuals were just really struggling. Like Gizmi in particular, who's been a pretty good fragging IGL for Monty, was just next to Anonymous really on the server throughout that series, and you will not get that from Na'Vi Jr. I'm almost certain. And so, yeah, I think with these two maps that are going to be heavily favoring firepower, Nexus are going to be in trouble.
Same
let's
feeling.
not forget, this is the team who have won 2 best of 3s in the past 12 weeks. I know they had a good result yesterday, but we can't get too caught up in that. It's the same thing with Namiga, where we were like, okay, if they return to form, this is great, this is looking a whole lot better, and there were those glimpses of the shaky Namiga coming back. Like, let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah, I mean, like, also, if we're talking about Nexus, like, what return to form? Like, realistically, the only reason why they're here is because they won ISF. Like, there is no other reason why, and this is being very brutally honest, Nexus, in a lot of ways, don't deserve to be at this spot. That's just a fact. And they have to fight, they have to fight for this spot, which so far, every time they've come out and come to battle, they haven't. They've, if anything, looked very bad. So I think for Nexus, there's actually a ticking time clock, like, over their head of being like, they need to get results, or this whole project, which had a massive leg up coming into this year, is just going to be all negated on the basis that they couldn't maintain any of that success.
And here's the thing, right? Coming into it, you're saying, yeah, what back to form is there for Nexus? For BTN, if he's rolling back the years, like, his best time in Nexus
Which year?
was like...
Which year? 2016?
Not 2016 even. It was the best Nexus have ever performed was back in March 2024, okay? And that was back with Zello, Raga, Sound, and Ersin, which is crazy to think about because the amount of names that came out of Nexus before is immaculate. Like, immaculate. It's the best that Romania's ever had, right? And for me, I've always treated Nexus as the proving grounds for Romanians to get into Tier 2, to get out of Romania. And that's how it's been so far. But with this roster, I don't see that being the case with anyone besides Zello. So...
Rip Sound, I guess. Well, let's see if, instead of being a proving ground and stepping stone, Nexus themselves can prove them on the server, as they're up against now Na'Vi Jr., a very tough opponent, but they might have that clause that it's Na'Vi Jr.'s 3rd best of 3 of the day, and their last game was a loss against OG. I feel like that's going to actually come into play maybe a little bit more than we've spoken about. It is going to be Dust 2, it's going to be Nexus map pick. They beat Monty on this yesterday. Can they serve the same justice to their adversaries in the quarterfinals?
Let's see it. Ladies and gents, here we are, CCT EU 19! And the quarterfinals are about to take an end out here, Hayes. So, we got to take a good look at who is going to be moving in to fight Fnatic into the semis after this tomorrow. Nexus CT side on D2 to start things off on their own map pick. Na'Vi Jr. choosing to start T side and going aggressive up short. Let's see.
Yeah, just going to try and brute force their way into this A bomb site. And Makaze, oh, he's getting closer and closer, which means he's more and more dangerous. Symmetry will time his push to perfection coming through from long, combining with his teammates. And that is going to be Na'Vi Jr. in full control of the bomb site. And a bit of a statement as to how they win this pistol.
Tap away, and that's Na'Vi Jr. with the pistol round bomb plant and a very happy 5-man roster here to be all staying alive after this one. Lots of kills being made for the T side. Nexus, nothing yet to deny. And it will be probably no investment from the CT side after this. 2 in a row, Na'Vi Jr. are going to start things off well. How do we feel about this being possibly the most basic veto we could get? You know, it's Dust 2, Mirage, and Inferno. It's like the token 3 coming throughout here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it bodes well for Na'Vi Jr., honestly, because I think the less technical the maps, I think that kind of just takes away some of the strengths for Nexus, which would be like their synergy, teamwork, communication, you know, allowing for BTN to have a little bit more of a contribution as an IGL as well. So, I think it probably plays into the hands of the Academy team, honestly.
Yeah, definitely does. The only interesting part is that Nexus do decide to go on Mirage because it is one of their better maps. Not really too much to say away from that. They were hoping that maybe Na'Vi were going to have something else lined up their sleeves, but I guess the most technicality we're going to get is going to be Inferno, and until we get there, well, the better question is, will we get there?
If we get there, yeah.
Yeah. So,
Mirage is such a good map for this Na'Vi Junior team as well, so I feel like Nexus have to win here on Dust 2 in all honesty, with that being the next map.
yeah. Let's see it though. USPs take down 2 in this round. More kills than they found in the previous. Maybe even 3 if BTN gets away with this, but the MAC-10 doesn't connect. Okay. Na'Vi Jr., we know all 5 of them are cracked. But who's the first one to leave? Who's the first one to break this 5-man?
You mean, like, to get picked up by another team?
Yeah.
Well, everybody would just say Makaze, but I'll go ahead and say Kubeni just because of what a strong fragging IGL he is and what a commodity strong fragging IGLs are in the scene right now. So I'll say Kubeni.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, a lot of people do need IGLs. But Makaze, what roles does Makaze usually play? I don't get to cast Na'Vi Jr. a lot. I'll be brutally honest. So,
What
I
about
don't
Makaze?
necessarily- which roles does he usually play? Is he more of an anchor?
Entry.
Is he more? He is
No,
entry, right?
entry fragger, star player on the CT side, so connect the Mirage, you know, the guy who's getting all the attention, getting all the important spots where most of the action goes down when you're on the CT side.
Well, that's why I don't think he'll be picked up first, because there's been a lot of players like that have been rising in the past couple of months, especially last year, right? Players that have been jumped over in the in the role player position and in the star player position, and they've been doing a great job. So maybe people like Jux are going to be looked upon. Who knows? People need anchors. People need extremities to be covered before you have a 30 bomb player. But you're never going to say no to the 30 bomb player as well. So what do I know? Full buy though. That's what I know from Nexus. CT side's finally getting Zello on the op. And I say finally, but it's quite early on. It's round number 3. With limited utility remaining out here for the CTs.
The good position that Na'Vi Jr. find themselves in right now as they start to split themselves in towards this B bomb side. It's going to be heavy emphasis on the ramp push right now. Adron times his peak to perfection. That's a brilliant combination between himself and Sound. Not enough pressure coming through from tunnels meant that both the players could be just focusing fully on ramp, and that's going to be a great way for Nexus to get off the ground.
Flawless round. There we go. That's like it. Love to see it. Sound. Again, I was analyzing yesterday when you and Trav were having the Nexus cast there with Monty, and I did mention the fact that Adrian was allowed to get away with too much while Sound was doing a lot out of his own well-positioned plays. Here on Dust 2, we can't necessarily have that talk because, again, there's not really a lot of positions you can put yourself in where the Ts don't necessarily expect it or you take anyone by surprise. But that's going to mean just the team play for Nexus is going to be so much more important, and that might be one of the only factors in which Nexus are going to be looking better than Na'Vi Junior are on, because they've been playing together for forever. And I'll tell you what, oh, Sentry, what a kill! I'll tell you what, for Nexus, all of the 5 players on that server have been playing like Romanian League and FPL together for years, even before they got into Nexus. So they can link up quite well.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's also why I highlighted I thought that would be the key strength here for Nexus, and it will certainly be a department that they have to thrive in if they are going to be able to make it work. That is a lot of utility damage. Even more followed up there as well. That's going to allow for BTN to just stand his ground. Oh my goodness, himself and Raga will just mop up the T players as they start to emerge into the A-bomb site.
There's the old guard. There's what I want to see. Raga back to the server. Welcome on in, buddy. BTN, nice little lineup there, fine Sentry, but it was the utility play, as you say, to really whittle them down, even though that was headshots only from the A1S and AK. That was still just enough out of the nades to actually slow Na'Vi Junior to get stuck in elbow and to become training dummies. Therefore, Raga and BTN on ramp and car. Because of that round, Nexus are going to be taking the advantage away. This is going to be Glocks only. Main objective for Na'Vi is going to be bomb down into the site. And they achieve that, though, we're about to find out.
Could be a pretty easy cleanup here for Nexus to get themselves the lead. They were very convincing on this map yesterday against Monty, especially in the first half. Actually seemed like they struggled to get going a little bit in the second half. Obviously, I didn't see nearly as much as I would have liked with some health issues that took my focus away from the game, but I mean, it looked like they were down like 11-9, and then they won the map 13-11 after having a lead like 8-4 going into the second half. So it took them a while to get going on the CT side, but once they did, clearly they were quite convincing, and they've gotten off to a decent start here. So yeah, good way for Nexus to come out the gate swinging.
Zello still on the ult. Everybody looking good. BTN, the one to take the lead out here for Nexus. Even though there were a lot of eco round kills, a lot of pistol kills coming through from him. Now we jump into a full gun round. And this is where I'd say we're really going to test the might of Nexus trying to go up against Na'Vi's mechanical strengths. The AKs need to peek through. Good clearance out of Na'Vi here to try to take control of as much of the map as possible early on. You buddy system in towards lower tunnels, try to clear that in from main, and then you head up middle. You still leave players quite pushed up into long, and you're waiting for an all-out play. Nexus have kind of read into this though, and again the utility damage is really hurting. Raga out in the open though, that's a mistake. They caught off one, second nade deals more damage, but Demon is just a headshot Demon, because that is 3k into the bomb site and a forced out round from Na'Vi Junior by a single member.
Yeah, those were some fantastic entries from the guy who's normally like the supporting act, but he's very happy to just be thrust in first there. Some devastating kills to open up the A-bomb site, and I thought that the first hit was actually going to come through from the long players. I thought they'd be the ones to take the attention, but oh man, Demon just delivers the goods, and they were looking for him as well. They were posted up on that angle as he was pushing into the bomb site, but he doesn't care. He just plays by his own rules.
Well, that is, I guess, one way to equalize 3-3. And if Demon keeps off making plays like that, then I don't know what Nexus are supposed to do, because they hit their utility, which could be another talking point, right? With all that experience comes in some pretty good fundamentals, and Nexus, well, BTN definitely has them, so does Raga, so does Sound, Zello, Adron, they all do. So that is the case, but we just got word from production that we are going to be needing a short break. Apparently something up with the server, I don't know. We're going to get info off of that, but we're going to be right back, hopefully after not too long, so don't worry too much. And we're back. Okay, what we tried to make work was, you know, some webcam issues. Clearly, Navi Jr. still can't get them set up, but I guess we'll just have to continue. It is what it is. We go next. We go round number 7, and hopefully we'll be able to figure it out by the time we get the next map going. But until we get to talk about the next map out here, Hayes, we've got best 2 to get through. So, T-side still on the buy. Nexus as well. We have weapons. Who's gonna come out on top now?
That is the question, and one that will soon to be answered. Right, well, still a pretty similar opening here from Navi Jr. Working their way in towards middle, grouping up with numbers. Going to be short being taken control of, but Nexus aren't really taking the bait right now. They're still firmly focused on middle.
Okay. Well, they're still waiting on finding that early pick. BTN might just be it. No need to peek this, surely, right? No information. Sentry. Off an easy frag, and Adron has now got to hold on for dear life. Speaking of, Raga, 1v1, takes down the flanker, and Adron apparently is going to peek aggressively into Sentry. That's one way to lose out your AK. Makaze, though, we forget about who we're talking about. It's Makaze. 1 HP on Jugs, though, and Zello trying to keep this game alive. Oh, has Stink Demon through the wall. Hasn't taken him down, though, and everybody's low.
Yeah, exactly that, man. It is going to be very tough for Navi to get the bomb plants, and Nexus are trying to pressuring as soon as they get the info. The bomb's being planted here. Raga has a massive health advantage, just 1 hit point for Jugas, and that is going to be enough for Raga to get the job done. I love the pressure applied there from Nexus. They know for a fact that Navi Jr. have to commit to the bomb plants, and they recognize they can isolate the Jules at that point. 2v1 and then a 1v1. That is Nexus winning a very back and forth round to regain the lead.
There you go, Raga. Savior out here in this round. And it's some great awareness out here from Raga as well, because he was left as the anchor for A. He manages to win out the fight against Grabeni and doesn't necessarily call anything out, since they didn't see anything. But I'm just surprised Zello doesn't get that kill. And the entrance towards B. Either way, round passed, we go again. We're back to B again. Adron managed to have a good hold last time, and now Sound is gonna fall first. And Adron, he does it again, but only good for 1. As we're left in another B retake. Nexus, you're making your lives tough.
Yeah, and Navi Jr. are keeping things very simple, and I don't know if that's a symptom of the fact that they've played 2 best of 3s before this, or if they're just thinking the simple approach will be enough here. Nexus look like they do want to attempt the retake. Have got some residual money, so I guess it's fair enough. There's only flashes left. There's a smoke of the demon as well. Surprised he hasn't actually thrown it here, whether it's doors or tunnels. That's a very important kill from Cemetery, though. BTN's not being offered up anything. Eventually, as Molly will force Makaze out into the open, though. There's certainly time as Zello has a kit. BTN has another frag, and Zello's finished off Cemetery. And that's a successful retake into the B-bomb side.
BTN still got it. My GOAT is 10-4 right now. Look at him go. Look at him go. It's great to see these games from BTN, because they don't happen often, but the games in which they do happen, everyone out from Nexus is trying to catch up to BTN, and he's kind of giving them these rounds where you know he's hitting shots, where you know he's putting himself in great positions, and he's just trying to boost up the team. He doesn't want to continue playing on his own, of having a good day. And we'll see if Nexus are able to catch up to him. I would really love to see how Nexus continue away from this first half if they manage to find a favorable actual scoreline. Because their T side then is going to mean that they're not going to be overly reliant on BTN anymore, because he can be the one entry fragging.
What I will say is that Obviously, there's quite a few caveats around their win against Monty yesterday. It's one best of 3 they win, so it's not like you want to get too far ahead of yourself, you know, and there were maybe some individuals not performing to a great level. But if Nexus can win here against Na'Vi Jr., then you got to start putting some respect on their name. And I don't mean you as in you, Atro, because obviously you always hype them up, but I just mean people in general. They'd probably start to get more respect and get more attention, and deservedly so. If they win the series, then I'll change my tune about them a little bit, I reckon. How is Jugas not burning right now?
Come on, Jugas.
Incendiaries suck.
Yep. Incendiaries, we love them. Anders has some really strong opinions about those. Raga, BTN, jumping and flying into the bomb site. I guess that's how you retake, especially up against the pistols. They just make quick work of them, and they don't let Na'Vi Jr. really breathe and think about how to hold that bomb site. BTN another 3k though, and the old guard keeps it going. Again, it's not Sound, Adron, or Zello being the ones at the top here. It is Raga and BTN, if you could believe it, and I really do hope that this just continues.
I mean, it's going to be very difficult to sustain this throughout the entire series, but the fact that he still put up these numbers in the first 9 rounds is really impressive. And now Na'Vi Jr., they have to answer back with this gun round. If they lose this gun round, then yeah, they find themselves in a bit of a precarious position. They've been trying to hammer home on that B-bomb site unsuccessfully. Stake got the Nexus as their favorites to finish off the job here, and they've gotten a good opening kill here in this round.
Have indeed. For Benny. Taken down first, and now the IGL has got a commandeer from the graveyard. Be a watchful eye, an observer here left. Sound. Oh, he gets the timing onto Jugs. He brings out the Molotov before fully clearing. Zello peeking in and saying hello. Oh, that's a flash of his smoke. And actually, that's great for Nexus, because now they completely deny this. BTN goes for more. No information about Sentry, but he's left in 1v3. And they know about the bomb, or I think they do. Nexus might have not seen it. And BTN playing in the smoke, this is so smart. Might just hear Sentry, and he does. Raga takes the fight.
Sure.
And Sentry, he still pushes up. He can get the bomb down.
Yeah, but he wants to get another kill, evidently. He's hoping that because he's pressuring A, that BTN is just going to commit to that push. And BTN has got some good discipline right now. Good respect being offered up here by the Nexus players.
Well, again, they're playing with experience in their ears, so they know what angles they need to hold. And by now, probably a drone thinks that Sentry is already into the A-bomb site. Scope heard out here by the CT player, so they know he's pushing up short. BTN comes in to help. They're going to be bodying up. They're going to be peeking together. Here comes the tap on the bomb, and here comes the plant as well. The nade, it wasn't enough. Doesn't find Sentry. A peek in from the off, and he doesn't connect on the shot. Looks in for the second, and it's a drone to take him down on the off angle. Good play out here from Nexus, and again, slow but steady, and it still does win the race.
There's just a good confidence on display right now from Nexus with the way that they're forcing these fights in middle, with the way that they're combining and playing off of each other. They are taking the fight to Na'Vi Jr., and they're winning the gunfights as well, the department that I thought Nexus would struggle in the most. So, yeah, very convinced by what I've seen so far here out of Nexus in the early stages of the series.
Right. There we go. Let's see if it keeps going. Back pause at a Na'Vi. Again, this is the Na'Vi organization we're talking about. Of course, they're going to have procedures in check. They're going to be having scrim schedulings. They're going to having these kids be at the top form all the way whenever they can. And of course, the coach behind them has got to follow the same treatment. So he's always going to be intervening whenever something isn't necessarily going right for the kids, for the Na'Vi Junior, and trying to get them back on track. Let's see if those 30 seconds were enough to do that. I will say though, Hayes, out of any playoff brackets that we've seen so far with Nexus being in them, this may be the most winnable one in theory.
Why do you say that?
Because out of what they've been playing so far, if they beat Na'Vi Juniors here, I think this is their toughest opponent.
BC game next is a pretty tough game, mate. I don't know, like, I get what you're saying, because BC game you could kind of look at it as like a Swiss stage kind of team. So, yeah, you're not off the mark there. What's the other semi-final?
Well, it is right now Fnatic that they'll have.
Oh,
to fight
Metasport and
next.
BC game, that's right. And then-
Metasport, BC
so,
game, yeah.
yeah, whoever wins this plays Fnatic. So I think that Fnatic is going to be maybe not equally as difficult as Navi Junior, but certainly not much easier by any stretch. So I think if Nexus do win the entire CCT from here, that would be incredible. It's not like they had any easy games, but oh my
insane.
word, look at that from Demon. He's been incredible with these entry kills on the A bomb site, man. Sound
Yeah.
will be found, and Navi Junior on course to get themselves a 4.
There we go. BTN still keeps alive though. Is BTN entertaining the idea? No defuse kit. Okay. I respect it. He saves the op. That's what he was going for, maybe. No. Still peeks. Still waits for someone to overstep. Just wants to get a kill out of this. Sees him, unscopes, and runs away. Hey. I mean, again, that's confidence on display out of BTN. Something that usually isn't necessarily seen. Lovely to be seen now. However, as unbiased as I try to stay here, this is Navi Junior getting their way back into the game. 7-4, they can make it 7-5. But, at the very least, with that op save, Nexus will have a full bar.
Yeah, 7-5 would be a pretty good return for Navi Junior. They'll probably still back themselves at that point. Not like 8-4 means that they're going to throw in the towel, but individuals do seem to be kind of maybe waking up a bit. Symmetry's had some good shots, Demon in particular as well. Akaze, not really at the level that we're used to seeing from him. ETN is 15-4, talking about levels we're not used to seeing from players. That is a phenomenal start to the series for him.
Oh yeah. Give me more. Give me more. Come on, BTN. Surprisingly, though, Adron, the B anchor, hasn't had that much action. Even though Navi Junior have been preventing B quite a lot. That's a great shot to actually start things off. I don't know if you knew Jugs was there or if you were just spamming that smoke to spam.
Either way, it's an opening kill regardless. Nexus did have an opening frag in the previous round as well. Mutal through the smoke, but they haven't been able to punish Adron on the reposition. Completely blind, spraying away. He does so much damage, but none of it fatal. Could enable Sound, though, towards Car. He's killed one of the full health players. Can he find a second frag? He's bought time for rotation. Rag has arrived, and there's a man advantage here for this CT side. And they've been very good in their retakes as well.
Yeah, but this is another B retake, really not making life easy. This is like, what, the 5th already? And Nexus, well, they have won the majority. Now they're forced to go into the ringer again, tap on the bomb. 30 seconds. Raga, he does not face through that smoke. Smart. Still waiting for the bomb to go down, and where is it? There's a Molotov, actually, for Windows. Thought that was going to be a pop flash. Raga peeks, sees the bomb. For Benny. Still not on the site. This allows BTN to lurk around. This is so well timed. It is BTN again out of tunnels to find 2 more. BTN is a monster and a half to end off the first half with 17 frags.
And 4 of the rounds that they win there are retakes. And it's
Yep.
not like they were all 3v1 retakes. There was a number of rounds that were going to be very difficult retakes for them that they were able to win quite convincingly. So I don't know if like Nexus have just turned a new page or what exactly it is, because they lost the pistol and the conversion, and they still win the half 8-4.
I'm telling you, man, you guys aren't believing. My copium is legit. I'm not smoking it just because I'm an addict, I swear.
Take your word for it.
Either way, we gotta realize this is a very impressive first half coming out of Nexus off the back of BTN. And now it is up to their T side to try to continue that. Will they be able to? We're about to find that out, because Navi, we know they can shoot, and right now they don't have to dictate the pace of the game anymore, so they can just focus on their individuals.
Yeah, if Nexus win the pistol here, then that's a massive step in the direction of winning the map. I did mention I feel like Nexus had to win here on Dust 2 with Mirage being up next. Jugas is going to be the one to try and take the fight here to the T side, and while he does get one kill, he's been traded out. That's going to favor the T side. 1-for-1 trade, you don't mind that here. Zello creeping forward will catch the head of one, and he's doubled down brilliantly.
There you go, Zello. That's an Opper's dream. Should always play well with the SMGs and pistols too, and that's exactly what he's doing. Zello leaves Demon to 1 HP, and the USP doesn't just white swing him into a kill. There you go. There you have it. That is going to be Nexus with the pistol round as well. I'm getting giddy now.
Yeah, fair enough, man. I don't blame you. This is a very convincing performance coming through from Nexus. I wonder if we're going to see a force buy from Na'Vi Jr. if they'll rather save and then get that full gun round, allow Nexus to get up to double digits. The risk is that if they do decide to go for the force and they lose it, then it's going to be 11 for Nexus before another investment will come through.
Well, let's see. At the very least, double digits is assured. How much damage will there be from the USPs, though? I doubt there's going to be a lot. Benny. Mid. Nothing found. Slinked his way into lower tunnels. I don't know why I was entertaining the possibility that he gets more than one there. But I guess that's just how... What's the perfect word for it? How poisoned I've become? How ragged I've become to all of this? Just expecting anything at this point?
Yeah, I don't blame you, man.
You've been here for the ride, you know.
Absolutely. That's why I don't blame you. It's like, yeah, we've seen enough to not make any assumptions in these sorts of situations.
Okay.
That is going to be 10-4. Double digits for Nexus in complete control here. They lost the first 2 rounds. They've won 10 out of 12 since then. And if they win this gun round here, then we might as well just shift this across to Mirage.
Shift it across to Freddy. I don't know. I don't want to jinx them, but I mentioned the old guard that I wanted them to step up, and now look, between them there's 30 kills. In how many rounds? Not even 15. Right, so I love to see it. ETN, Raga. Can take outside, can take long. A little bit of a Frenchy timeout, it looks like, trying to set themselves up for success. And Na'Vi Jr., is that a 3-man hold on short? That's
yeah, it makes sense because they think Nexus is taking long. So they're like, alright, we don't have long, we need to get control elsewhere.
Yeah, but this is going to be
explosive. The
explosive.
question is, do Nexus venture in that direction? Oh, one molly disassembles the entire setup.
Okay. It's important to see what happens after that Molotov, though. Na'Vi Jr., they go back CT, they hear movement in long, and one of them does. Okay, so the entire setup has been stopped, and now Nexus can just reset. Go back long, go towards short, take advantage, try to fake out the mid to B push, maybe? But you need to send someone in there to make it believable. Oh, what a kill out of Raga, and a trade out of a drone as well.
Trade. Yeah, and that's the A-bomb side completely open. That should be round over, in fact. Na'Vi Jr., they can't afford to just go for the retake because they got no money if they lose these guns. Then again, saving, I guess you can get another buy in the next, but just so far behind the game, maybe you just have to roll the dice on the...
Yeah, sure, but do you roll the dice too short right now? Surely not. Just being so one-sided, so unilateral, definitely way too easy to defend against that. So, indeed, Na'Vi Jr., they do save an MP9 and 2 A1Ss, and Nexus go up to the 11th hour. Will they hit midnight, though? Will they hit the Magic 12 to try to close it off? That's the question. Because, again, I might be smoking that copium, but I don't want them to stop at the last moment, because we know a lot of teams who have been stopped at 12 before, no matter the scoreline.
Yeah, but we just haven't seen enough here from Na'Vi Jr. to believe that that is going to be the case. I mean, look at how all 5 of them are negative in their KD and quite deep into the negatives as well. And maybe this is the fatigue creeping in for Na'Vi Jr. I mean, they played one series at 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock CET. That was a 2-mapper against Sinners, so not too bad. Then at 4 CET, they played against OG. That was a 3-mapper where they lost 13-10 on the 2 maps they lost. And then they had an hour-and-a-half break before coming into this series. So maybe it's starting to catch up with them a little bit.
I mean, 100% it is. Again, we were having that conversation before the map even started. There's so much to work through out here for Navi Jr. At some point, it's gotta break down. And maybe it's just unfortunate for them that this is that point, right in the playoffs, right before they hit semifinals. But
Yeah, the schedule is just so stacked at the moment, man, that these things do happen where you have overlapping tournaments and end up having to play so many games in a day.
It
Far
was-
less than ideal, but this is how it goes sometimes.
it was the Romanian mastermind, okay? This is PGL Bucharest we're talking about. So they set this up
Oh,
perfectly
I
so that
see.
Navi Juniors
Okay.
don't have time to play games, and Nexus just anti-strat. Think about it.
Let the conspiracy theories begin.
Exactly. It is the big brain of the Romanian mafia. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Here we are into short though. Up first, ETN. Not by the incendiary, but again, it's an incendiary, so it won't really do that much as they try to go on ahead. Sound is going to take the brunt of that nade. Second one to come through. Oh, and the third one as well. There you go. Doesn't deal enough to actually take these players down, and Raga keeps it going. Spray transfer, connect on Sentry 2. Zello cleans on up, and there you go. Would you have a look at that? Nexus onto the Magic 12.
What a ridiculous triple kill coming through from Raga there, man. I mean, he even just gets the first frag and he jumps on the ledge to contest CT. The rulebook, the textbook says, just get the bomb down. You've got the site, give up that space, because it's a very risky gunfight to take, but he doesn't care. Nexus are brimming with confidence, and they're looking like the exact same team we saw yesterday against Monty, which is something I wasn't so sure about. Like, a team who haven't been in great form, do they just kind of fall back into the form we've seen from them in the past 3 months, or do they keep up the form we saw from them yesterday? And it's proving to be the latter right now.
Okay, Demon, those are some great exit frags, but with the amount of cash the Nexus have got in the bank right now, they just need one more round. Won't really matter.
8 opportunities, man. They have not won a round in the second half, have Navi Jr. It's a massive fall from grace for them.
They have not. Again, see? If you don't believe, there's no expectations. A Nexus only go up. It's the experience versus the young guns. It's the mechanics versus the macro. And today, so far, it wasn't even the macro. It was just Raga and BTN out-fragging.
I'm still skeptical as to whether or not they can keep this up throughout the series, especially with us going to Mirage next, but certainly has to be frustration creeping in for Navi Jr., and they're certainly going to be more vulnerable to the frustrations as well, just because of the fatigue. So it's a big test here for the Academy team. I reckon they would have seen that they drew Nexus in the quarters and were thinking, probably couldn't have gotten a better game than that.
Probably not. Let's see what. Number 17. Nexus up mid again. Short push has been working out brilliantly. We haven't seen too many. Have we seen a single B push out of Nexus so far? I don't believe so.
I don't think so, no. Been mid, long, and A.
So now
Home
mid
and
B.
Sound. This is big, and he's going to get one. He should be traded. He hasn't been. How Sound found both those kills. Now they're going to just cut the map down the middle with the smoke in CT, and you've only got Demon over towards that B. Bomb site Zello with the AWP will connect on the instantaneous shot, and they've got a 5 versus 2 to finish off the job. You have to finish off the map.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's beautiful. By now, Zello just no scope through a smoke, mate. Make it look fun.
How low they all are, though. It's so unfortunate for Navi Jr. They've inflicted so much damage, but none of it's fatal. And Zello will even finish off the job. 14 and 6 from him, 17 and 8, 17 and 5 for BT, and 17 and 8 for Raga. A masterclass from those three. Sound and Adron contribute what was required from them. And in the blink of an eye, map 1 is over.
Oh yes, it is. And guess what? Nexus do take on their own map pick. 13-4 in a very one-sided affair, which I didn't think I'd get to say those words, but I'm happy I do before we send it to Freddy to try to break down that first map and talk about the second two.
It's just gonna be like he's already unbearable after map 1. If Nexus win this whole series, I don't want to be here to hear the gloating, because both me and Hayes, we were sitting there, we were like, Nexus, yada yada, they've won 2 best of 3s this year, they're not a very good team, they probably don't deserve to be here. And I'm sitting there in BTN's what, like 17-5 was it or whatever? So where's that come from, BTM? Where, how, what? Like, Navi Jr. won the pistol round. They were 2-0 up, and they end the game 4-13. And one of them was a clutch. Like, how? I mean, to be fair to them, really good CS, and like clutches like this from Rago, because the early stage was contentious, right? It was pissed around, it was the gun rounds going back and forth, and then it was clutches being won, it was entries being taken, it was saves also being denied, like BTN and Exello winning a 2 versus 3, like, you know, BTN being the star player for Nexus. But there was one big thing that I kind of noticed, and in a lot of the rounds on the T side for Navi Jr., was that I don't think Nexus were doing anything like that crazy on the CT side, but it felt like they were catching Navi off on a lot of timings and like very normal pushes and very like standard plays and angles that they were posted on. It felt like Navi were being like, oh, there's an AWP posted on short, and we've thrown a flashbang, and yet the flash is not blinded the AWPer. I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, it was a nice pickup from Exello, but like, how is he not being blinded? Where's the utility? Where's the expectancy of these plays? Like, it really felt like Navi Jr. were not comfortable on Dust 2, and this actually feeds into like the whole macro issue I have previously brought up with Navi Jr. I remember catching them at the start of the year against ESC, and I was like, the only reason they've won this game is because of their individualism. It's because X was getting a multi-kill this round, or Z was getting a multi-kill this round. But in reality, you've got a team that sometimes just runs around a little bit like a headless chicken and does rely on its individual. And I felt like that's exactly what happened on Dust 2. Of Nexus were playing a little bit more unified. Obviously, the individuals were playing really, really well. We were having the conversation of Symmetry versus Exello. Well, Exello has double his kills, so that kind of ends that conversation. But it felt like on the T side, there was a lot of rounds where it was like, oh, Nexus reaggress here. Okay, Navi Jr. were not expecting it. We've got a change up in position of where we're holding early. Navi Jr. not expecting it. And like, even, you know, we were talking about the whole aim versus brain, you know, conundrum in this series. Dude, Nexus looked better. They look, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Nexus look like a individual better team coming out of Dust 2. And sure, this is their map pick, but we've got no Ancient in the Veto for Navi Jr. And that does 100% for me raise like a little bit of a red flag, being like, you know, Ancient's kind of the map where they have 32 rounds played, a 13-0, 13-1, a lot of teams in their path. So sure, there is good maps coming up, but Nexus, I really thought yesterday was a flash in the pan. I did not think they were going to contribute further success. And what's also really impressive is that they scraped a victory yesterday on Dust 2. Today, they come in swinging, and they do not drop that crown that is being placed upon their heads. Navi Jr., they have a pretty good map coming up in Mirage, which they have played already today. They've beaten OG. They played it once yesterday, twice on Saturday, twice on Friday, another time on Thursday. They're playing Mirage quite a lot, and they are getting some pretty good results on it against some pretty decent teams. Hence OG kind of, I guess, the main fact, like staples of that. And Nexus, the issue is you look at their map pool and you're kind of like, well, they're losing on everything recently because they're just, as we've mentioned, not really winning much this year. So this will be their third best of 3 win of the year. And they have won Mirage, as in like they've won a map against BC Game, which is a very, very good Mirage team actually. And BC Game actually picked into Mirage against Nexus, and Nexus did win. That's a really impressive result. But I'm going to draw back which Hayes said. I think Hayes said it at the end of the map of like a little bit worried of, can Nexus continue this level? It's going to be very difficult to do so because they put themselves up on this very high pedestal. They come off of a high yesterday. They've got a Navi Jr. exactly where they want them. I was kind of using the whole silver spoon. You know, this is a golden ticket to beat Na'Vi Jr. right now because they're third best of 3 of the day, and it feels like that's really affected Na'Vi Jr. to be honest. So with Nexus, sure it's a difficult map coming up, but we've already had that conversation of difficult maps in the previous best of 3, and that didn't seem to have too much of an effect. That didn't seem to have too much of a weight in the proceedings. Teams trading out their map picks. So we could be situating ourselves in another predicament where teams are trading out their map picks, or Nexus, if they're able to continue this form. If BTN's able to be the star player all of a sudden and go 17-5, then yeah, I think we're groovy. Raga 17-8, he got that massive 1v2 at the kind of early stage to put Nexus like properly on the forefront. I think when especially you've got Sound, who I would see as the best individually, mechanically on this team, when he's not even necessarily being asked too much of, I feel like that opens a lot of possibilities going on to a Mirage, where previously Nexus, I've seen them good on Mirage. I've seen when Sound was playing for them in 2024, 23, they were good on Mirage. So it's not exactly like it's an unknown map for them. Na'Vi Jr. though, this is a massive wake-up call. Like, they've just been decimated. It's been a very long day for them. They come off a unfortunate loss against OG, and now they have to try and fight back on their map pick. Inferno as a decider also does kind of favor them, but again leads into the whole conundrum of Nexus aren't really playing / winning really anything. But that was an incredible map one from Nexus, and no matter what happens in this series, you can never take away that success from the Romanian squad. I think they've seriously impressed me. I know they've kind of impressed Hayes and a lot of probably fans that don't have the maybe Romanian like bias. This was not something I imagined from this team. I thought Na'Vi Jr. were going to come in and just slap them around silly. That has not been the case, and I'm very happy to be proven wrong within that situation. So I think a massive well done to Nexus, and the individuals, they were popping off. They were getting all the timings, that they were playing better Counter-Strike, and Na'Vi Jr. had zero response whatsoever. Will that be the case on Mirage? Are they going to be able to step up on map 2? Or will our quarterfinals come to a very solid conclusion, like a very solid resolve, as Nexus potentially 2-0 Na'Vi Jr., which I would argue is a probably upset of the tournament and would be an even bigger upset than the Metasport versus Namiga victory, who will play Fnatic tomorrow in semi-finals. We could be finding out in a very short time period. Mirage up next. Na'Vi Jr., they have to dig deep. Right, we're back. That was on one hand, very eventful, yet a very uneventful map 1 for Na'Vi Jr. because they just never showed up. They won the pistol round. It was like 3-3 after they kind of equalized, and then that was it, basically. It was Nexus the whole way forward. Hayes, you were commenting on the fact of, like, do you believe Nexus can maintain this throughout Mirage? Where's your kind of head at now with going on to map 2 and with Nexus maybe continuing this?
I feel like I've ended up with enough egg on my face, honestly, doubting Nexus in the past 3 maps I've cast from them, with them against Monty yesterday in the first map here as well. And I didn't see anything out of Na'Vi Jr. to believe that, you know, there was just like 1 or 2 things that went wrong. And just across the board, they didn't look like the team I've known to come and love. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really have a reason to doubt that Nexus could be able to bring this form into Mirage any longer. And I'm probably just backing him to get the job done from here.
I could probably
My
just
takes
guess
have been
my
takes have been aging like milk so far, so I just figured, you know
That's
what?
the thing. That's why I don't like what I'm hearing right
Just
now.
lean
Because
into
both
it.
you,
Just, like, go
both
for it.
you, Hayes, and you, Freddy, have been just not having your predictions land. And now if you side with Nexus, it's gonna be like
Dude,
Na'Vi
I'm like
Jr.
0
just
and
coming back.
30.
Exactly.
I'm like 0 and 30.
I don't want you guys to be like
Every
backing
time I
Nexus
make a
anymore.
prediction, it goes wrong. Yeah, you know what? I'll still back Na'Vi Jr. because I think as much as I'd love the Cinderella story, it's kind of what we saw earlier, right, with Namiga. They just massively stepped up then going on to map 2. And I feel like we're going to see that from Na'Vi Jr. But also, like, I really do wonder how their team speak, the vibes are right now. I feel like there's going to be a lot of very tired people in that call.
Tired people, probably the coach telling them like, just keep pushing through, and then 2 more maps, and then there's the Nexus team speak, which is probably like all cheers and laughter, everybody being happy, like, come on boys, we got this. One more map.
Yeah. You'd imagine for an academy team it's more difficult to reset between maps because they just don't really have the experience to deal with the frustrations that they've been faced with right now. So maybe they do just implode, but this is going to be a good test and a good tell for their mental fortitude and their endurance in general.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. This is like, see, like the tier 2 circuit is really showing like who's the men, who's the boys right now, with just the pure amount of Counter-Strike. Like, you're playing the same team twice in one day. You're playing 10 best of 3s across 5 days. Like, it's a lot of Counter-Strike, and Na'Vi Jr. so far have held up pretty well. I think the OG loss was just a massive asterisk though, unfortunately. Like, this whole weekend of grinding Counter-Strike, it could be all undermined by the fact that they get knocked out of CCT here and then don't get a spot in PGL or even get to the playoffs. Like, I think that'd be a really disappointing, resounding end for a project like this, where in this weekend they've come so close to success, and in both occasions have been within touching distance and then potentially thrown it away. And I feel like Mirage is definitely a home ground where if they start getting momentum going, it could just completely steamroll. But Nexus, like, you wanted to talk about their Mirage a little bit, Adra, didn't you?
Yeah, so we had this conversation before the game actually started out here, and we're gonna have it while the game was gonna go as well, is the fact that it's Mirage after all. Like, you were saying, Freddy, like, okay, yeah, Na'Vi Jr. are great on Mirage. Yes, they are. Nexus, maybe not so great, right? They won 1 map out of 6, but it doesn't necessarily come to that anymore. It comes to, are Na'Vi Jr. going to be able to go on this map feeling confident, feeling good, being able to take down Nexus? While Nexus, on the other hand, I think Mirage is the map they've played the most, like, individually for these players, not necessarily only as a team. They scrimmed on it a lot. In Eastern Europe, if there's a map you're going to be playing 8 times out of 10, it's always going to be Mirage. So it's not even a question of can they provide gameplay on Mirage, or can they find their way across on Mirage? Both of these teams can, because they're both coming in from Eastern European servers. It just comes down to which one of the two is going to have better momentum and the better individuals, really. It's going to come down to like the best 2 situation.
Like, as I think that's a very kind of unfortunate, like, crude way of putting it, because, like, even though they might be experiencing it, Nexus are not translating that success into officials this year. Like, 13-1 loss to Eclot, like, that's a pretty big loss. Like, I feel like, you know, everyone knows every map. That isn't going to be a kind of conversation. Like, that should just be a given. It's more so the nuances of a map, the the nuances of the setups and how drilled you are in the protocols. And there was a time where I think Nexus were very good on Mirage in that situation. And in the glory days you were maybe talking about, like 2024, where Sound was previously playing, very good on Mirage. Whereas now it's like the results are just not there. But their most recent win against PC Game does give me 100% more like excitement going into this, seeing that Nexus will be able to not only go toe to toe but actually succeed. I guess then, for as a lot of this conversation has been centered around Nexus, for Na'Vi Jr., what do you think are the kind of win potentials then?
Just need to start fragging, need to start hitting their shots
Hitting
here, need
shots.
to improve across the board. Yeah, hitting shots. I know it's a pretty like cop-out thing to say when trying to analyze a team or a game, but it does just feel like they weren't on the ball. And I think we got the word that we're going to be jumping in here, so probably going to bid you farewell, Mr. Freddy. And I guess see you after the map, maybe all three of us together, maybe you for another breakdown. But let's get into the action. Nexus will get to choose which side they start on. It's the defensive half for them. Unsurprisingly, let's see if they can get the job done in 2.
Oh god, Nexus. Okay, 5 body armors off the bat and a mid push from Zello. Let's see how this turns out. And actually, this might be the best way Nexus can really just stomp right now on Na'Vi Jr.'s mental. If they want to reset and they want to have a good T side, be aggressive, take these guys by surprise, the best thing Nexus can do, and Zello especially can do up mid here, is to try to take the fight to them and not really allow them to play the game like they do want to. So, Raga finds a kill down on connector. And now, Raga finds 2, so you've entered up into the A bomb site, you might be able to get a bomb plant down, but Demon needs to find 2 shots, and he does, 1v1, and 12 HP versus 100, Sound needs 1 bullet to connect, spotted out, Demon, think through the box, and right now, Demon is on Demon time, so this is scary. He's been hitting some amazing headshots on entries, and now knows where to look for Sound. Sound taking these fights is way scarier though, because this is just crosshair placement right now, but Sound jiggle peeks, swaps positions, goes out into the open, and expertly plays that 1v1 to get that beautiful smile out of his face, and get the pistol round as well.
Great attempt there from Demon, all things considered, and quite smart the way he positions himself to try and force just headshot fights there with him being as low as he was. He did get a dink on Sound, but it must have been through the corner of the box or something, and maybe that gave him a bit of a false sense of security, thinking one more bullet would have got the job done. I mean, this triple kill here from Demon was beautiful, but ultimately he falls short. And yeah, Ragged does a good job in the pistol round as well to find an important couple kills. No bomb plant here for Na'Vi Jr., but that does not dissuade them from going for a force here. And it looks like it's just going to be a brute force option into this B-bomb site.
Okay, let's see it. It's good enough. Hero AK might be able to do something, but Makaze taken down by Raga and Zello up to the fight. Something that I didn't get to talk about was the fact that I wanted to see so much more out of Raga from that previous day, from that previous best of 3. And now he's giving us so much, and maybe even more than what I was hoping for. Like, he top frag in the previous map, he had the highest rating, and now on this map, he starts things off 4-1. So, you had the question of, can Nexus keep it up? And I think the answer for me at the very least, because there is that bias still going on, but it is yes, objectively speaking as well, because it isn't just Raga and BTN that were fragging out in that last map. It was Zello as well, Sound and Adron. They can always do it if need be. So yeah, exactly. Right now Nexus are looking good and Na'Vi just aren't.
Yeah, Zello for me is, I think, the player who's impressed me the most between yesterday's series and today as well, because we all know how ridiculously good he is. I think he's still only like 24 years old. He just hasn't looked like the Zello that we love to see in the server for a while now. But between yesterday and today, he's been delivering.
Oh, yeah.
And, well, there will be 1 kill here for the Eco. Wouldn't be a whole lot more, though. And Nexus are quite keen to actually just force the fights on these players. Oh my goodness, BTN down to A hit points. And the bomb could actually get onto the A side as well. Krabeni's decided to just stay tucked underneath balcony. And I think he's maybe missed the trick instead of prioritizing the plant here, but let's see if he can make something work.
No, I think this is fine, because now they can take down BTN. If they find Sound as well somehow with Makaze being on the FAMAS, they can get a lot of damage into this round. And that's the main point of this round, is to get the bomb down, and it's to, you know, just make Nexus not go into the next one with a goodbye. Put yourself in an advantageous spot. Na'Vi now starting to make a move after 30 seconds of waiting. Here comes Makaze into Palace as well. BTN, 1 HP, sure, but remember what sort of performance he gave us in the last map. He can do it on 1 too. Bomb down. One of the main objectives found, and Krebeni gets the damage in. Zello just been sideswept. And Krebeni looks for more. 1 HP on BTN, so he might fall to the Deeg, but BTN told you he can do a lot even with 1 HP, and he's gonna go for more. Fighting in front of the smoke, it's Makaze, almost making the double kill. Now tapping on the bomb, a drone could have held it. Oh, BTN is down as well, left in a 1v1. What's happening? What went down? What went wrong? The drone spots out Makaze, he runs away, there's not enough time. He needs to defuse this, and he's gonna be sticking it. A drone, is he gonna go down? 1 second, and he is going to find the defuse. Scams down to the last bullet, to the last second, but it's still a drone to wipe the sweat off of his face. And to get that round for Nexus, even though they all die.
Oh man, I mean, great effort there from Na'Vi Jr. There's the glimpses of the individual brilliance that we've expected from Na'Vi Jr. throughout the series. A round where they have nothing going for them. A 1v3 for Makaze. Unfortunately, he's just off the mark on the swing here. It was a good positioning from Adron on the defuse, actually, because it's not like he was completely exposed as Makaze swings. And there's more than enough money for Nexus to afford a full buy in the next, but the reward for Na'Vi Jr. is you win this gun round, you immediately shatter the CT side's money.
Oh, yeah, you do. Coming into this one, Nexus are going to be looking at a Na'Vi Jr. with a maxed out loss bonus into the next, so they'll still get away with maybe the 5th round on the board if they take this one. Let's not talk too far ahead in the future. Because now, Zello on the op and Na'Vi Jr. to control over middle. Not too much though. It could be looking like an A hit. The bomb is going in that direction.
And Nexus not too keen to contest middle right now, just prioritizing the bomb site. Zello's posted on the apartment's window right now, so that's allowing for the B anchor to just be a little bit more present towards Catwalk, but there are 3 players on the A site, and Zello's actually going to start to shift back in that direction as well, so Nexus are pretty well poised to deal with what could be coming their way right now.
They're playing the extremities really well. It's up to Raga to deny the first one from apartments and sound. Well, he's just lost his head. Makaze, that's a great way to start. And he continues from the last round. Sentry takes down the fragger, takes down the captain. Raga needs to be the savior. Raga finds one, and is one enough? We're about to find out. 2v3 into jungle, and Adron just swipes up the ladder. Adron, fast as lightning, and Zello wants to help him out. He moves to the smoke, and he checks out the stairs. Zello can't really clear Demon out there either way, and it's Na'Vi Jr. on their first round out here on a man disadvantage.
Well worked round there from the Academy team, honestly. I mean, it all starts off the back of this frag kill. Once that kill comes through, that sounds the start of the push into the A bomb site. Good entries, good clearance, making sure Raga wasn't able to get the necessary multi. And that is going to be Na'Vi Jr. off the mark. You look at the money now for the CT side, and you kind of understand why they've gone for the full save. Normally, you'd have to full force here if you're Nexus, just because a single save wouldn't be enough to get the buy, but it's only Zello who's going to be worse for wear going into that next round, and Na'Vi Jr. have got a perfect read coming into the Sansi Eco.
Okay. They can still get damage off of the Santi Eco too. Don't count Nexus out too much. We've seen how the first map has worked out. Na'Vi just trying to figure this round out. They just got to get to the bomb site and they're fine. But for Benny, gonna go looking, gonna peek on in. The moment Nexus get a taste of blood, well, they're gonna be searching for that AK. The blood might not be found, because everyone's in through T-spawn. And Raga's gonna have a 1v1. Surely a P2K doesn't beat Krebeni.
Yeah, good work from Na'Vi Jr. just pathing into that completely vacant bomb site. No resistance at all as they edge their way forward. Benny is going to check, but not the entire way through. So that certainly does make life easier for the P2K. And then you got 4 players who have gone through T-spawn who are just going to set up for these exit kills. But yeah, Demon is trying to make sure that they can't really make that happen. Sound does get a kill, so at least there's some economic damage being inflicted here right now by this CT side.
Essentially takes down 3 there, 2 through the wall with the AWP, and Raga gets to save an AK. See, I am tactically jinxing. I'm still playing for the Romanian side. I'm sorry, you can't take the Romanian out of me. Raga did beat Krebeni with a P2K. But out of that round. Na'Vi Jr. still take it. It's 3-2 now. Nexus have got a bye going on because of that save of the AK. And it's not a bad one at all. Zello can even get the fuse kit. No, it's going to be Raga. Okay. So Zello can save up for the AWP. Raga goes in for the full buy. He's going to play the AK. He's got great headshot accuracy. Na'Vi. Well, let's see what they do in this round. Sentry has been hitting some shots. So that could get scary for Nexus, who don't have a scope yet.
Yeah, but I mean, at least they don't have like an MP9 or a Desert Eagle on Zello, which would have been the case if the AK wasn't saved. Nexus just feeling out middle and then not seeing anybody there. Shift their focus back in towards B at a pretty good timing. Na'Vi Jr. are just looking for contact. They're just walking forward right now. And there we go, contact's been taken. Oh, the kill is not the cleanest from Zello, but it will still come through regardless.
Demon. He's into apartment still. Zello's not going to budge an inch. Doesn't need to right now, just needs to play with his teammates. Look on down the connector though, it's BTN having a 1v1 and Raga having one of his own. It's Krabeni knowing what's going on and trying to call his team back to A, but suddenly sound is all over the map. Blink and you'll miss him. It's 55 seconds into a 3v2 that Sentry and Demon have got to find some way to open up, and the only way that happens is if Nexus overplay their hand here. If they peek when they shouldn't, but they peeked when they should. Zello takes one down, 1v3, and Sentry's left in a clutch scenario. He takes down Raga, and now they're playing together, trying to trade each other out. Wide peek and shadow advantage, missed shot from Sentry. He connects on one, and he hears the other, but Zello is just a bit faster. He gets way too close again. But it is still going to be Nexus taking the round.
That was scary. That was really scary because Symmetry almost is able to isolate those jewels. He actually was, but he just can't get the kill on Zello. So at least he's able to upgrade to the AWP, but there is quite a price to pay here for the side of Nexus. Despite the fact they win the round, they lose quite a few players in the process. Good hold from Zello. He does a lot of work on that B bomb site, man. Despite the fact he have his favorite weapon. Look at this from Symmetry. Just took him a little bit long there to actually clock the audio cues from Zello. There was a lot going on, to be fair, but if he had noticed a little bit sooner, that could have made the difference.
Okay. Well, another buy coming through from the T side. Nexus have got 2 MP9s and a FAMAS to work with. We'll see where they put them. ETN onto 1. Zello doesn't find anything mid yet. No peek. Out there from Krabeni. And Sound being put in the star player role out here. He's always going to be playing connector. He's always going to be playing a very dynamic sort of Counter-Strike. And Nexus are good at maneuvering around each other and communicating well enough. But it comes down to who's feeling great on the day, on the map especially. Raga right now is just feeling good overall. Zello is always consistent. But we see now that that third part, which was present on Dust 2, isn't here too much yet. BTN playing like his usual self, which is still good enough out here to be his IGL for the team. He's not the star player anymore. Oh, and there's Zello. He gets away with one for free. Raga just takes away the attention. There's Jugas up in Palace, who could deny this whole operation.
It's the Palace player who has to just swing here to try and get the kill on Zello. And he will actually find the frag on BTN. This is still very uncomfortable for the CT side, and there we go. Kills go back and forth. Does Zello decide to step out here? That could cost him his life. Oh, the MP9 will get bested, and they now know Zello's the last man left alive. He takes the fight on his terms, though. And the bomb's been dropped in connector. Demon's going to reposition, dropping out of sniper's window into connector. He seems to know where Zello's going to come through from. Zello misses a shot. That'll cost him his life, and Na'Vi Jr. will close the gap even further. I mean, the setup was good from Nexus, but everything had to go perfectly for them. Everybody had to uphold what was expected of them, like the player who was watching Palace. It's unfortunate that BTN goes down. I think he must have jumped up on the box there on either Tetris or the box next to the balcony outside of Palace, and once he goes down, that just completely discombobulates the defense over on A.
Yeah, it's tough in that one because Zello plays it so well, right? He comes out of CT swinging when the Molotov was in front of him. He takes out another player, and he can't really afford to let the connector player in that 1v1 push up because he can always just take stairs, and he's got to take care of 2 angles. So Zelo plays it well, just comes down to Demon hitting the shot. 4-3, and Nexus on a force buy because they have to. They're crunching down middle, and let's see who's gonna be able to get out with more damage. Zelo! Oh my, threw the flash on another, and Demon just keeps it going. Demon's unstoppable right now, but so is Nexus on these kills. Raga takes down 2. Well, he takes down 1, but he helps out on the second, and now 11 HP on Sentry. If somehow, some way, Raga manages to segregate the 1v1 and Juga's misplays, could have been possible. Yet Jugas is never going to misplay that, because he does have the fundamentals to realize he's got to wait for his teammate.
Yeah, he knew that Raga was almost certainly going to be coming through Connect, at least on that timing. No reason for him to be looking anywhere else. It was a nice shot there from Zelo, and a good attempt from Nexus, just throwing everybody into middle. But unfortunately, they end up, trading unfavorably, ending up in that 1 versus 2. And that was never really going to be recoverable. And now they will have to atone for that lost force buy. And a chance for Na'Vi Jr. to get the lead here for the first time in a long time in the series. Last time they had the lead was when they were leading 2-0 on Dust 2, and that was a long time ago.
Oh yeah. But hey, they win this round, and they're already off with more rounds than they had in the entire first map, right? So that's definitely going to be a little bit of a pick-me-up, if nothing else.
The individuals are also looking a lot better here for Na'Vi Jr. I mean, Demon was the one guy who did have some big rounds on Dust 2, and he's come out the gate swinging here on Mirage. But Symmetry, I mean, he's had some really important kills. Makaze seems to be finding his footing again as well, and this is where it can get concerning for Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, that's a 12-6 Demon, who I think his headshot percentage right now is something like 80%. So,
Probably.
yeah, not easy to get through to him, but you know what? Still, Nexus will be having that buy. And the person we need to see more out of is not BTN, it's Adron. Because he hasn't seen a lot of action. Again, he's always kind of been left on these anchor positions. And from what we've seen so far, Na'Vi have tried B a couple of times, but not really too much to do. It's got to be up to the rotations, it's got to be up to the retakes where we need to see Adron shine a little bit more. But for now, Na'Vi Jr. still set on taking middle. Let's do some live somehow.
If they catch, well, yeah, only just barely, and he's dead. Great util usage. Zelo will get 1 strike back, but he himself has taken so much damage, and the FAMAS for Adron only going to be good for the one. It's only Zelo left. And this is looking a whole lot better for Na'Vi Jr. Just looking a lot more composed, moving across the map fluidly as well. Their mid-takes are looking very solid right now with how they're covering all of their bases. Never really allowing Nexus to get back into middle. And the timing on the push coming on the other side of the map has also been very good. There's always been like this 4-1, and the one player who's playing that lurk role, Jugas in most cases, has been activating and timing his activations very well.
And that was a little misplayed out there from Nexus as well, because like on any other like tier 1 team, tier 1.5, tier 2 team even, would see that instance with Raga getting caught off onto window and would say, okay, back away, play a little bit slowly, try to play together. In that instance, Sound pushes up in connector and tries to have an off angle. He sees everyone there, and Zelo realizes after Sound and Raga both fall down, and he's got to find a way back into the round, find some big way, just like this, to tip the scales in their favor again. Zelo, speak of the devil, BTN finds 3. Where did this 5-7 come from? Because he takes down 2 in ramp and then keeps it going from a full pistol, from an eco round I was even willing to write off as nothing because that was just the buy they came into. BTN comes back alive and welcome back.
That's a huge let-off here. That's a massive reprieve for Nexus. Able to win an eco. BTN, like you say, welcome back to the server. What a quad kill. Just doing the unthinkable. Did he even have Kevlar? I mean, I think he might have, just because of the round loss bonus. But it's not like if the double wasn't enough, he gets a third, picks up the AK, and he even finishes off the job. Just catches a glimpse of Symmetry's head, and he doesn't hesitate.
Let it be known.
I feel like Nexus do need 6-all here, though.
They do. They 100% do, but let it be known, if BTN can frag, Nexus will start looking scary again, just like map number 1. So, they just need that 4th player to come alive.
Raga look at the numbers as well, and both these teams do heavily prefer the T side of this map. Navi Junior have like a 60% plus win rate on their T side, and a sub 50% win rate on their CT side. Nexus, well, neither side is convincing, but it's 30% on the CT side compared to 38 on the T side. So if they can make the 6-all, then they'll fancy their chances.
Okay. See ya, Zello. Molly Island, no one there, no one home. The Opper is on 12-8 right now. Can definitely be a difference maker. But this round, ever so important for both teams. If Na'Vi can take it, 7-5. If Nexus take it, they equal out. They'll have a great T side too. Zello, that's what I like to see. Makaze taken down out of all people. But now you need to find Demon, because he's been one scary fella. Sound almost to be able to find Century now. Catches him off on the timing, and Century gets CS2'd.
Good timing on the peak there from Sound. 5 versus 3. Makaze might have had an opportunity if he had a great crosshair placement there. But unfortunately, it's going to be Zello who comes out on top of that duel, and the 3 players now band together towards middle. Demon is still alive, and he absolutely has been the devastating player here so far.
Okay, well, they're back up to entering connector, and this is where Demon went big last time, but it's Sound to deny, and a trade from Juggas. Benny right behind him on short, and look at the lineup. It's Juggas being spotted out. BT and the drone win out their duels, and that is Nexus trading it back 6-6. As a little bit of momentum was in the sails of Na'Vi Junior there, Nexus managed to thwart it, thump it, and now we go second half. And what you say is going to be Nexus's, and what the stats say, not only you, is going to be Nexus's more favored side of the map. Na'Vi Junior's CT side to check whether or not they can take their own map pick away here.
Yep, that is the equation right now going into the second half here in this quarterfinal. Winner plays against Fnatic tomorrow. We already have BC game against Metasport as our one semi-final, and we're looking to populate our second. Going to be a bit of a spread out here from Nexus in their pistol round. Don't normally see like a default-esque approach in a pistol round, but that's the way they've started things out here. They have got utility on BTN. Not like Na'Vi Junior are going to be poking and prodding too much either.
Probably won't be. Gotta try out something. They need to find that initial frag, and it's a drone here to apparently get ready for an entry. Want to be. Setting up the util. And there is the first thing. Demon will not connect on an instant headshot. That's unlikely. That's unlike him. But there's the second one. Onto a drone. And now they pull the plug. Nexus run away. And they activate Raga late out here on Palace to try to take down 2. And Jugas falls down to 11 as well. The Glock is making work. But BTN is dead. So they're going back to B.
This is quite something.
Oh, yes, it is.
Push and pull, and then push back again.
Raga's still
is just trying to
going.
make a nuisance of himself right now. Problem is, the bomb carrier has been taken down. Oh, that's a disaster. Where does that kill come from? Must have been from Catwalk, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Raga's going to lose his life out. Bomb plant going to get denied again. I mean, you can't really fault the decision-making there coming through from Nexus. They didn't really have many great options available. I think Raga kind of gives them a chance in the round. This position here from Makaze was very good indeed.
The better part from...
Oh, but they didn't. They actually cleared out the bomb site the whole way before they decided to commit, and that's what gave the opportunity for the Catwalk player to get the kill.
Exactly. Jugas is gonna have a bit of a reset. What happened in that round too is you gotta tip your hats off to Na'Vi Junior for not leaving B in that instance, because Raga already finds 1 and leaves Jugas down to 11 towards jungle, pushes up towards CT, and all of that space is being taken, with Na'Vi Junior still having a player into window or kitchen, and 1 in towards short. So they weren't necessarily ready for Nexus to double back in towards B. but they were ready to at least hold into middle and get ready for a fast rotate in case. And that in case just saved them the pistol round.
On plot would have gone a long way there for Nexus here, just to enable their investment in the next round. Yeah, it's going to have to be a save indeed. Chance for Navi Junior to put some distance between themselves and Nexus once again. Looking to force a third map, which would be Inferno if we go the distance.
Okay. Well, it's blocks only and a single dig out of Raga.
You can see Demon is looking fatigued, like he's got his head on his hand there, wiping his eyes, like coming into the bomb site right now. And if this does go to a third, that's only going to become more of a challenge and an issue for Navi Junior to overcome.
Tap, tap, tap. Raga does find one. Damage on Makaze, but he doesn't find the second. Okay. The MP9 finds 2 kills there. So, good kill bonus as well coming through out here for Navi Junior. But it is now the full buy for the T side. Hayes, how do we feel then about Navi Junior if they manage to take this one away from Nexus? It's going to be up to double digits. Can they close it?
Oh, Navi Junior? Absolutely, man. I mean, they've been getting better as the map has been going on. They've looked far more convincing across the board here on Mirage compared to what we saw on Dust 2. So, I am backing Navi Junior to get the job done. And if it goes to Inferno, then you've got to kind of just align with the favorites again. Especially if they've proven already in the series that they're able to get the job done.
No. Look. BTN Masterclass incoming again. Up ramp. It's definitely not Makazi winning out this duel. No way. Well, gets traded. See, all part of the plan. Grand scheme of BTN. He'll be the sacrificial goat. But Jugas right now is the scarier player for Na'Vi. He's up into Palace, unknown, and Krebeni on the timing doesn't get to spot Adron first, but he does spot him the second time. Sound goes and runs through, tries to old bunny hop his way through a ramp again. Not playing CSGO though anymore. He's gonna fall down to 13. It's a 3v3. The bomb is gonna take a while to actually get planted because we're having fights over fights. One jungle, one CT. The only person they don't know about is gonna be Demon and Connector.
Problem is that the smoke's about to fade here for Con, and they've got no easy plant. It's going to have to require a fight. They're going to go for a big triple swing, and, well, Demon has mowed them down. Raga will get the trade. It's a pretty level fight here. The nade doesn't finish off the job, but it brings it back into a 14 versus 17 health situation. Does he go for a pot shot here? No, he's going to creep his way forward, but Raga posted on the angle. Will get the kill. Saves the day for Nexus, and I mean, Nexus, their opportunity, their window of opportunity had closed shut once that smoke had faded, and I thought that would be the round gone with it, but very impressively, they're still able to make it work.
Raga, legit. He saves them. I mean, that is a clutch that was very needed for Nexus to get back on the line here, because otherwise, as you say out here, Hayes, it could have been Na'Vi kind of running away with it and trying to close. You know, double digits is scary to reach when... Well, it's not scary to reach, but it's scary to see if you're Nexus. Because they could just start taking round after round. That is an op on the pickup for Krebeni. That's maybe a little bit scarier. Zell's the first one to fall. Now, Drone doesn't even trade a sentry to take down his teammate. He really wanted that AWP. I don't think the MAC-10 here is going to do anything. Yeah, BTN falls. And look at how Na'Vi managed to make this force buy work. Well, it's not done.
I mean, it's not like done in terms of the points on the board, but there should be no way back into this round for Nexus here. Good position for Jugas. Takes Raga down. Sound last left alive. He has got the bomb on his back. He's got time on his side. He's got utility, but he's got 4 players to try and find a way to get past here in the round. So, should be impossible. And you've already got Makaze closing the door here. He's going to hear the footsteps. Does take quite a tight angle. Not really a favorable one. Just trying to stop the player from getting in towards TV room, and there we go. He will deny. Navi Junior get themselves back to winning ways and take a big chunk out of that T-side economy. Next is probably going to have to save, and Mirage is starting to fall apart.
Okay. Well, Sound is going to have enough money for an AWP into the next round. So, double digits still reached out here for Navi Jr. Nexus just delay it by a round. And they don't invest absolutely anything into this one, so the only objective is going to be that bomb plant. It's going to be a fast B rush, and I don't think they're even going to stop the W. Okay, they will. Have to take a fight with the Glocks against Krabeni, though. Definitely won't go easy. They're shooting water pellets at him, though. And the upper is going to go down. That's Raga for you. Okay. Finds another. Krabeni cleans them up and give him the ace. He shall have it. There it is. Nice little ace to
Some
have.
smiles returning to the faces here of the Navi Junior players as well. And I think winning the map here would give them a good boost, right? A good morale boost, just a bit of an energy boost as well, no doubt. And this gun round carries all of the weight for Nexus.
And it does. Round 18. Will they write about it or will they cry about it? Nexus, we're about to find out for this BO3. Zello looking for the first, and he finds the second, actually, to push. Adron helps him out, and here's the entry into A because it's completely empty, and now they'll have to play a retake. Overcommitment from Navi Jr. might have just lost them such an important round. Or maybe not. What is that peak, and how does Makazi get out? He finds Adron, shuts them down. No way. No way it ends off like this. Nexus. It's only a Rag on the bomb site.
At least he's kind of been able to get into a position undetected. Good frag back to bring it into an even numbers game. I mean, the round was always supposed to be Nexus's off of the back of those initial entries, but Navi Jr. now have a chance.
Wait, because he's playing a ninja, and this is really tough. There's a nade on Demon. He can definitely wind him down. Oh my goodness! That guy gets into the corner, and Demon sees him. BTN? Do or die, buddy. You've been in the days of clutch or kick more than maybe I or maybe your opponents have had time to live. So, you know what's at stake here. You've got the ball on your back. You're clearing out CT while the rest of them are pushing jungle, and you've been spotted. You're left in 1v2, but one is on 19 HP. Oh, and look at this setup from Navi Jr. It's literally an execution squad waiting to happen. BTN. Oh, catches them on the timing.
Oh.
Wait. Could catch them off guard big time. Just needs to play the trigger discipline. 10 seconds is the problem, though. And one has face through. He needs to run. It's 19 HP on Makazi. He's killed the right one, but he's playing for short. No, okay. Timing is everything. And the Galil actually manages to plant. BTN, there's no need to peek this. There's literally not, but he does instead. Oh my goodness, BTN! It's the old guard again! And he knows all the new tricks. Nexus up to 8. What a round.
Yeah, that is a massive round coming through, and I was really kind of doubting the approach there from BTN, trying to track and trace them, but he does kind of actually play his hand to perfection after getting this kill here. Thankfully, it's on the higher health player as well. Then he gets the bomb plant, and then he's able to finish off Makaze. So that was actually a stroke of individual brilliance there from BTN. And that's going to keep Nexus alive for a little bit longer. It was always supposed to be their round, but they made it a lot more difficult than it should have been. But yeah, they do get the points on the board, and that's what matters.
Captain still got it, man. Even after 8.5 years on the same team. He's dedicated. He is him. Okay. Either way. Now, this round could be putting Navi Jr. in peril. Because if they lose it, no more cash, and it's Nexus 10-10. And are they going to do the same thing again? They're over-peaking into ramp. This time, though, they do manage to figure it out and bounce back. Yeah, Nexus have learned. They're just waiting for the enemy to overextend. And it's BTN to walk in connector with the bomb. Okay. Well. I got trades. Still 2 on the bomb site. And Sound Trying to bait for Zello here. Oh my goodness, Zello, what a kill! And then Sound sees the underpass player as well. This is just on his head, turned back around and around and around. And Zello connects on the flick even. This is Nexus managing to connect. And somehow, someway, God continues to be Romanian in its own interesting ways.
Yeah, that is an incredible recovery from in the round because of the way it starts. I mean, it's kind of like the opposite of what we saw in the previous round. This time they get up to the worst possible starts in the round by losing those two players, but then there's just a flurry of frags. And all of a sudden, they have the red carpet rolled out for them to level up the scoreline. I mean, Stake are still certainly backing Na'Vi Jr. to get the job done here, and understandably so with this being their map pick and what we've seen from them so far, but Nexus are breathing down their necks once again. Oh, be careful.
No. Oh no.
Zello's hard committed. He's dead. That's an orb to be picked up. And it's a 4v3, but at least in the meantime, Nexus have been able to get themselves into the B-bomb site.
Oh my goodness. And now they're gonna go for more. It's a Mac 10 and 2 USBs to run you down. Krebeni just gotta hold on to that op. Okay. Well. We saw one round pass. Nexus, how many guns do you give away now? Because their buy isn't gonna be pretty after this. They've already lost 2 guns. If they lose 1 more even, this turns from pretty decent to kinda not. Oh, and they're pushing up in towards the Mac 10 and the USB. Should be fine though. But do they all get out alive is the question. I doubt it. Because look at this! Oh, the Mac 10 takes down 2! This is like worst case scenario in this round for Nexus.
Yeah, just looking at their money, it's not the end of the world here and now, but if they lose this round, then it's going to be 12-10, and that's where it will cost them.
Okay. Hey,
So,
at least...
let's see. What does this 21st round have in store for us?
Exactly. At least the comeback was here. It was made, and Nexus do it again. They actually managed to stay competitive, even on a map where Na'Vi Jr. are hitting their shots. So, I'd say first map was impressive. This is too. I'm loving what Nexus are putting down right now. I still need to hold myself back and not jinx them too much. We are going into another, and that is a missed shot at a sentry. Again, something that doesn't usually happen, but a godsend for Raga.
Yeah, Raga misses the opportunity to get the trade though. So it kind of goes both ways. He's going to shift into the middle now here for Nexus. And it is going to be Cemetery who's repositioned with his AWP. Bomb still back towards the top of middle. Options available for Nexus, and Na'Vi Jr. don't want to give anything away here, but they are going to venture into Palace, so at least they're gleaning some information.
But look, Na'Vi, they're running out of util, so if a post plan does happen, it's going to be a blind one. Not blind, but dry. Drone waiting for Makaze to overstep his boundaries here, but he's jiggle peeking. Barrel not spotted. A drone being very careful. Use his fundamentals to his advantage and clear out everything, but that incendiary forces them out, and that drone gets spotted. Makaze takes down 3, and Sound now has got to go mental to bring this one back. BTN still in the middle, trying to cut off a rotation. Does tap away and finds Krebeni. IGL versus IGL battle does work out, but he doesn't check for the second, so Sound is left in a 1v3, and that is 20 seconds and not enough to work with for the rest of Nexus as Na'Vi Juniors to take that round away and deny economy for Nexus because of one couchy boy, that is Makaze.
And here's where the damage in that previous round comes into effect now for Nexus, where they're going to be reduced to pots and pans. They may even have to just try and play for overtime here on Mirage. Let's see what they're going to opt for. I mean, maybe get an upgraded pistol on BTN, but there's not going to be much to get excited about here for Nexus. And Na'Vi Jr. hold their nerve. Great multi-kill coming through from Makaze in apartments there. The incendiary, like you say, funnels them in his direction, forces them forward, and he does not squander that opportunity.
Okay, Nexus sent themselves away. That previous round now, 11-10. There's got to be a miracle coming, and you see who the AK's on, right, Hayes? I'm not hallucinating this. It's VTN. Regula needs to save it, needs to bring it back. If the captain could do it once on a clutch.
I can't tell you how much this irks me, honestly. I genuinely can't tell you how much this frustrates me. Like, there's just no sense behind this at all. It's not like he's the only one that has head armor. You know, give it to Raga, give it to Sound, literally anybody else. Yeah, can't get behind this. Don't condone it either way. Let's see if he can make me eat my words.
Oh, I hope he does, because he's already found the first and Sound found the second. That's the way to the bomb site. And that is a player down on bench. And this will be a post plant. And look, now here comes in the slow utility, and he will make you eat your words and choke on them as well, because BT has just won this round and it's 11-11. Nexus take it on a hero AK, and it's none other than the captain to wield it. Oh my lord.
That was really good from BTN. I'll give him his credit there. Some important opening kills onto the B bomb site. Nexus will level it up at 11 apiece. The force buy is successful. Just the all-in play on the B bomb site will get the result here.
Okay. But you know what? You know what this means, right? This just sends us into another 24-round affair. We've already had 2 this day. Let's have our 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, Nexus, the fact that they're even in the conversation right now on Mirage is actually just incredible. And it all comes down to that 5v3 that they win on the A bomb site, the round that they win here on the force buy as well. And you look at the money, Na'Vi Jr. are saving around the 3 guns that they carried over into this round, so they have got some firepower at their disposal here. But it favors Nexus.
It does. Oh, but it's a great
Jugas.
start for Jugas.
Yeah, Adron needs the Palace player to be further forward there before he peeks out, so that at least he has an opportunity for someone to trade.
Still though, going on the A-bomb site, it's Krebeni on a pistol, and Jugas still needs to hold on for dear life. As the spray from Sound does connect, looks on in towards the corner, and is Jugas taking it by surprise. Sound is trying to get the util out, and Jugas is solo handling this round, getting Na'Vi Jr. almost to map point, but it comes down to the old guard again. Raga and BTN have had an amazing first map, and now we'll try to go one more time. BTN rushes in the smoke, but doesn't expect the underpass player. The underpass player, Raga, takes out 2, and it's still not enough. Na'Vi send themselves rocketing because of Jugas into map point, and now a chance to close it on their own map pick.
I mean, the spacing is completely off there from Nexus. You look at Sound, he's pushing forward. There's nobody near him to get a trade here. There's no one to swing straight afterwards. I mean, Jugas is even able to reposition 3 phenomenal frags. Great decision making, great shooting. And that's going to be Na'Vi Jr. on what was essentially a save round. Sure, they did have 3 rifles to work with, so they did have a decent amount of firepower, but they didn't spend all their money. And they are the ones up to 12, and it is a disaster for Nexus in terms of their finances coming into this round now.
Okay. Well, if a hero gunplay worked out once, will it work out the second time to send us into OT? That's the question. And it's an A-pop this time, not the B one. How confident is Raga here? And he takes down the root of the problem in the previous round. As Jugas out of the fight, and that is BTN dead in the bomb site, but a great trade coming through from a drone. Looking for more. Sounds picked up a good rifle, and a perfect flash coming through from Raga as well. Oh, they found themselves at the bomb site. It's a post-plant 2v4, and Na'Vi are left to wield Demon and Krebeni in the retake attempt. Krebeni might be able to take down Zello here. He does clear him out. A drone into Palace, not spotted yet. Raga, he's got so much to do, and he's got the help to go with it as well. Sound on an op, and he sends a shot out just as a warning. Out there, the Tech 9 finds one. Demon is defusing. Demon needs to be denied, and he will. We go overtime, Hayes, as Nexus are still on Mirage.
Yeah, that is incredible work coming through from Nexus. The fact they're able to force it into overtime. You see, that time Adron's in a much better position in Palace to swing and combine with his teammates when they're pressuring the A bomb site. And it's just the relentless pressure there from Nexus over on A that allows for them to find the success and get the job done. Wipe the slate clean and run it back in OT. And again, the conversation about Na'Vi Jr. and how much Counter-Strike they played today, well, this is certainly not going to be helping.
Okay.
I mean, they were in the driver's seat here. It was looking like the job was as good as done at one point for Na'Vi Jr.
But hey, at least we know first map wasn't a fluke anymore, right? Navi Junior bring back their own fire strength, their own firepower, and Nexus are still able to match.
Yep, absolutely. Nexus are certainly proving that what we've seen out of them between yesterday and today is legit.
It's new beginnings. That's what I'm hoping for. But again, don't want to jinx them. Don't want to overplay what's going on right here. It's some great moments, but it's a lot of clutches, a lot of individuals, and Adron is not on the server right now. So, if he comes into OT, which we know players can do when it strikes overtime, this would be a different story. But everyone out of Navi Junior has been a demon. You've been scary. And now, Zello. What shenanigans will he pull off in middle here? 3 players already peeked their heads in. On short, Kazi wasn't spotted.
Alright, well, let's see. You could imagine that Nexus are going to be massively buoyed by the fact that they've been able to get this into overtime. Oh, that's a missed flash. That is a horribly missed flash. If that flash rounds the corner like it was intended, Makaze is probably a dead man, and then the B-bomb site may have capitulated. Such a fine margin there that makes the difference.
Still though, a minute on the clock, and Makaze will continue to play out here into short. Nexus, I'm stuck in middle. Waiting for a drone to get back with them, and then figure out a game plan. 50 seconds to work with, and Zello needs to find an entry into A. Will he get one? Krebeni, he's entertaining the idea of a peek. This is Krebeni we're talking about. Oh, he might just go for it. Oh, that's Raga taken out. Sentry, great shot. Barrel more than spotted. Somehow a drone doesn't take him out in a one-shot, but Zello trades it back. And now, oh, look at Demon Haze. This might end off the round. This is such a nice crossfire from Navi Junior. It's too good.
There we go. Everything just falls into place. Yeah, exactly that. There's just way too many strong positions there for Nexus to try and deal with. I mean, Demon was like the insurance policy coming through from Connector, player CT, player towards Tetris there as well. And they combine wonderfully to get the job done. So Navi Junior will open up their account first here in overtime. This is quite funny. Symmetry getting the kill. He gets stinked, and he actually rattled off a shot there before Adron finished him off. But Demon coming through from lowers there, being active on the CT side, gets himself in a really good position.
Okay. Well, here's your law. Right, in full effect. Navi Junior do manage to take it.
I guess in a way we had your law as well with the
Yeah.
the end of the map.
We did.
But
All the laws
normally
coming alive.
it's more extreme than that either way. Here we go, pressure on the speed bomb site. That smoke is a CT smoke that Makazi's going to get a frag through. Adron, I thought he may have doubled down through the smoke. He will still find a second frag. He's really come alive in a big way here. But the job's not done just yet. Makaze is now weaving his way around the smoke, man. He's going to go back through into the bomb site here. They're going to attempt the bomb plant. That, I'm not sure how I feel about that, honestly. At least Zello does get a kill, though. And now it's all on Jugas in the clutch.
It's still after this. Jugas, he's done it before. He'll try it again, but he goes on A. Picks up the AK and will play a retake. He's got the utility needed. It's just Nexus have got to figure this out. Has Sound just heard him? No, he hasn't.
They still haven't planted the bomb.
They're
It's
scared.
taking way too long right now. They're almost certain he's in market, but surely they've got to start to consider that he may have moved
No.
away from there. Oh my goodness, he's going to get that frag for free on Sound now. Zello can plant the bomb safely, which is exactly what he's going to do and force Jugas into the retake.
Zello, he's been in these before, and he will not peek until he has some information. Jugas needs to find some, and there is Zello connecting on the shot, getting Nexus 13-13. And Navi Junior, look, they're tired. It's getting to them. You can see it on the webcams. But Nexus want nothing more than to end this in 2-2 as well.
Great effort from Makaze on the B-bomb side there. I mean, none of those kills were easy, and he had some good decision-making there, the way he plays around that smoke grenade going in and out. But Zello holds his nerve in the clutch. I thought Jugas maybe could have waited a little bit longer, but I guess time was of the essence there. I was thinking maybe he could try and sell the fake that he jumped back into the market. But anyway, here we go. Krabeni, that is going to be a frag for free. BTN is just trying to force the issue a little bit too much for my liking. And now Jugas on the stairs will get a kill as well. It's looking like Na'Vi Jr. should be able to carry a lead into their second half of overtime.
You don't speak too soon, as there you go. Makaze, spray transfer, Zello 1v4, makes it a 1v3, and Zello's left on the AWP with 19 HP left to work with. But hey, if it's someone to try it, it's gonna be Zello, right? It's down to the last round with his T side on overtime, and Zello will get one tapped. There it is, Na'Vi Jr. They still take away the advantage. They managed to bring this one back on their own. 14-13, but now here comes their T side as well. And you were mentioning, Hayes, that T side is better for Na'Vi Jr. overall, right? So,
yes, the fact that they get 2 rounds in the first half of OT on their CT side is a very good boost for their chances here to finish off the job. Kaze 27 and 20, certainly delivering the goods here on Mirage. Some very important rounds coming through from him, big multi-kills as well. We need more from BTN, we need more from Adron as well. If Nexus are going to be able to stand a chance, they need to win all 3 rounds here. They have to be flawless on their CT side if they're going to win the map from this position.
okay. Kazi 27 and 20. Everybody from Na'Vi Jr. so high up right now in the rankings. In the kill departments, but it's Raga to try to deny them. Moves back and he gets some peel, he gets some help. It's Adron to anchor and stay rooted in place. He will be looking for more, but it's Makazi now to drop. Here's the reload and gets the kill. Flash over the top worked out fine as well. Zello, he disrespects everything. Now,
that's insane. Wow, what is the AWP doing there so early on in the round? Works out for him. Makaze is traded. Very good swing there from Sound, and Krabeni 1v2. He knows where both of these remaining players are. He's going to try and isolate the fights right now. Oh, spotted. No ways. Are you kidding me, Zello? What have you just done with the no-scope? That is devastating. That's going to just shatter Krabeni's mind.
that's gonna shatter my mind. What are you talking about? Replay, please. Replay. There you go. That is one hell of a way to end off the round. Not only does he push through the smoke into palace, into apartments like a madman, but then he goes and does this. Last effort attempt, and kaboom! That is how Zello
Two walls. That was through 2 different walls. I mean, that's one of those instances where you know you're just going to die. You've got no option but to just go for a Hail Mary.
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, Na'Vi Jr. throwing caution to the wind, charging the web short right now. On Nexus, aware of this. The players on the B bomb site got to make sure they don't get caught off guard from Cat very early in the round. Na'Vi Jr. trying to put that behind them by just forcing themselves straight into the round after.
Will Zello do it again? Na'Vi, they're all across the map though now. They've taken control over apartments, over underpass, and have got ladder. So they're just trying to figure out a plan as Nexus. I've got 3 players onto A, and again, Adron and Zello. We've got to hold on to this B-bomb site. Oh, this walk-up could be scary though.
Yeah, this B-bomb site could be in a lot of trouble because look at how far away the rotations are. Nexus have got forward positions towards ramp. And Na'Vi Jr. are just going to collapse on this B side. A couple players up Cat and a few of them coming through apartments as well. Zello's going to have a big job to do right now. Double peek, first frag found.
Oh my god.
Second connects as well. That second kill could be the difference maker. He's going to add a third to the tally. Zello is on a rampant pace right now. Barely being offered up anything, but he is taking everything.
It's a 3-0, okay, 30 bomb for Zello. This is insanity. What a way to get map points, match point, and series point for Nexus to be 1 round away to meet up with Fnatic in the semis. Zello ace in the overtime, and this is your star factor. This is your offer that you needed to come through. Makazi's on the op now as well. He wants to fight them, but he's gonna be hard pressed when Zello's hitting shots. Oh my goodness, we go to either overtime 2 or Nexus taking it, and this is now a real possibility. You all didn't believe, you thought my copium was weak. Well, it wasn't. Raga. Still can't give up on this round. It is round number 30. We go back to CSGO. We go back to the old days. It's a 4-man stack out of Nexus. Make it a 3-man as Sound falls down. Juga's looking for more, but he finds an instant headshot. Hayes, possibilities for overtime 2 are here, but BTN wants to change that, and BTN finds one, knows about the pass player, doesn't check into ramp anymore. Adron dead. Now, a B-bomb plan should come through.
Yeah, it looks like that's the direction that they're headed. Zello and BTN to try and do the unthinkable here. But the read is perfect coming through here from the T side. Zello is trying to reposition, but he's going to be late to the party here on B, and BTN is still trying to clear out Palace. So, yeah, double overtime looking like a guarantee at this point. Na'Vi Jr. just holding their nerve, keeping their composure, despite the fact the way they fell apart in the rounds prior to this. They will still be able to make this one work. Nexus will find, or rather Zello will get this kill for free, but obviously they now know exactly where he is. BTN still in CT spawn. Yeah, and just nothing being given up by Na'Vi Jr. right now.
Okay, still gotta move on. Ooh.
Yeah, there we go. Trubeni times his activation to perfection, and Zello now has an impossible task in his hand. He's been amazing in these past few rounds, and he will get one player while he's completely blinded. Taps to the fuse to try and bait them forward, but they now know that he is not sticking. There's one player in market. He's going to get the kill. He just has to stick to the fuse and hope that the player times out or something, and he will be able to get that last frag as well. But it is not in time to get the defuse, and that means double OT.
Okay, we go more. We go next. That was a ace into a quad kill for Zello, though, man. He is on fire right now. And he's left in the 1v3 as well. BTN tried to play that well as well, but, you know, it's still... it is still Na'Vi Jr. to stay alive in so many of the situations. They play the macro really well here, Na'Vi. They manage to segregate these fights up against Nexus almost all the time, and they catch off Adron at every single corner. Okay, still though, east side continues. Hayes, we gotta figure this one out. Sentry, what a kill! He starts things off and finally puts up the 20th on the board as well. Man, oh man. It is going the distance. I'm having fun, you can tell.
Yeah, this has been a very good display from Nexus against the Na'Vi Jr. who've been in some fantastic form lately. And Mirage is just an endless tale, evidently. No end in sight. Who can keep their composure here when the game starts to get scrappy and messy? Who can keep their head? Oh, Adron, I mean, how does he actually manage to go up against the AKs? He doesn't even get off a single shot.
Okay, that's Sentry on the second. And Sentry with the round, basically. It's tough to save in overtime, but this is where we are at right now. BTN trying to farm up some extra frags. We are left to 16-15, Na'Vi taking the advantage away. And now the name of the game is 19. Can you get there?
That is the number that they're both in pursuit of, but it's going to be Na'Vi Jr. who open up their account first here in double OT. Nexus had their moment, they had their chance to finish off the series 2-0. Only one opportunity, they couldn't get it done. And to be fair, Na'Vi Jr. actually looked super convincing in that round as well. They still have the faith, they still have the belief. Both teams getting 2 rounds in their CT side in OT1. Can Nexus match that here again?
Okay, well, we gotta figure it out. So far, it's been a Zello wonder map out here in the second half and into overtime. He's gotta keep it going. He's not allowed to stop now. I'll be. You have Makazi on the 30 bomb as well. I've been hyping Nexus up so much. I have to rein myself in and look on the other side of the server too. everybody at Navi Jr. has been scary, but Makaze in particular has really had a comeback. Demon was the one to get them here. Makaze is the one that wants to close it, but BTN in the corner, no trigger discipline at all, doesn't need it because BTN just runs them down. 2 out here for the captain once more, and he's never gonna stop. Even with the last bullet in the mag, he'll find another frag.
And he's had some incredible multi-kill rounds in the series so far as BTN, and especially when his team is needed him to deliver the most, that's when he's seemingly stepped up to the plate. Zello, you can't actually say enough about this man and what he's delivered in this series, and Mirage in particular. 35 kills to his name as Nexus leveled up the scoreline again, and it feels like Nexus just have to hang on, and hang on, and hang on, and eventually, surely Navi Jr. are going to run out of energy.
By this point, would you not? So many best of threes back to back to back. And now you get sent to an overtime too. At some point, you're going to make a mistake. At some point, you're going to make a missed call. And this is one of the main talking points I was always bringing up, and Freddy brought up, and like, it's the experience, it's the resilience out here for Nexus that could get them over the line, and maybe this is the best spot to take Navi Jr. too, if you want to take out the win here on their enemies, on their own map pick as well. But Navi, surely they've got more in them. At the very least, Krabeni is one player that doesn't look too tired, too fatigued.